Oh, testing.
Satoshi Nakamoto. Satoshi, you mic up. We hear you masturbate. Satoshi, can you please mute mic? Please stop masturbate on the mic. Yeah. Arigato.
That's my grandfather's. That's my grandpa's.
Why is it so quiet? Shh. Echo. Satoshi Nakamoto, konnichiwa.
Hey.
P-Max alive.
Just about.
Arigato.
It's alive, it's alive, it's alive, it's alive.
Happy Sunday, fellas.
Happy Sunday. Fuck.
What's going on in y'all's world today?
Oh, nothing much. Just a couple of guys wearing makeup and dressed in women's clothing.
It's about par for the course, right?
Yeah, it's normal.
Oh, shit. It's science. A man, men or women, it's science.
It is science. It's called social science.
Social science.
Yeah, that's a science apparently. Social science.
Yeah, I wouldn't agree with that.
So,
Why? It has science in the name.
Social behavior, social psychology, science. Nah.
Trust me, there's nothing scientific about our general population. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, you're right there, bro. I mean, if you had told me 10 years ago, yeah, just 10 years ago, what the world would become, I would have laughed you out of the room, bro.
Dude, I didn't think the world was going to be like this. When I was a kid, I could go out anywhere I wanted and not have to worry about anything. Now I have to walk around Toronto fucking worrying about myself. There's too much crime, too much degeneracy everywhere.
They're just look at me, I need attention, Look, I dress in strange clothes and I look really weird. Everybody pay attention to me. It's like the way I see the world now. It's just like it's one big guy just lying next to a fucking pool, staring at his reflection, looking back at him. That's the way I see the world today.
PMAC, I didn't know I had my voice activation on. I usually only have that on when I'm in bed. So
yeah, dude, you know what? You shouldn't do that to your pet dog or cat or whatever it was you were doing.
What did I sound like I was doing?
It sounded like you were fucking having a good time to yourself, bro.
Really?
Yeah, it was
Maybe I'm autistic or retarded.
Maybe that's okay. That's okay too. Because then you would be like the rest of the world. It was weird. It was weird, bro. Satoshi, you should listen to that back. I've never heard noises like that before.
No, I'm not going to the live stream and listening to myself. I've had my friends record me while I'm sleeping, and apparently I sleep talk and I say a bunch of retarded shit. So I don't want to hear myself. What I sound like.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you were calling everybody bastards.
Okay, I was not sleeping just now, so I was not doing that.
Yeah, well, you were doing something, bro. Something abnormal.
What's going on today?
Working, dude.
You're working on Sunday?
Yeah, man.
Like a job, or are you doing like housework or something?
Nah, it's my day job.
You're working on a Sunday? Are you getting paid overtime?
Let's see. Today, I think my overtime hours kicked in. Yeah.
Aren't they supposed to pay you overtime by law on Sunday over there?
Over there.
Not really. I mean, just anything after 40 hours.
Okay.
It's shift work, 7 and 7.
Oh, I just think that's weird.
Not a bad job though. 7 to 7 means you only have to work like 3 on, 3 off, 4 on, 4 off.
7 to 7, that's a 12-hour work day.
Yeah, so you work like 3 on, 3 off, 4 on, 4 off, and all that kind of shit.
Anytime you can make some money, that's a good day.
Dude, I work construction. I love it. I'm my own boss too.
Nice, man.
I got to do a VIP booth for the owner of the Toronto Maple Leafs before.
Yeah. What? You worked for the police?
No, the Toronto Maple Leafs.
Oh,
like
Maple
I got
Leafs.
to do the VIP office for one of the owners.
Oh, you're talking about the
I would never work for the I wouldn't work for the government. Honestly, even if they offered me money, I wouldn't work for them. Fucking hate them.
Good. So you worked for the hockey team?
No, I do construction. So
well, you said Toronto Maple Leafs. Is that what is?
It's a hockey team.
That's what I said.
Yeah.
Okay, so you worked for the hockey team.
Well, I did a job for them.
Okay, cool. Contracting.
Yeah.
Or did they pay you cash?
No, bro.
Oh man.
No, especially the kind of
that's where
jobs I do. I can't do cash.
Yeah, when you do
big.
cash, that's the best way. That's the best way.
I do cash only if I'm doing houses.
All good, brother.
Cash is the best, though.
It is, man. This is like, who knows that motherfucker gave me $200 in cash?
Honestly, when I do my business, I just whenever they ask how I want payment, I just say I don't care. Just pay me the money, and if they give me cash, I'll take it.
And of course, you.
But big places like the Leafs, they would never let you do a cash job because they own the building, they own the ice rink, they want to write off the equity and everything. That's why they wouldn't pay me cash.
Yeah, of course. But when you can work for cash, that's
yeah, for homes,
ultimate things. Yeah, it's like what
there's still cash.
What they don't know.
Yeah, they're trying to get rid of that though in construction. It's going to take some time, but it'll get done.
I was about to come in here and play another video, but nobody was talking. But it's all good.
Yeah.
What's up?
Helio, that cowboy hat you got, is it what brand is it?
It's from Texas.
Is it that the well-known brand that's very expensive?
It's not a Stetson. Hold on, let me check it.
Yeah, Stetson. Those are the really expensive ones. Stetson hats are really nice too.
Let me look real quick. Cavender's. That's the name of the brand. It's Cavender's. It's from they in Texas. Pretty cool. I need to get a good hat band for it. I want to get some skulls, like skull and crossbones, put around it. But I just need to find the right right hat band for it. Some skull and crossbones all around it. Be cool.
Get you some turquoise.
Maybe, yeah, turquoise skull and crossbones. Yeah, I'd wear that shit. Yeah. I've been looking at hat bands and stuff. I think I'm gonna have to might have to get my niece to custom make me one. She does like little crafts and shit. She's probably gonna have to make me one.
Yo, Helio, I got a question for you.
Yeah, what's up?
You make revenue from your YouTube channel?
No.
Why? Do they not let you?
Nope.
Is it because you're Flat Earth?
Yeah, they demonetized the channels.
Oh, that's shit.
Yeah, my Helio Skeptic channel is available for monetization, but since this shit with Bob started, I don't. The reason I'm
who's this guy Bob? I hear about Bob all the time.
Well, he's the guy that got us shut down for 90 days on the other channel.
Did he admit to it?
Oh yeah, he's proud of it.
And why did he do that?
Because he's a punk bitch.
Is he a scientist of some sort?
No.
A scientist.
Or does he claim to be?
Just a whiny punk. He's a whiny punk YouTuber. But anyway,
what kind of stuff does he YouTube?
You want me to share his channel?
You can just send it to me if you want.
No, I'll put it in the live stream voice text.
Sure.
He's freaking. He calls us out and says we're not doing shit. But yeah, let me find his channel and I'll share it with you. He makes anti-flat Earth videos and stuff. Yeah, I mean, it's not like he's not doing the same thing we are. It's like we
He makes geniuses look like morons.
You know who
So you must be pretty smart then.
Here's his YouTube channel. This guy, for no reason whatsoever, gave us a copyright strike on the other channel. Yeah, this is his YouTube channel, and
you know what, Helio? I'm starting to feel a little offended. You know what? I think I'm going to send a copyright strike too. Be on the lookout. One coming your way.
Well, it's like he got butthurt because people were, even though he's a public figure, he's ran for office in Michigan and stuff. He got butthurt because we were taking the piss out of him one day on here, and he said, "Oh well, I'm just gonna go ahead and strike the channel." And like, what? And not only did he just strike the channel, he said, "I'm gonna do."
Give me his channel. I'll watch his channel. I'll strike his channel.
We're gonna strike.
No, don't. Well, I'm not encouraging anyone to do that.
Don't encourage me because I'm already on it.
He freaking he just for no reason just
Bob the Science Guy is his name.
He feels like it's his. It seems like he feels like it's his mission in life.
Bro, I'm looking at his Star Wars shit. What is this
altogether?
Bro, his stuff's so cringe.
I know. Watch. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But it feels like I think he thinks that's his mission in life is to shut the flat Earth down and make sure that no flat earthers have a voice whatsoever.
You must confess.
Yeah, but listen, bro. If you confess, that means you're a good boy because you're going with the system.
Yeah.
Boy.
Do you deny?
I'm playing the game RuneScape right now.
Why?
I learned how to trade crypto markets, and I thought, what happens if I monopolize the RuneScape Grand Exchange and start selling gold for money? Because it's 30 cents per million gold. You can monopolize the markets very easily.
Oh, okay.
Virtually.
Yeah, you just have to have a lot of alt accounts. You have to know how to not get caught. They give you crypto when you sell your gold.
More black market and marketeering.
Yeah, I got a guy here who's selling his crypto on RuneScape. Yeah. 24/7 Discord. Yep. Yeah, I'll hold.
Let's not do that here on the live stream, please.
That was true.
Dude, anybody who advertises they're selling their crypto to like random people P2P is most likely a scammer.
P2P?
Like player to player, person to person.
Oh, okay. I thought it was pedo to pedo.
Like direct transaction.
Pedo to pedo. I'll send you PMAC.
What did you think I said?
Well, PMAC's trying to go PMAC to PMAC.
Oh, God.
Oh, geez.
No, bro. Player to player.
Anybody who's trying to sell cases in the black market is a fucking pedo.
Also, it's not the black
P2
market. It's just
Hey,
against the
hold
rules
on.
of the game.
P2P used to mean peer-to-peer, but player-to-player is what it means now.
I mean, it can. Depends how you want to define the acronym.
Yeah, I'll stick with pedo to pedo.
It's kind of like how Glover's
Pedo
defined up
or
is down,
to mean
right?
pedo to pedo, according to PMAC. Oh, shit.
Works for me.
That's all right.
That's
that
all right,
just dandy?
mama. That's all right with me. Oh, that's all right,
Well said.
mama. That's an Elvis song, right? That's all right.
It's all right. It's all right now, mama. Anyway, you too.
There you go. That's what's up. Oh man, what a trip. It's all right now, mama. Anyway, too.
Yeah, give me one of them yellow pills, and give me one of them blue pills, and give me one of them red pills.
Damn, homeboy got the Memphis talk down right there. You know what I'm saying? Oh,
Peanut butter and fried banana sandwich.
yeah, that's what's up.
What did? Oh, okay. That's a good reference right there.
Yeah, but it sounds like Matt knows how to talk to Memphis talk. You know.
No, he's referencing something. I'm not sure if you know what he's referencing.
Oh, peanut butter and banana. I mean, that's Elvis, man. It's all about that. Or maybe not. Maybe it's something else that I'm missing.
I was talking about the king.
The king. King of rock and roll.
Oh. I thought you were referencing something else.
Yeah, maybe you got your mind in the gutter. I don't know.
No, nothing in the gutter. Like something that's just a little bit different.
With crypto.
No.
Okay.
Pedo.
Never mind that.
No.
Pedo.
No, it's nothing like that.
PMAX.
I want to say it because it's probably not appropriate.
Probably.
Do it.
Okay. Because when George Floyd was in the store, he was getting a peanut butter and banana sandwich. That's why. I thought he was referring to that.
Well, sure. But if that was the case, then he's a fan of Elvis. Elvis Presley made that shit popular, man. Peanut butter banana. That's why Matt was talking about it.
All right, man.
That's all right now, mama. Any
There
way
seems to be
you
a-
choose.
A communication. The communication's not going back and forth.
Communication breakdown.
Maple Leaves. We thought Maple Leaves was police.
Really?
P2P.
No, that
Pedophile.
was me. That was me.
I don't know how you think that about P2P, dude.
P2P. You talking about P-Mac thinking it was pedo to pedo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where he got that shit either.
Uncut diamonds in RuneScape. How much are they worth?
Are you talking about the blood diamonds?
No, the
From
white
Africa?
ones. No, I'm not talking about Elon Musk's father's slavery business, bro. We all know where he got that money from. Don't you worry.
Have you seen that movie Blood Diamond?
No. What is it about?
It's about the blood diamond. It's about the diamonds that are harvested in Africa.
I actually have seen that.
Yeah, it's a good movie.
That's actually very good. That's DiCaprio.
Yeah, Leo
Very, very
DiCaprio. Yeah, it's a really good movie. You should watch it if you haven't seen it.
You really should. Take my advice. Don't think twice.
I mean, it's just like, when a flat earther like that. I'm a fan of fiction and films and stuff like that. And but most flat earthers aren't, or they don't watch. They kind of disconnect from the mainstream media and movies and stuff. But when a flat earther says that's a good movie, you should watch it. Blood Diamond is a good movie because and right at the very end, you kind of finally get what it was all about. And I won't spoil it because if you watch it to the end, you'll find out what it's really all about and why it's called Blood Diamonds.
Yeah, it's a good movie. I loved it.
Yeah, I mean the diamonds aren't red.
Yeah, diamonds are forever.
Diamonds are forever, and they're for the queens and the.
Diamonds are forever.
But those diamonds cost blood, and that's why they're called blood diamonds. Cost people.
Is that actually why they're called blood diamonds?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because of how they extract them
I'm gonna look that
in
up.
Africa. Dude,
Yes, to
watch the
extract
movie,
them
bro.
directly out of your blood. Yes.
No.
Come on, you just don't want to spoil the movie.
I'm trying not to.
Just all the
Okay,
blood being.
I see why they're called blood diamonds.
It's more of a journey than a movie, really.
Yeah.
To get
Yeah, it's an experience.
Matter of fact, I think I'm going to watch it again. Maybe later today.
I watched it.
I haven't seen it in a while.
It's good because there's a lot of things like it feels like you're watching the movie for the first time again. It's like holy shit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
I watched
been
this
several years since I watched it. So.
20 years ago.
So, based on the name Blood Diamond, it says that you use the money to fund actions against the government militarily.
No, they
It's deeper
the
than
money.
that. Yeah.
Primer hers and
Yeah, so that's a conspiracy, sir.
did you see
That's a
Marconi?
conspiracy.
It's definitely a conspiracy. Did you see Marconi?
Conspiratard.
You know the new prime minister of Italy?
No, but what about him?
Oh man, hang on a minute, man. You got to see this. Hang on a second.
So, is that shit real about diamonds being used to fund war against the country?
they're as
And if that's true, what is Elon Musk having to? Why is
Come on,
Elon
you've
Musk in
killed
that
for less.
business?
I mean, it's the same way with oil and all kinds of different commodities. You know, so
Oh, come on. You've killed for less.
you've killed for.
But what do they really, really want to kill for diamonds for? What do they value it so much for that they want to kill over it? Same with oil.
I don't know. Ask your woman.
Power, baby.
If you get,
That shit goes hard, bro. Ain't nothing harder than some diamonds. Shit.
yeah, it's the most it's the hardest substance on Earth. It's a pure.
It's just carbon. It's literally carbon, bro.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's carbon.
Okay, well.
Shit, these diamond grills ain't about to bling bling themselves. You know what I'm saying?
That's right.
I ain't putting no copper up in my grill.
I mean, me personally, I could give a shit about a diamond, but a lot of people do. So, but it's a type of quartz, but it like we were saying, it's pure carbon, and there's nothing like a diamond. So, you know, it's they're not as without. I was about to spoil the movie again.
How dare you?
Watch the movie. Because it's pretty accurate, you know. At the end, it really shows you how they use it. I mean, it's similar to the way they use oil and stuff to manipulate the economy.
You know what, dude? We need like a flat earther, or like, you know, top 10 movies list or something like that. You know,
I think we already have one in here in the server.
Do we?
Yeah,
I know there's red pill
like,
movies.
Yeah, red pill movies. Yeah.
But I mean, we need a compiled list up in this mug. We need to get the best of the best. You know,
In this mug?
Yes,
I don't know if that you can't. I don't. I think there's more. I think there's more than 10, CB. I think there's more than 10. Like I heard somebody talking about Soylent Green the other day, and everybody was like, "Don't spoil it! Don't spoil it! Don't say anything." And because whoever was saying Soylent Green, he was like, "I've never heard of that." Like,
I've heard of it.
You have to watch it. Oh, you haven't seen it? See,
no, I'm honestly like the worst when it comes to movies.
Dude, Soylent Green, I think it's free on YouTube. Let me see what I got. Or no, it's not free.
That's
on
Ready
YouTube,
Player One.
But, Ready Player One's a good one.
I think that one's free on YouTube.
That was good. I watched that the other day for the second time. I enjoyed that.
I haven't even seen that either.
You haven't seen Ready Player One? That's a good movie.
Dude, I haven't seen any movie, bro. I'm the worst with movies. I've never seen a movie in my entire life. No,
you a goddamn lie.
Yeah. The only movie you watch is the movie of your life.
Yeah, right.
It's not.
I've seen some classics, but
it's not free on YouTube. Maybe. Ooh.
Sometimes they change it around.
I found it. It's not supposed to be free on YouTube, but you know how people put videos up and it only stays up for a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
I think I just found Soylent Green. If you haven't, make sure it's real. No, never mind. It's not.
You have to buy or rent it.
No, you don't have to buy or rent it, but if you want to watch it on YouTube, you do. But I can send you a link to where you can watch it for free. But just you have to watch it on your PC and have ABP, which is Ad Blocker Plus, and I can send you that link. Oh. There's a link that you can.
You know, it's so cartoon. Like Bob the Science Guy, his avatar is so cartoon. Well, isn't that like all the videos we see of the Earth from space? Isn't that all cartoon? Getting back on topic here.
Bro, it's CGI.
Anyway, you guys can click this link. And I recommend if you want to watch it here, it's you're gonna want to do it on a browser with a ABP, which is Ad Blocker Plus on a Chrome browser. Or it's not the only browser that you can install ABP on, but yeah. But here's where you can watch Soylent Green. Or any other recommendations? I can post links all day from the same website, because that's where I watch most of my movies and TV shows from. And dude,
if I used a VPN, I might get to it, but right now it won't let you. Yeah.
Really, you clicked on it, and what happened?
I can't reach this page. Shit.
On a phone or PC?
The PC.
You're in Ireland.
Ireland. Why we got
Yeah, you might have to use a VPN if it's blocking you. You know, I don't know. Works for me, but that's an awesome website. I mean, I watch pretty much everything. As soon as something new comes out, doesn't matter what platform it's on, HBO,
Apple,
Showtime,
Shoot,
Apple
Platform
TV,
Hill House,
whatever, all of it.
Platform
Yeah, all
Habitat.
of them. They come out as soon as they come out. The next day, it's on this channel, so you can watch everything.
That's why I have torrents. I see everything. in torrents, bro.
This is why you don't need torrents when
Are you talking about that IP grabber you just posted?
Okay.
Damn.
Well said.
I'm
Maybe-
just kidding, dude.
Maybe it is. You know, I don't,
That link.
well, I mean,
looks
I don't even
so
use a
sus.
VPN, you know, but it's you know, but you know, even if you have a VPN, it should work, you know, whatever. IP grabber.
That link is looking real sussy.
You motherfucker.
Dude, I use it every fucking day, all day
No,
long.
dude, I'm messing, dude. I don't. Yeah,
It's
I'm not about to go to the movie theater. Are you kidding me, bro?
It's safe. It's safe until they post kitty porn.
I didn't
on
say
the
it's
fucking
safe
town.
or anything. I'm just saying I use it all. Like,
He said I didn't say it was safe.
well, I'm just saying. Hey,
No,
like I
I'm
said,
Did you just say you didn't say it was safe? Hideo,
I'm not saying it's safe.
you bastard.
Well, if it was,
No, just you're right.
I'm
Just
just-
use that blocker. You're fine,
dude, I use it for. I've been using it for over a year now, and it works great. So
Yeah,
whatever.
I do the same thing with like all the fights and stuff. So
Yeah. Well, you can find the fights on there too. You can find the fights on there too.
Oh, really?
So,
What? You go out the fights on that?
Guess I'll get my IP grabbed real quick. Hold on.
Yeah, dude. Like the day after, the fights are like the UFC stuff. That's all on there. The day after, you can watch the fights.
I love that fighting shit. I love it when men batter over man. It's fucking cool.
And to watch people punch each other in the face.
Make the blood come out.
Are you not entertained?
Chop your head off, motherfucker.
Ain't gonna be too many more motherfuckers now.
Not after I chop all their heads out.
What the hell is going on? Hey, welcome to Sunday morning, 24/7 Flat Earth Disco.
Yeah.
Talking about punching motherfuckers in the mouth and shit.
We love it.
Chopping heads, taking names, you know?
Kicking that ass.
Grab your coffee, eat your croissant.
Croissant.
Sunday croissant. It's Sunday morning.
Croissant.
The hamburger.
So don't start the hamburger. It's a
Well said. Well said.
hamburger. Hamburger.
Hamburger. I can't even trying to make fun of the French people, you know, the way that they speak their French accent, you know, when they try to speak English. It's
I want to eat a hamburger.
look at. I think CB had it a little bit better than I could do it, but that was. I don't know. I used to work for a French company, and dude, their English accent, it's trippy. I wouldn't try to attempt to speak French with an English accent. I would be so embarrassed, I think.
I might.
Just just like how could I mean Spanish is so prevalent around here. I mean you can get away with some like saying some stuff in Spanish and people are like, oh, they're used to hearing you, but like trying to speak French as a person that's native English, that's
There was a dude in here with a thick French accent the other day. Forget his name, but man,
Perry?
What?
That was yesterday, 24 hours ago.
Yeah,
He
real
was
recent.
Playing with mathematics. It was funny. 8 over pi r squared.
is that what he said?
I'm going to plug in. And you know what? I mean, I kind of feel bad. I feel kind of bad, not really making fun of him, but just outlining the French accent and listening to him battle with mathematics was rough. It was really rough.
What was his name again?
I couldn't
I
understand.
can't remember.
Yeah, I can't remember the name.
Shoot.
But
Yeah,
man. No, I was just gonna say that it's just I love that your ability to detect accents and understand them and kind of hear them better and all this stuff. It's so cool that we get to experience that here in our little niche Discord. It's like you don't experience that if you go out your door. You know what I mean? You're not getting that kind of diversity in your neighborhood or your local coffee shop or whatever. You know what I mean?
Right, and that being said, I wish we had more people because we have a lot of people from Australia, which is dead speak English there, but like we have people from South Africa join. I wish there were other people that join from different parts of Africa and different parts of Asia. I wish they could should jump in here more. We've had people from Philippines in here a couple times, but
you never mention us.
What?
Eastern European people too.
Yeah,
I'm here.
Don't forget them.
No, that's what I'm saying. I mean, we get people
I'm Eastern
from Europe
European,
all the
bro.
time.
What are you talking about?
Sure.
Nah, you don't
People
need the
from
Eastern
Europe all the time.
Europeans.
We need a lot of Eastern Europeans in here, bro. I'm telling you, we need them all.
All of them.
We need the Polacks, okay? We need them all in here.
Yeah, I'd love to hear some Polish.
Croatians.
You wouldn't want to hear people speaking Polish.
Well,
in
I'd
here.
love to hear
Fucking
some
bad.
people from Japan. I mean, why aren't Japanese people in here?
That's why Jim's here.
Well, Jim's the only one, but he's English, but he lives in Japan. I want to hear some other Japanese. I want to hear some real Japanese people in here.
Zašto? Helio, zašto? Mogu ti ja pričati na srpskom, ništa neš razumeti.
Yeah.
Are you speaking Romanian?
The earth is a flat.
No, that was Croatian.
Bro, I don't speak Yugoslavian.
Hugo.
Why?
Hugo.
My grandpa does.
Why you don't speak Croatian, man? That's so.
I speak Kakosi. That's about it.
How are you? Oh, good.
Yeah, and dobro.
Dobro.
That's it.
Dobro is good. Dobrze. Dobrze is in Polish.
Yeah.
Spasibo.
Spasiba is.
I mean, I'm not saying,
bro.
I'm not saying I don't
Russian?
appreciate all the European, different Eastern European countries that are in here, people that are represented here. I'm just wondering why we don't get people from Japan or Indonesia and stuff, because they're dual linguists too. They speak English and their native language as well, so they should be able to jump on the internet, come in here and talk to us about flat Earth, and they live right there on the ocean,
right there.
Yeah, they're right there. Right at the horizon, bro.
Yeah, it's like all they see is ocean, pretty much.
Tell me, can you see the curve over there?
It's like I'm landlocked. I live in the middle of North America. There ain't no ocean around me, but I know the Earth is flat.
But you have elevation, Helio.
Say that again.
You have elevation there in the middle of the US.
Yeah, where I'm at, I think I'm about 1,500 feet above sea level.
Which sea level?
Where I live. Well, sea level compared to the ocean, which is
Which one, Pacific or Atlantic?
which one's higher?
No, but I don't know which one you're using for the math for the
I'm
elevation.
not using it for the. I'm just telling you what they tell me. As far as sea level goes, I mean, it must be the Gulf of Mexico is the closest place, which is the part of the Atlantic Ocean, I guess.
But not Pacific.
Pacific's about 2,000 miles away from me. So yeah.
Or who is, how to say, comparing with the Pacific sea level? Who is nearest to Pacific, or it's if you're
at the beach in Florida, at the beach,
no beach.
at the beach,
Not on the
in
beach, in the middle.
Are you at the same elevation or is it a different elevation?
Okay, that it is a beach. You can measure elevation now because it's the beach. But I'm asking you for your country because it's in the middle. Which sea level are you using?
I just use the same two examples in the same country: beach in Florida, beach in Los Angeles, California. Is there a difference in elevation? That's two
There's
different
only one
oceans.
sea level, though, guys, and it's the same sea level for everybody. That's zero.
Yeah, the seas are level no matter what sea.
No,
That means
it's like the sea is one, and this is something we got to realize is the sea is actually it encompasses all the land masses, right? Therefore, when we say sea level is actually common to everybody, and everything is taken off of that common point, which is sea level, because water is level within the container, right?
Yeah, like a swimming pool. You drop objects in the swimming pool, and now you can measure the height of the all objects. And you can put the objects everywhere around the swimming pool.
I was gonna say that guy sounds like King's Clown. Fucking no, here he is.
Yeah,
that's right.
Man.
You know what's up? I'm here. I'm
That
flexing.
sounds like
What's up, family?
you know what? You sound like you, bro.
Hello, King Clown.
It's good.
Good
to see
morning.
you.
Kiwi.
That's the dude.
That guy Kiwi. I hope you guys are well. But
King's Clown, otherwise
perfect.
known as Kiwi. He's
So very
even
good.
though he's not Kiwi, he's. Are you Canadian or American?
I'm Canadian, man. I'm hanging out in Ontario.
You're from Canada?
Yeah.
Yo, Kiwi, what city you in?
I'm in Toronto, Ontario, just outside of Toronto.
Oh, dude. Yo, Kiwi, have you ever been around Gerard and Jarvis in downtown?
Yeah, dude.
Dude,
Way back.
I was working there this week. I saw a guy, he pulled his pants down in the middle of the street, Gerard Jarvis, 5 a.m, spread his ass cheeks, and he started screaming, talking, like pretending like talk with his ass.
Yeah, dude. Gerard and Jarvis has been going down for 20 years straight hard.
That place is fucked.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, that's what fucking Bowler has been doing for fucking years, bro.
We call it Zombieland over there, me and my coworkers.
That's rich. What do you do, dude?
I do plastering, electricity. I build. That's my construction. I can do a lot of things.
I construct things.
Basically, yeah. I can do a lot of things construction-wise.
Can you not make the rest of us look bad?
No. All that matters is he observes the level.
I'm actually pretty good.
That's awesome.
And we build all our all buildings are built level on a flat plane, not on a curve. just so you know.
That's what I want to talk about. Bring me your people that observe level, then we'll talk. I don't need your dictionary definitions of level when I have a tool that shows me what level is, mother chucker. I don't need your
Exactly.
word when I have a tool for the shit. Let's go.
Yeah, bro. It's all right. I like construction. I'm working on Young Street Monday.
Bendy water.
More of an old street guy.
Clown. Clown, have you ever been to the
Yeah.
Ford Center before?
The what center?
The Ford Center.
Ford Center. Where's
It's
that
on
again?
Kipling. It's right before Toronto.
More of a Chevy guy.
I don't think so. The Ford Center.
It's where the Leafs practice.
Yeah, no, I haven't been there.
I got to do a job for the owner of the Leafs there.
Sick.
Oh,
Oh, you
wait.
must be up there then. You know people, huh?
Kinda.
Sick. That's awesome. I work for, or I used to work for the city of Toronto doing building permit review for residential.
Bro, add me. I want to ask you some things that I cannot talk about on the live stream.
We'll do, man.
2020 related things, if you know what I'm saying.
Did you get the jab?
Yeah.
Them kind of things?
There's all kinds of
Look,
stuff
buddy.
that's been
I
brewing.
refuse to talk about it due to censorship policies.
Look, buddy, if you want to add me on MySpace, I switched to Facebook a while ago.
Spacebook.
Yes. It's a fictitious book about the fictitious place.
Do you know what I think?
What's up, P-Mac?
It's
It's good to see you, man. It's been a while, by the way.
Wait, you think?
I do. It's I
No,
know.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead, B-Mac.
All right.
I'll be right back. I'm going to show.
I think Creation Bear has some very good fucking things to say here now and then. Anyway.
Aw, shucks.
Yeah, but yeah, your inputs are much appreciated.
Oh,
I think that I think the whole reason why the world is going to shit in the last 2 years was because it's distraction. Why they're doing the COVID? Well, they're doing the COVID thing and the little thing because of fucking New World Order thing or whatever, right? But just quickly, I think that they're doing it because they realize that too many people are coming to too many realizations that the world ain't fucking a big spinning ball. So they're doing everything in their power to distract people from that. That the Real Housewives of New York, some other reality show, Kanye West goes off his tits and acts crazy. Yeah, it's just it's all a distraction from reality. I don't know if anybody is actually living in reality anymore. I don't know if people can tell the dream state from reality. So I think they're doing it for that purpose. Is that the flat Earth has become too fucking big, and now they're trying to do shit.
Execute Order 66.
Yeah.
Well, the idea of dream state versus reality is interesting because even the idea of the globe is a form of a dream state. It's another construct that is introduced that entraps people in that construct, and they choose to battle with you under that construct. But anything they create is another construct that further divides you away from the truth, simply put. But well stated.
I mean, why are people accepting this fact, right? That the 2026 election was probably fucking rigged.
President.
Yeah.
buddy.
You are.
Presidents are selected, not elected.
Yeah. Well, that's it.
I don't think we should probably talk about that, even though I agree.
Well, that's what I was saying. It's a construct, right? It's amazing. Let's consider constructs, battlefields, if you will, or stadiums, arenas. Are you not entertained? So you have the Ball Earth Stadium, which you can enter into and do battle. Really doesn't matter if you win or lose. The audience is still going to watch. You have all these different arenas for battle all over the place. But we choose to hold the realm as to what we observe. And if those who are engaged in those stupid battles wish to chat with us, they should come on down, put it on the table. Let's have a chat about your observations, because here at the 24/7 community, we look for your real life observations to help you deconstruct them. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's like, hey, election, we can't talk about it here. The only place you can talk about it is on Fox News and CNN. If we talk about it here, we get a community guideline strike. You can say whatever you want if you're on Fox News.
That's right.
Like,
you don't have to rig an election when people are so gullible that they will.
Now it's my fault. We're probably going to get another one now.
I know, guys. We can't talk about that.
It's so dumb.
I'm going away from any of that conspiracy crap. I'm going away from it because you don't even need that. People will just do things anyway. They'll just follow the herd. So no conspiracy, no nothing.
Yeah, we don't need them. They don't need us for some. We can't talk about it, but they can, and they can talk about all kinds of crazy shit.
Yeah, isn't that crazy?
On their channels, but we can't talk about it on our channel. Weird.
It's like they take a little moment to take you away from the mainstream, whatever you think of it is real, and show you that it's not real. But I'm not allowed to talk about that. So,
yeah. But anyway, I appreciate you guys, keeping aware of it. Yeah.
Like talking about certain things on other people's playing fields based off of their narratives is a logical fallacy in itself.
Well, it's just like sometimes, like I've been doing the YouTube channel stuff, and I'll just get an email and say, "Oh, you got a community guideline strike." They won't even tell me why, which portion of the video that somebody said something, it was out of order. But I'm sure it wasn't any worse than anybody says on CNN or a comedian says on fucking Comedy Central or anything. CNN. It's just like, what the hell? I mean, what's so bad about what somebody said on here?
Yeah,
South Park exactly about Cartman breast implants.
Yeah, South Park. I mean, look at that's all that shit. They can say whatever they want. If
didn't South Park have a teacher with big boobs about fucking 10 years ago?
South Park had an episode with Cartman getting breast implants.
Yeah. But we can't even talk about any of that.
You can't talk about how South Park 10 years ago had a teacher
maybe we can talk about it if we afterwards we say, I'm just saying.
It's just my opinion, man.
It's just my opinion. I'm just saying, know what I mean? I'm just saying.
I'm not saying
What exactly are you saying?
Nothing.
What if you started off every single speculation with, what if we lived in a world where, and then you said it? Would that take us off the hook?
I don't know, man.
We preface the truth with a what if.
Oh, do it like Rick and Morty.
There you go. You preface it instead of afterwards.
Exactly.
Well said. Well said.
This is just speculation here, but if the quote unquote election, whatever, go into that.
It's still an algorithm, so they're just looking for keywords anyway. You know what I mean?
What?
Yeah.
Are you talking about Discord's moderation policies?
No, YouTube.
What? So, like, if they're going to say, for example, suspend your account, they have a bot automated for that. Like, they don't send a guy in to listen to what you say.
No, yeah, everything. They don't have people manually doing this stuff.
But what if it like mixes up with something you didn't actually say?
Then you're screwed, bro.
I think Elon Musk.
No, that's what the what is it?
Elon Musk.
Dispute. This one you can dispute stuff, but sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, you just got to rely on the bot's expertise to do a good job. Yeah.
Exactly.
I think Elon Musk should just buy the internet and fucking be done with it.
Oh yeah, like they'll let you buy the internet, bro.
And do you notice when he came on there now that I've seen this, right? And it's kind of it's I don't know, it's almost nefarious. As soon as he bought Twitter, he's starting to talk about this brain implant.
Yeah, he wants everybody to put a Dorito in their head.
Yeah.
No, it's not a Dorito, bro. It's like a little disc so he can control your brain, bro. Like
yeah,
monkeys.
It's nothing. It's just a little.
So we can call them disc brains.
Or the thing where he says, "We'll save your consciousness in the cloud."
Yeah, that's very fucking suspect to me, man. I mean, this guy. Next thing you know, he's going to be asking us to fucking pay heathens to a image that has no. You can't even.
They're acting like they know what consciousness is and like they can control it. If that's the case, they would be God.
Yeah, exactly.
Thinks he's already the president of Mars.
You know how back in the day they called it D block. Now I call it D brain, short for Dorito brain.
Dorito, put a little Dorito in your brain. You'll be fine, bro. I swear to God.
I mean, they already had D brain prior anyway.
Oh my.
What is D brain?
Oh my.
Well, I mean, think about it, man. Everything they do, they send these giant dick-looking things in outer space.
Oh my.
They, they tried to give some moon rock to freaking, the prime minister of wherever, and it turned out to be just some hard wood.
Oh my.
I'm gonna start calling it the penis fallacy in a minute. Oh my. Because we got the gravity fallacy, we got the refractory fallacy, and now we got the penis fallacy. Oh, yeah, these fallacies, the phallical fallacy.
The thing is, they're hailing him as the new messiah of free speech and everything, but at the same time, he's advocating a brain implant, like just a little piece of your skull, so we can put something in there. That's sending alarm bells off to me, bro.
Yeah, well, I think most people are willing to have things jammed up into their body, so I'm sure no one's gonna care.
Probably.
This is Elon Musk,
the new president of Mars. Yeah, no, he's coming across very much as a new messiah, and everybody's all, "Oh my God, he's so great!" No, he's fucking free Twitter, and he's, and then in the next breath, he's like, "By the way, have you heard about this? What do they call it? What the fuck do they call it? It's this brain implant thing. I can't remember the name now, but
Neuralink.
Neuralink. Thank you. So, thank you. Yeah, that's Neuralink.
They're working on getting the first trials on humans within the next 6 months.
Oh, really? Not even hamsters?
Yeah. Well, they're doing on chimp. They've been doing on chimps for the past year or two, I think.
So how was somebody that has free Twitter?
That's never turned out bad.
Yeah, that wants to put a brain implant in your fucking head. Going to be the messiah of anything.
There's a lady using a robot arm to feed her, lift a cup to her mouth and stuff using a Neuralink chip. So they're already doing human testing.
It makes blind people see.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of Jesus.
Just turning humans into bots. Turning humans into bots is basically what he's doing.
I don't think he's doing anything. I think he's just a face.
He ain't doing shit. He's an Edison. He doesn't know how to do anything except collect inventions.
Imagine, gentlemen, that they start putting forth the idea that he's restoring people's sight, and they start to paint this ridiculous picture that he's performing miracles like Lazarus in the Bible when he was restored his sight. This is very, very unfortunate where we're heading to, but it was all told upon, so let it begin. It is what it is. I got my popcorn ready to go.
Yeah, I think that's a good way that's a good attitude, is just get your popcorn ready. But I mean, we've been seeing this thing with Elon for years. I've noticed this in the comment section. You just, old Rogan videos, he'd go on Rogan and people be in the comments like, do you notice how strange he talks and so weird he is? That is just a sign of how brilliant and amazing he is. It's just like, dude, no.
Or psychopathic. One of the two.
Or he's just a weirdo. Like, he's like partly a bad actor and a weirdo. So I mean,
there's so many different things it could be.
Yeah.
I'll go with weirdo.
I went to school with a guy who ended up working for SpaceX and Tesla. Said he met Elon. Said he was just as weird as he, seems in all the interviews and everything. So I have some secondhand testimony that, it's not. At least it's not just a. He's not putting it on.
I went to school once. They had an affiliation with that actually once touched Elon Musk. God that he is.
Yeah.
Somebody touched him. Yeah, I don't trust him.
That's what happens when you idolize humans, bro. It's fucking disgusting.
Yeah, you're right, bro.
Like all the concerts you see, bro, they're fucking screaming the names, like chanting, crying in the crowd.
I remember, right? Listen,
yeah, that was always weird to me.
Yeah, it's weird to me too. Like I remember going to a concert of Sting, Peter Gabriel, Bruce Springsteen in the 80s, right? And these girls were going fucking crazy, and I was like, "What the hell, bro? They're just people." Well, there was a lot of big superstars there, but I didn't understand how their brain went from like I'm a normal person to, oh my God, I'm fucking totally out of here. Bruce Springsteen, Tracy Chapman, Sting, they lost their shit. I'm like, this is just a normal person. It's just somebody who made a song. It's not something to get so fucking mad about that
you're just jealous, P-Mac. You wish that was you up there.
Oh, you know what? You're probably right. Don't worship people.
P-Mac was hoping that those chicks were going to be screaming at him.
Dude,
he's like,
you said what I was thinking.
He's like, he's in the crowd lifting up his shirt, and he's like, yeah, baby, look at that six-pack. Mm-hmm. Work it.
Yeah, man. Probably.
The abominations, as it is in the Bible, bro.
See, now this is the thing. Now we go back to the Bible. Isn't this world going in some kind of direction that is contrary to the Bible, or do people see similarities?
Well, okay, hold on. One thing I want to say on Satoshi's point, because he said the magic word, the abomination, and without being too vindictive or anything like that, but I am going to point it out. O-B-A-M-A starts out the same or very similarly to abomination, if you know what I mean.
What? So do you think Obama's presidency was the start of this? Like all this LGBTQ trans movement?
Okay, hold on, Satoshi. Like you're one dude in this community that you like. Be very careful how you speak. Notice I spelt his name versus coming out directly and saying it, and all the other stuff that great guy did. I don't know, but it's not, at the end of the day, it's not a hill that I'm willing to stand up on and say
Okay.
that you know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
what I am going to say is he has a political background. He does, have some interesting things in his past, and he does come from the Middle East. And interestingly, the Middle East does have all four colors of the four horsemen: white,
Wait.
black,
Who
red, and
comes
the
from the Middle
green.
East?
Hold on, PMAC. So the idea of
Sorry.
four horsemen and that origination and stuff coming out of the Middle East has been in place for a long time. So would it surprise me if he was the one that was going to show up in the grounds in the UAE at the House of Abraham and declare the peace treaty and then break the deal 3.5 years later? No, it wouldn't surprise me. But we'll see what happens.
Sorry, who was that?
The
Wow.
former president of the United States of America, starting with
Obama.
There you go.
Okay.
It's just interesting again, right? Obama, right? And abomination, right, starts off with ABO. I believe that's how you spell abomination. So it's just interesting. That's all. We'll see.
Dude, I just I'm always thinking, like, my mind thinks in the soundboard. So what's so funny is I have a clip on here of Trump saying, and I don't think his name is a flag. I think you should be fine saying it. But even Trump, he called him Obama.
Obama.
Me
So
and
it kind of
Michelle.
fits. It kind of fits with what you were saying, Kiwi. Abomination. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was funny. Obama.
Creation. We love your fucking soundboard, bro. Keep going. Keep going, bro.
Will do. Appreciate the feedback. I just added a couple more today. I'm always a
He's
boss.
always on that sound grind. We appreciate CB.
He's all right.
He's got the moves.
He got the moves.
But yeah, that entire story, I mean, the Pope is obviously, the Pope in power is the one that's really pushing for the one world religion. So who knows, man? Who knows?
How do you know it's him pushing for this?
Because he's the one signing the deals. He's the one that commissioned the house building in the UAE of the House of Abraham. And the House of Abraham has the mosque, the synagogue, and the church, which is exactly what they talked about in the end times and Revelation when it comes to, and sorry to get into scripture, but just for a minute I will, end of times, where they forecasted this one world religion would step into place.
Yeah, it's on its way.
2030 lines up with a year of jubilees too. Like, this is all very much planned.
See, and again, I had my eyes set on 2029, and this morning I found more information showing 2031 as a potentiality. So yeah, I mean, it's
so you were up by a couple of years, man. Fuck,
dude. I don't know. Well, here's the thing, PMAC. At the end of the day, whether it's a couple of years or whatever, I'm just, bottom line is, this is amazing times to be in and be alive in, right? And that's the biggest thing, is like to be in this community with you guys, knowing what we found, the truth, and all this stuff, and we're able to literally sit around on a Sunday morning and theory craft this video game. I think is pretty awesome. So as we said earlier, right? Popcorn. I got my phone. I got the community and my cup of coffee. Like,
yeah.
Let me hit play. Sit back on my couch and watch. Sorry, go ahead.
No, sorry, you're right. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's like, what kind of times are these? But people are wondering what fucking world they're born into. But it turns out that it's crazy. It's people are like, I put a tweet out tonight about hang on, I'll get it for you. What the hell? What happened? What's happening? Right? Hang on. Just ignore me. I'm fucking. Every day I wake up and ask myself the existential question: how the fuck? No, wait. What the fuck? No, wait. What the fuck is going on here? And can we please go back to the 90s? Back to the 90s where everything was normal? And somebody says, I'll take the 80s if we got it. 2020 and what's going on here today, and Joe Biden being elected president, it's not fucking normal.
You know, we're living in a society.
Dude, some people think he should be in there. Like, that guy's an empty vessel.
Yeah, exactly. Which makes you think, like, how did people vote for him? That's like, wow, bro. Really?
I joke with my friends. I seriously tell my friends this guy's going to die in the Oval Office. Have a heart attack in there.
I don't even think it's the real person. I don't even think that's really him. Like that's where I've come to realize that they might even have like multiple versions of the guy, or some dude just suiting up in a friggin', like a skin mask. For all we know.
Also, people have this battle over Trump racist, Biden not. This guy Biden has a video of him blasting the N-bomb in the House of Commons.
People still think it's about race. That's the funny part.
Right.
If you don't have money, if you don't have that status that they're on, if you're not on that level, you're shit to them, period. It doesn't matter what you look like, who you are, where you're from. They do not care about you.
Right.
Well, that is the racism they stand for. It's a class-based racism.
Yeah, it's kind of like a caste system type royalty thing going on.
I don't even think they're safe, whoever they are. You know what I'm saying? Like,
of course they're not, bro, because they're demons, and we have God.
Well, there's that, and they probably don't even have a say in what the hell they're doing either.
Some believe that they're genetically related to the Nephilim of old, and that they literally are the children of demons.
Sheesh.
And yeah, that's the interesting thing too. Is I'm looking for an identifier that shows a name of Cain in the lineage of Seth. So Seth was the third son. Because
why did it be Cain though? If it's the daughters of man that interbred, then it would be Cain's daughters, not Cain, right? Like a lot of people want to act like Eve was the one who interbred with, but that might not have been the case. It would have been more like Cain's daughters and sons would have worshipped the death type thing. It would have created a death cult, man. Did you know that the word awful in the ancient Semitic and whatever is directly connected to the same word for Abel? Like the name Abel and awful are one glyph off. As though when Abel died, it was the most awful thing to ever happen, and it literally influenced the word awful existing for all humans.
Oh.
That was just a weird thing I discovered with some etymology when I was going deep on some stuff one time.
Is the word awe positive or no?
I'd have to show you the symbol. There's kind of like a death glyph that symbolizes things being crossed out or turns it into something negative.
Because you know how people be like, man, I was in awe, but that's interesting though. I never heard of it.
Yeah, it started off like Abel was basically, they were kind of in awe at how awesome having a baby and like seeing a little human grow up was or whatever. And then the awful part happened when he died. Like it was literally the most awful thing to ever happen to them.
Interesting. Words are like, even think just hearing those words like awesome versus awful, you would think that like awful would be a more positive thing, but I don't know. It's just
like you'd be full of awe, but instead it's like something else.
Yeah, interesting.
Another thing that's interesting about it is I started breaking down the story of Genesis, and it does not say "Let there be light." It says "Haya Ora," which effectively says the Yah light or the God light. And the sonoluminescence from that is then turned into everything that exists. The phonetic spelling of stuff really matters, but things change a lot over time, and people lose little tiny details that are actually really interesting.
That's an interesting concept. I just finished presenting my first episode on showing the original light, what I believe the original light to be, which is the black hole sun located underneath the crust at the North Pole. But of course, that's just my crazy speculation.
It sounds about the same as the speculation of the magnetic mountain of God.
Wow.
There's some people who believe there's some kind of mountain of God at the center of the map.
Well, the mountain of God is they believe to be the attraction point, right? But I believe it's imaginary because you can't have a mountain where a hole needs to be. That hole needs to be there for the transition point of the black hole's sun to interact with Polaris, the North Star, in order to create the sun and the moon. But that original light, that's as one of the community members mentioned, the engine that this whole thing was. I guess I don't want to say designed around, but helped to start.
That's kind of the funny thing about this conversation to me. There's so many people who they come in asking questions as though we have this secret flat earth convention where we all come into agreement. Yep, this is our doctrine. This is what we all believe. And there's so many theories where we're just all trying to figure it out together.
Yeah, literally. I like calling it a video game, right? Because we're just theory crafting, figuring out what combination makes the most sense and works the best, literally. Because again, you have that character, maybe it's a role player character, whatever you're developing. And as you interact with the game, you figure out the best weapon to use, best combination. Maybe it's a defense with a strong, one offensive weapon. I don't know, but a combination of such. But as you interact with the game, you start to figure out what actually works, what makes sense, what works in theory of design, what doesn't work in theory of design, what's practical, so on and so forth.
That right there is exactly what pisses me off when these people go watch YouTubers mocking flat earthers, and then they'll come in here thinking that all flat earthers just watch YouTube videos, and then come in here acting like assholes talking shit from a YouTube video.
Yeah.
Or like, dude, you see these scholarly articles and the stuff that NASA released, and they're blah, blah, blah. Like, hey, man, can you go and Google this particular piece of information? No, they want to keep mocking. And it's like, can we have a real conversation, though? Just actually look at the information and just talk about it.
Yeah. The latest one is it's a picture of a black hole eating itself or something. I'm not quite sure what it is, but apparently they caught that.
I think I know the one you're talking about, that weird close-up thing where it's spiraling like Sauron's eye.
Yep. It's weird.
That's called science.
That's, and that's got nothing to do with science. That's just me presenting the picture to you and saying this is a black hole eating itself. And you going, yeah, okay, fine.
I can type in a sentence into an artificial intelligence algorithm that'll generate an image that's equal or greater quality to that and have people believe that NASA released it and it's real.
Yep. That's how gullible people are. And it's like, that's almost another answer to why would they lie, is because you would believe it.
I've done it. I've just portrayed such information just to see how people would react, just to see, like, for the fun of it. So why would they lie? It doesn't even have to be money. They could literally just be doing it for the fun of it because people troll people.
Yeah, it's not about.
Would they spend that much money? Elon did $44 billion for a fucking troll.
Wait, that's actually so funny and such a great point. Is like people come here for free to troll and lie and have fun. So why would you lie? Well, I was just having a little fun. Why couldn't they be doing that too? Absolutely.
Doesn't even have to be about money, power, God, anything. Just because somebody wanted to laugh.
Yeah, that's such a good point, and that actually lines up with a lot of these articles that you referred to. If you look at half these articles that they put up about space or the Earth or whatever, they are ridiculous as can be.
Hey guys, we just sent a probe to Uranus and it smells like gas.
Yep. How moon rock is really wood. There's freaking glass marbles on the moon. There's a mystery rocket about to crash into the moon. It just gets more and more ridiculous.
It's still there. That's somehow not destroyed by the radiation instantly when they put it out there on the moon.
Yeah.
I have screenshot on screenshot of just ridiculous articles and things that they've said about outer space. That's what's really funny is they will watch those videos about look at this flat Earth
When they
pizza.
were asked about stars, and then they were like, I don't remember seeing stars. And this is literally on one of the interviews that they were given right after they supposedly came back from the moon.
Yeah, I don't remember seeing any.
Yeah.
Michael Collins says he doesn't remember seeing any, but they will tell you that they see it in ISS.
Yeah.
all
because
the
you can
time.
see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
It's not a black void. I mean, it's black, but there's all kinds of polka dots.
There's all
What the fuck?
Polka dots.
What the fuck, bro? Really?
Jesus.
Yeah,
Sounds like an art project.
That's a bit fucking suspect.
You can't end. There's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds.
You see
Magellanic.
Magellanic. See, I just heard the Magellan
there's a large
clouds.
one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And
Wait.
you can see the zodiacal light.
Whoa.
How is he talking to us? Like we're fucking kindergarten, the zodiacal lights.
Well, he has to, bro.
Why?
Hey, I'm in kindergarten. Explain that to me perfectly. I mean, that's just dumb. And there's all the astronauts saying that you can't see shit. Like the guy that plays the guitar, whatever his whatever his fucking name is. Yeah, it's black, bro. It's black as black.
He says it smells like burnt steak.
One thing that really pisses me the flying F off is when people come in here and they don't have the intelligence of a sixth grader. Like you try and talk to them about freaking sixth grade level science, and there'll be high schoolers acting like idiots. And I'm like, how the F did you get to where you are?
Yeah. Yeah, they're just getting dumber.
Glided through, no child left behind.
Dumber. Dum.
These days, it's like it's a badge of honor to be an idiot.
Oh, dude, that's so I've noticed that, especially with the younger generation. They see it's like they think it's smart to be dumb, like play dumb.
It's our generation's fault, man. I blame the jackass generation. Our bad. We did not think that it would go this far.
You said our bad. Wait, which generation? Who?
I'm Generation Y. We're the ones everybody forgot about, but we screwed everything up by literally making it worse. We thought it would be funny.
Well, I'm not in that generation.
Big shout out, and I say this obviously jokingly, but those practical thinkers who think they're smart because they can do the 99.9% bullshit, subjective reality bullshit.
Yeah, subjective. Yeah.
Is it really gas or is it just water, not condensed? No, wait, that wouldn't be right. Is it really water or is it gas that just hasn't condensed yet or some shit? I don't know. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up. Bye.
Yeah, good.
Wait, what the hell, man? You always do that.
What the hell did you say?
It's so funny.
You mean the people who are always constantly like, technically?
Dude.
Yeah, man, just those guys that try to like make it all complicated by muddying the waters at the end of the day. Like, let's just say, as an example, I see a plate resting on the countertop. It's chilling. It's minding its own business. There ain't no forces acting upon it. Why you gotta complicate things and try to tell me that it's resisting upward force, momentum, and all this shit? Nah, dog, that plate's chilling until I pick it up and I put something in it. Word.
I think we're somewhere else. I mean, I believe in God and everything, and I do hope that someday, somewhere, some God being will come and fucking help us out. But I don't think this place, wherever we are, is not a God thing. It's not a benevolent creation, to put it bluntly. And it goes against everything in my brain because I need to find out what it is. I don't know why, but I need to figure it out or somehow. But listen. And see, if you're a god tired or a not god tired or whatever, that's fine. But I don't think that you
Why
are.
are you calling it a god tired?
Well, let me call it something else. I think it's admirable that people believe that this is some kind of a creation, but which it obviously is, and people believe in that and like to take uh, something out of that. But I don't think we are where you think. So you have to, in order to escape the bullshit. You have to understand that it was first made by bullshit. I mean, I know how fucking strange that sounds, but I don't think we are where people say we are. I don't think there's obviously a creator, but I don't think he's a benevolent creator. You know what I mean? I'm trying to figure out why somebody would make something so fucking retarded in the first place. And I'll show you.
That you're going to take?
Well,
you're seriously really going to take that hill, PMAC? You don't think that this is a genius creation?
Say that again?
You don't think that this is a genius creation?
Well, I think it's fucking genius. It's fucking far more fucking genius than I will ever be. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Because like for you to say it's like crazy or bullshit or whatever, it takes me back a bit.
You say that reality's and creation's kind of retarded, but could you make anything better yourself?
Well, I tell you what. Whoa. I wouldn't do it in the first place. Why would I create something so fucking?
Well, that's a hot take.
I mean,
couldn't get to my soundboard fast enough. That was slick.
I kind of agree with that.
Killed him with that.
Bad idea.
I know it goes against everything that you believe in, but is that real? I mean, could somebody do something like this? Why would you do that?
For science.
Yeah, science, bro.
Oh, word. Okay.
Yes, science.
I don't think this place is what we think it is, and we know it's not, right? So there must be something else to it.
PMAX over here like,
What are you doing in my swamp?
Get the fuck out of my brain.
Get out of my car now!
I'll shut up now. But I love God. I think God is real. But I think it's just somebody that's asking us from the sidelines to fucking see what's happening so we can get the fuck out of here, man.
What, do you think her soul's been captured or something?
Yes, exactly.
Captured by who?
Or by what? Do you not think that's possible?
Yes, I do.
Well, there you go.
I've fallen, and I can't get up.
I'm lost. I mean, if you look at it in reality, the whole thing is just a fucking. It's like a nonsense. It's like like it doesn't really exist. So, like Hitler and Stalin and all kinds of shit, right? So we're sitting here trying to figure out how the fuck did life start? Where did life come from? What is it? Is there dinosaurs? Is it not dinosaurs? But yeah, you know, it doesn't make sense to me, bro. It makes more sense that it's a pile of shit. Basically,
That's actually like pretty close to the truth, but then you have to go full circle back.
okay.
It's the biggest piece of dog shit.
They tell the truth, but they have to give you exactly what's there too, because otherwise people notice. So they're going to flip out if you take everything away. The universe hates a void. So they'll change things a little bit at a time and then give you this watered down bullshit story most people believe. But if you dig a little bit deep, just grab the shovel, you'll see the real shit underneath it. You know, like the actual treasure underneath the bullshit.
We smell shit.
It is shit, Austin.
It's kind of like digging around in that giant pile on Jurassic Park, though. You got to get your arms in there.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? We're all sitting here thinking that this is life and this is what life's all about and this is really great. But in actual fact, it doesn't mean a shit. It doesn't mean a thing. This is us captured in some kind of, I don't know what you would call it, but it's a nothing burger. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I mean, technically, everything we talk about is because we're kind of describing a shared experience that we have based off of the hallucinations of gelatin within a calcium container.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said.
P-Max.
I expect nothing, and I'm still let down.
Brain in a jar.
Yeah, we're a brain in a jar. That's basically what it is. Brain in a jar. So now, how is anything that it says is real? I mean, work it up, bro. I'm sorry to be a Debbie Downer, but this shit ain't making sense to me.
The story doesn't have to make sense as long as it's entertaining to the audience.
True story.
And just remember, beauty is in the eye of the beholder.
That's the interesting thing, though. Every single sunrise, sunset, rainbow, anything that happens that's weird and amazing, you're the only one that'll ever see it that way. Everybody's eyes are unique, so our perception of reality is like individualized for you, like each individual. So when you see the sunrise, nobody else can see that. Only you can see that particular version of it. Okay, can we get away from that?
Oh my god.
If you're gonna drop some gravy on us, I mean, I gotta hit the gravy music.
There we go.
I would never imply and try to make somebody else adhere to my way of thinking, but my way of thinking seems to be the truth. Sometimes I could be wrong.
I don't want anybody to be right or anything.
Yeah, you know, I wouldn't dare to express that thought. But your life, my life, is very, very insignificant. Nobody gives a shit what happened with your life or my life. Nobody cares. Nobody knows.
That's true. And there's such a false, hyperinflated sense of importance these days. And it's like nobody's going to remember any of us in 1,000 years, though. Like most of us will just be dust particles floating off in whatever.
But guys, I have literally like 1,000 followers on Instagram.
I'm not talking about spiritual, though. I'm not talking about spiritually. I'm talking about physically, though. The physical plane here.
But I only have like 1,000 followers on Twitter.
What?
Nobody will remember them either.
But what about all of my followers on Instagram?
they're going to become proprietary information and owned because they'll be uploaded consciousnesses that are sold as NPCs for video games in the future.
Wait, but getting likes on my pictures are just so important to me. So are you telling me it doesn't mean anything?
What a devil's advocate. You are brilliant at that, man.
Everybody's fighting over internet porn.
It's become a world of narcissists. It's narcissism at its best. Look at me. Look at me. I will strange things I do, strange things I may. I'm a narcissist.
A lot of these algorithmic things are just bots liking people's crap. So it's not even real people liking these people. So they have a super hyperinflated bullshit ego.
Right. That's a good point too. Yeah, man, I could never get along with that idea of people taking pictures and doing everything. It's so weird to me that people will set up a camera and then do the thing that they need to do or whatever. You know, they'll like wake up, put a camera, and then lay back down, and then like get back up. It's like that's so strange. You know,
they want to be a reality show. They were raised on reality shows.
Imagine being like a monkey hanging on a tree in a jungle, and like you see a human being like doing things like that. Like you wake up and then you like set up a camera, then go lay back down to have other people think that you just. Well, it's just such a weird. To me, it's so strange that people do this.
What about the ones where you see makeup on and they're in bed? Like I got up, did my makeup, and went back to bed. Bruh.
Dude. Or the ones where they'll go for a run, but they'll put the camera down by a tree or something, then go run by the tree, then go run back, get the camera up, stop, then just do it again somewhere. So like they're running back and forth. It's
so I think
it's such ridiculous fake shit.
Yo, Ashley, right there, the monkey mind pong. That's most people. They jump on their social media the minute they wake up and start playing that little monkey mind pong, trying to get the peanut butter out of the tube.
Yeah. Jeez, man. It's just, to me, that never resonated with me. So I was never down with, like, I gotta have hella pictures on my Instagram, all this stuff. It never really was not my thing.
This is what I'm saying. Forget about the shape of the earth, right? It's obviously not a fucking ball. But, you know, and all that there. So just do what you feel is natural, and do what you think. You won't be doing
gather steps and talk, and that's kind of what we're doing here. We're just gathering up. You know, we're sharing notes. You know, we'll go on our damn day afterwards. But maybe I'll see you all here tomorrow. But I think that's what people naturally like to gather up with their people and, you know, share notes and talk on the steps. So that's what we're doing.
It's not that big a deal. It really isn't. Like, if you think, like, oh my God, I've done this, or I haven't done anything, or it's not that big a deal, bro. Just chill. All right? It's just life. It's just like you are a 1 in a million chance of something happening, and then you weren't. Good luck. You know what I mean? You understand?
I think that people give themselves anxiety too by overthinking everything. Like they're so worried, and it's like anything that happens is canon to the story. Just go with it.
Exactly.
I wish I was told that like many years ago, because boy, it's easy to make the little things seem more important than they really are. You overhype over anxiety thing.
That's what I'm saying.
When you overthink something, you're spending working on something that should have taken you 5 minutes.
Yeah, right. It takes you 5 hours, 5 days. Yeah.
Your life is not something somebody's going to sit and ponder over for 1 million years. Your life is just your life, and that's it. It's just that.
Another thing that people are so worried about what's legal that they don't care about what's right and wrong.
Yeah. Right. That's a good one, man. You see that with people often like, oh, well, that's against the law. Well, is there anything I'm doing something wrong, or vice versa? It's like,
I'm a spirit of the law kind of guy. I do what I want.
You know, yeah.
But you get the
But it's
general.
legal. Well, but that's not right, dude. Like, so it kind of
As
works
long
both
as
ways.
you're not robbing people, killing people, doing anything effed up, nobody bothers you because there's no law against doing good.
That's true.
Unless you try and feed the homeless in California.
Well, that's just felony. I mean, I don't even, it's worse than, it's worse than robbing a bank. Are you serious?
Those people are so horrible. They're so wicked trying to feed people. How dare they?
I mean, that's like stealing money from the bank. I mean, that's just, why would you?
If people start feeding people, what's the government going to do?
Yeah.
So they put a VAT in your tax. They tax you for the wage you earn, and then they tax you on top of that with VAT. And also you have to
tax
for the privilege. Yeah.
Tax you on your taxes and then tax you on what your children inherit after you've been taxed on the shit that you've already been taxed on.
Yeah. And don't you dare put any of that tax away because we'll fucking tax that too. I mean, it's just tax. It's just a fucking tax. It's just when are people going to wake up and realize that governments are not on your side?
Of dollars, but if it were the other way around, she'd probably be in a lot of trouble. I sure wish we could press charges against them the way they do against us.
It's fucking crazy, bro.
I believe tax theft. We had roads before taxes. Like people did stuff before taxes. There were already fire departments. Like all of these services already existed. We don't need them. And plus, since they can print all this damn money, they printed 3/4 of it in the past couple of years. Yeah, I call bullshit on all of it.
There's always that terrible excuses in there. Oh, well, we need someone to build the roads. It's like, shut up, dude. Are you kidding me? Like, people just say stuff. They don't even think about what they're saying.
Exactly. It's like they imagine the roads will just turn into grass tomorrow if all of a sudden we get rid of taxes. If I recall correctly, Domino's paved some potholes a couple of years back, and they did a damn good job at it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure if a pizza company can take care of potholes, other people would if they were allowed to. I've seen like regular citizens doing that stuff on their own dime and doing it professionally, like to up to standard, up to grade.
I know, that's exactly what I was thinking in my mind. I was like, well, more people would probably be inclined to like fix their own neighborhood and, like they take ownership and pride of the, the place that they live in. Instead of like, oh, well, some worker will
replacement signs for the road, like the highway. The signs had faded and they were messed up, and he did it to the actual standard of what it should be. Like he did the research, got the actual materials, got the right reflective stuff, and there was people talking crap about that as though he shouldn't have. I'm like, he literally did it right voluntarily.
That stuff pisses me off. That pisses me off, dude. I had a former boss that was like just like that. It's like, oh, so you would rather me just leave it like it's better off if we just leave it all faded? Like, no, it's not better if we leave it like that, dude. It just pisses me off that people are like that. Oh, you should have just left it faded. Hell no. What are you talking about?
Hell, I have industrial equipment to cut vinyl and fix certain things. Like I could fix some of the road signs out here. And I thought about doing it, but I'm like, I don't want to get in trouble for fixing things.
Isn't that crazy, dude? It's so crazy. And like, if someone just like drives into it, smashes it, oh, that's no problem. But like, if you go fix it, like, oh, you better watch out, dude. Someone's gonna, report you.
I will hop out of a car though and cut a branch off if it's like in front of a sign. I don't care.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there. Good.
What's somebody gonna do? Press charges? Like I would just kind of follow a countersuit that their thing was inhibiting the view of the sign and it was a hazard.
Right. Well, I liked it better when it was blocking the sign.
I'm just I'm a lot weaker now than I used to be. I'm disabled, but I do remember doing that when I was younger, and it was pretty funny every time I did it.
Why are you disabled? Hello?
I get bored easily.
Yeah, I don't think life is what it was supposed to be. I think people have hijacked it. I think they've fucking done all things to it, but I don't think this is what life is supposed to be.
Biblically speaking, the meaning of life is to be fruitful, multiply, and name everything. Like, there's literally nothing else to do. You just go discover stuff and
Name
have an
everything.
adventure. Make some descendants to go and carry on your shit, and keep discovering stuff and naming things.
That's a cool way to look at it.
Pretty much just enjoy. Like, I imagine like the original humans just kind of like stomping around, enjoying the world, and then we effed everything up.
Yeah, can you imagine like being here for the first time? Like everything's kind of, calm and just, there's no cars or whatever. Like that would be really cool, man. Wow, look at that fruit.
Then somebody gets the idea of owning something because there's only one of it.
Oh wow, yeah.
You want to know what the what historical tradition actually claims that thing is?
Yes, we do.
Adam and Eve's garb, which also happens to be what the Golden Fleece is supposedly talking about. Like the Jason and the Argonaut story is connected all the way to the Adam story, which is what's funny. Like most people don't know this, that Esau the Bible talks about Esau killing Nimrod and stealing his clothes. He would have been wearing that under his armor, basically effectively meaning that Esau killed Nimrod and stole his underwear.
The bastard.
The king's underwear, the king of the world. The reason being is apparently that like it seems like the clothes were a status symbol. Like whoever has the clothes has the authority and power to that title. And so that's why it was so important at the time. Kind of makes me wonder if the Vatican has that in their vaults below.
The undies.
So it was proven that a lot of kitty fiddlers in the Vatican, and so it's now proven that there's a lot of kitty fiddlers in the Vatican. So
there's what in the Vatican?
Kitty fiddlers.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can't.
They'll deny that though.
Oh, God bless us.
Amiibos.
Kitty fiddlers.
Yeah, we get it, P-Mac. We get it.
No, I know, but my ponies.
Hot dog dealers, pizza party patrons.
Exactly.
Pizza party.
Gotta speak in a little code.
Freddy Fazbear's friend.
So you're saying that there's the most people in this world, these big motherfuckers, are kitty fiddlers.
Most people in this world want to protect children, deep down, I think, but then they ignorantly, willfully obey people who actually hate children.
Or use them as I believe.
What's kind of disturbing to me is everybody wants to mock that whole adrenochrome stuff, which may or may not be true. Who cares? Cinemex is real, and they actually do take genetic material that's derived from human DNA and put it as a flavoring for food. And the fact that that's actually a real thing and nobody bats an eye, nobody gives a shit. It's like, what the hell is wrong with the world we're in? It was so disconnected from stuff.
Can you send me a link to that? Can you send me
What
a
was
link
that?
to
I
that?
didn't hear what you said.
Adrenochrome?
You just want to go back to bland old food, dude?
That stuff used to be sold on Alibaba.
I'm talking about Cinemix.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. The flavoring stuff. Can you send me a link to that?
Yeah, hook them up, dude. It makes your food taste awesome. Get you some. It's we're not trying to go back to this boring, bland food days. Are you kidding?
What's wrong with you?
I put that shit on everything.
Just eat salads.
Just eat salad. Well, yeah, sprinkle it on your salad.
No. I don't need it.
Dude, it'll make it taste so much better, I promise.
Just show me the link. I want the proof.
Yeah, just send them some.
Proof of what?
In there, man. It's for the
that they use
Cinemix.
What proof?
That they use like
Right, so the vaccine will not help you spread the vaccine.
Whoa, PMAC.
Sorry.
Easy there, Tiger.
Right there.
It's in the chat.
The HEK293 cells to enhance taste receptors. They took kidney cells out of cloned dead babies.
Wow.
Delicious.
How's that looking for you?
They put
Dude,
that
no one
shit on
wants
everything.
grandma cells, dude.
It's primarily in a lot of stuff that has a bunch of sweet type, sugary type things.
Yeah, that stuff is the best for you.
But whoa, what?
That's why it's
People
at
are
the top of the food pyramid.
dying. Like a 28-year-old fucking perfectly fucking normal human being is dying. Just dropped dead because of what? Because of what? What are you talking about?
But why do you think it's at the top of the food pyramid? It's the best for you.
So good and tasty.
Oh, bless you.
A lot of people drink all these diet sodas are burning holes in their head because aspartame basically burns holes in your fucking brain. It's pretty much poop derived from it. Well, it's an excretion, but I call it bacteria poop. And it's derived from these microscopic organisms that have been genetically modified to make things that taste sweet.
It's because it's bacterial poop.
My granddad drinks the shit, and I'm like, why the dude? But he doesn't listen. I'm like, okay, man. I guess you're just kind of setting.
Yeah, but I just need me to pick me up, boy. I just need me some pick me up.
Sauerkraut and kimchi is also bacterial poop.
There's a lot of things that are just byproducts of stuff you would never. The citric acid that they put in sodas is actually derived from this kind of mold that they make and they brew, and then they filter the acid out of it and they put that in the drinks.
Yeah, but that's what makes it taste good.
Yeah, I mean, it tastes great, but if you saw where it came from, you would never drink that crap. You'd be like, oh, God, what the
Yeah, but it's like sometimes you got to save a few bucks. You got to have multi-purpose things. You can drink it. You can make your bumpers, delete the rust on your bumper.
With it
you
as
can
well.
do so many things with it, dude.
There's a lot of different. It's kind of like sorcery of. Like they derive it down to its actual base elements or whatever in a really weird way.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you got a little rust and you're thirsty. So just it's 2-for-1 special.
How does this relate to flat Earth?
When people believe that there's anything that matters, they'll do whatever, no matter how wicked.
Well, you can't have soda without a container, so.
Well, you can't have sodas without baby cells in them. It won't taste right.
Do they put baby cells in soda?
No, where you from, bro?
No way.
I was going to say, yeah. Why are you so dumb?
Yes. PepsiCo uses Cinemax. Coke probably does too.
Why are you so dumb?
See, why are you acting surprised? Didn't they used to put like Coke in Coke? Shit.
Well,
Yeah, I was gonna say they literally put cocaine in Coke. It's in the name.
oh yeah.
Like people acting surprised. They put what in there? It's like, dude.
Well, back in my day, we had cocaine.
Yeah, back in my day.
If I wanted to pick me up, I didn't even have to drink coffee.
You kids these days with their kids and these Cokes. Back in my day, we had.
You kids with your nose candy. Back in my day, we had to drink it.
You kids with your bull nose piercings.
Oh my god, what's going on there, bro? Bull nose
I don't know. Ask the people that do that.
What's wrong with him, man? Back in my day, we didn't have any fucking bull nose piercings.
It's like a bull in a China shop.
Now everything's regular. Everything is like people. We have teachers that want to talk to kids about sex. Why? What are you talking about?
I'm still thinking that it's hilarious that little girls are identifying as being cats and taking shits in litter boxes now.
What?
Really?
Is that a thing?
I'm not gonna look at it. You can Google it, but yeah, they're doing it now.
Science.
It's weird. Yes, for science. They're trying to make cat girls, I guess.
That's highly offensive if you don't let your daughter do that.
Are they inhibiting progress?
Yes, 100%.
I'm certain the Japanese would agree.
Stop talking to my kids about sex, bro.
Whoever.
I'm sorry. Why do you feel like you are a fucking adult talking to my kids about sex? Don't do it. Don't do it. Just don't fucking do it. It's my job. My job, not yours.
Yeah. Homeschool them. Don't put them in school then, you know?
Yeah.
School is...
School's not a smart people.
Somehow your rights are tread upon because you can't talk to kids about fucking sex. Fuck you, bro. Don't you dare. Why do you feel the need to talk to my kids about sex? my kid is 6 years old. Huh?
I'm here to date your 6-year-old.
But yeah, I think we get the point though. So.
Well, that'll do. Gets me a little bit annoyed though. I just can't understand it. Today my kids thought about me and my pronouns, and they asked me about my pronouns, and they got my pronouns. It was so fucking beautiful. No, don't talk to my kids about fucking sex. They're 6 years old, you fucking retard.
If you can choose your damn pronoun, why can't you choose your adjective?
Let the children be children.
Exactly.
And don't...
This is what happens when you have a generation that's never had their ass whooped. A good ass whooping every once in a while is good for... You know, you got to be humbled. Like, it sucks being humbled, but sometimes, like, it's the best thing for you.
Yeah, but how do you defend that? How do you defend somebody wanting to talk to your kids about their fucking gender when they're 6 years old?
You don't.
Yeah.
Well, there's also
how do you defend that?
the other end of the spectrum, man. This is what happens when you teach children to respect absolutely every adult and like not backtalk the devil. Like we should be
What is
raising
the
enough to be
devil?
like, dude, you are a liar and everything you're saying is bullshit, and I'm not going to believe it, and I'm not going to be freaking polite about it either, asshole.
What is this devil deity?
Yeah, I'm more so saying like backtalk the devil himself.
Well, it's the actual recreation of the creation of the creation. This is what the devil is trying to do. He's trying to fuck up.
Whether they're thinking about the whole actual what? Or
Wait for it. He's trying to fuck up creation. That's what he's doing. The whole creation thing is awesome. So he's trying to undermine that and make everybody believe that everything upside down, topsy-turvy is real. But in actuality, it's not.
a lot of people don't realize that the word Satan, it basically just means adversary or adversary of truth. So pretty much anybody who would support lies, deceptions, anything that is not truth is Satan.
Huh.
It's the adversary.
Y'all gonna call Exo up in here?
It's as simple as that. But everybody wants to turn it into all this other crap. It's not. It's literally the adversary of truth. And Lucifer and Satan are two different things.
Does there exist empirical proof of creationism?
I think so.
Say that again. Sorry.
Does there exist empirical proof of creationism?
I consider life itself to be empirical proof of creation.
Yes, absolutely, 100%. You're here, aren't you?
Non-living matter.
Creation would be the effect of creation, right? Creation itself.
No, creator. You can prove that.
Circular argument. That's a circular argument.
You're right, though. That life, it's onto every part of creation, down to like a molecular or whatever subatomic quantum level.
I mean, I just see the universe as it is. I mean, the flat Earth.
Well, who created that, bro?
I don't know.
But
if there's somebody who created it, then who created the somebody?
Well, somebody has to create somebody.
That's an
infinite regression fallacy.
Yeah.
We're discussing a different topic then, because now you're talking about something that's self-existent, and something that's self-existent doesn't have to be created.
What if the universe is self-existent?
How?
I mean, how is the garden self-existent?
Wait, whoa. Where did it come from?
Stories that say that it's not.
Huh?
Did it just out of nothing?
Oh, sorry. You talk, man.
No. Did it just...
I was just saying there's many ancient origin stories from ancestors from all over the world that say that it's not, like, that it actually is created. It's not just some accident. It's not just some whatever. Like, there is a beginning to it.
There's anecdotal evidence that isn't proof.
Yeah, I know. It's I guess you could say it's anecdotal, but
yeah. So,
just out of curiosity, architecture, what's your stance? Do you think this place was created, or was it always here?
My stance is agnosticism. I don't know. I haven't proof of either, but I have proof against evolution, macroevolution. That's for sure.
Wait.
Admitting that you don't know, man, that's actually like the utmost sign of intelligence. So I respect the hell out of that anyway.
Yeah, but if you just, no pressure, but if you just had to like guess, because I've had people say that it's just always here. We sort of just stumbled upon this place. But there are some people that are more on the created side. So, I mean, what are you? You don't have to, it's not like no one's going to challenge you, but
some people believe it's happened before and it happens over and over. But I don't agree with that line of thinking.
Actually, like, it's 50-50. Either it's self-existent. I don't know. I don't fully understand this cosmological things that well to like have a.
Whoa.
Say you're
So
playing a video game.
So
You
how
got your computer in front of you.
It's confusing.
Computer. You exist outside of your computer. So, in relation to the world inside the computer, you are self-existent. You don't need the computer to be alive and do things.
Yeah,
but the
that's
computer needs
correct.
you.
So you're not so anti flat earther, or
I was never anti-flat earther when I so.
Creationist.
Oh yeah, I'm not anti-creationism. I'm just agnostic, and I'm pointing out that I'm pretty sure there's no proof of it. Like,
well, I just like to point out to you that you can't be agnostic. You can't be an anti-creator if for the pure fact that you're here.
Huh?
No, that's not true, PMAC, because there are some people here that are flat earthers and agnostic and don't think that the earth was created. So he doesn't have to fall into any certain specific camp. But I want to send you, I do have a link I could send you. There's a proofs of the creator. So maybe that might be what you're looking for.
Yeah,
In my
sure.
opinion, agnostic
I've seen
people
some, but
are
it was like more like evidence, not proof.
Gotcha.
In my humble opinion, the agnostic people are kind of like the Schrodinger's cat of religious people. They like believe and don't believe in God at the same time, and they'll find out whenever they do. I guess when the box is open.
That's a way of overcomplicating things, but I guess that's about right.
What can I say except you're welcome?
How the fuck are you here if you don't if something didn't exist before you?
Well, I have a hypothesis that like the Earth has existed forever, but I don't necessarily believe it. But that's a possibility. I mean,
yeah, that's what some of the people here have said. I've heard people say that here as well. That it just was always here, and we just were born atop it.
But I'm not claiming it. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Yeah.
So we're just on top of some fucking creation, really?
Well, PMAC, not everybody.
I got a question.
Like creation.
If it's always been here, right? Like if the universe is infinitely old, then how did we arrive to this moment?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Maybe we also have been here forever, but we have forgotten, or there have been cataclysms and stuff. Maybe, I don't know.
So you think nothing came out of nothing?
No, they're saying it was always here. Or well, not these guys, but whoever says that is saying this place was always here. There was no poofing into existence. It was just always here.
Yeah, that's the argument.
Sonoluminescence produced a formless and void existence that was later fashioned into everything you see.
Yeah. So how was something that wasn't always here?
Yeah, that's the question, PMAC. Shoot, I don't agree with it necessarily, but
I'm not talking to you, creation. I'm talking to fucking RT, fucking Texture, or whatever his name is.
Well, I don't think he says he believes it. He said it's a hypothesis. So,
right, yeah. Oh, so everything's a hypothesis. So
yeah, I have no definite proof of it. You can't like prove that this has always been here. I think.
Sorry, say that again.
I'm pretty sure you can't prove that it has always been here, so it must be a hypothesis.
Well, I suppose that's true. But in order to prove the hypothesis, you must understand that things need to be here in order for them to be, right? So why are we here?
I don't know.
No one can answer that in this panel, BMAC.
Creation. I like you, bro, but you're starting to piss me off, bro.
Okay.
So anyway,
dude,
I'm talking to architecture, not you, Creation Bear. I'm trying to figure out how architecture thinks that something can be created.
He doesn't think this, bro.
Okay, go ahead. What do you think? What are you saying?
I'm saying I'm agnostic.
Okay, so you don't. Well, you're not quite sure how things came to be.
Yes.
No one is.
Yeah.
Well, there's only two choices. I mean, spontaneous generation or special creation.
You got one or the other, bro.
It's a disjunctive syllogism.
Holy shit! What was
that? Why can't you just admit, like, to yourself that as an agnostic, I mean, like, that agnostics just believe that they don't know. It's not really a belief. It's just true. Like, you don't know. I'm not trying to, like, start an argument about that, but that's what agnosticism really is. It's like it's like admitting that you don't know. You can choose to believe as an agnostic, like, or theorize, but at the end of the day, an agnostic just admits to themselves that, hey, I don't really know, so I'm just gonna keep an open mind.
Right, B.
Exactly.
So who made the universe?
We wouldn't necessarily. Like, how would we know that?
What are you laughing?
Like, it doesn't mean that we have an answer to it.
What are you saying?
No one's saying anything. Okay.
Fuck you, creation.
What, bro? I think I don't know, man. I don't know if we're in the same.
Okay, if in the live stream voice text, I don't agree with the first definition. That's not what I am. Necessarily, I think.
What are you?
I mean, you can. I suppose you can prove something, but I would say that agnostic means that you currently don't know.
Do you agree that in order for something to exist, it must first have a creator?
Not
yes.
Not necessarily. No.
All right. Okay. My God. How do you talk to these people?
Bro, he's a flat earther. He's not even. He's on our team. Like, there's people here that don't think there's a creator that are flat earthers. So this is not new. We don't have to grill these people. I mean, some of these are friends. So
I believe that a creator exists. I just don't know who it is or who they are. If it's a group of people, if it's an individual person, I have no way to validate that. So why should I? In my eyes, right? Why should I assume?
No, you have to tell us right here and now, Bray, or it's gonna be. I'm just kidding.
No, I'm the same though. I'm sorry, man. I'm exactly the same. I'm exactly.
Oh, Bray, you need to tell us. PMAC needs an answer right now.
No, I don't. No, I don't know. Fuck you, creation.
Oh, dude, I don't know why you're mad right now.
No, I'm not. I'm not actually. I think you're great.
I'm just maybe a little bit more sober than you. That's probably what it is.
Probably.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. Anyway.
Moving on.
Yeah, I'm more on the side that cakes don't bake themselves. So, but I have met several people that I'm a fan of that say that sometimes you just happen to stumble upon a nice cake. So it is what it is.
Where's the soundboard, Creation Bear?
Yeah.
You want me to start throwing some alley-oops off the backboard for myself?
Yeah, please.
No, dude. It's so much more funny when someone sets it up, but I got you guys. I've been adding clips here and there recently. Got some good ones.
So I guess the question is it a ball or is it not? Pretty much.
We know it's not.
Yeah, it's not. Right. So, proof, please. Thank you.
Should someone sent me this one recently?
It's your turn. I think I'm going to solve it. All right, go ahead. Okay, the Earth looks pretty flat to me. Yeah, that's it.
Congratulations! You've just won a free all-expense paid trip to Space Australia.
Oh, hi, Spice Oz. That's my own planet.
Wait, hold on. You're from Australia?
Spice Australia. Or more specifically, Spice Brisbane. Go Spice Broncos.
So, it's like Australia
in Spice.
I'm actually kind of surprised that that phrase ended up in, what is it, Wheel of Fortune? How the hell did they let that one in there? The Earth looks pretty flat to me. Seriously? You know Glover's pissed right now that was on there.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that it's flat. You know?
Well, yeah, he's saying that there's, you can't see curvature even if you're in an airplane.
Yeah, so the Earth looks pretty flat to me. It makes sense then.
Yeah, no, of course it makes sense because that's what it looks like, but just...
But even Joe Glober, it would make sense.
It's a Joe Glober. I like that. I don't know, man. I think the anti-flat earthers will be pissed to hear that. How dare them let that on the show? Can't believe that.
Preposterous.
I found this clip recently.
I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism. Space!
Space communism.
His face is really funny. I'll drop the clip in the chat. From some show. I don't even know. You have to forgive me because like half of these clips I don't even know where they're from. But I just found them funny. But this from some show. People were they thought this line about space was hilarious, so I grabbed it.
There's been only one argument that I could not overcome for the spinning ball or Earth, or at least for curvature. I work with a guy and we were talking about it, and he said his dick follows the curvature of the Earth. And I was like, damn, dude, you got to go with what you know,
His what?
He said his dick follows the curvature of the Earth.
It's flaccid.
Who is that, True Seeker?
Oh my.
Who said that?
It was just the guy that I work with.
Oh, what a loser. Did he say that at the job?
Yeah.
Oh, what a nice guy.
It's like, that's cool. I mean, I could understand, you got to, a lot of times we all do it, we follow the dick. Like, you follow whatever your dick, whatever your dick says, that's what you do. Unfortunately, for better or worse. Oh my.
Oh, we did that at the same time. That was weird. we were both thinking it. That's funny though. I've actually I I have my notes. I always write my raps in my notes on my phone. I actually have a song that I started. I'm not gonna finish it, but I basically did say the same thing. I was like, my dick got more curved than the earth, or something like that. So, yeah, that's kind of funny. Someone else was thinking it too. Yeah, yeah. Hilarious.
It was kind of.
Yeah, I've thought about doing like a making either a room called like Flat Earth at Night or After Dark, Flat Earth After Dark, or something like that. I don't know, where you, I don't know. Some of these jokes are very funny. They're a little bit more vulgar, so it would be funny to have a room where we could sort of expand on some of that stuff. I know some people like listen here with like families and all that stuff, so it's kind of, we try to keep it family friendly, I guess, but
family friendly? No.
I mean, I don't always account for that, but I've heard some people express that request. But no, it would be fun to like have either an event or.
I was just joking.
I mean, I can tell, but just saying. It would be funny to have like an event or something where we have probably just a room where we could throw some more. You know how they say like rated R. It could be like rated Earth, something. I don't know.
Well said.
So, Glober trying to navigate on his globe.
All right. So South City is to the north, North City is to the west, and East City is also to the north. Where the f*** am I?
Brilliant. That show has so many good gems. One more. All right, yeah. So that last clip was from I keep talking about this Abridged series, but this is another clip from that show I found really funny. I haven't added it to the board, but I still find it funny.
There it is. The home of the brute who dared lay hands on my darling little angel.
Yes, Daddy.
What a pretty little blue pearl it is. What was it called? Earth?
Actually, it's pronounced Earth, Daddy, 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 Daddy.
Really? But there's an A in it. I'm just going to keep calling it Earth.
Oh, dude. I remember the first time I saw that, I couldn't get that out of my head. I'm just going to keep calling it Eon. We could probably come up with other ways to like make fun of the globe. That could be one of them. Are you talking about Eon?
Real contribution going on right now.
Who is that? Kessler?
Yeah.
Man, my voice radar detector, not too bad.
Is that because I have a very peculiar accent, maybe?
I'd say it's not. You're not as specific. I think it's more my radar skills that are on point. But
right.
Yeah. Welcome though. What's up, man? What brings you to the saloon here today?
Oh, I don't know. I just opened Discord.
So, thirsty traveler, eh? Coming in to get a pint.
Yeah, maybe.
Saddle up your horse, mister. Come on in.
Pint of Coca-Cola, please.
Yeah, we got that. What's weird? Did you hear us talking about that earlier? We were just talking about Coca-Cola.
No. What could you possibly be talking about Coca-Cola for?
Do you believe in coincidences?
Coincidences happen, I guess.
I don't know. We actually were talking about Coca-Cola for like a solid 5 to 10 minutes.
Coke or Pepsi?
Water?
Nah, you're at the bar, and they're like, you're ordering a rum and Coke or whatever, and they're like, oh, we don't have Coke, we have Pepsi. Like, what do you prefer, Coke or Pepsi?
I'd be like, then just give me like a 1942 neat, or like on the rocks or something. Like, I'm gonna order a more premium rum.
Yeah, that's outside the boundaries of the thought experiment.
Nah,
You're
dude.
twisting my thought experiment here.
I would
have a
okay,
choice.
here it is. I'll order both, hand them out to the females, and then go back to the bar and order something.
Right, okay. Another one. You are given a choice by God, and he says, or some divine entity, and he's like, you have to drink either Coca-Cola or Pepsi for the rest of your life. What do you choose?
What's the if I don't do it, what's the
if you don't do it, you cease to exist.
Yeah, I'll just you can keep the Pepsi and Coke. I'll just go out of here. That's fine.
Cease to exist, fair enough.
Yeah.
So you don't like either?
Nah, dude, I don't like soda. I think it's gross. I don't we were just kind of talking about that, but
fair enough.
I'll literally order a vodka water over a rum and Coke.
Vodka orange juice is good, or vodka tomato is good.
Hey, but what if they don't have that, man? What if it's only water?
Yeah, then I guess drink the vodka.
Or cease to exist.
Coca-Cola is the drink of the Sherpas. It gives them that power.
I drink distilled water.
Have you guys seen that? Have y'all seen that show on Netflix about that Pepsi challenge? And it's kind of interesting because back in the '90s, Pepsi had an ad that you could win a Harrier jet with Pepsi points, and this guy raised the funds. But anyway, they show these guys in Antarctica
That sounds so crazy.
climbing a mountain in Antarctica. I don't know. Y'all might be interested to check it out.
Probably because, mountaineers do drink Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Wait, how are you just gonna brush past the Harrier with Pepsi points? That got me interested. I'm like, whoa, dude. They said they're gonna give a freaking what?
It's like a PR thing, isn't it? It's usually like almost impossible to actually win it. Type of thing.
Yeah.
It's just like it makes you a crazy advert and people talk about it like they are now. It makes you remember it, and it worked. So
right. Slimy corporation.
Pepsi and Coca-Cola are like rocket fuel, man.
That's actually pretty catchy. You saw?
I was just wondering how they were able to go to Antarctica and climb a mountain.
Who?
These guys on the on that show on Netflix. It shows them going to Antarctica. They're just private guys going to Antarctica and summiting a mountain.
Oh, really? Well, I don't really know much about mountaineering in Antarctica. But, yeah. I don't know what's the highest mountain.
I'm not sure, dude. I don't know where they were. I just thought it was interesting that what's going on here? Like, why are these guys going to Antarctica? And what's it got to do with the Pepsi challenge?
Pepsi challenge. Is it possible they were just in some snowy area with them that wasn't Antarctica?
Yeah, it could have been.
I mean, it's possible. Yeah.
But you could very easily recognize a mountain if you're familiar with, particular mountains. You can recognize the Matterhorn, you can recognize K2, you can recognize Everest. I'm sure somebody would look at the advert and go, that's one of the mountains in the Alps or something.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's just a Coca-Cola commercial. It's not like they did this with the, Mars or anything.
No, it's a show on Netflix. It's like a 4-part miniseries. I can't remember the name of it, but it's something to do with the Pepsi challenge.
What is
Back
even
in the
that?
90s?
What is the challenge? You have to chug a whole freaking gallon? Like, what's the challenge?
They called it Against the Ice.
It was a blind taste test between Coca-Cola and Pepsi.
Oh.
No, this is.
But then they had a sweepstakes. They had like a sweepstakes, and you could win, hats, jackets, whatever. But there was a commercial that aired in the 90s, and the end of the commercial, it says, if you get 7 million Pepsi points, you can get a Harry hat.
Dude, Pepsi points, that's like, that's way too catchy. But they said they're going to give you a jet?
Yeah, like, look in the...
Dude. But so did some guy was like, I won, I got the points.
Yeah, he raised the points, and it was like a big legal battle.
Wow.
Yeah, that was cool.
Would they try to say it was exposed or expired? Oh, sorry, your coupon was expired, sir.
Pretty much. I mean, they
didn't think anyone would actually do it.
Yep.
Dude, it's like, look at the parallel between that and just, I don't know, like something like telemetry data or something from the the claimed moon missions. It's like, oh well, we didn't think they were going to ask us for the telemetry data. Sorry, we don't have it.
Thinking about this for a second, though, can we appreciate the fact that a freaking Harrier fucking fighter, the Pepsi logo, this is the most American thing ever, is if somebody actually owned these.
Could you even fly it? Like, I mean, what would you even do how do you got to borrow your neighbor's truck, tow it home. How do you even get it home?
Infringed.
Yeah. I guess it wouldn't be that bad. You just take it to your local airport.
Well, technically, you could take it off from your front drive, right? It's VTOL, so it's vertical takeoff.
Oh, sick, dude! You're right. GTA style. Just go straight up with it. Yeah.
Slowly coast it all the way back to your house.
Might borrow the local helipad. It's all good.
You like 0.1 mile per gallon.
Yeah,
a lot of modern jet fighters are designed to be able to land on like public roads, civilian roads, and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
it's a contingency that they're built for.
Yeah, man, you should drive it home.
Sorry,
Finland do quite a lot of, when their Air Force do exercises, they do a lot of like landing and taking off on like public highways and stuff, or just public like roads in the forests. Pretty crazy. They actually trim quite a lot of their forest roads and stuff like that. They'll trim the forest back by like 10 or 20 meters for the purpose of just in case they need to land fighter jets.
If we ever saw all in America, we would probably actually see a ton of planes landing on the major roads and highways and stuff.
If you ever saw what, sorry?
Yeah, cut out for me too. If you ever saw what in America?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good. Can sort of hear you.
I was going to say, if we ever actually do enter a state where America goes full martial law, we probably actually will see a lot of military like planes and other shit landing on the highways and roads. Like it'll end up.
Did the
becoming
USA not
common.
do that already?
Roadblocks everywhere.
No, I mean, did they not like have training exercises where they land on highways? Is that not a thing?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they're already ready to do it, and they have things plotted out to use in states of emergency.
I think in a domestic conflict, they would never land because that's like landing. Say if they impose martial law, they're not going to land on public highways because that's like landing in enemy territory, basically.
Yeah, well,
I don't think they'd ever do
the
that.
whole thing. They'll just make a detour and shut down the whole thing while they're using it.
Right.
I think if you want to operate over like hostile territory, you're just going to use strato tankers and shit like that. Just keep a plane in the air for as long as possible.
Speaking of shutting down things, have any of y'all heard of the? I guess you could call it a conspiracy theory or whatever. The Jade Helm stuff and how Walmarts are weaponized and militarized, like they're ready to go.
Jay who?
Jade Helm, and then something related to basically Walmart's being used as kind of a first response backup for America's food issues. Like
So
they
you're
send
telling
military
me-
warehouses.
So you're telling me that old fart at the door is gonna pop me one day, but roll up too quick? You said.
I think there's probably some truth in that. In case anything like major did kick off, they would acquisition sort of civilian infrastructure like warehouses and Walmart. They have a large infrastructure for that. Bit of back though.
It's not even a nefarious conspiracy theory or anything. It's just like allocating resources in case of an emergency.
Wow. So you're saying they would use it for like because it has food, it has clothing, and all the stuff that they would need.
If America went to absolute hell, they could use all of those areas as kind of outpost points to be able to distribute certain things, resources to people, and to be able to regulate stuff. Like they're that big, they have that much storage space and area in the parking lots, and all the. There's something else that's really weird with it. All of those Walmart Expresses, those little buildings that popped out, Walmart paid all that money to build, and then they shut them down. Now the buildings just sit there.
Yeah, it makes you wonder why they were built in the first place.
Yeah, why spend the money to sit there now? And that's something that's really weird. Got the conspiracy music going. Some of these buildings have been repurposed to other stores, but my point is there's still a lot that are empty, and that's the weird part. Is like, why build them to begin with? Is this a failed experiment, or are they kind of reserving them for something? Whoa, the voice chat kind of escalated quickly.
I know. I was like looking at the chat, like I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
What damn, is that a mountain worth dying over, though?
I'm still laughing at the Harrier jet.
Sorry, I'm back.
Welcome back.
The only thing that would have made that better is if Coke responded by having a thing where they offered a Black Hawk helicopter.
You know what? Forget Pepsi. We're gonna one up them. We fixed this deal. We gave him a Black Hawk helicopter. Yeah, that would be hilarious.
RC Cola and Moon Pie team up to offer you a freaking rocket ship.
Everyone's just trying to one up each other. Too funny. I wonder what other companies have done things like that have come close. Is that the most ridiculous thing you've ever seen, or have you seen something more ridiculous?
Oh, one time, this one company offered a prize of a Toyota, and when the woman won, it was a toy Yoda, and she was not happy.
Dang, they played her.
Have you all heard
Switch
about the y'all remember the Monopoly game at McDonald's?
Yeah,
the
little stickers on the cup and stuff.
Yeah, it was rigged. There was a guy who was rigging the whole system. He was he was getting paid cash money for winning tickets. Yeah, it's supposedly like he got busted or whatever. It was going to be national news, but
You know, the craziest thing I heard of was you can look up the story. It was a couple of years ago. Somebody just invoiced Google and loads of big companies for like millions, and they just sent them millions. Like you would just send them a random invoice, and obviously these big companies must like just pay out like insane amounts like on the day. Like the accountants probably just don't check like who's invoicing it. They're just like, oh fucking, they're spending 21 million here.
I remember.
It out.
Yeah, that was serious.
Did that get reversed?
Get AI.
I think they got the guy, yeah. But he was doing it for about 2 years, I think, and getting away with it.
Wow.
He probably got too greedy, that's why they caught him.
So you're saying he spent a lot of money, but did he end up going to jail or something?
Yeah, he's set for life for now, for sure, even if they did get him.
Jeez.
To me, I don't consider that kind of money to even be real because it's the revenue, most of it's generated by AI. So if a human being messes with a system and gets money out of it, oh well, cool. They pushed the vending machine and made a candy bar fall out.
Right. Yeah, morally, probably, whatever. Damn, it's like crimes.
$1 million.
Yeah.
I mean, AI powers a lot of the economy nowadays. You know, like trading and stuff is done on like the lowest latency possible neural networks and stuff like that.
He didn't steal anything. He requested money and it gave it to him. He was like, that's like if I ask you for $1 and you give me $1, I didn't steal your $1, you gave it to me.
Wow. Yeah, sure, but try getting, you toe that line in a court against like big companies like Google. I would lose, go
Did he lose that case?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow. Yeah, probably not going to win against Google on that one.
I know I would lose, but deadpan, I would try that line actually.
Yeah, I mean that was probably his defense, I imagine.
Yeah, like I asked for it, and you gave it.
An invoice. But there's probably some fraud involved in there, some small print about requesting invoices for stuff that you haven't prearranged for, or something like that.
Yeah,
what you said is right though. He got too greedy.
Right.
Yeah, he could have done it once for even $1 million to set you for life. But yeah.
Do you think they took the money back, or you think he actually get to keep some?
But yeah, that's what I mean. He'll definitely been able to keep some. If he was smart, he would have just
spent some, or
spend it up, put it in shell.
Yeah, if he's smart, he used the cheat code to at least help his friends and family out without being caught.
Right.
No, yeah, put it under someone else's name.
Withdraw a boatload of cash. Yeah. Yeah, that's those stories are kind of funny, I guess.
I really can't take money seriously anymore because of how crypto is and the NFTs and all the money they printed. And I'm like, it's literally a figment of people's imaginations. It's like video game money now.
What, bro?
You mean all the wealth they created for themselves?
But, dude, bro,
by taking our money?
I got $30 the other day at a thrift shop for 2 computers that when I got them home, they're worth $2,000. I don't have to believe in money because I get shit so damn cheap randomly all the time. I don't know why. It just happens, and I don't have to spend a lot of money to do it, but whatever.
Yeah, bro, Ether, you could have just took that $30, put it in crypto or NFTs, bro, and just waited. And then you would have had your 2,000, bro.
Yes, let me wait until the economy comes back.
Right.
Dude, I'm hoping the Bitcoin dumps a little more.
I'm not shitting on the crypto. I think that there is something to some of it, but then most of it is shit, though. Like, most of it's just shitcoin.
No, there's something good about the blockchain in terms of you basically taxing everyone else's computing power to solve a large task, but the application of it's pretty bad at the moment. Like NFTs, that's a terrible application. Don't know why people went crazy over that. It's because fucking
the only thing
are great, guys.
Video game shit. Like, okay, I'm gonna get a skin for my character that's special. Big whoop. The digital content.
NFTs are a bubble.
It's a decent idea with NFT, but it's implemented in a cringe way. mostly. You can
exactly.
like have
It's
yeah.
But I spent
when
my
you
entire
combine
life
NFT,
savings on
you can
NFT, guys. Come
generate
on, you can't.
stuff. Like you can type in a sentence and just make 1,000 images over and over by refreshing the thing. What value is there in the stupid NFT then?
Well,
it's all bullshit.
It depends on what it's assigned to. So art NFT is like it's it's worth whatever the art's worth, and they're overinflating the price of it because so many people are interested in it. So that was clearly a bubble. But the application of NFT technology itself, on like you could do it for mortgages, you could do it for health records, stuff like that. It's pretty.
Okay,
the
yeah,
application's
outside
pretty good.
but just the art shit that they're doing, all it is freaking money laundering. It's obviously
Yeah, I mean, I
money
think
laundering.
Money laundering isn't bad though itself.
the only people that sort of got into the NFTs, well, the global type people that would probably get into a pyramid scheme.
Do you remember when that one asshole paid like thousands of dollars for some stupid NFT and now it's worth literally nothing? Like he lost all that money instantly.
That's funny. That's what's happened when you rig the markets. I mean,
They're trying to flex on each other in a digital world with fake crap.
So
well, isn't fake. It's
Well, the art's real. It's just overvalued. That's just all that was. Just insanely overvalued because it was just trendy at the time. So many people were interested in it at that one time, and then interest fades over time. The value fades over time with art.
So what about the people who lost their life savings?
That was
I
just
just
bought land in the metaverse.
That's idiocy.
Yeah.
The laptop that I earned from playing with crypto, and then when I realized how crypto actually functions, I stopped messing with it because I don't feel like scamming people out of money. You literally have to rug bucket, rug
You don't
pull
know
one
how
another.
crypto works then.
Isn't that the dumbest thing? Like, please pay my crypto, and we will do crypto, and we'll do crypto, and crypto, and crypto. Didn't nobody see how fucking?
I have a feeling you don't know how crypto works, then.
No, I don't because
the way.
Yeah, I don't think you can really comment on it then. To be honest, that's just my opinion.
But wait a minute. So I don't own fake money, therefore I am not allowed to talk about fake money. Are you
What do you mean? No. What do you mean fake money?
You're not a woman, so you're not allowed to talk about fake
Yeah,
money.
man.
What makes
This
money
paper
real?
dollar is real money.
Yeah, like what? I don't know what the difference between like literally a paper dollar.
But how
Literally
much money have
value.
you made in fake money in the last 2 years?
All that it matters is that somebody will accept it for something else in return.
Yeah, that's
all
value.
That matters, isn't it?
There's no
that's
intrinsic
I
value.
was trying to say though, bro. I was trying to say that he.
Based on opinion. That
You guys
that's
just
all
have the
value.
opinion that dollars are good and you pay taxes in dollars.
Gessler,
No,
I'm
we're talking
going
about
to tell you something now, right? Let's hear it, right? What is money?
Money, well, it's just
money is what the Federal Reserve creates.
in America,
No,
right?
the great debt. The money is literally negative value, basically. In a
So
way.
if everything collapses,
Promise
what
you
have
not.
you
Promise you
got?
not.
What have you got if everything collapses?
Nothing, I guess.
Thank you.
You'll have food. That's basically it.
What?
Food is currency.
No,
You'll own nothing and be happy.
You have nothing. You eat crickets and be happy. Why are you people so stupid?
You don't want to eat crickets, bro?
Yeah,
No,
they're extremely
I'm
nutritious.
vegan, so
Think of all the protein, bro.
Do you not understand that insects eat a lot of fucking deteriorated material, things that aren't good for human beings? So
yeah, they're shown that they cause parasites in people if you eat bugs,
right,
especially
so,
raw.
Yeah, but you're just doing your part.
Is it proven to cause parasites in people?
Yeah, but it's basically yeah, basically yeah.
Quite a lot of food can cause parasites in people. It's just really rare.
Eating morbidity, eating
Quote,
something
unquote, food.
that is deteriorating is not a good thing for humans to digest.
Uncooked animal products usually are cause of parasites.
Wait, you guys cook your animal products?
There's a reason why a good percentage of the
Hope
world.
so
doesn't
if you
eat
are not vegan.
I'm just kidding.
Are you not understanding this?
Go ahead, Ether.
There's a reason why a certain percentage of the world doesn't eat certain things. It's vile. It's disgusting. It's not meant to be eaten. It's the cleanup crew of the world, and the people who eat it are kind of gross.
I agree.
What?
There we go. Creation bear.
I mean, if it wasn't obvious.
What would you say, bro? I see for real.
The pork worm that gets into people's brains is super gnarly.
Oh, the thing that's been doing the rounds in the last fucking what do you call it? The COVID-19 CC something? No, I can't.
No,
say
we're
it.
just talking about pigs, dude. Straight up, like,
Yeah.
dudes eating pork.
Pork, yeah. So
But then here's what's crazy about that, though, which ties into what you're saying, PMAC, is they actually put pork in a lot of things, and they'll use
Every
it to,
day.
yeah. I hear it's in a
You
lot of
try to
things, like
people
even
to
wine and like,
It's hard. It's impossible.
yeah. It's been in all these juicy juices that they're jamming into you and stuff. But like, yeah, you can't even get away from it.
And then even if you find something that doesn't have pork in it, they put fucking soy in it.
Oh, they'll put pork in it. Fucking put it in it.
I think ferment.
Died suddenly.
Yeah.
Died suddenly. 28-year-olds, 38-year-olds, 18-year-olds, just people just fucking passing out and dying. That's normal.
Totally normal.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, don't you remember? That always happens. It's just people just die, you know? It's whatever. What are you so scared of?
I mean, to be fair, that sort of stuff was common, you know, in the 1800s and before.
Yeah,
People
we're just
died
bringing it
from
back, guys. It's tradition. We're just bringing it back.
Mask on, stay 6 feet away from people, and you'll be
I'm pretty sure,
after you get your boost.
even though like you guys are reading all these sensationalist news articles about people dying from like pigworm and stuff like that, like it's maybe like 10 people or whatever. Mortality rates in general are decreasing.
It's not 10 people, bro. It's like no Kessler. 40% of doctors died. It's like a 40% increase as the last year before the COVID. You're not
so an increase.
You're not understanding correctly, man.
Okay.
You are not understanding. Yeah, it's a kind of what do they call it? Calling, but you're not getting it yet. Maybe one day.
I think read too much Daily Mail.
No,
that's my guess.
It's actual facts, bro.
No, I know. I don't doubt that. These parasites are real. It's just these stories do the rounds. Like it's seasonal. Like every year, there's a new fucking parasite that kills people from eating its brain. But it's very, very, very particularly rare. You know.
I think that it's beyond that though. Like not just getting infected by the parasite, the actual like toxicity levels of the meat itself. Like it's just on another level.
Don't eat meat then.
You don't understand. We're in the middle of a fucking.
Certain things digest things a certain way.
You border into the realm of paranoia, I think, but whether or not that's healthy, I don't know.
So the statistics goes
one at a time. One at a time.
Paranoid. Is that what you're saying? I'm being paranoid because 40% of the doctors who took the COVID vaccine are dead. That's
dude,
40% of doctors are.
God, dude, you can't talk about that here. You should know better.
Yeah, true.
Not allowed to talk about the milkshakes and slushies.
Huh?
Nothing. It's just that. Never mind. I digress.
No, that was an interesting take, though, the paranoia, like how much of that is healthy. Because I look around and see people that don't give a hoot about their health, and they're still kicking, still going. So, yeah, it's like that Ric Flair gif.
Like, paranoia is like quite it can be quite like a good trait. The reason why we have, humans get paranoid is because, in some cases it does save you. There's like a common example of you're in like a crowded street or something and you see somebody that you would, it might be like discriminatory or stereotypical, but you might see somebody that you identify to be a terrorist or whatever that means to you, and they put a bag down somewhere, and you think, "Nah, fuck that." You walk the other way, even if even if it's not a bomb in that bag. You say, if it is a bomb in that bag, then you're also safe.
So we can't talk.
Paranoia is sort of a survival sort of tick.
Right. Yeah. So we can't talk about people dying, even though people are dying.
No, we just can't use the C word, and the V word, and the 19 word.
Let's not talk about
it. And say people are dying.
Kessler, hey, real quick, sorry. What's your name?
You can talk about it. You're just not allowed to say anything that's actually on the internet.
Hello. 1 second. Kessler, what's your name?
I guess you can't speak, Miggy.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Miggy, you're
clear.
clear.
Miggy.
Go ahead.
Just keep on interrupting.
All right, can you? What's your name on here, Kessler?
My name on here.
Yeah.
The Kessler Clown Show.
No. What is your name like you prefer to put on? Is that what you want?
No. I just put Kessler. I can't alter nicknames, can I?
Is it just Kessler?
Yeah, it's just Kessler.
Okay. It'll go back to that. I usually do that because I don't approve of like the names being changed like that. There's no reason why names of mockery should be on anyone. I think people's...
so it gets changed like pretty much every other day.
I know, but I'll change it back. But like, check it out. If anybody does that, like, they can talk to me about it, but I don't approve of like people, unless it's derogatory, unless it's something really bad, then change it. But if it's not, or their image is really bad, then they need to change their image. But I usually stick to the moderation to kind of make everything kind of run smooth.
Yeah, I don't think
anyone
anyone
approved of my image
today. That comes in happening. That happens in the trenches, doesn't it, Kessler? In the chat. So
yeah, usually.
Yeah, that didn't happen here today or anything.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt once again, but I had to just a bit of moderation. But please continue, guys.
All good. Thank you.
My image is very politically friendly.
All right, Maggie.
What's up, P-Mac?
Bring him back to the ball.
Bring it back.
Bring him back.
I was thinking the other day, though, that phrase, like, the phrase, the most...
Is it the ball or isn't the ball?
Well, I mean, is that a phrase that you say?
Sometimes.
People will be like, "Oh, he's the most devastating fighter on the planet," or whatever. Like that whole like the most blah 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 on the planet. That's a good line. I gotta say, it's hard to get rid of that one. I know the Earth. we don't say the Earth is a planet, but
that's a good one.
That is a really catchy line. Oh, he's the best boxer on the whole planet.
Usually it's I don't know.
World,
I always thought you said the world. Yeah.
In the world, yeah, that's what you would say. Yeah, it's always the best boxer in the world. But
on the plane,
like the world heavyweight champion instead of the planetary heavyweight champion.
Planetary
best on the flats.
The planetary champion.
Yeah,
that's funny.
He's the best boxer on the flats.
Yeah. But I think Rogan says it a lot. Oh, he's the most devastating striker on the planet.
Yeah, I think Rogan says it a lot in like his podcast.
It is.
I cringe every time somebody says planet.
Yeah,
I think
can't be honest.
Bruce Buffer and stuff. I think say world, don't they?
Yeah, you could just swap out for world, but it's kind of catchy though. I'm not gonna lie.
Planet means flat surface.
No, not. I mean, people would argue that. I'll post what the definition that's been floating around the server recently. A planet, planete in old astronomy, a star, revolving in an orbit or a wandering star. So
you guys speak Old English?
No, but like just you go back and
etymology.
What words mean.
Right? Yeah, sure. Oh. Do you know what's really interesting? Do you know the etymology of the word clue? Like I've got a clue. I'll really shock you.
Clue. Huh.
Obviously, we don't use the word clue how its etymology defines it. This etymology defines it as a ball of string.
A ball of string?
Yeah.
A clue.
That's the original meaning of the word clue.
Well, I guess the word is somewhat similar, right? Like, because you're sort of, you got a clue, like a little loose string, and I'll follow the string to. I don't know.
That's where it come from. So in the the mythology of the labyrinth and stuff like that,
Yeah.
the to get out, he used a ball of string or a ball of thread. I can't remember. It's some like specific ball of something or roll of something.
Interesting.
So that's how they get the word clear.
I did not know that. That's really cool. That's cool. That's super cool.
Well said, bro.
But yeah, I don't think many people call balls of strings clues.
Okay, can you hand me that clue over there, please?
Yeah. It's just interesting how because English is, like with many other languages, I guess, is just a clusterfuck of a lot of European languages and ancient languages.
I call it modern Babylonian.
It's interesting to see the the more like formal words in the English language have Norman roots, like etymology, and then the more like casual words have like Anglo-Saxon. Because
Could you
when the
give
Normans,
an example?
like, so beef is Norman, cow is Anglo, blouse is Norman, and then whatever the what's the other word for blouse? The synonym for blouse, like shirt or something like that.
They have a
With the etymology of stuff, there's a reason why I consider it to be more important than any of our modern translations of things. Those original meanings have existed longer than any of us. So we can say, yeah, this means this to me, this means that to whoever, but it doesn't really matter because the original intent is there and it's not going to change.
The Norman words are very, very similar, if not exactly the same as the words in Norwegian, which is where I'm from.
Yeah, the Normans were, what you call
If you go
it?
back,
Invaded, right?
You go back far enough, you start seeing all these connections between all the cultures across the world, and it gets really cool and it's kind of beautiful.
Jag talar inte svenska. That's all I know in Swedish. Oh, sorry.
Quick, guys,
You're
I'm
Norwegian,
gonna
right?
interrupt this. I'm gonna interrupt this
I
conversation.
just really I really offended you right there.
Oh, one second, guys.
No.
All right.
No, it was
Apologies.
good evening.
Apologies. I'm interrupting for interviewing. Well, we are gonna interview the new person, but there's a new person, IZZ. IZZ, I've just unmuted your mic. Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord chat. If you're there, you can chime in and join the conversation. So, what brings you by the new server, IZZ? Are you there? Come on down. I guess IZZ is not there, and I usually new people, I allow them to speak. Sometimes they don't know. Maybe they're having trouble with Discord. Who knows? I'll give you a quick disconnect and then come back in. It's a Discord bug usually. And if you come back, then we know that you're actually here, not just a bot. So we'll see you in a bit if you're coming back.
Does this mic work? Well, then, got mic.
Classic.
All right.
Was that from the Mayweather presser?
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
That was the feds, bro.
You saying was the feds?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. That's so funny that you bring up the presser with Mayweather, because I almost added a clip today from that one where he goes, "You can't even read. What do you have a school bag for? You can't even read." That shit was so funny, dude.
Did you watch the Tyson Fury Derek Chisora?
Oh, he cleaned him up.
Yeah,
Nice.
I thought to be honest, I thought his corner were going to throw in the towel. He's getting bullied pretty hard.
Yeah.
I want to see Fury versus Usyk now.
He had a pretty good call out after the fight.
Yeah.
Right in front of his face. You big dosa! Just going at him. Right to his face.
Usyk's too nice though.
I know. He just sat there and just was like, "All right, you know,
Just
it's your
smiled.
night."
Probably didn't. To be fair, he probably didn't understand a lot of what Tyson was saying. So just like, what
You kind of get the gist, you know, even if you don't see it, you kind of know what he's saying. Come on. I don't know if you guys. I don't know. We don't have to take it there, but UFC was on last night. Woo! It was a good.
Yeah, I missed the one last night.
Oh, it was really nice. I should have sent out another message, but
I seen Tuivasa got a.
Don't bring it up, dude. Don't. So sad.
Yeah, it is. I really wanted to see him like in the top ranks, like go for championships and stuff.
He was so fun. He's just such a fun young dude, but
I mean, he'll still be one of the fun ones in the division. He's still gonna fight, I guess.
Yeah. It's been rough for the heavyweights, honestly, not gonna lie. Freaking Derek Lewis shat his pants or whatever. I don't know if you heard about this. Like last 2 weeks ago or whatever. Didn't even fight. But yeah, anyway, I guess we can bring it back to Flathead.
Yeah, please bring it back to Flat Earth, even though fighters shitting themselves is pretty funny.
Oh, man.
I'm just glad it didn't happen like in the middle of a fight. Gosh, that would be so embarrassing. You go to throw a punch.
I think that's happened in the past, but yeah, no, it's pretty bad. But I mean, notice how all fighting takes place on a flat surface. I have a.
Yeah, you can't do much without a flat surface now. Shit.
True. I mean, imagine boxing on like a convex surface. Just gonna.
Anybody got the link to Helios' new live stream? You can drop it in.
Like new or?
I'll look.
I think it's just called Helios Skeptic.
No, the recent one that he's using.
Oh, there's a new one?
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah,
he's got like 3 somewhere.
Yeah,
thanks,
I need
Chris.
that.
Yeah, this one is 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live stream or exclamation point live stream exclamation point. And the @ is @ 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live 3. So it's a third iteration. And don't worry, folks, we got many more iterations. Truth will not be stopped.
All right, I found them. Go ahead.
Also, guess what else? There isn't anybody posting anything in the comment sections or in the live stream text because there is no live stream text. Because people don't know how to use it. So, therefore, it's gone. See, this could all have been averted, but they pushed the limits.
I guess I'll just have to come in here and go to VC check-in, huh?
Yeah, that's the only way now. You have to come in here and speak. You can't do it in there now.
That's
But
what
see,
this
this
place
way-
is
can't do it.
for.
You guys
It's not
think
for-
Go ahead, Sonny.
Listen, I was going to say that, yeah, the live chat isn't for chat skanking, like trying to take down servers and such. It's a comment about the topic. So now that you don't have a live chat anymore, you have to come in here if you want to talk about it, or just talk amongst yourselves somewhere where no one else sees anything you're writing, and nobody really cares anyway. So if you actually care, you would come in here and go to VC check-in and have a talk in the voice chat. Like the
Dude,
rest of us.
I was totally looking forward to having a 7-hour tailspin in the chat today. What? Are you serious? There's no chat anymore? What the
Yeah.
hell, man?
All that, talk about, wanting to come and have an open forum and they don't even come in here. So just shows, it
all
goes
the-
to show Now you guys are sitting there stewing in your own juices because you made bad decisions. Well,
yeah. All those high fives around the water cooler, all those little haikus that you guys are doing in the background. It's meaningless. Doesn't mean anything now. It's all gone.
See, you could have averted it, but you didn't want to. And I kept warning you guys, and you're like, "That's okay. You guys can derp. He'll give us back." No, he's not. You guys crossed the boundaries where this is his platform, this is our platform, so it isn't yours. It's a privilege to be here, not a right.
I know. Now, if all you have to do during the day is sit there in a live chat and sit there and degrade and then try to go to those extremes of like, oh, we'll just stop people from talking, like Bob, the no science guy, was saying. I mean, if that's all you have, listen, if that's all you have going on in your life, then I would suggest you reevaluate your situation. Maybe something's not working for you.
Well, guys, I've got a message from the HR department.
But you can't ever threaten the production crew here.
So,
yeah,
you heard it first. You can never threaten the production crew here, or you're going to get kicked out of the show.
Or the platform, or any of that. Yeah. I agree totally.
You're going to have to pack your bags.
Pack your bags. He's out.
Well, it's kind of the way it would be. It's really nice to have it this way because now, if you want to have that text chat, you got to come in here and do it. YouTube should have been just like what it is, just for listening. Somebody.
If there were and so maybe we'll get some more reasonable individuals,
Well, guys, if you wanted to keep the chat, should have behaved.
If this is what you really want to do, but bro, you blew it. You blew it.
Love it.
Yeah, I love those, man.
It did blow it.
Creation Bear spot on with those, man. Yeah, keep it coming. I even have a program for a soundboard. I have a soundboard program. I haven't even tried it yet.
Let's review what happened yesterday. Does anybody talk about anything interesting?
It was quiet yesterday, but anybody else? Felt like we were just chatting with the boys for the most part. But I dipped off to watch some fights at the end of the night. So, anybody else?
No one interesting came over last night. We usually have one or two people at least.
I know, right? It was quiet yesterday.
Yo, I just want to say, Miggy, what's up? What's going on to the family? I'm making lunch, but I'm definitely listening, and it's so very good to hear you guys on the mic. Let's go.
Good afternoon, Kiwi. It's morning for me, so.
Hey, what's up, Kiwi?
Can I interject a quick off-topic question?
Please do.
Dave, you're roboting, so. No, I'm just kidding. No, go ahead, dude. Good to see you. What's up?
Well, Eric DeBay's last video, we all agree with him as far as the shape of the Earth or what the shape of the Earth not is, but he's basically on the opposite end of the spectrum when it comes to health, is what Miggy's been talking about. And before you answer, Miggy, I've been trying to basically mostly carnivore, and I get exercise, get out in the backyard, and I ground with the earth. And the last month or so, I've been feeling a lot better. Once my bowels got on track, I'm feeling a lot better, and I've quit. I'm 60 years old, and I was taking 4 medicines for my heart. I've quit taking them for 2 weeks, and I feel great.
Hell
yeah! Yes, sir. That's and I've said this. I've said this because I want people to look into it, but more than that, I think that what it does, how it transforms the body, is important. And I wouldn't speak it, like, for me anyway. I don't like to speak of things that I feel it's going to put anybody in a bad way. I never want that to be the case, whatever it is.
Well, I want to be clear. I didn't just
Even if it's my
listen to you and just do it. I did some research. But go ahead,
Yes,
Mickey, you know.
Yes, that's my whole thing was to raise awareness just so people can look into it and do the research. Like you know how it is like with me. I'm not convincing anyone. I just want you to like challenge you to how you're doing things now, and you know, if you do this, if you actually look into all of this, and as far as diet goes and health, you'll feel the effects of it, and it's unlike anything anybody's ever told you because of what the typical American diet is and how it's set up. And you would think that these things would be the way to go, like, you know, nutritionists would tell you, you know, what to eat and all that, but actually going back like our ancestors and how they used to have long lives, it's a lot different, the way that you would eat. And I don't know, I just going back to basics, it changes things. Like for me, it changed a lot. I struggled with anxiety, and I was dealing with it a lot better. So go ahead, Dave.
Like 6 months ago, I was in a hospital I had basically inflammation where my body was collecting fluid and stuff like that, and it was making my circulation not work very good. I just feel a lot leaner. I feel more in touch with nature. You know, I'm not going to waste a lot of time talking about it, but it's been effective for me. And you know, the thing about Dubay, I respect him, but he's on the opposite end of this spectrum. He goes high carbs and low fat is what he's pushing. You know.
Right. I've actually tried it. I've been on keto and that worked for me fine. But I also tried fruitarian for 2 months, and it actually, at first I got cramps and stuff, but after a couple of weeks, I actually needed less sleep. That's the only positive thing I saw, but I didn't see anything else that was negative. So I was very surprised actually that I didn't gain much weight, and it was very surprising. But also keto also seemed to work for me. So
that's the other thing I want to throw in. I've lost in 11 months. I've lost 15 pounds. So there you go.
Right. And it's lean. You started getting leaner. But the thing with me was because I was severely inflammation, like I would consider it to be like borderline dangerous inflammation. I was real puffy. It was like some people that look fat, they're not just fat. They have inflammation. Like their body's like swollen from.
That's exactly how I was 6 months ago. Go ahead.
Your body's swollen. It's not just fat. Like people look at you and when they see you like looking like that, they think that that's healthy, and it's not. You're not healthy when you're swollen. So that inflammation can be taken care of just by the proper human diet. And I like, with my opinion, this isn't medical or health advice, so you can take it. I would do the research and everything that I would say, and make up your own mind and consult your own physician and do all those key things, right? But for me, and what the end result was that when I went down this path, my body became back in alignment with, you know, it was back in harmony again, and I felt it. I'm much stronger. I'm faster. I think, you know, better. It's like everything's like just all around better. So
what was your diet before you got it?
The last month of my experience, I've got more clarity. I've got more clarity of thought. You know, I just overall feel better. I don't have any of those aches and pains like I used to. You know.
Yes, whole foods are definitely good for you.
What was your diet, Miggy? What was your diet when you had to the point where you had these informations?
So let me just so I don't throw anybody off. It's what you would consider a typical American diet plus dirty carbs. So dirty carbs are like anything you would think processed sugars, like high carbohydrates, like anything like breads and grains and like all that kind of stuff. And there's a lot to look for with the information of like what lectins are and oxalates, and these things are deadly. You know, like they over time cause this severe inflammation in your body, and you don't know why diets aren't working. You're just beating your head against the brick wall. It's like, why? I'm trying everything, and I'm even running, I'm doing things, and you find out that it's not about you have to look into what you're ingesting, the things you're taking in.
But also exercise.
It's a lot to deal with the diet though.
Yes,
because here's the crazy thing. you can do exercise like to the point where you're sweating and stuff, but you still won't reduce an inflammation. It's not going to get rid of the inflammation. That's not what's causing it. Your diet's your exercise isn't going to reduce the inflammation. It has to come from your diet plus and I would say with exercise, it's more of like staying active all day. Like, what are you doing to keep active? Are you moving around? Or you don't just sit on your behind all day? You got to be doing things. So it's a combination of both. If you're somebody that is active and moving around, then this diet would be beneficial. But it's not for those who are just going to. Of course, nobody's going to benefit from sitting down all day. You know what I mean? Like, you got to get up and you got to do something. Get active. Get a hobby. Go out, do something. Like, the body is meant to be like moving around. So once it settles down, it's like it's supposed to be resting. And when you're in rest mode, you're relaxing and recovering. So there's a lot of crazy stuff, but like what I would say is I'm just giving this as information for me.
A body in motion stays in motion. A body at rest stays in rest.
Yeah, that does make sense. It does make sense. So you just
real quick, me just to play devil's advocate, I posted the base video about that. If you want to check it out and try to respond to it or something.
Yeah.
The only point he makes is he allegedly is talking about people become deficient in vitamin C on the carnivore diet. But do you see that as a valid point?
No, they don't.
Okay.
You could that's a myth, and it's been debunked. Because there's people that have been on this diet for years, and they get the vitamin C because the animal already has that in the. I would look into
organ
this.
meats.
Yeah, it's in the organ meats for sure. Thank you very much. Whoever chimed. Is that architecture? You chimed in?
Yes.
Yeah. Eating nose to tail usually gives you the rich supplements. It's like the eggs themselves are nutrient dense, so they have your essential vitamins and nutrients that you're going to need. The body needs iodine, and eggs have that. Like, there's a lot that you could gain from just eating this nutrient dense way. And a lot of it has to deal with this is what the body craves, my friends. You don't understand why, like, sometimes, like, even like I'll just tiptoe around a little bit, like the veganism, because I know some people are on that diet right now, but I would say just research. I don't want to feel like you're discredited by doing that, but I would just say just do the research. A lot of people want to have like the vegan or the vegan sausage or the vegan, like
No. I only eat salads, really. I basically only eat salads.
Hang tight for a second. What I'm saying is, like, the idea behind having those things is because you're trying to mimic the actual thing, the actual hamburger, the actual sausage, you're trying to do that. Like, if the body didn't feel like it needed that, it wouldn't want to mimic that from the foods that, the vegan side of it.
That's because you will learn. You ate that when you were young, and you like.
Well, no, some people that's a myth too, because some people don't eat like that when they're little. Some people actually didn't want to eat that, but like, there's still the body craves it. Like, and it's not. It's something.
I mean, people who haven't tasted. Have you seen anyone who haven't tasted the meats, and they try it when they're older and they suddenly crave it? Is that a thing?
That suddenly crave it? No, I'm not. Like, listen, like, I know architecture, you want to go down this path, and like, I'm not here to discuss or debate like that. I usually never, like, to me, it's like whatever diet you're on, that's what you do. You do you. All I'm doing is throwing out like this information, which you can do with whatever you want with it. You don't have to listen.
Just say real quick, I didn't want to start a vegan debate or anything. I was just giving
no debate whatsoever. Like,
all right.
If you're doing whatever diet, then keep doing your diet. Like, if that's working for you, then it works for you. But I'm just saying the benefits that, in my opinion, that I'm feeling from this. So if anybody wants to do the research, they can do it. And then go down their own path. You choose the path that you're on because that's what you're convinced of. You don't go because somebody tells you to do it. So do the research, and if the research follows and everything is true, it's like this, man. Because like, I see in this world, we're giving information, right, left and right. So whatever information you actually take in as what you're gonna be doing in your life, then that's what you truly think is gonna work. But if the actual effects of your body aren't like the results that they're telling you it is, then there's something wrong, right? So you're just like the guinea pig of the whatever information that you're consuming. So whenever it happens, like whatever happens because of this, if you're deficient or something like that, then that needs to be understood as in like, okay, I was on this thing, then I became deficient of this thing. Now I need this supplement or whatever. But the way I see it is like people on this like nutrient dense animal based diet, they don't ever fall into victim of that category where they need those nutrients, because like even in organ meat you can get the every like the rainbow.
I've looked at those influencers who do the carnivore diet. Usually don't look that healthy. Their skin looks very pink, and they have a lot of wrinkles and.
But what do you measure? Like, I don't know who you're looking at, but like the volume of people that are doing this, right? You look at like the amount of people that are doing it versus the ones that you're putting at right now. Like there could be some cases where you can say, like, look at this guy, he's got wrinkles or whatever. But if wrinkles are your measurement, or getting off like 10 medications is your measurement, you know what I'm saying? Like, what are you measuring this by? Like somebody, the way they look or how they feel? Like the person that might have been going through a lot of illnesses in their life changed over to this diet and then suddenly feel like they don't need all the things that we're relying on. They feel younger inside. They're able to do more things. And I think that outweighs the way you think somebody's wrinkly face looks. That's just my opinion on that matter.
Is that because it's whole food, or is it because of the carnivore diet? Because there are plenty of people.
Yeah, it's because of the information that they would say. Because I'm not speaking on whatever instance you're talking about, but I don't know what you looked at, because I would be assuming. But I would say that, like, once again, like, you're probably trying to turn this into a debate, which I'm not. I would say look at it case by case. So if you're saying this guy looks wrinkly on a carnivore diet and I'm just denouncing it, you can do whatever you want. But at the end of the day, if the person's benefiting from getting off medications and feeling younger and the effects are better, then the proof is in the pudding. So it doesn't matter what you say, to be honest.
Yeah,
you can say what you want.
The proof is that it's better than the standard American diet.
Yeah, well, the thing that we're getting now, the information that we're getting, isn't based on things that are they're more I would say profitable for the companies that they support. So there's agendas like always being pushed on us. This server prides itself on being like looking into research on things. So anybody that hears any information that anybody says in here, there should be a lot of research that follows that. There shouldn't be like, oh, this guy, Mickey said this thing, then, that's the gospel truth. Nuh-uh. Whatever anybody says in here, you better look into it, So and it's upon you, once you hear it, like what you take in. So that's the only thing I would say about that, because it doesn't matter what anybody can tell you anything in here. It's up to you to do what you will with that information. Now, there's a very different thing when somebody starts saying myths about certain things. So I'm only telling you the effect of how somebody feels going through this. I'm not telling. I don't like to go into like, well, you're doing this and you're doing that with your diet. Like, you do what you do. If you're taking a whole bunch of carbs in, then happy trails to you. But I'm just saying, like, this is something that's proven for people to actually get away from like anxiety or some medications you've been taking, feeling younger. These are the effects that you feel afterwards, and they're not just short term; they're actually long term. So they're not just like, it's not a fad diet. Let's say this is how people have been eating ancestrally. So people in the past, this is all they had. If your ancestors couldn't recognize what you have on your plate, then it probably wasn't something that was going to sustain you. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like the truth about it. So
I wouldn't say that makes it healthy that people ate it in the past, but
what I'm saying is, like, and I think you're misunderstanding here. If people ate something in the past that they lived to be a long life, then you would say that that's the proof, right? It's evidence of somebody actually eating something, and not just one person, but groups of people eating something and then still living a life that's healthy and in a long old age, ripe old age. That's the evidence.
The Inuits, they aren't they the only ones that only eat like meat and stuff?
I'd like that you're now pointing to certain groups, and so like we're gonna categorize this certain group by like what they eat and such. But I would say like volumes of people everywhere. Doesn't matter what group you're pointing to, as long as the effects are that they're eating and they're living longer and healthier lives. That's the only thing that you need to be looking at. Not look at these category of people over here. That doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is that people everywhere are benefiting from the effects of eating this way, and they're living longer, healthier lives. That's the only thing I care about. Everything else, you know what I mean? Like, as long as they're being able to benefit, then we're doing good. Wouldn't you agree?
No, but like they lived very short before like the recent 100 years.
They lived better.
Like
what?
they lived very short years until like 100 years.
This research that you're coming up with is like from what like group of people you're talking about, like who are you mentioning?
Inuits.
Yeah, but see, here again, man, like I don't know. You're looking for something in what I'm saying. It seems that you're digging, like you're trying to point at something out. I don't know why, but there's really no relation to what I'm saying to what you're trying to point out. So it's kind of non sequitur at this moment. Other than that, like I would say, you guys looking into this, make sure that you always, stay healthy and follow up with your physician if you're going to be changing anything in your diet. But consult people that you need to.
I was just saying from my personal testimony, I never felt better in my life, and I'm 60 now.
Sure.
If I'd known about eating this way 20 years ago, I would definitely do it. That's just my testimony. This is no one size fits all thing. Everybody's got to do yourself.
Yep.
You choose what to ingest into your body. You just do the research. That's all I'm saying. Go ahead, man.
Yes, sir. I'll just leave it at that because usually it just triggers a lot of people. It doesn't seem like with religion, so I usually stay away from that.
It doesn't trigger me. I'm vegan, and it doesn't trigger me.
Well, I know, but listen, man. Like, it does like bring up raised.
I'm just saying. For me, it's I don't get triggered.
Okay, but you're the only one speaking. That's why I was like, you're the only one coming at this. And anyway,
nobody's leaving. Nobody's leaving.
Hey,
leaving.
Niggy, like
the chat.
Niggy, like. Oh, sorry. You guys going?
Go ahead, Julius.
No, I was just saying, like, for me, it's like I always challenge somebody's like, hey, I'm not telling you that works. Like, I say, give it 30, 60 days, and if you don't feel better, then I'm not. So, worst case scenario, I mean, it doesn't work for you.
I've been vegan for like 5 months, I think, and one thing that is positive about veganism is that I don't get mucus in my nose. Almost nothing. When I ate a lot of eggs, I got a lot of mucus in my nose, which made it hard to breathe through the nose. That's basically it.
That's great. Yeah, you do. You guys do you. This isn't a vegan debate or carnivore debate. This is just I'm putting information out from me being on the carnivore / keto carnivore / keto carnivore kind of diet. So
yeah, I'm currently doing close to vegan keto right now. Not really, but it's not too much carbs. But that's why the way I prefer it. But
I think what everybody can agree with everywhere is processed sugars and things like that can kill you.
High fructose corn syrup.
Which almost everything has these days. Like, it doesn't matter what you turn to in your store, almost everything has it. Genetically modified versions of like the foods that you eat also.
Definitely.
Look into that stuff because that stuff is almost everywhere as well. So
that's why I'm planning on moving to Indonesia or something, because it's way easier to grow organic fruit and food there. Yeah. And there's trees everywhere.
The package has that GMO warning on it, and I know it's just recently noticeable because it just now kicked into effect. But it's like, damn, it's everywhere. They're everywhere.
I don't see it anywhere where I'm at, but I guess I'm lucky.
I think that there's a lot of confusion with the GMOs too. Like, they scrambled the damn things. So some of these things that are supposedly GMO are literally just things that are semi-heirloom that have been merged, and that other stuff's actually genetically modified in a lab. And then they confuse those terms so you have no idea which is which. It's just going to say GMO on the package.
Isn't that crazy? Well, that's just like part of it, man. But there's, man, MSGs and almost everything. It's crazy.
Yeah. I always read the label. I haven't eaten anything with MSG or any of the very unnatural additives for like 3 to 4 years now, I think.
Well, just
Sugar and
look-
caffeine are the real gateway drugs.
Well, you don't even like, man. There's so much like with this topic because health is important. Like there's the 3 capstones for being somebody that's in the truth, right? It's your intelligence. It's like with the information that you take in. Like it doesn't matter what you research. You become more aware of things, and then the second is your health, and the third is spirituality, but not in any particular order, right? Just in those 3 are the capstones for somebody having a thriving livelihood on this earth, in this realm. So you know that the flat earth fits in a category of probably all 3. So it looks like
Not diet, not diet.
Yeah, it does.
Wow, how?
It's because like mind, body, and soul. Like imagine one of those. Let's just take for it this way. Like you got good good information coming in. You got good spirituality. You're connected, but you don't have a good health livelihood. You're eating donuts and candy and all kinds of stuff, right? So if you're living that way, you're not going to benefit from the earth giving what it needs to you by connecting to it spiritually or intellectually.
But you can be a flat earther without having.
Listen,
How do y'all feel about grounding, like walking?
Once again, I think you're not seeing the point here. Like if you have brain fog, or if you need medications, or if you just to get by, and you're not living with your health, then health is wealth, my friend. Like it's you are producing more. You're able to do more. You're more active. You're more happy. You're more connected spiritually, intellectually because of your health. Everything all is not. They're married to each other. Each one of those is married to each other. If you can't see that they are married to each other, then you're missing out the point about somebody who's in the truth. Like you have to know that those 3 are the capstones for somebody to be alive and thriving. You can't just say,
I agree.
Well, now that you agree, you didn't before. You were like, how is that related to flat earth? Like, because living on this realm of existence that we're in right now, if you don't know that, like the agendas that are pushed on you are agendas to fit any narrative that has nothing to do with your benefit, like to benefit you. It's to benefit companies, it's to benefit agendas. It's not anything meant for you. So we're all just kind of like listening to whatever mainstream's telling us. So it's up to you and up to me.
Does it make it, the world's level if you are not level?
Yeah, so everything ties into each other, and what I'm saying is it's important for you as a critically thinking person, right, in the truth, to have discernment to be able to navigate your way through whatever information. But you can't do that if there's agendas being pushed on you, telling you this is what you should eat to make you feel better, and you're like, I don't feel better when I'm eating this. But that's why I say like it's all tied in. So flat Earth means truth and everything else that's connected to it. So mind, body, and soul, man. This is your 3 pillars, and if one of them's not being taken care of, then the other 2 will suffer. It's like they're trying to hold up the weight of the third.
I'd say flat Earth is like the mind part of the pillars.
Well, like I said, I know that's your perspective, but it does affect you spiritually because we're physical and spiritual beings by nature.
Sure.
By nature. And maybe you disagree with that because the sound of your voice sounds like you are. But like if you go into anywhere beautiful in nature, I don't care where you go, right? Say you go to a beautiful park and you stand there and you feel like, wow, this is amazing. Like just being there in that moment. That's connected spiritually. Like your spirit is being pulled into the place you're at. So there's a sense of awe and wonderment. But you don't get that.
As a global. I did that as a global too, actually.
Yeah, that's great. But like, if you don't see that, like the truth, right? Critically thinking and being in the truth, it's like you appreciate things in a deeper way. It's not just like, oh, I see this, like this is great. I'm having fun. You feel more connected because you know that this is a very special place. It's created. It's not just a random speck of dust flying around in the cosmos. So
Agreed.
So there's a different, right? So like what I'm saying, everything that I say has some tie-ins to like why I would say that it's all connected. It's not just all 3 things separately that you can just say like, well, it doesn't matter if your health is bad. You can still live on this earth, think the earth is flat. Yeah, you can. But you're not going to benefit. Your body's not going to go through the actual like transformation of being connected. When you're harmonizing with the earth. It's like you're flowing. The energy's flowing. you're putting forth good energy because of the fact that you can be a conduit now, whereas before it was like all over the place because you didn't know how to channel that energy. So you might think it's hooey what I'm saying, that's fine, but if you start living a better with mind, body, and soul, you are now more effective. Like in your critical thinking, you can move easy, you can love like the way it's supposed to, you know what I mean? You can feel deeper. It's like you can gain more by actually harmonizing yourself with the earth. So it's not like where you were at odds with it. You know, you didn't know about grounding, you didn't know about like good health, like, and so because of the agendas that are pushed on us every day. So that's why I think all three of them should be looked at in your life, in everybody's own personal life. They should be looked at. And so if one of those is failing because you feel like there's a void in one of those, then I would say, do some research on that one specific area and see what needs to be challenged there. I say challenge because I don't think you should be convinced until you actually start putting up a challenge for yourself, and then do the research and then be convinced, on your own.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's far from like me saying like, oh, you should do it this way because it's the best way to go. No, you are you. You're different than me. Like you do you because you figure out your own path, your own way. And, if you say that, hey, I can live without any spirituality, without any intellect, just only health, well, then that's you. I know that I feel more harmonized with the earth and everything around it when I know that I'm connected, and so that's all I'm doing, just bringing awareness to that. If you feel like you don't, then hey, I'm not going to disagree with you. That's you.
Okay.
But, so yeah, it just, in the mornings when I used to have like the morning show, I would always talk about these things because it's just important. I think we're missing out, us being physical and spiritual beings, connected. Because there's things that go beyond the five senses, and that those things are like love and empathy and just different things that we can enter emotional states. Like we can channel these energies. And you can be a beacon of light. I mean, you could be somebody that's brings light to somebody's darkness, So be the light, The people do need the light. They don't like an angry, bitter person coming out just always trying to debate things. Hey, man, you're wrong, man. That's not being the light. You're full of darkness if that's the way you are. I would say,
I'm not that way.
Yeah, but I'm not speaking of your architecture. Like I'm speaking in general, sir. So if you feel like that is you, then I would say then try to reassess what you're doing in your life. That's probably something you're missing out on. And if that's the case, because if you're in the truth and you're a critical thinker, then you should be a beacon of hope and light. And people should look to you as in like, man, I just needed to hear that from you today or something.
People do the opposite in real life. I have never met anyone who except maybe my dad sometimes, but who see me as a beacon of light or something. They see me as the opposite,
I know, but we should strive to be the better version of ourselves every day.
Of course.
Okay. Well, that's the whole point here, Be a better version of yourself because we only got one shot at this thing, man. 100 good years, if that. So.
Sure. Sir was yawning.
Words of encouragement for just anybody if you're listening right now. We got 12 people in the live stream, so just to encourage you. And if you guys want to come in here, don't forget, all you got to do is jump into the Discord. Look in the description. There should be a link there to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Jump in here and have a conversation with us. We want to hear if you think the Earth is a globe, or you're on the fence about it, or if you know the Earth is flat. Either way, we'd like to have a discussion with you because you guys and listening to you is important. Understanding why you think what you do and sharing information about what we know. We'd like for you guys to come in here and, maybe have an opinion about why you think the Earth is a globe. There's some new ones on me. Latest one was was it Kessler that said this? That the Earth was a globe because of the Tonga eruption, the sound that it made traveling through the Earth. I don't know. I think it was Kessler. It could have been. Yeah, it was Kessler.
How do you prove? How do you know? How do you know that?
I'll show you an image, the one that he posted up. So to give you, this is just basically what he said. I'm not agreeing with anything that he said, but just let's see where.
Gendered propaganda.
Yeah, here you go.
Huh? What's that supposed to prove?
So the Tonga eruption allegedly happened in the place where that cartoon ball looks like it smallest ring. So from there it spread out over the globe, and there was weather stations all over the globe that measured the spike in the waves in the sound that were traveling over in the air, not in the ground, not seismic waves, but in the air. And they measured the barometric spike in pressure that happened when the sound waves went all across the globe, went to the other side of the globe, antipodal, reaching a point where it met, and then it bounced back off of itself back the other way. And then they measured the spike from the waves coming back the other way.
Funny thing, I didn't hear the explosion here in Norway.
Well, this is his point, was that it was a spike in the sound that was, or in the pressure from the air that was the sound made from the eruption. So it went all the way around the world, like in a globe, and then came back and bounced back off each other, and then came back the opposite way.
Where's the data, though?
He had a video. He had a video that was up like when he was presenting this, and there was, trust me, it was a second attempt at trying to bring this into the conversation, but he couldn't provide any evidence within, like, let's say he posted the video, but it was about some guy talking about how this is happening on a globe or something. It was an assumption, I know, because the way he was presenting it. So I didn't even bother to look at the video, because the way he was presenting it was kind of like what the video was saying. So I was like, and I think people even asked him in here, can this happen on the flat earth as well? Like, is it possible that it could happen on the flat earth? And he was like, well, yeah, it could be possible. So
then he disproved this argument.
Yeah, he admittedly said that. I swear to you, like, there was people in here that heard him. Like, he's like, Middle East, yeah, it could happen. And then we're like, oh, well, that doesn't. It's like Eratosthenes. You can't say whether it was globe or flat if it can happen on both. You know what I mean?
I guess if there's a dome, that it bounced off the dome and came back, that it would be somewhat similar.
So I put Eratosthenes in there as well. So like this whole idea, if you can see the images, like,
yeah, that makes sense. That's the analogy.
But I mean, using that and then using what he was saying, and he was like, well, yeah, it could happen if and then it was just like, at that point we're like 30 minutes into the conversation, but then it's like, why go down all that way if you know it could happen on both? Like, then what does that prove?
That proves nothing.
It proves nothing. So we spent time on this, and I told him too it was a lost cause, but he wanted to present it. I'm like, I mean, people are gonna challenge you, man. And sure enough, I think Radwin was here, which is Dr. Astrophysicist, and somebody else was challenging him on the point. I think he also rage quit at that time too. But you know, he's back now. He in here earlier, but yeah, he rage quit. You guys don't hear. You guys are not listening to me. He left. I told you, Kessler, like, this isn't gonna work well for you, man. Like, people here are gonna ask you questions, and then you don't have answers for them. Then that makes sense. But it's the case with any of these globe arguments, like when they come in here, which is why, like, if anybody's listening out there, YouTube land, we got 11 people out there listening. If you guys think that there's a particular argument that you haven't heard that works well with, like, presenting to people about the globe, and bring it in here, because this one was new to me. I've heard of the seismic waves going through the Earth, the PNS waves.
But
that's what I heard.
Plates, Miggy. What about the
tectonic plates? Who was arguing about tectonic plates? I think, was it him?
Volcano.
Was he arguing about tectonic plates too?
No, I don't think so. Somebody else though, but yeah.
Who was it? There was another person in here arguing about tectonic plates. They were like on about it.
Yeah,
freaking tectonic plates. Like, how evidence for tectonic plates, please. You know, like
There's
something
plates
moves.
on, like there's plates on a sphere. Like, well, how does that correlate? Like plates are flat. What are you talking about? Plates.
Not these
Where are
plates.
where are the plate boundaries?
Wait, the freaking demonstrations of plates, like if you look up the images, like plate tectonics, it looks flat, like just like
They're completely flat. I know.
yeah, like they're
So are the-
rubbing into each other. One plate's like popping up on top of the next one.
So are the abyssal plains, right? And the ocean floors are the flattest places on Earth. You know.
That was, you know what? That was Xanax. One of his evidences that Earth is flat. He's like, if I was on your side, I would use the abyssal plains because there's some really flat places on. I was like, dude, what are you doing? Like, I didn't even talk to him. Xanax was
right.
Xanax
Bringing
was
up flat Earth arguments. I love it when those guys do that. But I wanted to say something to kind of dovetail what the conversation you're having before, because it's a very good one about diet and being connected. And, you know, like I can't say I'm like the best person at doing this. Like I go out to lunch sometimes, and, you know, like we all do at certain things and we poison ourselves, right? So we got to be really careful. But if you are not connected to where you are, how could you possibly be connected to who you are? If you're living out there and because your mind's been hijacked into thinking that you're living somewhere other than what your experiences and everyone else's experiences are telling us every day, then you're not connected to the earth.
Right, makes sense.
Somewhere in your mind, you're connected somewhere in your imagination, this place you think exists that doesn't exist.
Yeah, so they want you to be lethargic, apathetic, and disconnected. If you're that way, and I forgot, and dependent. If you're dependent on them, and you're those key things where you don't care, you're indifferent, you are the product of what they want out of the dietary or the intellectual or whatever agenda that they're pushing. You're the poster child for it. Because the reason why you just don't have enough energy, or don't have enough time, they want that. They want to push you into a place where the only thing you want is dependency on them, because that's the best place to be. Because the next thing they'll do is just push the next agenda on you, and you just accept that because it's the most convenient. You know, just let me just accept whatever's happening. That's
I'm
easy.
getting ready. I'm getting ready for the Book of Eli stages. Actually, that's what I think I'm going to have to be like.
But yeah, I see that though. I see that people are fighting against. And what I also I see this often in truther circles, like especially when it comes to like even dietary and like religious topics. And the reason why we can't come to terms, like, see the three pillars that we're talking about that I said, you know, mind, body, and soul. We can't come to terms with that because of all these agendas that have been pushed on us that we don't know our way. We're looking for our way on those other two. We're meeting at the table right now on the intellectual side of things with flat Earth. That's the mind part. We can meet of the mind, like meeting of the minds here with like and then that's kind of like a derogatory term, but like meeting here together with all the people quickly thinking about things about the what the Earth is and the shape of conversation, and then we can start talking about things. That's great. You know, we can meet at that table. But when it comes to body and then the soul part, the spirit part, we're so at odds with each other. We couldn't be more at odds than any other conversation than with those two. And when it happens, it's like, well, you're vegan. No, carnivore's bad. You're evil. Carnivores are like, you're evil because you're vegan. You know, like that doesn't need to happen, because the thing is, the truth always prevails, right? Whatever the truth is, that's all you need to worry about. So you got to make sure that that's important, right? So, and the religious side of things, however, we're at the same meaning at the same. There's a broad spectrum, but we come from the world. We're coming from out of like the deception side. We didn't know how bad this thing is. We just like, well, flat Earth, it's the mother of all conspiracies, that sort of thing. But it's bigger than that. It's way bigger. It encumbers like almost every facet of knowledge. So everything that you talked about, from spirituality to your health to flat Earth, intellect, everything, it's all mixed in there. But you're thinking that one thing doesn't have to deal with the next. That's the problem. When we start talking about like this thing is right, and you're just like you're going. And I think about this: when you say something is right, Are you saying because this is better for people, or is it better because that's what you've been told was better? You know what I mean? That's the thing.
If you go to a channel called Red Pill Rabbit Hole, it might be in contention for what is like the grandmother of conspiracies. If what he says is true, though. Check it
If
out.
what he said is true, but like that, I haven't been to that one yet, that channel. So I don't know what is he speaking of. Maybe you just want to go over a little
Spirituality, actually.
Yeah, well, that's one of the pillars that I said. So spirituality, which is like the mind, body, and soul part, right? So whatever you think that is the way or whatever, like I think we're always at odds in this chat, in this room. Because the moment, even I would say this, so far as to say, even people that say that they're Christians are at odds with each other in here. So it's that bad. So it's not even, somebody saying they're connected with whatever religion they're in. They're just like, it doesn't matter what you're saying. Everybody's they got daggers out, man. The moment you say something, there's a dagger coming out for you. Like, why? We're critically thinking humans that can handle civil conversations, and yet there's people coming in here. Well, yeah, but I heard that this group was saying this, and you're just like, why are you saying that? Like, you don't have to. Just if you have a different, if you think that this is so bad for people to speak on this thing, then we're never gonna reach a place where we can understand each other. You know what I mean? Like, this is important. If we can't have the conversation, it's almost like, well, let's avoid the topic because, the moment you do, here come the daggers. It's like, that's the problem. Daggers come out because people have a very biased look at things and thinking that it's non-essential. Non-essential in the fact that, like, it should be incorporated into our knowledge of being on this earth, in this realm. And I just want to be at least a voice of reason for that, like, for people to, like, if they want to speak up. But I detest people that feel like that's not essential because we're living together. We're collectively experiencing life, and we want to make the most of it. So we're just trying to be the best versions of ourselves with each other.
Miggy, are you saying that? Are you saying we should have different views, or that we should just not argue about our different views?
No, it's like this. I'll say like this.
Like Miggy was saying.
Go ahead, Aether. I think you're understanding what I meant.
You got to be the best version of yourself you can possibly be.
That's right. I mean, that's a real simple way of putting it. But like, let's say I come in here saying, and somebody that, well, I'll just say it this way: somebody that comes in here saying they're a Buddhist, they want to talk about their Buddhism, whatever religion, and you're just like, dude, Buddhism is not the way, and you're just automatically got a dagger for the guy, and you just, does it hurt to like just hear him out? Really, does it hurt? Does it hurt you so bad that you can't have your own opinion about the way life is, that you have to condemn the human being that is speaking? You know what I'm saying? Like, this is like, and the same for veganism. Like, if somebody speaks of veganism, do you have to have a dagger out for that person just because he speaks? So let him speak. Let the people listen and let them make their own minds up for themselves. For goodness sake.
Well, yeah. That's the point. When you don't listen, that goes against what being a truther is, in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, it's not only that. It's like, okay, so we arm ourselves with the things that we would say are knowledge and truth, right? But if we can't have a conversation as adults and civil conversation, like amongst truthers, right? We understand that with the globalists, there's a lot of sophistry, there's a lot of obfuscation, there's a lot of ways to kind of weasel out of certain things that when we know physical known reality can be demonstrated to be, something that it's not, right? So like they're saying it's a globe. That's different than coming in here and if somebody's saying something about religion and you got a dagger off of the guy. As soon as he's done talking, like, dude, stop talking. You're speaking, idiot things. And, it's like, man, what you can't let the man just have his own. Is what he's thinking about his religion going to damage yours? No. And if somebody takes it in for themselves, was it up to you? Like, no, you can speak what you got to say, what you got to say. What do you got to say about religion? Oh, well, this is what I think is, know is the truth because God led me this way or whatever. Okay. If somebody hears you and they take that in, that's them. That's their walk. They took it in because you said it. But at least be able to have that convo. But we can't even do that as adults anymore. It always turns down to like, you're so dumb that you believe this, or because you believe in this religion and Jesus was this and that. And what does that make you look like? you're a fool when you say those things because you can't let somebody else have their own beliefs on things. Like, and even with globers, I'm like, dude, if you think the Earth is a globe, kumbaya. You know, for you, like, go on living life thinking the Earth is a globe. It's not, because in physical reality we know that it isn't. But you know, if that's what you believe, then you believe it. Everybody should be at least that much accepting with what people believe. But and it's just like I'm saying this because being the best version of yourself, you should be able to have conversations like that with people. Where I've listened to people in here, and I'm a Bible believing person. I'm gonna be straight up with you guys, so you know my position. I believe that the Bible is the truth and that. So, but like when I speak it, I don't want to push it onto people. I just want to show people what I've learned in my walk. So my walk, just the effects and everything that I've experienced, I want to share that with people. And that's other people's walks too. They should be able to share that with you. And if you benefit from that and you take that in and that becomes the way you walk, then that's fine. But if it isn't, then so be it. You know, like, why does it have to be so bad that somebody speaks, you know? But this is, like I'm saying, that's the issue when it comes to like religion, when it comes to health. It becomes like everybody's got some daggers waiting in the wing. You know, as soon as you're done talking, they're ready to come and stab you in the back. It's like, why? You know, there's just to do that. So
would you let could other people speak too?
I'm sorry?
Could other people speak too?
This is an open forum, my friend. You can speak if you want.
Ah, sure. Continue, I guess.
No, you cannot speak.
Who is this guy? I don't think I've met you before. Like, you've been on here a while, but you've had kind of a, I don't know, like I don't want to say a chip on your shoulder, but you've been kind of like a standoffish, if I could, that's the word.
Me?
Yeah, just a bit standoffish. I wouldn't say a lot, but you just kind of passive aggressive or something. I don't know. I just feel this energy.
Am I? Sorry. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you say things like, are you going to let other people speak? I'm like, what? What is this coming from, bro? Like, everybody can speak. Nobody's stopping you.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to speak architecture, just say your bit, man. You know,
say your bit. Speak.
You don't have to make silly jive because someone's talking.
Okay.
Miggy, how dare you speak so much?
Sorry.
It really would be cool if you had something like Zoom or whatever where you can have something.
Got rocket it to me, active Blue 17. I'm on my other account. I finally got back. Remember?
Yeah, I don't know. Somebody chimed in. Who's it? Tina?
Yeah.
Hey, Tina, what's going on?
What's up, man?
Nothing much, man.
A lot of intelligent shit going on right now.
Okay. So are you?
I'm sorry, man. I don't mean to interrupt. I was just saying hi to my boy, God Rockin'. He's been real. I know him since day one. That man is intelligent. Him, Jason Wadcurve, my brothers.
Absolutely.
Anyways, sorry, carry on.
No, I think we were gonna wait for architecture. He had something to say.
Architecture. You've been talking a lot of shit, man. My boy out here has been preaching hard.
He hasn't, but I don't know. I think he's not used to the forum.
You were just repeating yourself, and I was waiting to say something, and I think I forgot to. I guess.
Oh,
I was planning to say that line, but I forgot what I was going to say.
Jeez, Louise.
Yeah, I'm sure it wasn't.
I'm sure you collect your thoughts. You'll be back again.
Thanks for the shout out, brother.
God rocking, man. You're making waves, bro. People are talking about you now.
Yeah, I've heard. It's all good. I got a lot of good friends here. There's some good people on this server. I've had a lot of fun here. So I shout out to whoever I can when I can too. So I think we all need to support each other.
We love you, God rocking.
Thank you. Yeah. Love you guys for sure.
Yeah, he brings such knowledge, doesn't he? Usually when people come in here talking about using auto levels or transit stations, and like he's just like, no, you can't use that for that, and they're just like, yeah, you can. And he's like, no. Remember that guy you were speaking to, and then you asked him like, have you used one? He's like, no. Like,
yeah, I remember. Yeah, there's been a couple of those guys.
God Rockin' and I probably passed across our paths at some point in LA in the 70s. We talked about this, but but Godrock and I have some great
Woo!
about engineering and stuff because I was in machine shops for 8 years. I love cars, and we've had some great conversations about cars and the 70s and stuff, right, Godrock?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yep. Awesome.
Similar backgrounds.
Chad, what are you up to? I've seen you in here today.
Yeah, I've just been doing some research on the so-called transit of Venus across the Sun. So the most globers will say, well, that's how you find out how far the Sun away is by using this. And I'm just trying to find out why they thought that the Venus was the same size as the Earth, because they just assume, that's their assumption, and I just can't find anywhere where they're using these like different ideas, like, oh well, the further away from the Sun you get, the bigger you get, but then that just totally ignores Mars. I mean, that in their philosophy, it doesn't make any sense. So I'm just trying to understand why they
things out there kind of like. It has a sense. If you assume that it's double, you can get another match, double size.
What the hell?
Yeah, that was the first.
I was thinking.
That was like the first that was like the first big presupposition from these heliocultists, isn't it? Like the transit of Venus, right? They guesstimated the size of Earth based on that. Like nothing but tertiary, just like we get in here. Look at the sky, and that's how you tell what the Earth's surface is.
If you look, Sunny, if you look carefully by telescope, you can see that it's almost the same size like Earth.
You know what I was thinking though, Chad? When in doubt, just turn to the Grand Book of Stephen Hawking for results.
he's got some good information there. I was just Hawking was saying that back when Galileo was accepting the heliocentric model, Hawking said that the data was actually worse than the predictions of the Ptolemaic model. But they accepted it anyway, even though the results were worse. It's hilarious. I mean, how do you figure that? I mean, obviously, I don't know what the original data. I haven't got access to the original data. I haven't worked it all out. So you have to take it with a pinch of salt. But,
so still nothing on the size of Venus being the reason why. Okay.
It's a good assumption.
Do you think that would? Well, even the calculations, like something like that, would be. Well, didn't they figure that? Well, from what I heard, Chad, you can probably look into this. It's the size of the Earth, or they measured the size of the. Oh wait, no, it's backwards. They measured the size of the Earth because of the distance from Venus to the Sun, right?
No, the distance. The size. So basically, they use. My mind's gone blank. So they use sorry, let me just get my mind. The transit of Venus is used, and you do it in two places, and then you use that parallax. So you take the transit of Venus in two places, and then use parallax to determine the distance to the Sun. But you have to assume that Venus is the same size as Earth. And I'm not sure if you need to assume that Venus is the same, what the distance from Earth to Venus is. I don't know exactly. But so I can't figure out how they found out the size of Venus. Maybe I'm missing something. I don't know.
How did
they guessed? They said only.
Has anybody done that research into that? What Chad is talking about?
How did they figure out the size of it?
It's been a while. Indio is really good with all of this, but I could look some.
Indio or Mimas? One of them two were talking. They had a discussion. No, Indio. It was Indio. Didn't he have something in his channel about it? Maybe not.
Well, I would say this about Venus. Along with all the other luminaries that are in the sky, we look at, we've got to always remember that there's a few things that we do know and understand to be true, and that is that they are much closer than what they tell us. And so the sizes have got to be much smaller than what they're saying. So if you take a smaller Venus, much smaller Venus, Earth, because, I think the luminaries are quite a bit smaller than the Earth. We all understand that at this point, that they're not this millions light years away or whatever. They're
Well,
just,
no, sorry, God, I just have to disagree with you there. We don't even know what these things are, let alone their distance.
I didn't say we knew what they were.
Exactly. We don't know. We don't know.
I didn't say we knew what they were. I said
No, I know you didn't.
We know that
You
they're
said you know
smaller.
they're closer. How do you know they're closer and smaller?
Well,
Right.
because it says in the Bible, because it says in the Bible that they're mounted in the firmament, and I just go along with the biblical cosmology. And you can say what you want. You can. I'm just speculating, but at least I'm basing it. At least I'm basing it on something, not a guess. I'm basing it on what the Bible
Globals
says.
are basing their religion on.
Does the Bible say how big the firmament is?
No, it doesn't say how big it is. Come on.
You don't know.
Wait, why you guys got to be a jerk? All I'm doing is all I'm doing is guessing what I think what's going on here. I think the Venus is much smaller, and if you do the math on a very much smaller Venus, because I can guarantee you it's not the size of the fucking Earth. I can guarantee you that, because I'm not an idiot for one thing.
Good morning. What's going on, Guy Rocket?
How much? How you doing?
Can you fill me in? I just got in here.
We're just talking about the luminaries.
What if Venus is a reflection?
One second, architecture. Let me fill you in real quick. So we're having a discussion about, like, right now at this current moment, it's about Venus, and like I guess we were speaking of it because Chad brought it up, like the transit of Venus across the sun, and the heliocentric perspective being that it's a way to, like, we're trying to see like where the information came, that how they know the size of Venus, and so there's something being talked about in the way of like the Venus being like God Rockin' brought up that it was being smaller than what they're claiming it is. And so there was a challenge being put up that Chad said, well, how do you know that it's smaller? And so God Rockin's point was that it was his perspective from the biblical standpoint that the luminaries in the firmament were what they are. But then, Chad said that the Bible described the firmament being of a certain size. And then, of course, God Rockin disagreed with him, but it got a little spicy. So now you're all caught up.
Okay, so it's just a burden of proof reversal fallacy that I beg our fellow flat earthers not to entertain. How the hell? Like, because it's just like the firmament question and every other question. How the fuck would we know?
Yeah, right.
Like, why do you guys ask us questions that we don't have the answers to?
Exactly.
And it's not that we wouldn't like to explain. Okay, let's say I'm a crazy flat earther who thinks that it's just a couple thousand miles away. I can't explore that because there are boundaries on the sky via the government that we all agreed to have. So why do you guys continue to ask these dumbass questions?
Yes. Totally agreed.
I don't get it.
I don't either, but I was just postulating that, we all know that I think we all feel like that the Earth is much closer than 93 million miles away. And if that let's just say that's
tell my
true.
wife that. I'm not telling no stranger. I tell my wife that. I'm not divulging any intimate information about my beliefs.
Yeah, me neither.
To a psycho that doesn't give a damn about me trying to help him save himself.
Right.
No, really, we need God, but that's the difference.
Usually people are just trying to get a rise out of folks.
Anyway, I was just postulating that if the sun's closer, and Venus actually does transit the sun, well, then what does that tell you about how close that Venus just might be and how big it might be?
So the point I think that we're talking about at the moment was the heliocentric perspective as to how they figured out the size of Venus. Like, what was the size? Where did that come from? Did it come from because it transited the sun and they were using parallax? Like, what was the origin story of how they found out that Venus was a size, they say, that was in correlation to the size of the Earth? Right. So we're looking. Listen, this wasn't like a Glober asking a question. It was like flat earthers just looking into like why they said that it was the size that they said it was, as to like the claim, let's say. So it wasn't like a challenge to flat Earth. It was basically, well, it kind of is, but not in the sense of like a Glober saying it. It was like a flat earther, which was Chad. He was just asking, like, you know, like, how did they figure it out anyway? Like, you know, we're just looking into that. So it became a little contentious point when God Rockin' came and was saying that was my personal stance, that it's a biblical perspective. And so it got a little heated out, that being like, well, how do we know that? And then God Rockin' said, well, this is just my personal, you know, experience with the word, you know, like, so, and that's all it was. It was, you know, flat earth.
Yeah. I wasn't trying to say that's exactly what it was. I was just trying to say that's what, you know, from all my studies that I've done, that's what I feel like is going on. You know what I mean? I could be wrong. I'm not saying I'm not wrong. I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying that that's how I feel, you know, that they're making mistakes. They're making a mistake by saying that Venus is transiting the sun. They're postulating that the sun is 93 million miles away. I don't believe that it's that far. I believe it's much closer. And so that being the case, if it is much closer, that means Venus is much closer. In fact, it's closer than the sun. It's going to transit the sun. So what does that say about it? I mean, just put two and two together and then postulate that maybe they made some pretty huge freaking mistakes. That's what I'm saying.
If Venus is closer than the sun, then we would see we wouldn't see it hidden behind the sun, I guess. Oh wait.
Yeah, but there's.
I thought it transited in front of the sun.
Yeah, the underlying premise of the beginning of this conversation is that we don't know. Right. And I think that should be the stance of everybody where it comes to, like, let's say, okay, and I'll say it this way because it's been a fallacy within flat earth that people say the sun and moon are closer, and it's like, to what? In reference to what? What are we putting that in? Yeah, I know, but like, but that was an assumption.
I could say it like this. I mean, when we say it's because the contrast is so damn high. That's the only reason. Like, I mean, it's not really unreasonable to say it's closer because everyone has the mindset and the worldview of distances we can't even fathom. So when we say it's closer, it's literally anything closer than infinitely expanding away from us. That's for sure.
I guess the idea is when you say that the sun is in Narnia. I'm using this like example because being a bit facetious about it. But if you're saying the sun is in Narnia and that is closer. Like us saying, well, the sun is closer than Narnia, you know, like, then it sounds ridiculous when you put it that way, but it does. That's as ridiculous as it is now when we're saying it. So it's like the sun is closer to Narnia. You're like, well, Narnia doesn't even exist, so how can it be closer than Narnia if Narnia doesn't exist? Like, you can't prove Narnia.
That's a good point.
So, I mean, just to Chad's point, because like one of the things that we do, because it's not saying because we're so used to I'm telling you guys, it's the indoctrination, man. We're coming at a standpoint of saying it's not that, but this, and it's not even a dichotomy because there isn't even it's imaginary. We're talking about imagination land, so it's closer than Narnia. It's like, well, that's funny because there is no Narnia. Where does Narnia even? You got to provide evidence for Narnia, and then once you do that, then we'll talk about it being close.
And I base my ideas off of the hot spot on the top of the clouds for one thing. You know, just on a couple of common sense points, that would tell me that the sun is much closer than what we think it is, or what we've been told it is. How much closer, I have no idea. But in order to put a hot spot on the clouds, use your imagination, get a light bulb, take it, and put a hot spot on something. It's got to be pretty freaking close, or it doesn't.
Yeah, that would be your personal kind of like way of looking at it from not a place of like
exactly.
being in space or anything, but
yeah, exactly.
I would say to the effect of guys when we're saying that to the opposing side, we're actually putting it against the 93 million miles, and it's like us being as silly as saying it's closer than Narnia. Like, and so that doesn't work in the sense of like the effectiveness of what we're trying to do, because then they'll throw it back to us. Because then they'll throw it back to us and saying like with metrics, how close do you think it is then? And we're just like, well, it's not 93 million miles, and then they're gonna be like, okay, well then tell me, because Narnia is 93 million miles away, so you're telling me it's closer than Narnia, and so we're debating something that has no debate. It's like,
right, you're right.
I have an article. I have an article here, actually, as you guys were speaking, I was listening, but I was looking up some information. This is from Wiki History, the transit of Venus. And I posted it in live stream, but the last paragraph, it says, Kepler's third law of planetary motion predicted a planet's distance from the sun in relation to its orbital period, but the exact distance in miles were completely unknown. Boom. Distances are measured in AUs, which is the sun's Earth distance being equal to 1 and an orbital period of 1 year. All the other planet distances and periods are in relation to this, to the Earth. So, in other words, to an unknown.
So, it's literally meaningless then.
Yeah, all to an unknown.
So can you see like so this has been, it's one of the fallacies that I would say that we actually bring up when we actually have these conversations with the globalists. So I would just dare say, like, be careful how you present it, because it brings up the dichotomy of it being from 93 to closer. And so if we're saying closer to in reference to what, it makes more sense, because if we're using an assumption, then we can't say based on the assumption we're going to go ahead and say it's closer than the assumption. We're going to have to say that you have to provide the evidence for that assumption first before we even start talking about distances. How did you even know that was in existence? So and then they're not going to be able to provide evidence for that, of course, which leads us back to that they don't know. But we can't engage in that conversation and make ourselves look like we're putting ourselves at odds with something that doesn't exist, because then it makes us look like fools. Because we're engaging in a conversation until we're blue in the face, and we're not going to get anywhere. It'll be kind of a match of wits of assumptions, because now we're going to assume how close it is to that 93 million miles, which, yeah, I've heard it many times before. People saying it's 3,000 miles up, but I don't know. I'm not going to go.
That right there is better to argue that we can't even figure that out. We talk about sending satellites hundreds of thousands of miles. But we can't even go that far to explore to give you guys an answer, because the sky is regulated. I literally, like, this girl on Facebook I was telling you guys the other day. She made a post about, why don't flat earthers just go to the moon since it's so closer and get evidence. I was like, shit, if the government didn't put regulations. And she's like, what regulations? And I said, what do you mean, what regulations? On the sky? The regulations. The borders? She was like, I'd like to see borders. What government documentation? So I said, all right, ma'am, you're dead ass serious. Well, what country are you from? And she's like, what's that got to do with anything? Well, how the fuck can I tell you what your regulations are if I don't know where you live? Like, that's how dumb the conversation got. To the point that they didn't know why I was asking them what country they live in. After telling them that each sky or each country with a border, it doesn't just end on the ground, okay? The skies are bordered too. So I don't know what you globe earthers are smoking. I don't know what it is. It's fucking getting on my nerves.
Wow, they're so active on Facebook.
What they're
Sorry.
smoking is called make you stupid dope.
Well, I don't see why we're wasting time thinking about what they think. Like, we know, like the ancients knew the stars and the stellar bodies were smaller and closer. It was the heliocentrists that changed it to being massive and infinitely far away. And they never provided proof of that.
Yeah, but that's that's a hotbed of contention when we start looking into saying like I just went over that. I feel like I don't know if you were there, Trucker, but if we start to say closer, then we're gonna have to bring a point of reference. So,
Well, I'll just put it this way. I'll dare to say this much and say the sun is close enough to make a hot spot on the clouds, and wherever that is, I don't know, but it's definitely making a hot spot on the clouds. So, however close it's got to be to do that, I don't know what it is. Why don't you tell me?
right, so that's always the case is they're working off the premise of the heliocentric model. So
I know, but I don't work off that premise. I don't give a shit about the heliocentric model.
Like what I'm saying is when people engage, like I know you don't, Godrock, and I heard your stance. What I'm saying is when other people are coming from that stance, they're coming off of the 93 million miles bit. So when people, like I know Trucker was saying, why can't we just tell them we obviously know that it's closer, because then we're putting it up against the 93 million miles. Do you understand, Trucker? Like that's what we're doing when we just say that. So that's what I'm trying to bring to light here is that you can't enter an argument with someone who's saying 93 million miles and then you're going to say that it's closer because you don't know at all. And so just let's, and I know it's a jagged pill to swallow for most who don't want to say that, but if you say it, you're going to be the honest person in the conversation because you honestly don't know. So saying that is okay. You're not going to derail the idea that Earth isn't flat. Like you're fine. Like, so you're just make sure that they don't know either. That's the point. Bring them to the place where they can't say they know. That's what you're trying to get them to realize, because you don't know, they don't know. So we can't argue about whether it's closer or farther. You don't know.
Would you say the same with the firmament? Like you don't know how far out the firmament is?
Right.
Or does our air pressure necessitate it has to be a certain size?
No. What? Here's the thing: the expansion or the parameters that we are in this realm are unknown. So let's put it that way. Whatever parameters you're gonna put on it, the length, the height, nobody knows. You know what I mean?
That does make sense. I guess another example, like if you to say, Michael Jordan's taller than you. Well, wait, how tall am I? Like, that's the problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Obviously, you know how tall you are, but when there's a metric in question, you can't say, well, this is this far from this, when we don't know the initial information. Like,
so
it's like trying to say you're taller than someone, but you don't know how tall you are.
Exactly.
If you were to input that into a computer with like uncontrolled variables, like just that, then anytime that you manifested, he would always be taller than you regardless.
Right. So here's the point, guys. Like, and this is good. This is a great learning, teachable moment, I guess. If you're going to engage in a conversation with somebody about that topic, the point is not to talk about the dichotomy of how close it is from their initial stance. It's to show them that they do not know what they're talking about. That is your opportunity. It's your time to show them they don't know what they're saying. It's not your time to show them that it's closer. That's the point. Because when you start getting into that, you're gonna get into the weeds because you don't know and they don't know either. So you both don't know. So better than that, just show them that they don't know. Because then they'll be in the same boat like everybody else is. And it's okay because that's the realm we live in, is some of these unknowns aren't figured out. So there's nothing wrong with saying that, but you have to
feel like sometimes it's good to offer them another model to grasp.
No. Back to Miggy's point. Not to be sorry to be so abrupt. Like, no. Like, you're saying in 5 different ways, maybe we should do that. I'm saying straight up, no. Because, first of all, why is it our burden to replace someone's
It's not a burden, but we're trying to get them to change
like,
their side.
you know, it would be nice. That's why we probably take time with our loved ones. But you know, for the world, like, nah, fam, that's not our job. But what our job is to do is to show people what is reality and what is not reality, what's possible and what's not possible. People believe in things that go against natural laws such as entropy.
Yeah, but the reality is that sometimes it helps people comprehend things if you give them another model to work with. You just preface it by saying,
They can't
Very
comprehend
easy.
anything if they believe in Peter Pan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
That's
you
exactly-
can't get them out of the cartoon.
They don't even have a working brain. We're gonna give them a whole different paradigm to work with, and they don't even fucking know how to think. Why would you do that?
Yeah, you're gonna, instead of Peter Pan, you're gonna give him Middle Earth. Yeah, and thinking that's better than Peter Pan. It's like it's still the same. Like they're gonna be just as lost.
It's another crutch.
So frustrating that they want us to explain like literally every phenomena, because they think their model explains everything, and
They think they have everything. Yeah. They and that, now look at the cartoon I posted there at 59 minutes. This is what they're basing their whole paradigm on, is a cartoon idea of reality that can't be proven. Cartoons. You people out there, you believe in a cartoon. Your whole thing is a cartoon. The distance do you know they used the phases of Venus to determine the size of Earth? I bet you didn't know that. The phases, an apparent optical phenomenon that you see from a light in the sky, they determine the distance from Earth, therefore then the size of Earth and the size of Venus, and everything else based on nothing. No
So they
empirical
use
evidence.
the light
Fairy
after
tale.
sexual desire to determine the size of celestial balls.
Good. I gotta go. Goodbye.
They sound like they're stupid jokes, but that's literally what it says, though, in the etymology.
I mean, it's ridiculous. Absolutely. If you go back to the very beginnings, like what we were talking about, Kepler, Copernicus, they didn't have any information. Was it Copernicus? He released the first thing based on no mathematical or arithmetic, no math at all involved in his first release of this heliocentric idea. With nothing, mathematics at all. Then he updated it later, and then other people just kept adding on. They say. One dumpster fire after another.
I really feel like the whole Isaac Newton Apple story is just as bullshit of a narrative as the George Washington cherry tree story.
Yeah, look what guys. Can you see what I posted in the live stream voice text? Just to go along the same vein of what we're talking about.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
This is replacement ideology right here. What I just shown you.
Exactly. It's just another cartoon.
Yep. Exactly. Whoever said that, you got it. And we've done that many, many times on Flat Earth, the discussion. And we've gone into the weeds how many times with this? Countless.
It doesn't even need to go that far, because then we've accepted their burden of proof reversal. We do this.
Right.
Judging by most of y'all's profiles, we've all been doing this since 2017.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You who said that, so you're correct. Yep.
And yeah, it's exhausting. I'm just now coming back to this stuff, and it's like identical to how it was before.
Well, then they spiral because they don't like hearing, I don't know. They want a cool story.
Yeah, I know that this is the thing, though. We haven't learned how to tackle that bit. We've only been on the defense. Listen, Flat Earth is not a defensive position. It's an offensive one 100% of the time. You tell me how this is supposed to work. You give me the reason why the Earth is measuring radius circumference. You have to provide the evidence for not.
That makes it way too antagonistic, and then it's too much hard work for them, and then they don't care, and then it just ends up being a fruitless conversation.
Wait 1 second, guys. Hold on, Sonny, before Elm gets away from me. So, Elm, I understand that, but because of that, what have we done? It's like a kid who wants candy. I want candy, and then the parent just gives them the candy. No is no. You're gonna have to stand your ground, and you're gonna have to provide. They're gonna have to provide the evidence for what they're saying. Other than that, they're not gonna get anything from because there isn't anything to give. When you give them something like this that I just provided for you.
But you're discussing this like it's always a debate. When
You know why?
From this angle of discussion, like if you're what you're saying is true. If it's a debate,
we're not supposed to be. Listen, it's not a easygoing discussion because first of all, we should be at war, but we're not because we're dealing with people with the intellectual level of babies, like quite literally. You know how you tell a baby something they don't understand, they start to throw a tantrum. If you don't accept an adolescent's lies, they start to throw a tantrum to throw you off. Like, and they just grow up to be grown up children. So here's the thing. The reason that you don't want to be replacing anything, having a conversation, trying to explain things, I know that's the way media, I don't know if you're against the media or not, I know that's the way media told people to have the conversation with us. But no, I reject that. Because what do I really know? That we should be getting people to understand that they don't know these things. That's Miggy's take. That's my take. But really, what goes hand in hand with that is me just saying, oh no, that's a begging the question about. If I left it there, they'd really be fucked. They would have no idea what I just told them. Because I'm basically telling them, your logic doesn't work. Your logic is broken. You're not that smart. That's the hardest part, ain't it? That's the truth. They're saying, well, the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe because we've seen pictures in space. Anything other than, hey, that's this fallacy, is the wrong approach. And because they don't accept it, the second step is to say, all right, well, go ahead and prove in front of an audience how you know. So they're either going to accept that the logic is dumb, or they're going to demonstrate that the logic is dumb because they didn't accept your help when you were trying to tell them, hey, that's logically fallacious. Those are the only two options they have.
That is an approach, but like that doesn't negate offering them a model just to give them something to work with temporarily, and you state clearly this is a fake model. I'm just saying it's replaceable.
My problem with the greater world is people that understand that the Earth is not a globe, such as yourself, still don't know how to think. I don't know how many times we gave you justifiable reasons to not say what you keep saying, but you keep saying it. I can't even help you. So you know what? Go kumbaya with the globers of the world, and good luck to you, sir.
Yeah, dude, tag me for just offering an alternative opinion. Real nice, real.
Well, so the thing you need to do is go on with the other people who are object obsessed. Go along with that group because we're not it.
Bingo.
Yeah, this little high horse that you guys are all on is also why no one wants to listen to you.
Yeah, the truth is a high horse. Yeah, the truth is the horse. Yeah, you're hiding from the truth. You're begging for a cartoon. That is the problem. You're part of the problem. Yeah.
I don't want to begging on. I'm just saying that if you deny the fact that sometimes it helps to give them something to work with.
No, that's the point. That doesn't prove. That doesn't prove anything. You're hiding from reality. Sorry. Go.
I'm not trying to prove anything to them with this. I'm just trying to show them.
Exactly. I rest my case. That was easy. Yep. Boom. Thanks. I rest my case.
But check this out. See, like what you got to understand is what school you're in, son. Okay? Every place isn't for everybody. This ain't the place for that. But there are other servers and other YouTube channels that love to talk about what the sky is, what the sun
You're roboting up for me right now.
There. Am I coming in clear now?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you're good.
The point is, different schools have different styles, right? This isn't the place for what you're asking for. Okay. However, we're not I just told you, good luck. Go do what you want. But the only reason I'm telling you what I'm telling you is because this is the place for what I'm telling you. However, there's Globebusters, there's Flat Earth Banjo, there's a million other people that offer up replacements. Hook up with them and expand your view. Don't argue with us in here.
Try not to get caught too much. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I was just going to be repetitive. This place is for nothing but getting people to understand that they don't know what they thought they knew. That's it. That's really as simple as this place is.
No, this place is
So like, there's a bunch of cooks in this kitchen.
People and intellectually jerking yourself off a lot.
Hold on. So the point I'm getting from Elijah and also what I wanted to say in the vein is that we all have different styles of approaching this information. The point should never be whether or not I like someone's delivery. It should be whether or not the information resonates. I know that's hard to do in today's world of hashtag butthurt, cancel culture, whatever, but if we can look past that and be big boys and big girls and just take a look at the information, it's presented many, many, many different ways, like Elijah said, different people, different platforms, all kinds of stuff. So in my opinion, there's no excuse not to at least have a good grasp on the information if you can set your ego aside and say, well, I don't like the way that person acts, but thank God they're not my brother or mother or something. I just need to listen to what they're saying and then, decide for myself. That's just me.
We heard what Elm was saying though on the whole of what he's talking about. Let's say from the beginning of the time that we started the movement really caught on fire on the internet, end of 2014, beginning of or late 2015, all that sort of time frame. People started coming in here. This was the big go-to. This was kind of like what everybody was doing. And we saw the ineffectiveness of that. As far as we can say, with the conversations that were taken hours at a time, we're talking about experience going through almost every idea of replacement of FE models, of like the outer pond theory, like everything you can think of. Nothing helps. Why? Because there's always a dichotomy they're trying to pit it against, the globe versus this. And what we're doing is arguing from a standpoint of telling them, no, Narnia doesn't exist. A Middle Earth exists. So we're giving them something that they can't understand, even because they can't even understand the globe. They're saying, like when we ask them, how do you know this? It's easy, bro. Science. Oh, yeah? Like they don't even know that much. So we're really coming at this from a place where they don't even know what they're talking about. So I know you want to give them something else, but they don't even know the thing they're talking about in the first place. So you're not going to give them a helping hand. You're going to give them a ball of confusion. And they're just going to be worse than they were at the very beginning.
Yeah, we're pretty much telling them that everything you believe in is a lie. Because it's
So like this. So to Mickey's point about the ineffectiveness, here's the thing. All we're doing is telling people, hey, think for yourself. And it's not as simple as that. Honestly, you got a lot of work in understanding how to think for yourself. This is basically this is what we tell people. Not only do you have to think for yourself, but actually you may not know how.
But you
And
can't.
so here are some resources.
People
right?
get upset, bro.
Because if they don't have a foundation, then guess what? Like when I didn't have a foundation in politics, I went with what was the best source because I couldn't figure out how to check a talking about a source. And I just picked my favorite one. Guess what favorite belief everyone holds today? Not just that the earth is a globe. They don't give a fuck about that. That's reinforced by their belief in space. The beauty of space travel, aliens, things that they've never seen, things that they've been imagining in their mind since a child. Same thing we all do, right? So when you come up to them and tell them, hey, let me replace that with this, yours is incomplete. It doesn't have 10, 20, 30 years of indoctrination. It doesn't have 10, 20 years of programming from TV. I don't know if you watch JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Oh my God, the globe stuff in there is unheard of. But you don't have that. So they're not going to be satisfied with what you give them anyway. They're just going to default to someone who tells them, hey, you didn't know what you were talking about. Because guess what? When somebody comes along and says you don't have proof, like when somebody, like if you were to replace it, right? Then they go to someone who they respect. They think is smart, just like they thought you were smart. And this person has like some background in biology or some random shit that doesn't even have to do with the cosmos. And they say, well, that doesn't make sense because X, Y, Z, and they don't have empirical evidence of that. So the person goes, holy shit, you're right. Guess what? That's what you were supposed to tell them. So that somebody else is telling them that you don't have empirical evidence. And they're like, yeah, that's true. Not realizing that none of us have empirical evidence on what the fucking cosmos is.
But in my opinion, it all comes down to discretion. Like you have to know what you're talking about. You have to drill in certain points. Like, yo, this is just a model. This is just
still going with that home. You still, bro.
Yeah, I am.
Still in
Damn.
Hold on. Hold
Hey,
on,
man.
Elem. Hold on, Elem. Hold on. Elem. You're hot mic on, Elijah.
My bad. Hold on,
We just listened to a whole fucking.
That sounds pretty hot over there. Anyway, Elem, I'm just curious. I don't understand your want or your desire, your motivation to wanting to give them something that is just another reification.
That's right, Sonny.
For example, like circumnavigation, they'll ask how that works, right? And if you just give them a fucking disc and show them how east to west works, how it could work on that kind of can dispel their beliefs a little bit.
Well, they already do that.
They're just going to say, look, the flat earthers gave me a disc. Here it is, folks. Here's the disc, everybody. You know how they tear shit apart? You're throwing
but those are all the intellectually dishonest people anyway that you don't have to engage your time with and you shouldn't be talking to online in the first place.
You're interrupting me. Please don't do that. So check it out. You're throwing these wolves that don't deserve the information, something they can tear apart.
Oh, so now lack of empathy. Cool.
Why would you desire to do that?
No, Sonny. No, Sonny. There's two different conversations going on. You're talking about anti-flat earthers and people with the I don't know.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about Glovers.
That's the thing. You can't open their eyes by like you're trying to tell somebody it's cold out here, and they have a blanket over them, The cure is not to take off one blanket while putting another blanket on. It's to expose how cold it is. So,
I get it.
like, you can after you do that, after they understand it's cold out here, after they stop saying, "Oh well, I'm going to be a Republican. Oh well, I'm going to be a Democrat. Oh no, you're still warm, buddy. Oh no, well I'm going to go with there's 6 billion religions. I'll just pick one. No, you're still warm, buddy. You don't know how cold it really is. You don't know how deceptive." You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think I agree. I think I agree with you. And just for the sake of not being misunderstood, all I was saying is that I think this is something we can agree about, us in here in the panel and so forth, that we're not giving them a model for the reasons I just outlined, because we're going to give them a model. A model isn't anything complete. It's nothing that is real. It's just some representation of something that we don't know all the details about. So all I was saying, why would we want to give them that so they can pick it apart in the anti-flat earth communities? And
I don't care about anti-flat earthers. I care about those that we can draw over.
Further drag us down into the weeds, like I always do. And I'll yield before.
But you know what? You know what I'm tired of hearing? I'm tired of hearing it. And I'm talking about. You ever been on Facebook? The cesspool that is, full of anti-flat earthers. You know what they tell me? Damn, man. Honestly, you're the hardest person I've debated about this subject. I'm tired of hearing that. I'm tired of hearing from my friends and family. Wow, I didn't actually understand anything about this. I know one side said this, the other side said that. Now that you've broken it down, my head really hurt. Like I really understand what the fuck is going on. What I mean by I'm tired of that is because you know what they did get? The replacement stuff.
Yeah.
So guess what they did? They took that to Google and YouTube, and then the paradigm did its job in telling them how retarded that replacement is.
Right. And you're just going to end up.
So you're giving somebody a disadvantage when you do that. You're not helping them.
Exactly.
Correct.
I agree. I concur with you.
When you guys are done, I have something to point out.
Yeah, but before you start, President, before anybody else jumps in, we do have some new people. So if it's important, I would say just keep it brief so we can introduce the new people. President.
Well, yeah, I just wanted to quickly say that, it seems to me like a lot of Globers, well, every Glober really, suffers from the delusion that they have an answer to every question in regards to both the Earth and the lights above our head. All right, so when they say to you, like, something like, oh, well, I know that those blue stars in the sky are millions of miles away, and they're balls of gas with nuclear fusion happening inside of them, and I know that. So you see, they're suffering from the delusion that they have an answer to every question, and we're simply telling them, at least in regards to the lights in the sky, at least in regards to that, we're telling them, so no, we don't know what they are. You don't know what they are. It's just simply an unverified light in the sky. And that's a very difficult thing for some people with certain mental problems to really get over. They find it hard to accept that there's something they're looking at, but they don't know what it is. And that's a personal problem. But I'm just saying, giving them some other delusion to follow or some other answer that's not based in actual definite evidence to back it up. That's not going to do anybody any favors, is what I'm saying.
It might not do some people's favors, but it's about discretion again.
Yeah, hang on, El. I know everybody wants to jump in. Just 1 second. Let me introduce some new people, and maybe they'll start up some conversation here. We got Stan, the man that just joined us. Stan, I'm going to unmute your mic right now. You can try to attempt to use your microphone. But yeah, welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We do want to hear from new people that come in here, whether you think the Earth is a globe, you're on the fence, or if you know the Earth is flat, please tell us what you think and why. Stan the man. Stan the man, can you hear me? Are you there? Nope, I saw you light up. Try again, bro. No, we're not getting anything. Let me give you the VC verify tag and then just come right back. Let me give you the tag so you can come back in here and open up your mic. All right, what I'm going to do is it's a Discord bug. I'm going to disconnect you and then you just come right back, Stan the man. I gave you the VC verified tag so you can open your mic when you come back. All right. He should be able to clear that up when he comes back. I've done this many times, so. But Elm, yeah, I wanted to say something at the very end. Sorry I interrupted probably the end of what you said, Elm, but I'm introducing new people. So.
All right, good.
We got the August ambassador. I don't think I've spoken to you. It looks like somebody that's. How's it going?
I'm not really new. I've been here for a few years.
Have you? What was your name before?
It's always been August. I just haven't really been active.
Yeah, well, why suddenly come back all of a sudden, or just seeing what's going on here? Or?
I'm just doing some homework and had the live stream on in the background.
Yeah, no worries, man.
It's been nice hearing you guys talk.
Yeah, we try to keep things where it's relevant and also that we're unlike, and I say this to the point that I know when you hear us speaking here, it's unlike any other forum. And I think that's why we stand out. And people come back because of that. And some people don't because of that. Because they don't find what they're looking for. And sometimes they're looking for the binky which we don't give them. We give them the challenge to look into what they're saying and seeing if what they're saying makes any sense in correlation to their known reality. And it doesn't when they're saying that the Earth is a globe and radius, diameter, circumference are a thing, or the cosmos are what they think they are, on and on. So it's definitely a challenge. And like, I always state this, we're very firm on the principles that we have here. We're always moving the conversation forward. The moderation team here is top notch. We do the best that we can to make sure that everybody is being able to have a platform to speak, and also that you're going to be challenged in here, even as a flat earther. It doesn't mean that you escape the jaws of truth. So if you are in here and you think that just globalists, kind of get scrutinized, no, my friends, you're wrong. Even flat earthers get scrutinized. Because what you're saying is being spoken over in a live stream and also amongst other critical thinking people who can scrutinize what we're saying. So we always have to leave ourselves room to be in a place where we can know, like, maybe if what we're thinking is something that can be corrected, but that's okay. Just like Elm saying, he's still welcome here as a person. He's a flat earther and that, but if he feels that's the way he thinks is more effective, then let him keep continuing on. I think Elijah was saying that too. Keep on trucking. But the thing is, we've seen the effects of going that direction because of what Elijah just finished saying. I mean, it's enough evidence to make anybody stop and think, right? At least you would think so. If you tell somebody something, you give them the azimuthal equidistant or whatever thing that you replace of the thing you're taking away, they're going to take that thing that you give them to an expert that they would consider an expert, right? Wikipedia or Google, whatever, and just talk to some guy, and it could be a teacher. And the teacher says, well, that guy's crazy because we know Earth to be a globe. And then they're going like, you see, I always knew. And then what you're going to do is you're going to actually probably get more damage done to the truth movement than you did try to help them. So, yes, it is definitely something that will not help them. It's going to actually do more harm than good. And so this has been going on, I think, with Flat Earth for a while now. There's a lot of things that they have in their mind that are being replaced. I could name a few to kind of give you an idea. The ice ring that surrounds the entire Earth. The sun spiraling in and out from the Tropic of Cancer to Capricorn. Let me see, what else can I bring up? Something flat. Oh, the Azimuth equidistant projection, the Gleason's map, the Antonio Subrat's version, the Mark Sargent version of flat Earth. Let's see, what else can we think? We can throw a bunch of things in the mix.
That's why people
just other things.
You talking about the Mark Sargent version? People love to find a model. Well, the anti-flat earthers, they like to find a model that they can tear apart.
Sorry.
And they're just almost gleeful.
I was going to give you a real world example. So a real world example of a teacher, right? I'm on YouTube, just giving my random comments. And a commenter said, we need our own school so we can teach the truth to our children. So I said, where is it? Scrolling down. There we go. So I said, but are we going to still teach pseudoscience like the sky being a vacuum with all the celestials named Greek gods? We're going to keep believing that and teaching that? Come on, fam. Okay, so do you also teach them that balls of plasma are gas giant planets and in an infinitely lower pressure system, the vacuum of space is a violation of the law of nature entropy? Are we going to let them believe in pseudoscience from the medical industry as well? Or are we going to demand to see evidence from a valid hypothesis versus assumption or presupposition? And the teacher responded, I teach them what I want. First of all, that is the answer to, ultimately the question of what our kids should be ingesting. Okay? So my response is, no, you don't. You teach them what the curriculum mandates. What justifiable response does anyone have to that? But this is what people think. I'm going to teach them what I want to teach them. But that's not even true, because you're going to teach them what you're paid to teach them, or you're fired.
That's true. You can lose their jobs if they're not teaching them the curriculum. People have lost their jobs because they haven't taught curriculum. You teach them what we tell you to teach them, or else you could not have a job with us anymore. It's that simple. Anyway, we've expounded on this thought quite a bit. I think it's interesting that we now and again touch up on this topic because it's a controversial one within our community. There's a lot within our community that would see it Elm's way. And they just say, well, we have to say that it's this model or use this or just to help them. I'm like, no, you don't. You're using it because you don't want to actually make it hard for them so they can understand they don't know what they're talking about. And that's the bottom line. I mean, you can give them that. Go ahead. It's not going to be effective because, once again, they'll take that information, pit it up against something of what they would consider experts would be saying, and then bye goes your little flimsy way of arguing for flat Earth because easily debunked, right? When they look it up on Wikipedia, it's easily debunked. And then what leg do you have to stand on? So.
You can call it a model or not, but it's two different ways of seeing reality. So, I mean, some people like calling it a model, some don't. But it's two very distinct ways. So, yeah, I don't know.
T-Watt, you coming in? Go ahead.
Yeah, well, actually, it relates to what Trucker was just saying as well, and it's when you present a model, right? Particularly a replacement model, it's allowing a standard for explanations of things we experience, but in a manner in which we don't experience it, and it takes it out of the realm of empiricism. Because empiricism is based on what we can observe, what we experience, and what we can test in reality. And if all you have is a model to test it against, then you've gone beyond what we're physically experiencing. And also, we must hold ourselves to the same standards that we expect from Globers. And if we don't, then we are basically conceding that there is still a debate to be had, that the Earth could still be a globe, a spinning globe in a vacuum.
And that's the thing. Well, let me point this out, because again, the first thing I told you was people need to understand that they don't think correctly. So what you're asking for, in actuality, especially, I'm thankful to the guy that just explained this, that they're using something to explain things that
You're real low, bro. You're really low.
We're using non-reality to explain reality, and you're asking, can't we just do our own version of that? Well, it's called a reification fallacy. So if we're committing the fallacy, we're supposed to be exposing to the person who doesn't understand this, you're not doing a good job.
But we're not expressing it as absolute truth. So it's not fallacy in the same way.
No, it's a reification when you say this is a model of where we live. A reification fallacy. Sure is.
Alright, so if people aren't thinking empirically already, do you expect empirical arguments to be their forte? Is that going to be what's going to bring them in, or should you go down to their level?
That's the cure. Because that is the problem with society, that they don't accept when they're using fallacious reasoning to come to conclusions. If you're going to say, well, we need to do that in order to help, no, I don't see any justifiable reason. Other than you just saying we should, I haven't heard any justifiable reason why we should. Go into fallacy to try to show people that they think fallaciously. I don't get it.
Yeah, I think that's pretty clear. I think, Elm, you can agree with that. If you disagree with it being like presenting, and I'll use this as an example, but like the azimuthal equidistant projection map as a way to teach someone who thinks the Earth is a globe about flat Earth. That is reifying the model of flat Earth. That's not giving them an experience like T-Watt was saying of empirical reality. Like you're not going to go out there and into the field and test the Earth for what it really is against the idea that it's a globe. They're not going to do that. You're giving them something to lean on, a crutch even. And so if they have that crutch, they're going to use it like the way they did the globe. So what you essentially did is made a false convert, if there is such a thing for that. So you made a false convert. And if you're happy with the false convert, then by all means, that's what you're going to get, a false convert. Someone who can probably later down the line say, hey man, I was a flat earther at one point, but I'm not today. Thank goodness. I've seen the light. And that's what will happen. But
I get what you're saying. I've run into those.
I know. And this is and like, listen, man, if you feel like it's a reprimand, it's just not. It's just really, we've been through this so many, and we've heard the ins and outs of why people, what's effective, what's not. It's almost like the trial and error portion of it has been done. It's like years now. We already seen the end result to it. So it's not like we're just gassing you up, like just to do it. By all means, my friend, we know the end of the road. And so Elijah is speaking on truth when he's saying, go ahead, give them what you say you're going to give them. And because you're doing it with empathy and you just want them to know, they're going to take that thing and they're going to be telling other people about it. One day they're going to meet a guy or someone who's knowledgeable about the globe, going to give them the old runaround, the old sophist stack, and it's going to make them feel like they don't know what they're talking about. And then they're going to say, like, you know what, this sucks. And they're going to give it up and then just go right back to the globe and be even stronger and more dug in their position than before. But we're just telling you that right now so that you can realize that you don't have to go through that. But if that's your cup of tea, then drink it. because we've seen what happens when people do that. But I mean, everybody drinks from whatever cup they want. You know, like if that's what you want to keep doing, then do it. But it's not. We're telling you from experience, it's not effective. It's not going to bring around the true conversion of somebody like actually digging into the research and things like that. If somebody's come to that by way of that, that was like, it's a miracle that they're still here. But if they would have said, well, I came in because of the fallacious AE map or whatever. But guess what? They actually started to do the research with them, brought them back around to like that we don't need this. Then they would really say that, nah, there's not a way to actually bring someone in. Because really, if somebody was wanting to know the truth, they were going to persist for the truth anyway. They were going to use just the AE map. They would find out that the AE map has no place in Flat Earth whatsoever. And I'm saying this with like assurance so that it could, if you wanted to challenge me on it, it would be easily provided to you as like way of, I could show you that it doesn't have any real meaning in Flat Earth. None whatsoever. It's been tossed around thousands and thousands of times in conversations, you know, as in, no, this is how flights work on a flat Earth, and look at this map, and you know, people argue with that. But
that's the thing. Like you argue, like you look. See again. So what? You're gonna give them a model, aka a map. Well, guess what? The azimuthal equidistant projection is a projection of the sky and translated to the ground. That's what it is. How they get it? Using a horizontal plane of reference that they measured angles off of. That's how they built the system. If you don't tell someone that and they don't know that, somebody's going to come along and say, oh, it's a globe projection and, you know, it's 60 nautical miles per degree. And if you complete the circle, that's the equator distance that we have that can only work on a globe and blah, 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 blah. So all they have is the information that was already there, just a way to interpret it, rather than the method and what the method exposes about the reality.
And these are great lessons that we've learned over time. So you guys are kind of reaping the benefits of not having to do the legwork, because I'm telling you, it's you know, ultimately tiring going through this over and over and presenting these, you know, replacement ideas. And all of us have come from that. So we're just telling you from the experience of actually seeing the effectiveness of that, like not working. So, but if anybody feels like, hey man, the AE maps works, I'm going to use it, so go ahead and use it. So, I mean, what else can you do, right? If you think that's what's going to really help people, then use it.
So I posted a video of like a Freemason projection onto a model. And I pull that up. So like if you have a dollar bill and you draw that for them, you can probably give them a little nugget of something to chew on, to sink in the back of their brain for, I mean, however long they want, however long it takes. Because just using the back of a dollar bill and all the signs that are on a dollar bill and its relations to Freemasonry, and then you show it, the Freemason, the compass and square or whatever it's called, on the flat Earth model. I mean, you can't just like look at these things and not be amazed by the I don't want to call it coincidences, but like, you know, the pattern going on, the symbology that exists, that's just in our face. And these are better angles to approach people at than just trying to come from a, hey man, you can't think correctly, you're not thinking right, because they don't want to listen to that.
But they're not thinking. But they're not. That's the point we're trying to make to you, is that you're trying to give them something to look at to replace their inability to think critically. That doesn't work. You can't give someone the ability to think critically by just showing them a picture or a model of something. They will still lack the ability to think critically. And as long as they're lacking the ability to think critically, it doesn't matter if you show them a model or don't. They're just lacking in that way.
That's true.
Yeah, but like one of the ways to force people into actually critically thinking is to convince them that the Earth is flat.
No. Did you hear what I just said? I just said there is no way to make them force them to critically think. You can't do that.
Force and dude, force and convince. Those are two words that you fucked up using. Don't use those words. We're not trying to force, not trying to convince.
I can nitpick my words, but the point is,
if we do either of those things, my friend, then we're doing everyone a disservice. Okay.
So you're saying that if you could convince, and I am saying that word because, like, you know, I'm not going to go do a laser test with them, you know. If you can convince them just via words that, you know, something weird's going on, that opens their mind to, like, I'm not thinking properly. If you just attack them, hey, you're not thinking properly, they're just going to be like...
Can I say what I just said again? I don't think you quite heard me, and I don't know what
Sure,
I was trying to say. But, yeah, the word force is the word I meant to say. When it comes to the topic of thinking critically about the surface of the earth, you cannot force someone to do that. Just like the saying, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Well, you can lead a glober to level water, but you can't make him acknowledge it as level water. All right. So showing them a model or telling them a story or doing anything that's even remotely close to that will not do them any good, because that will not cause them to have the ability to think critically about the surface of the earth. They either have that ability or they don't. There's nothing you can say and nothing you can show them that will change the fact that they either have it or they don't. That's just something people have or they don't. Like, showing them a model that's, you know, that could be real or, you know, could reflect reality or could not reflect reality, that's not going to cause them to have the ability to think critically from that point forward. They will still lack that ability if they were before.
So we're going back to sorry, I know you're going to say something. Did you want to say something before I start?
No, I don't really think we're having a good discussion here anyway, so we can move on.
Well, no, it is productive, man, because other people are listening. But yeah, it always goes back to the principle that I like the way Elijah was presenting it, because, you know, you use analogies to say things, right? But giving somebody another blanket is never the way. It's exposing them to the cold, right? So they have to understand that they don't know what they're saying, because the ability to say something and regurgitate it is not like what we would understand critically thinking for themselves. They're just repeating what they were taught, or they were told. I should correct myself, because I know I was corrected with Chad. What they were told, not what they were taught. So what they were told was that the earth is whatever set size of dimensions. And so for us, they have to understand that they don't know what they're talking about. They're just repeating things that they were told. When they understand that, when they don't have an answer to give us, then they're going to realize, well, maybe the scientist knows. That's the point that they get to when they start to defer to a scientist or somebody else with a better idea than them. I'm not smart enough for this thing, they would say. And that's when we would say, no, my friend, you are smart enough. You've just been told that you're not capable of achieving it because it's extremely complicated. So with this idea, you're taught how not to think for yourself, right? So you have to undo the whammy that's on them right now, the spell that they're under. So you can't get that by giving them something else. You're giving them a blanket to replace the blanket they have. You have to expose them to the cold. Once they are feeling freezing, then they'll know that they're in reality. This is the real thing, my friend. You do not know what you are saying. And I'm just showing you that you don't know what you're saying. Now that we arrived here, you know what you need, right? And it's not going to be another comfy little warm blankie. It's to understand how to live in the cold. And that means in everything that it is to be exposed into the truth. And that is, it's difficult because that's the thing that they don't want. And you, because you feel empathetic towards a person, you want to just give them a nice comfy blanket. Let's just give them the comfy blanket. Why can't we just give them? And we're like, because they're never going to know that it's really, really cold. That is why. Once they know that, they will start to realize how to think for themselves.
Yeah, but the cold's scary, and sometimes you got to adjust to it a little bit, if you know what I'm saying. That's pretty much my whole point. Different people need different approaches, like, and that goes for all.
It's the same for everybody, Elm. Everybody has been given this paradigm. Everyone doesn't. Every country of the world is given this paradigm. So everyone who's told this think they have the information down on lock. So they're not exposed to the fact that they don't know. So everybody needs to be exposed to that they don't know. So that is our mission. That is what we're doing here in this server. Our mission is to thoroughly expose them that they don't understand what they're talking about. When they arrive, they either arrive or they don't. They rage quit or they don't want to accept. That is upon them. We leave that up to them. The challenge is already put out there that they don't know. Now, the convincing part, my friend, that happens when they realize, not when you make them realize, but when they realize that they don't know the truth. So you can't push them into it. They have to actually want to know that they don't know. That sounds a bit redundant, but that's true. They have to want to know.
The first major fallacy of anybody trying to give somebody information is having a presupposition or thinking that you have the ability to convince somebody of anything is fallacious right at the very start. It's not possible. So if anybody's running on this thing that they believe that they can convince somebody of anything, I don't care. You cannot convince somebody that the toilet paper is white. Even though they know it's white, you can't convince somebody. They already know it. People are either going to know, they're going to either want to know or they don't. There's no sense in giving people another cartoon like everybody's saying here. These people don't know what it's like to be cold. They need to be exposed to the cold. That really hits home. So stop giving them a blanket. You're giving, okay, I'll only give you a thin blanket instead of a super warm blanket, give you a watered down version of a blanket. And then when you get in the cold, I'm going to rip that away from you. It doesn't sound too fun. They need to know, like, it's cold. We've been warning them. Look, it's cold here. We have the truth. It's cold. So how many times do you have to hear it's cold? Okay, when you step through this door, it's going to be cold. It's going to be a shock. And we're not going to try to give you a blanket anymore.
You have to feel the cold to know that you are cold. It's a cool analogy that we're actually using it because it's like it is a shock to people when they realize it. It was to me when I fully came into the knowledge. It was just
the ice wall challenge.
But at what point that I did come in, I was, Flat Earth was new as far as like the internet goes, and I was full of replacement ideas, full of them. And that's why I'm even speaking from this point, because it's like that's all Flat Earth was like riddled with like replacement ideas.
Yeah, it's kind of like everybody's tried this all before.
It really was, and that's the biggest thing for us, I think, to overcome is that we had the same kind of idea for a long time. So breaking free of that, yeah. But we have birthing pains. But you know what? For most of us, I think we're willing to go, okay, look. I'm not saying anything's positive. Everything's up for grabs. I'll take a look at the information as it comes and just give it a fair shake right on the spot. So, okay, maybe I need to relook at some things, and maybe I need to decide that my perspective needs to be changed a little bit. Like I was still seeing things in an objective way or whatever it is, But you can't do that if you're thinking you know all the answers like the Globe does. They have every single answer. You go into some of these NASA pages about Venus and all these different planets. They know every single thing about. They know the molecular structure of the whatever they call terrestrial up there. That there's soil up there. They could tell you the density of the freaking planet. And you go back to the very beginning of their paradigm, their religion, and basically they just guessed at everything. They looked at lights in the sky and they said, this looks about the same size. Oh, and it's going to pass by the sun at this time. They were wrong on every account.
Hey, I want to add on top of that they have in this heliocentric model the belief, the claim that the edge of the universe was at one point in time expanding at the speed of light for, I forget what they say, it's something like 6 billion years, and then ever since then, for the last handful of billion years, it's been expanding faster than the speed of light. and it's still accelerating faster and faster every second that goes by. The edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light, and they say they know this. They say this as a definite fact, a definite known fact. Now think about this. Is this not the highest level of delusion to claim that the edge of the universe is expanding faster than the speed of light? I can't think of anything that's a higher level of delusion than that. To think that you know.
It totally is, Orion. You're right. Think about this. And they have this, they make fun of people that are spiritual in nature, right? Or go by the good book or whatever it is. But they have the fairy tale. Think about this, a romantic cosmic story. There was a wayward planet flying through the endless, no atmosphere, vacuum of space for eons. It had been flying alone. And then it smashed into another planet, Earth. And it blew out a chunk, and that created a moon that is turned into a ball, and Earth recoagulated after it had been smashed to bits. And now it has this moon spinning around it at just the right height, just the right size, that it's exactly the same size as the sun is apparently in the sky. Think about that, Roman. Isn't that wild? And they think we're religious. Listen to that fairy tale. Because I say Earth was created within the waters, separated waters. That means there's a bubble. Guess what? We have gas pressure here. Then what else could it be? A contained system all the way around in between the waters and waters. An air bubble. We live in a contained air bubble. It says that. In the creation, like, how is that more ridiculous than these fairy tale spheres flying around, bouncing into each other, and they just end up being in Earth's perfect orbits? Everything's in the Goldilocks zone, that these humans just miraculously were amoebas to fish, climbed out of the water, turned into frogs, had legs and lungs and gills too, and then turned into a human being from monkeys. Like, what a ridiculous freaking fairy tale that is. Think about it. A few dinosaurs along the way. Come on, you guys can add in.
All praise be to chaos. Aw, it's like a romantic comedy.
I know, and they think we're nuts. Think about their fairy tale. They come in here all brave, thinking they got science on their side, all this stuff. What a bunch of bullshit. Like, think about this, folks. This is how, like, I know I seem like I'm kind of passionate about it, but this is how serious this decision is. People are just driven nuts by this heliocentric religion out there. They have this going on in their minds all the time. Along with this, I'm hopeless. There's no need for me to do anything. I might as well just enjoy myself the best I can on a physical level, because that's all that matters. That's what the scientists say. The religion that claims they're not a religion, the space religion. I'll yield the floor. Thanks.
If somebody would like to, they can check my math on this as far as the speed of objects flying in space. I posted it in the voice text.
Like to say what's up to like to say what's up to Gemsy. What's up, Gemsy? Jordan F599. What's going on, Jordan? I haven't spoken to you, so you look fairly new to the server.
Heaven is up.
There you go.
You always say that every time I ask.
Hey Miggy, how'd you guys like that story?
Yeah,
Wasn't that a fantastic story?
I'm nearly convinced, dude. You had me convinced.
Matt almost turned back into a Glober, man, because he said that.
Yeah.
He was on the verge.
Yeah.
That's so funny,
dude. Need a little bit more faith.
See? I mean, it's fantastic. It's kind of alluring, isn't it?
Gave me the warm fuzzies.
Jordan, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, man?
What's going on, man? I don't think I spoke. Have I spoken to you? I don't think I have.
No, you haven't. The only person that I've really spoken to is from this chat. It was I forget his name. Damn it.
Yeah, I'll come back to you. But yeah, welcome to the chat. So what brings you by? Like, you got a flat Earth tag, so
Yeah, I'm a flat earther.
yeah. So how's your experience in the server? Like, have you been listening into the chats or?
I've been here and there.
Okay.
I've been a lot in the Tartaria server, but
Cool.
yeah, I'm about to go to work anyways.
Yeah, just keep us on like a podcast if you're able to. If not, just come back whenever you get off of work.
Yeah, bro.
What a journey.
Chris V, what's up, homie? You back there and laying in the cut? It's Sunday, Holmes. You should be chilling in Texas somewhere.
What a great Sunday. We have 31 in the chat here right now. Good to have you all on here.
Yeah, it's quite busy right now with everyone in here.
We got a great squad on this place.
We got Red Eye Jedi hanging out. Rose
Yeah.
Patton.
Yeah.
Actually, pretty busy for a Sunday. Kind of like it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. We had some interesting conversations. Temel Reese is someone that's new, but I think he's deafened at the moment. And it looks like he speaks a different language too.
Matic Rushev is also new, VC verified.
No, Matic has been in here for a little bit. He's had VC verified for a while. Interesting.
Got part of the antipodal research team down TWAD down there, way down antipodalism, trying to convince. He's trying to help people reclaim their minds that think they're antipodal in Australia. So he's part of our team out there.
Nice.
Team antipodal.
The antipodal recovery research team. Yeah.
ARRT.
That would be it. There you go.
ARRT.
That's perfect.
You have like a badge and everything you flash to everybody. Oh, I'm from the antipodal recovery
official
team.
ARRT. What is it? AART, Australia Antipodal Research Team. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. A recovery and research. Yeah, perfect. Like that. I
was wondering later on tonight, Jimsy, if you're still here, we can do like another speculation Sunday. I'm calling it that. I'm just dubbing it just out of thin air. I don't know. But we usually have like good speculation chats. I kind of like the ones we were having before, but I don't know if anybody wants to do that. If they're in the mood. It's just a moment where we can kind of just talk about all kinds of stuff without having to fear, just like being in here and just give some people some interesting conversation.
That's a perfect little acronym, isn't it? Antipodal Recovery and Research Team.
What are the agents looking like for the
they look like TWAD, whatever TWAD looks like. I don't know what the Aussies look like. I haven't seen any lately that I could identify. It's funny.
He looks like this. Me and Cuddy, look at that. Dude, me and Cuddy, bro. Cuddy, what's
Cuddy,
up, dude?
bro, what the fuck? Cuddy's like, what is Cuddy on? Damn. Ayahuasca much?
That was at the same millisecond too. Y'all look that shit up in the history there.
But check it out, man. Look at this.
Same fucking time. Wow.
2:04. I don't think that's ever happened. I think that's
it was so in sync, it almost broke the fucking internet again. It's amazing.
That is weird.
Right?
If you don't think that's not weird, that's weird.
Talk about particles.
You're hacking into the mainframe. You got to chill out.
Oh, shit,
and actually, it started off when Cuddy put that first one at 2 minutes after that big long range New York City, how flat that horizon is. I started zoning off into that image. I'm like, oh, look how far that is. And then Miggy said what he said, and then boom, boom. It looks like this.
That's weird.
What?
Hey, did you say this is Speculation Monday?
Sunday.
I mean Sunday.
Yeah.
Sunday.
And later on tonight.
Did you guys send Kessler back out to do a little field work?
Shoot, is he going to? I didn't know. I don't know.
No, he left when Miggy showed up. Anyway, hey
Yeah, he doesn't
T-Wad.
really like when I'm around.
T-Wad, do your tears, are they going upward where you are if you're in Australia? Are your tears going?
Damn.
Hey, the reason I was saying Jempsy is because, well, it's not speculation night yet, but like maybe later on tonight I'll talk about it. I don't want to bring it up now.
Speculation.
Yeah.
Speculators. We got speculators in here. I love the speculators market.
Speculation Sunday.
We got speculation on sale today.
Listen,
Blue
we
Light
need to
Bottle
speculate
Light.
on the elites' conspiracy theories.
The what?
Hey, I got a question. How many speculators can I buy for $100?
You get quite
Hold
a
on,
few.
you guys. Hold on, you guys. I saw Cuddy's mic open.
Well, that depends on what you mean by $100.
Flat. Okay, good. Okay, I heard Cuddy's mic open up. Cuddy, do you have something to say?
Cuddy's mic did not open up. If it's Cuddy's mic opens up, we did glitch the Matrix. Cuddy never gets on his mic.
No, I saw it light up.
Everybody mute themselves. We'll solo out Cuddy, and let's hear his life story go.
Okay, well, wait a minute. Just calm down, everybody. I saw his mic light up the first time ever, and so I wanted to make sure we gave him a chance if he was going to say something.
That was his cat.
Okay, as you were.
I got a gift for Cuddy because of what you just said, Sonny.
Well said.
You sure it wasn't me, Sonny? I might have just unmuted for a second.
No, I literally saw Cuddy's mic light up. I was looking and it went blip blip.
Oh,
Like
Cuddy.
And
Probably did it on accident.
Look at the gift I just put up. I'm gonna actually save that too. Playing with my emotions, okay?
Oh, dang. You guys are funny.
Stop playing with my emotions, Smokey!
We're glitching the Matrix now, man. So if Cuddy's coming on with his mic, something's gonna happen. I don't know what. You better buy a lotto ticket or like, stay indoors or something. Like something's gonna happen.
I don't know. Okay.
Wait.
Hey,
Cuddy's on the mic.
Cuddy's
not on the mic.
I am invisible.
This is how rumors get started. Hold on. No, what happened is I for sure saw his mic light up for a second, and everybody was talking. So, but he didn't say anything. So it's okay.
You know what? If that was true, then go back to the live stream like 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago. You'll see it on the live stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like glitch.
Let me.
Nobody can see me. I am night. Okay.
P-Mac, are you in a club? What the hell's going on?
I am the darkness. No, I'm kidding.
Oh my god, that is too.
Or are you working out too? Like
me? Yeah, all the time, bro.
It's like an old 80s VHS like workout tape. Yeah, it is an old 80s.
Give me the 80s again, please, bro.
He's like, all right, guys, I want you to sweat.
Come on, you know you've got 30 seconds left in you. I want to see you work.
Put your hands in the air. Put your hands in the air.
Work it to the bone. Work it to the bone.
He's got his high socks on. Pumping them high.
Yeah.
He's got his high, like, yellow and green socks all the way up to his like knees.
Oh, jeez. Just working those high knees.
Those
That
booty
guy
shorts.
is me. That was me.
No way.
Hey, I'm actually doing that.
P-Max got the booty shorts with the booty word all over the booty. You know.
I do. Hey.
The heck, P-Mac?
That is hilarious.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
What is up with this music festival we got going here?
No, I just P-Max.
You got to keep it going, boys.
I know.
Freaking.
Oh, what's happening, bruh?
Oh, in other news, well, I would say agenda-wide for America, the rail workers are going to strike.
Fucking Biden stole the election.
You know
Bro,
what I
you
mean?
should see the teacher strikes over here. It's getting really bad.
Well, these guys just want a week of paid sick leave, and they don't even give them. I'm like, dude, for anybody just like that's working and they're unionized and everything, they don't want to give them a week's vacation, and then the like, you know, the fat cats are sitting back just like, well, we don't know if we want to do that. Like,
They're making tons of money, but somehow we have a postal strike over here. Like they're making like £11.40 a fucking hour. But somehow,
it's probably one of the worst timings to have a railroad shutdown.
well, they should have done it in the COVID strike, right? You know, the COVID thing. When, you know, the thing where they're paying everybody back for fines in Australia.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, they're definitely paying them all back, huh?
well, no, we're talking about like, these guys now. Like, all they want is 1 week of paid, sick leave, and it's like you hear that's the only thing they're asking for. They're not asking like for a raise or well, they were probably going to get that, but they were just going to give them they're just going to give them the raise and not the paid sick leave for 1 week. I think it's 1 week paid sick leave. That's what they want. They're quibbling over that. It's like, dude, freaking. Why don't they want to just give them that one thing? As like people are leaving their jobs and not going back for like people that had seniority of like 20 years in the industry. And so what are you going to do? You just wait till everybody quits and then you won't have to worry about sick leave anymore just to have your way or what? This is weird. And once like they're even saying like the mainstream, of course, right? That the most union workforce president, you know, Biden being that he didn't even side with them. He sided with the guys, you know, pushing for them to stop the ban or the strike.
You're going to have to pay me $1 million.
Oh yeah,
Dr. Evil, bro.
$1 million.
Okay, I think I was wrong about Cuddy's mic, but anyway, I went and checked. I didn't see it.
See, that's what a real flat earther would do, folks. Evidence. Facts.
I could have imagined Cuddy's mic going on. I probably
It won't go on. Why is that?
Wow, my mic sounds pretty good when I'm like 3 feet away. It sounds
it does
decent.
sound
No
kind of
wonder
good.
you're complaining it was too loud. Crap, I must.
Oh, we got Temel Reese. Now that you're back off of Defen, Temel, are you there?
Yes, I am. I am here. My name is Ali.
Yo, what's up? I remember you.
Thank you. I'm 33 years old. I live in Turkey. I am studying civil engineering. I was a flat earther one time, but I am a skeptical now. I don't know. So that's
okay.
it for now.
He said he was 33.
Yeah, that's okay. So what? I mean, if you want to just tell us a little bit, like, of what you think the Earth is now, and then like maybe give some evidence for that. And, like, there's no right or wrong answer, Temel. We just want to know your position.
I can say I strongly believe Earth may be globe, but I may be wrong at the same time. I don't know. I'm not sure.
So what gives you? And let me lead you into the maybe evidence part. What evidence do you think leads you to think that it is a globe? Like, what was like? Man, I thought it was flat, but it just looks like it's a globe now. Like, what was that thing that made?
Experiment trying to prove the Earth is flat by in the lake, some lake, I don't know. They were making an experiment. When I see that, and then I searched a lot of videos, watched them, and tried to disprove, and I couldn't disprove, obviously. I asked a lot of questions to my teachers, people who knows physics, science. I read books, but I accepted one time, couple of 2 years ago, maybe, I don't know. I turned back. I thought this is a conspiracy, but I don't know. Really, I'm not sure.
Okay, you said you saw a video, Temel, of a lake.
Yeah, the experiment.
What was the? Are you talking about? I want to just take a stab in the dark here. Was it the Stephen Hawking one where he was showing like the helicopter behind like the water, like
Stephen Hawking? No.
Yeah, it was a video
of making the experiment.
Which one though? Like, there's quite a few.
I need to look up the YouTube videos. It was a YouTube video. I don't
It was so
remember
devastating that we forgot.
all the experiment, but the most important thing to become a flat earther to me, that was the experiment they were doing. So,
all right, yeah, if you could find it, we could take a look at it, which one that was. That'd be
the
great.
NASA's pictures. I believe those pictures are fake. Yeah, that is. I can say why I became flat earther. And what can I say? And I couldn't be able to disprove. Actually, it's at the end it became a philosophy, a belief to me, not a science, not a something you call it. I don't know. I think this discussion about philosophy, I believe science is a belief. Anyone agrees with me?
Yes, partially.
I want to open up the floor, Temel. If some people can ask you questions, just know that if it sounds a little abrasive that they're coming off, just know that
I got
it's
a
just
question.
Their critical. Yeah, 1 second. That it's just their critical thinking people. So don't feel too like they're attacking you or anything. It's just they want to know more about what you're saying. So just I guess be open minded about like entertaining some opposing views. So I'll take a step back, and if Satoshi, if you want to go ahead.
Hey, Temel.
Is anyone going to ask me a question? Or
Yeah, I got a question for you.
go ahead.
Do you think science is part religion, and which part of science do you think is the religious part?
I can't say it's there's a Scientology. It's a specific religion, yes, but I don't think science is a specific religion, but believing some things. Science work with assumptions. I think without assumptions, they can't go ahead. So assuming things is believing things. We don't know tomorrow the rules of universe is not going to change. It's going to stay the same forever. They say that we know the color of snow is white, right? Every time when it snow, it's snow white, but we don't know. It is going to be blue or pink or brown or something tomorrow.
Just so you know, that's subjective, not objective. We're talking about objective things. So
Yeah,
you know.
At the end, it became a philosophy stuff. So what can I do? Science is not a concrete thing that never change. We don't know it. No one can give a guarantee it never change.
Hey, by the way, I think the term you said Scientology or whatever. The other guy said science. I think the term he may have been looking for, or another term, is scientism, which is simply, you know, the heliocentric model and a lot of other things that they teach in school that they present as fact, but it's really just a religion, and the religion you could call scientism.
Probably, I don't know a lot about it.
Or maybe pseudoscientism.
You call it. What is an actual science then?
Well, science itself, natural science, is just simply nothing more or less than a process, a method on how to establish cause and effect relationships in the natural world.
Do you think it lasts the same forever? It has to be?
Well, wait, you're talking about two different things here. So I just described, with what I just described, was just the scientific method itself. Now, what you're asking about, it sounds like you're asking about, is results from specific scientific experiments. So in order to answer your question, I have to ask you, what specific scientific experiment are you referring to?
Anything. I'm not referring to any specific scientific experiment for this. I'm giving an example. I'm saying everyone knows the color of snow, right? It is white. Yeah, every time it's snow white. We know it. Every time it's snow white.
Well, that's not a good comparison. Hold on.
No,
it's yellow. The snow being white. The snow being white has nothing to do with something.
Black snow.
Look, wait, but buddy, I got to point out something to you. In order for me to answer the question you just asked, is science always consistent or changing or whatever your question was along those lines? In order for me to answer that question, you do have to ask me about a specific scientific experiment and the results from that specific scientific experiment. Otherwise, that question doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I never take a record any experiment. It changed in my life, but it doesn't mean that the color of snow will not change forever. It may.
I don't know what the hell you're trying to say.
Can you give a guarantee? Can you give a guarantee that the magnetism is going to be the same forever?
Wait. How do we get from snow? How do we get from snow to magnetism? Wait, that's a pretty big skip. I've seen yellow snow and brown.
It's an example.
So your snow policy is ruled out. Yeah, you keep talking. I'm just going to keep talking over you because I have a gold plus here, and I'll just mute your ass. But the whole thing is, can you tell me how you know Earth is a globe besides anything that you've been told? So other than something that is told, you can't let me finish? You can't let me finish? What? Hold on a second. I'll start over. Okay, great. How do you know? You're gonna interrupt again before I even start? Hold on. So check it out. How do you, other than something that somebody told you, how do you know Earth's a globe?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I am a skeptical. Didn't you hear me?
Hey, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a question?
I'm sorry. I rest my case. Thank you. Carry on.
Hey, so what reason do you have, or do I have, to doubt that the Earth is flat?
There is a discussion about it. Some people claim it is flat, some people claim it's globe. So I'm trying to find out the truth. If you have a physical evidence for this, I think you don't have, because there is an. If there is a physical evidence for this, everyone would know what it is.
Are you sure? Well, here, wait, can I address what you just said there? So you just started out by saying some people are claiming the Earth is a globe, and some people are claiming the Earth is flat. So I just wanted to point out right there where you're making a little bit of a mistake there. So we're not claiming the Earth is flat. We are just observing that
with this info, with this intellect. Maybe I'm so dumb to understand.
No, wait, chill. You're not listening to what I'm saying. Listen carefully. So I'm pointing out the difference between an observation and a claim, right? So I am observing the Earth as flat, right? Okay. I see the Earth as flat, right? So that's an observation. That's not a claim. That's an observation. It's a very important difference. Now, the people teaching us whatever in school, or the people talking on the TV or whatever, they're claiming the Earth is a ball. That's a geometric claim, and that's contrary to what we observe. So that's a claim.
I can't decide like you easily. I can't decide it easily like you, because maybe there are things that we can't explain. Are you 100% sure Earth is flat? Are you really 100% sure?
100% sure.
Yes. Well, yes, to answer your question directly, yes, I am 100% sure. Yes.
Do you think you have good enough to observe the things like science does, or the flat earther does?
Hold on, buddy. Hold on. Let me address what you're talking. Let me address your question. You just asked me, are you 100% sure the Earth is flat? Let me give you a complete answer to this. The answer is yes, I am 100% sure the Earth is flat. The reason why is because I observe the Earth to be flat, and I do not have a direct measurement of curvature demonstrating the Earth to be anything but flat. Okay, so since I do not see the Earth as flat, and I also don't have a direct measurement of curvature demonstrating the Earth to be a ball, that means that as far as my knowledge goes, I am 100% sure the Earth is flat up to the moment. Now, if it's a demonstration of the contrary, that would be something else. But I don't have.
Have you thought you may be wrong?
No. Why would you be wrong?
Maybe and would be wrong, but that's just a thought. That is not a demonstration.
I can't decide easily. I always thinking that I may be wrong, because I am not good enough.
Let me jump in here real quick. Sorry, P-Mac.
That's not a bad place to be, though.
No, but hang on. I just got out. I know some people actually side with that, and I know P-Mac, you do too. But let me put it to you this way, Temo. Are you there, Temo?
Yeah, I am.
Okay, I'm gonna give you two questions. One's real easy. Second one is as well. Just be honest with the question, okay? You don't have to overthink. Just answer. Are we talking on Discord?
Yeah.
No, not you, P-Mac. I already know where you stand. I'm talking to Temo. So, Temo, are we talking on Discord? Hello?
He said yes. He said yes earlier.
Oh, I didn't hear because you're talking over him, P-Mac.
I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean it.
So that's why I'm addressing him, and you jumped in and when he was talking. That's why I'm asking him again. All right, so Temo, I'm gonna ask you again because I can't hear. P-Mac was talking over you. Are we talking on Discord? Temel, are you there?
Temel. I'm thinking, who is Temel? Sorry, Temel.
True.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's you, man. I'm talking to you.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, we are using Discord.
Okay. Okay. Second follow-up question. Are you 100% sure that we're talking on Discord?
Yeah, 99.99999% sure.
No, I didn't say that.
No.
Stop. Wait, guys. Wait.
Which
Hang on. Yeah, whoa. Let me get through this, okay? So the question is, are you 100% sure we're talking on Discord? Yes or no?
That was obvious. No, it is not.
No, it wasn't obvious. It is obvious now, but it wasn't obvious.
Mathematically, 99.999.
No, we're not talking about mathematically. Timel, Timel, however you say your name. Listen, we're not talking about what you're saying with math. We're saying with the all assurance. I have to be redundant when I say 100% certainty, because being certain of something.
Answer where you look, how you look.
Being certain.
99.999. According to someone,
the power of negative.
It means yes to you, maybe no.
This is good dad practice, Mickey.
If you have a mathematical perspective, then it means yes.
All right, Timel. The reason why I'm asking.
If you don't have a mathematical perspective, then it means no.
All right, relax just a little bit, Timel. Just relax just a moment, okay? The reason why I'm asking you this is because there's a very big difference from somebody being having an objective or a subjective stance with how they view the world. Do you understand? So the reason why I'm asking is because you can't have an objective stance on what you think truth is if it's malleable, which means that it can be moved, it can be molded, it can be shaped into something else. Malleable. So, like, if I'm asking you this question, it's for a specific reason. If anybody follows this line of logic, then the world that they live in is also subjective to change. So that is why you have this mindset. So the mindset that you have right now is that even if you, let's say somebody convince you or give you a convincing argument that the earth was flat, you'd go back to flat, you'd only be 99.9999999% sure that the earth is flat. You wouldn't be, so it doesn't matter what we say in this conversation or whatever context, you could never be certain that the thing you're experiencing in this reality right now is really the thing you can stand on to be sure of. You couldn't be that sure of anything, not even just the flat earth, but just anything else. So
I can only be sure about myself.
Well, you're not even sure of yourself. You would say it like this, just the way you phrase it to me. I am sure. I'm 99.99999% sure of my, and so
I'm 100% sure.
Wait. He's not sure of himself. Wait, he's only 99.9% sure of himself talking on Discord, so he's not 99. He's not 100% sure of himself, no, is he?
I am 100% sure only myself. But
okay, so what do you mean?
I'm not 100% sure anything at all except
Timel, what are you 100% sure of? Can you please tell me?
Myself.
I know that you're saying myself, but saying myself is not explaining to me what about yourself are you 100% sure?
Not to you, but to me. Explain to me, but not to you. Sorry. That's why I'm 100% sure about myself.
Yeah, he's 100% sure he's telling Discord, but not to you. So yeah, it makes sense.
What's that? That you're 100% talking on Discord, but you're not 100% that you're on Discord talking to me?
Mm-hmm. If I wasn't thinking about flat Earth is a conspiracy, I would be a flat earther. I think it's a conspiracy.
Timel, I think you're getting this confused. Okay, so the idea here is to understand objectively that you're on Discord. It wasn't that you're talking to me. It's that you're talking on Discord. That was the question, right? So the question is, are you 100% certain that you're talking on Discord? Not
it's a closed-ended question.
Do you understand?
To me, the answer is yes. To me.
Okay. So it can't be. You can't take the perspective of my perspective. I can tell you that I'm assured of. I'm talking on Discord. You can only have your perspective. So from your perspective, you are 100% sure you're talking on Discord, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I am. Yeah, yes, that is the answer. 100% sure. I am talking Discord, using Discord.
Okay, so
I'm talking to you by using Discord.
Okay, I think we've now gotten to a different place where we were before. Because at first you said I'm 99.9, and you started to tell me about mathematics, and I'm like, why are you doing that? Like, what is this you're trying to prove about? Like you trying to bring
I'm not
me
talking
up to a level.
I'm trying to explain how I feel.
Yeah, no, but about Discord, right now you're 100% sure, but before you were not. And I think I don't know if it was something maybe you misunderstood. So
yeah, maybe.
So there are.
Even if you are observing things and you are accepting that Earth is flat, is wrong. Who can give a guarantee?
Who can what?
Who can give a guarantee that everything we observe is
you?
Here's a
all
guarantee.
true?
We're talking on Discord.
Temo, remember you said, well, how do I know that? And I asked you, are you talking on Discord? You said yes. Are you 100% certain you're talking on Discord? At first you said no and that, but now you come around to say yes. I can be sure that I'm talking on Discord 100%. So now,
I was saying
Temo, but let me finish. Temo, just let me finish. So you were 100% sure. So now we're 100% sure you're talking on Discord because that's what you said. So now we're going to get to the place where you're understanding objective reality, like when you go out to see the Earth. So I can't convince you of that. You have to convince yourself that you are 100% certain of something. So when you come to the realization that Earth is not a spinning globe Earth, it's because you realize the reality is that you can be sure of. Other than that, like no one can convince you of it. You'll always be 99.9% sure that I'm telling you something that's true. You have to convince yourself and that the reality that you're experiencing is objective and not subjective.
What you are saying, I totally agree. But my point is to describe I cannot depend on anything at all except my beliefs. That's why I was saying I said science is a belief. Everything we taught is a belief.
No,
we cannot claim the things we argue are.
It's not an idea.
Just look up the word. Hold on a sec, guys. Just look up the word empiricism and get to know that word. Get to know the concept of empiricism. Empiricism.
I think somebody's giving you a definition to look at, Temo.
You should read it aloud.
Yeah.
Yeah, just look it up. Somebody post it. I'm doing some stuff, but empiricism starts with an E, E-M-P.
Empiricism.
Yeah, you should not just hear about it. You should live it. Go ahead and look it up.
Okay. Yeah, you were just, and the reason I brought up the question of you're talking on Discord, if you're 100% certain, because you said that no one can be sure 100% certain about the Earth, and we here talking to each other discovered that you can be 100% certain of something, which is you talking on Discord. That's what you can be 100% sure of. So you can know something to be 100% sure. You know this. I know this. So I myself can say that because I know I'm talking on Discord and I'm 100% sure I'm talking on it because it's the platform we're using right now. But knowing that, I know that objective reality stands to be reasoned with, that it's possible to understand something for sure. Like we don't have to live in a state of ambiguity, like as if you would think 99.9999999. Like no, that's ridiculousness.
You are correct. You are correct.
No, that's not healthy.
I know.
This is the most unhealthy way to think, Temo. For you to think that everything is subjective. That is so unhealthy for you because you can never arrive at a point where you can say for certain, I'm standing on truth. I can rest. I don't have to feel like my knowledge will never be. I'll never reach the destination. Like you always. When objective truth, I could ask you questions. Are you sitting down? If you are sitting down right now, Temo, you were like, yes, I'm sitting down. I could ask you, are you 100% sure you're sitting down? You could say, yes, I know I'm 100% sure I'm sitting down because I'm sitting on this chair. I'm sitting down.
This. But the thing we are arguing is whether Earth is globe or flat. This topic is
what is it?
needs where so many info, so many intellect, so many observations.
No, it doesn't.
So
No,
I
it
am
doesn't.
thinking
It
I am
needs
not
you-
good enough to convince myself to
Yeah, but-
accept
Temo.
what it is.
Temo, listen. I'm just gonna give something to you as a challenge, right? It doesn't need what you think it needs. Somebody told you that you need a lot to be convinced, and the truth is very simple, my friend. It always has been. It's just that you think it needs to be complicated. So there's a lot of people in this world who overcomplicate things, and it sounds like perhaps you might be one of these who try to overthink things. You don't need to overthink it. Go on the base axiom. Go stand next to somebody on a beach and tell them, excuse me, what do you see here? Is this horizon pretty flat and level to you? And if somebody's like, no, looks like a ball to me, then that person could be disagreeable with. But if we all observe a flat level horizon, my friend, the truth is simple. But you want to make it sound like there's something else happening. Maybe I see it this way, but there must be so much more that I don't know. So we're all perceiving, our senses are telling us this is good earth that we're standing on and we're observing. It's flat and it's stationary as far as like the level horizon on the beach, right? We could see that over water. We could see this horizon where the sky meets the earth. And so for us, we can with all assurance say that we don't observe a globe. And furthermore, that doesn't measure to be a globe. So with our assurance, we can say, yeah, the earth is definitely not what they're telling us, and it's flat. Pretty much what I can see is what it is. I don't need to go and think about how the complicated ideas can be for what the entire realm is. I mean, just what you observe the earth to be, it's pretty simple. But when you hear all these other things that people are putting into your mind, like maybe you can't discern reality for yourself, which gives you all this self-doubt, and then now you're just filled with doubt, like maybe you don't know. That's the agenda, my friend. That's what they want you to do. They want to put you in a state of confusion so you can never know reality for yourself. And I'm just an advocate for you, and don't ever say that you're not smart enough, because you are. You are smart enough to get this. They want to make you feel like you can't understand reality. Therefore, your mind gets lent over to them, and they can fill your head with whatever nonsense they can fill it with. And so you would always disagree with everyone saying, no, we can never know something going to be 100% sure. That's where they want you, my friend. You're right in their clutches so that they can replace whatever. And so you can never, you don't even know if the earth is a globe because you're 99.9999% sure. So that other little bit that maybe could be.
Right, I am in confusion. Without, there are still questions which couldn't be answered for me. So I have to choose one option.
One?
There are two options.
Which question?
There are two options. If I choose one of them, I would lie to myself because even if I choose, still there are questions.
Which one?
I didn't get the answers. Which one?
Which question?
Gravity. How do you explain the gravity?
Gravity.
How you explain something what is never proven?
I can't. I didn't explain. I didn't find out the truth.
How you can explain something what is never proven?
Okay, you are right. But some people claim it. Some people formalize it.
But again,
fits with the mainstream science, with a lot of topics you can search today. You can, but you don't agree.
You can search Walt Disney.
And listen, that question. What that question has to be the shape of the Earth?
Come again, sorry.
What that question has with the shape of the Earth?
There isn't that much that question, but I'm saying something else. You said
for example, if I tell you what is gravity, that will change the physicality of the Earth.
Gravity. If you get rid of gravity, a lot of invention, the technology improved today.
Calm down.
Didn't exist today. The gravity works. Even though there isn't gravity, there wasn't gravity. The formalization, the thing.
What is the proof of gravity?
What is gravity for you?
But I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe there isn't. I'm not saying there is gravity, but the Newton formalized first.
But
right?
you said now that gravity.
So you can explain gravity. So shut the fuck up, man.
What?
Somebody can explain gravity.
If you want to talk about Newton, you should go to read the whole book that he wrote.
If you can explain gravity, okay, let's go.
Guys, let's just take this a little bit of a different direction again. Like, I don't know. I don't remember what his answer was. Let me just ask it again. What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Because there are some people claiming about its globe.
No.
Because, wait. I couldn't quite hear you.
You may be wrong.
Wait. Can you say the first sentence again? What did you say?
Are you sure?
Some people think that
10 years later, 20 years later, you will not change your opinion. Are you sure?
Because
Okay. Hey, chill. Let's just take this slowly. So the first sentence you said is, some people say the Earth is a globe, right? That's what you said, right?
Mainstream science says that.
Yeah. People, scientists are people. Yeah, people say that. So that's what you're saying, right? Okay, so let me just point out something about this to you. So this is actually a fallacy. This is a formal, logical fallacy. It's called appeal to authority. It's actually two of them. It's actually two of them that you just said. So you just said appeal to authority when you appeal. So listen, when you say, because scientists said that the Earth is a ball, so the Earth might be a ball because scientists said it's a ball. Okay, that's an appeal to authority fallacy. And when you say a bunch of people, like a lot of people say, maybe most people, if you were to say most people believe the Earth is a ball, thus the Earth might be a ball. Well, then that would also be, or thus the Earth is a ball. If you were to say that, then that would be an appeal to majority fallacy. I mean, or appeal to majority or appeal to consensus. Like, it's pretty much the same thing. So it's appeal to consensus, saying that just because most people think something is true, thus it's true. That's a fallacy. So do you understand these two different fallacies that I just pointed out to you, and how they don't prove the Earth to be a ball?
I try to understand the differences between those. Yeah, I think I get it. I think the safety, believing in authority, take you in a good place, safe place. But they may be wrong. I agree. I don't know. That's why I call it as belief.
Good. That's being intellectually honest, and that is this to me. What?
We're dishonest.
No, he's being honest.
Is he?
He's saying it's a belief. Yes. So that's good. The more anybody can admit that they have beliefs, in the place of having found out something themselves, right? Being empirical, that's good. It's healthy.
And that's
But
also
what's happening. Go
Mr.
ahead.
Tamel. I'm guessing that's also. Sorry.
Thank you
Yeah,
for listening my opinions. Thank you for sharing your times. You said a word, I couldn't write it.
Empiricism.
I couldn't search it. Can anyone spell it?
Or I can read you the definition.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Eggman. You
So,
read it.
the theory that all knowledge is based on experience derived from the senses, stimulated by the rise of experimental science, it developed in the 17th and 18th centuries.
What was the word? I couldn't write it. I'm Turkish. My English is not that.
Experience.
Yeah,
He's gonna have to read it. It's a tough word. It's a nightmare.
Wait, I'll text you the word.
Yeah, just
So you can do it in live stream voice text, Eggman. I give you the roles to do that.
Sorry, guys. I appreciate
Check it out. I posted it.
But never mind. Glad Flo did it.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
That's what we're here for, man. We want to help people along the way of their journey. So it doesn't matter where you are in your journey, just as long as you are being honest. We can.
Just so you know, the definition of imperialism is absolutely bullshit.
Basically, it means find out for yourself. Don't trust anybody else, but something you can prove for yourself. Otherwise, it's secondhand information. He said, she said, right?
Yes. My mother has Alzheimer, maybe dementia, and she is making up things. And I try to explain the things happening around. I can't convince her because her brain doesn't work properly. Maybe I have also problem in my brain, and maybe I don't have any problem, but the people around me have problem. I can't be sure. Maybe I am in confusion, like you said. I don't know. How can I get rid of this?
The point is these agendas that have been pushed on us. It's not just from your perspective, Temo, but from just mainstream academia. They teach you, like when you get to higher learning, philosophy courses of how to perceive things that you like, these philosophies that you could possibly understand anything to be 100% certain. So you start to get in this kind of mindset, and I would call it, to me, it's akin to a virus, right? Because you actually can pass this on to someone else. So what happens is you tell somebody about how they are not able to think about things to be 100% certain, and that person starts to tell other people, and so on and so forth, until everybody starts to say, well, we're living in a subjective reality. We can't ever say anything to be 100% certain. And that person thinks that it sounds like it makes sense, but it doesn't. This is the agenda of confusion. And it's all meant so that you will never be able to come to a place where you can say with certainty of what your world is. Because if you had that power to say what your world is for sure, then you could stand against the onslaught of mainstream misinformation. Like, there's so much of it coming at you. But if you were able to stand on reason and truth, then you couldn't get deceived anymore. So they couldn't reach you anymore, and then they would lose their grip on you because you would be able to stand and critically think for yourself. And this is true because now people in here have done that for themselves, and now they can think critically for themselves, and they don't have to listen to the agendas of what people are telling them that they can't know truth to be 100% certain. So that's why listen, it's a challenge for you. Whether or not you take it up and move forward with it, it will still be up to you. We can only help you about telling you why they're doing this. The agendas behind it are to teach you the Earth is a globe, that we're running out of resources, different things, right? But if you're like, well, these guys, they're working for my best interest, then you just given up. It's like you just let them take over your mind, and whatever they say.
Sometimes I think both different things happen at the same time. Yeah. Have you ever asked?
Well, hold on a sec. I wanted to say something real quick.
Earth is globe at the same time flat.
No way to do that.
Maybe I sometimes ask this. Maybe both are correct.
No, check it out. So, the creatures of our kind, humans, crave the comfort of certainty, right? We want to be certain. It's very comfortable to be certain. Oh, it's figured out. Thank God, right? So that's the thing. You can be certain in this truth that the Earth measures flat against the globe math and the globe narrative. You can be certain on that one. That's 100%. That's why I'm here trying to tell people about it, because not only can you be 100% on that, but lots of things that people say, oh, well, you can't be too sure now. That doesn't make sense. There's stuff we don't know, and then there's stuff we know. And that's simple. That's certain. And that's nice, right? And it doesn't have to be a gimmick. Like we can bet on it. You can bet the farm. That's kind of why I'm here.
Thank you. Do you see the quantum experiments as a fake double slit experiment. Like, what do you think about this? I don't know. Flat earther.
Yeah, that's a. I'll just say it's a loaded topic, so it's gonna get into different avenues and areas. But can you at least appreciate so much as far as like the shape of the Earth conversation, Temel? Because I don't want to divert into another.
I gave this example because it says one electron could be the two different places at the same time. It doesn't make sense.
I think we should stay away from quantum discussions if possible.
But it's similar. The Earth is globe at the same time flat.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, it is not.
Let me explain. Temel, let me explain, right? So here's the thing, man. You're given whatever narrative the mainstream narrative is going to tell you that the Earth is. That's the only thing on the table. There's nothing else that they're telling you. So obviously the paradigm is what it is because that's what they're telling you it is. So it's deception, right? And so they're trying to teach you by, using just language and all kinds of things that the Earth is, this globe that they're saying it is. But they're coming at it in a way that it's not like you're discovering this for yourself. They're just hammering you with it as a young child. So growing up, you just learn by, whatever teacher tells you and on and on. And the later on, like you start to, your critical thinking develops. It's reified by later, you learned in school how to mock the idea that the Earth, that was taught like a long time ago, people used to think that the Earth was flat. And how funny then and silly that was. And they used to think ships would go over the curve and so on and so forth. So there hasn't been like two things can be existing in once, like at one place. It's just the deception has overrid your critical thinking skills. So now your critical thinking has taken a back seat to their agenda. This is what's happening. It's not that there's quantum ideas that the globe and the flat exist in the same place. No, my friend. Because if you're taking it to that route, then I could say the concave earther thinks that the Earth also exists, and the simulation earther thinks that that Earth exists, and the donut earther thinks that Earth exists. And so it's not just the dichotomy. It's like many other types of deception other than what really is the truth. So you are putting it in a dichotomy that does not exist. It doesn't exist in a dichotomy. The idea of agenda pushing and thinking the Earth is what other than what we experience is everything is a deception. Everything. So it's just a deception that they're trying to get you to think. It's not that it all dually exists. Because like I just made an example of like many other Earths that people think they live in. And it could be concave. It could be a simulation. It could be donut. It could be whatever else, right? It doesn't matter. You name it, you could think the Earth is. It's about understanding truth. And then anything else is a deception, my friend. So that's what you have to realize. The things that you're listening to are not making it a dichotomy where two things can be existing in one place. It's many things are being told to you about what the Earth is.
I will start recheck myself. Again, I searching about, learning about flat Earth from now on.
Yeah,
because
but remember,
I gave up normally. I will start again.
Remember this, right? The truth is the truth. Either you're going to be able to perceive the truth, right? It's self-evident, meaning when you go somewhere like to the beach, you'll see a flat level horizon. That's a given. You can probably agree with me on that because everybody can see it. That's a given. Now it's time to demonstrate that the Earth is flat. So it's not just saying that it looks flat. It has to measure flat, meaning you can do long distance observations. You can see if it's curving like the globe with the drop over distance. You can do all these things and see if it checks out. Because if it does, then it doesn't just look flat. It measures flat. My friend.
One thing I also question, the map of flat Earth. Because the location of stars and the location of sun, it doesn't fit any flat Earth map. Do you have agreed on map, flat Earth map?
He didn't hear your last sentence.
Yeah, he was absent, I think, and so I'll just tell you this because maybe you're fairly new. This forum As far as I know, we've been getting away from using AE map and the Gleasons and Antonio Subrat's AE map and Mark Sargent's AE map. We don't use an azimuth or equidistant projection map. There isn't a map that we can look at as like the top-down view of what Earth looks like as a flat Earth. And there shouldn't be one that's being used because that map is fallacious. Whatever map that somebody shows you about the flat Earth, it's extremely fallacious. Don't use it. Avoid it like the plague.
Do you want? Do you guys want to make a actual correct map?
No.
Are you trying to?
You can't do that. It's not possible right now, because if it was possible, one would exist. We have the technology, by the way, to do things at high aerial aspects. So there is, we could send balloons up and all these kinds of things. But as far as like the overall looking at the Earth entirety, that's never going to happen. Like the whole entire Earth, that's not going to happen. It's like, that may
one
be
day
a hard pill to swallow. Well, listen, that's a speculation, right? Saying that one day perhaps technology will advance and we'll be able to do it. I can't speak to that because I don't speculate. I would say that technology has advanced, and if it does happen, then great. But we can't say that right now because it's not the case. So what we stay away from speculation because it leads you into the thinking of, well, let's leave ourselves open to, well, if that technology does arrive, then great. Then we'll know. But at this current time, there isn't a way to do that. So no, there isn't a map for flat Earth. And for us to like have our minds kind of wandering in that direction, then we're going to have to realize our limitations. If we don't realize our limitations and we think we can willy-nilly do what we want, that's another error. So I'm just trying to cover all the bases I can with you right now. I mean, while you're asking these questions, because they're important, right? I mean, you have to know what is possible, what is not. But no, there isn't a flat Earth map, Temel, that we can use. Not the AE, not the Gleasons, not any other 1942.
Will never exist.
World.
I think you are saying the actual map.
It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist.
It couldn't be able to done.
Not that it couldn't. It doesn't. It does not exist.
Sorry, it will not be able to done.
No. I'm not. We're not talking. Future is called speculation. Do you know what speculation is?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, that's what you're saying right now. In the future, and we're not talking about future. Future is the future. Like later on, we might have a different phone.
You are saying, if I am wrong, please correct me if I'm wrong. You are saying that actual map will not be drawn by anyone.
No.
Never ever.
No. I'm saying what you're saying is incorrect. I never said that. What I am saying is right now we don't have something like what you're claiming. And whether or not technology reaches that point, that's yet to be seen. So that you can't rely on that. You have to rely on what we have right now, and that's pretty damn good what we have right now. And it's telling us right now that we can work with the Earth as it is with just using the maps that we got. Like there's plenty of maps that are applicable to the Earth right now. And they help you get along to different places, but they're not an overall giant entire map of the entire world. We don't have that. That does not exist. Like a gold standard one. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Maps are cool, but they're just
maps today's drawn by people. There are some conflicts with the mainstream science. The location of stars, the location of sun doesn't fit when you use the map. The map has to be different than it. Like somebody is using in profile picture. If you use this map, probably about the location of stars or the seeing the sun, seeing the moon, some point of the Earth doesn't fit by using the mainstream science information. But you manipulate them. Don't misunderstand me. You are thinking that the sun is much closer than they say, or the moon is much closer.
No, we are not. No, we are not thinking that.
He's trying to say that because the location of the stars, therefore they must be real.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. We are
You are
thinking that.
correct. I'm not. Please don't misunderstand.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry.
I'm saying manipulate. I'm saying change, not to negative way. Don't misunderstand me.
Oh, so
you see the whole universe in different perspective. You are saying
the whole universe.
We are not saying anything about universe. We are saying only about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, we're talking about the Earth.
About moon and sun. You don't explain the eclipse.
We don't explain anything about sun, moon, and stars.
I saw a lot of video. Turkish flat earther.
Yeah,
But
no, he's not
doesn't
talking
matter. It doesn't matter Turkish or Austrian or English or American flat earther. We are speaking about surface of the Earth, and doesn't matter if some flat earther is speaking about God or about waves or about ether or about whatever you want, space.
We're talking about the surface of the Earth, bro. Not
Don't
what's
you think
on
that the star doesn't relate? Star don't relate.
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Do you think that stars? Do you think that star can do something with the shape of the Earth?
No, but when you explain it,
when you explain it, you can explain to. Okay, you can explain
argumentation. Those are arguments.
Okay, if you explain stars and space and galaxies to me, that means that water will curve in reality.
Explain. If you try to explain by using mainstream science information about the celestial objects like sun, like moon, like stars.
Yeah, we are not using that. We are using surface of the Earth.
You have to use them.
We are using surface of the Earth.
Why do you have to use them?
One man we were discussing about flat Earth, and
flat Earthers using the surface of the Earth.
If Earth is flat, then how can people see moon in this shape? He was showing something, and if it was flat, so we couldn't be able to see at two different locations in this perspective.
Welcome to flat Earth, bro.
Their answer was this: the moon isn't that far away. It is actually closer than they say. Their answer was this, and it was explaining.
False dichotomy. It's a false. Listen, that was a false dichotomy, because and I said this earlier. Everybody that was in here probably didn't hear. If you say that if any flat earther says that the sun is closer than 93 million miles, I said it this way to kind of get your head around it. You're saying essentially that the sun is closer than Narnia, or any other imaginary place you could think of. The sun is closer than that. It's like closer to what? There isn't any reference point that you're giving the sun closer to. So you don't know, and they don't know. So why are you saying it's closer if you don't even know where it is? Not you, Temel. I'm not speaking to you. I'm talking about like in general, right? So in general, when any flat earther speaks on this issue, they always say that the sun is closer, and I'm correcting that because you don't even know yourself. If you say it's closer than 93 million miles, then you're already giving it to them that it's 93 million miles, and we're not saying it's 93 million miles. We're saying it's closer. That's not the case. We have to say that you don't even know it's 93 million miles. How did you know that? That's the first thing I want to ask, because if I was to say it was closer than 93 million miles, well, you haven't even proved 93 million miles in the first place. So I would tell the Glober that, and they would have to demonstrate to me how they found that information out. You wouldn't be able to know that information. So this is the idea that the cosmos are off limits to anyone actually giving you like what they are. And those are explanations anyways, Temel. So what good is that going to do to you? Nothing. They're just going to tell you a story, and it's going to sound all nice, and Jupiter's a gas giant, and Mars is a red planet, and it's got a nickel iron core, whatever. Like they can't verify any of these things. None of the claims that they say, they're all just theories. And that stuff it doesn't do you any good in reality. right?
But we see it through telescopes and stuff.
Yeah, we see it through telescopes, and that's what they're going to listen. Like, you don't have to buy the story, because that story, and when you ask them, whoever's telling you that, tell me, like, how do you know that? Tell me how you know. And they're like, well, the book says so. Well, how does the book know? Who told the book? Like, why does the book say that? Like, go into, if you don't like question things, you're just going to always believe narratives.
I believe because it makes sense to me. That's why I believe.
It doesn't make sense.
Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, at some point.
No, not no point. It's a good story, Temel. It's just a good story. That's all it is. It's a really good story. It's like a nice bedtime story that you've heard over and over again, and you really like it.
They say the same for you guys.
Temel, what makes sense for you?
Sasha, 1 second. You know why it's not the same?
The word narrative literally means telling a story.
I feel like everybody. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
So listen. When you're standing at the beach, this is why it's not the same. When you're standing at the beach, you're looking at the beach. It looks like a flat level horizon. Do you agree? Yes or no?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, right. We both agree on that because we're seeing the same thing. The next thing, we don't measure any curvature, which you probably don't know this part, but I know you can't measure any curvature. I know that you can't measure curvature. There is no curving water, so we know that it's not curving by way of measurement and also by the way it looks. Two things. Now, what does a globe have, Temel?
By this, some people, when you if Earth is flat, then we have to see when you look from the America, let's say New York, we have to see the Portugal. If it was flat, how do you explain this?
No.
Go ahead,
this is also
man, if I put a brick on 100 meters, can you see the brick?
But by using telescopes, by using
if I put a brick on one, or if I put a brick, if I put a brick on 100 kilometers, do you see the brick?
No, I agree. But by using some tools to
okay, only to tell you, we don't have optics for that things.
Mm-hmm. So if we invent something, can we see it?
And the record of the optics, it's 400 kilometers. And the guy made the photo of the mountain.
Temo, you speak of so many speculations. I think that's the issue here. You're speculating.
Yeah, I don't know that much, guys. I was studying this flat Earth theory. I was trying to understand, but one time I said this is conspiracy. There are speculations.
Right, but what are we? Listen, when we speak though, Temo, what are we saying that's conspiracy though? What are we saying to you?
I don't know.
That's what you do know, because I just finished telling you. If me and you stand at the beach, what did I say to you that's a conspiracy? Listen to what I just said. We're standing at the beach, and I said the horizon looks pretty flat and level. Is that a conspiracy?
Yeah, that is a very strong evidence, but I can't be able to convince myself for only one issue. Maybe I may wrong. I may be wrong. That's why.
Well, no, it's not that you're wrong. Like, it's like you have to realize that you can know things to be sure of. They're telling you that outside of they're telling you outside of your perspective, right? Outside of what you see, it's something else. Like when you go higher in elevation, it turns into a globe. Like you can't see the curve obviously right here, but if you go really high and up in elevation, you'll look down and see the globe. That's what they're telling you. So you believe the story that they're telling you, but your perception, your senses are telling you that it's not curving anywhere. So you're fighting against what they're saying. So it's trying to come out of this indoctrination, this deception. So you don't know how to do it, and we're trying to like show you this isn't a conspiracy, my friend. This is reality. It's what the Earth has always been. It's not that it's another Earth. It's not we're seeing the same thing everybody else is seeing. They're just telling you a story of what it is outside of your perception. Like something that you're not perceiving. That's what they're telling you the Earth is. It's moving.
If I accept this, I would have lots of questions in my mind. So, to be honest, at this point, I can't say.
Yeah, that's
to be
fine.
honest, If I say it would be lie. Sorry, but maybe
No,
now
don't lie to yourself, man. Like,
I will
to
change
what
my
you-
opinion.
No. See, listen, I'm not here to strong arm you. What I am telling you is that I stand to challenge what you think. You can continue to believe this, my friend. Like, this is your belief or whatever. But I will challenge you is that this isn't a conspiracy about, like, this is reality, right? We're not trying to make some kind of internet thing go around and so people can believe new things. This is what the Earth always has been. It's just that you've been told that it's something else, which is a globe. That's what you've been told. So we're correcting that.
Let's assume this. Let's be.
You are indoctrinated.
Are hiding the truth. I even didn't find the question.
Let's assume a
Find the
globe.
answer. Why do they hide it? What is the main reason?
Well, they're not hiding.
People are hiding. People are.
Yeah, listen. I'm going to indulge you in this question because I think a lot of people do ask this, Temel. So, and the reason why is because a lot of people say, well, there isn't an answer because we don't know the mind of a psychopath. I agree with that much. But here's the thing that I can see for sure. They're controlling the information that they give you. So it's a method of control. You can agree with me on that because the narrative that you're receiving right now is that it's a globe. So they can control the agenda, which means they can tell you we're running out of resources on a dying planet. They can tell you we're going to get hit by killer asteroids. They can tell you that we're going to see other exoplanets and, soon leave this Earth and go to another one that's like this one. And they can tell you a lot of things and fill your head with nonsense.
Yep.
That's what they're controlling. That is the agenda. Listen, do they need money? No. They can print money all they want, all day long. They don't care about NASA's little tidbit millions of dollars. These guys control everything. They control how you think. That is the most dangerous weapon that they have.
Do you think people have freedom?
What?
They are controlling us. If this theory is correct, they are controlling us, right?
Not a theory. It's
And
obvious.
we don't have
It's not a
freedom.
theory. It's obvious.
Maybe
It's obvious, sir.
From my perspective, do
Sure,
think
you can have your
people
perspective.
Free will. Or
There is no such thing.
it's controllable thing by some others. Free will.
There is no such thing. That's an illusion.
There is no free will.
I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You should. Yeah, I know that. So
every 4 years you pick a color. That's it.
Well,
By chance, if we get rid of those manipulations, those if we wake up, can we get our free will? Can we control
listen.
ourselves?
You know what the issue is? Like, let me just run it down to you real quick because I think you're now starting to see a little bit of it. So I just finished telling you this control. You can agree with me that they've been pushing these agendas on us, right? You do know that. Like, this is obvious. This isn't a conspiracy where you can say, well, that's what you think. No, this is obvious. They've been pushing these agendas on all the people of the world, like all the people. Everybody thinks the Earth is a globe. There's a few people out in the boondocks that don't think the Earth is a globe. Is like little tribes somewhere that don't correspond with like mainstream. Anyway, everybody thinks that. So what do you got is a bunch of people running around thinking the Earth is a globe. Nobody's looking and using their critical thinking skills to see the Earth for what it really is. So they take away the power that you have to look at reality with a critical thinking mind. They've taken that power from you, Temel. So you are now in a state of confusion. That's what they want for everyone, so that people don't know about anything and they rely and they're dependent on the government and on their teachings and everything. So therefore, you don't fight or you don't argue or you don't say anything. You just do what you're told and do it like the way they say to do it. So that's what they want. It's control of you. So when you say, I don't know, like I have to just say I don't know to anything, and they're probably right. When you're doing that, you're giving them power, and that's what they ultimately want. That's the currency that they deal in. They deal in the currency of control with you, Controlling your mind, that's the most precious thing, the most precious resource on earth. They harvest data. If you look at the algorithms on social media, they're harvesting data. They know what people like, what their dislikes. They know their friends. They know all these things because we're giving all that information up willy-nilly. So and now they have all of these things, right? They know your likes and dislikes. They know what kind of pants you want to buy.
I'm thinking there is an artificial intelligence. I don't know.
Yes.
That is.
But here's the thing, Temel. When you simply don't realize that it's all to gain access to your mind, then you are being harvested right now. Right now. When you're in a state of confusion, you're being harvested right now.
They're harvesting me, but are taking what? They are consuming my energy.
They're taking your mind because right now you're in a state of confusion, my friend. Like right now, everything doesn't make sense to you. It's all just weird, crazy stuff. And it's that way by design, by the way they've designed it. This is meant to keep you in a state of confusion, and you'll never, ever, ever reach a state where you understand and know your reality. Because once you do, you become a threat.
Do you think anything that we can do about it? Do you
Yes.
think we can get by accepting the flat Earth?
No, you're misunderstanding the point. So you think that it's, of course, flat Earth it's like a byproduct because you start to critically think for yourself, but that's the point. Yeah, it's a big part of it, but yeah, it's huge. But like I would say, once you start critically thinking for yourself, then you start to realize that all these agendas, every one that's trying to push on you, whether it's something that you're how to think, whether it's for your health, or whether it's for your
one thing, except flat Earth. You agreed on they are manipulating us to harvest us in order to harvest people's mind. One thing except flat Earth theory. What is the thing you all agreed on? They manipulate like flat Earth theory, like we use all day. Is there anything else you can tell me?
What do you mean? Another something else?
Another confusion. Another thing people.
Yeah, I just.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think all politicians are telling you the truth?
No, never. They are.
Okay, that's the only question I wanted to ask.
That could be used as one of the things he was asking for outside of flat Earth. Like, what else could they be? That's another thing. Politicians and what their agendas are, but different one doesn't matter what agenda the
But
politician.
every one of them use their agenda.
No, listen. Like, there's when you listen to like how you're living your life and stuff, and like what they're advocating, what those politicians are advocating for. I mean, just that gets into like an idea of like how you're living in whatever country you're from, and that's a little bit something else. But if you can understand what Red Eye was saying, that our politicians being honest, that you can see that there's a bit of deception in the, and that's a kind of thing outside of
they're
flat Earth,
they're constituents of the government, which is a power structure that rules over you. Do you understand the implications?
Like the communism one part, the capitalism one part. Do they working all together in order to achieve?
I'm not going to speculate on that.
Yeah, that's a speculation for sure.
There is only one goal. Everyone is working for it.
Never said that.
It's right now, and like I said, it's fine that you have that perspective, Temel. But the issue that we're having right now is that you're calling this a conspiracy, and I'm like, and if I told you, when we're standing together physically somewhere, and you're looking over the beach, and you're seeing something that I'm seeing, we're both agreeing with each other. How is that a conspiracy, my friend? How is that a conspiracy? The conspiracy is the thing that you were told that the Earth is, that it's not. That, my friend, is the conspiracy. Now, you're looking at the wrong thing as a conspiracy because the thing you've been told all your life is where you live on seems to be the more realistic thing to you right now in your mind. But I'm telling you, if you're going to call this flat Earth a conspiracy, then you're going to have to legitimize it being one. But you're not doing that now because you can agree with me that it looks pretty flat when we're standing together at the beach.
It's easy to believe in authority, like you said, Miggy, right?
Well, yeah, it's of course you're taught at such a young age, man. Well,
I got two questions. How much does NASA make, and who started NASA?
So I didn't understand the question. If you
I think that was to you, Temo. How much does NASA make, and who started it? The organization.
America. I don't know that much. I may make guess. For normal CIA operations, I don't know. I don't know the answer, but I may make the guess. For CIA operations,
I don't know. Christy, did you have a follow-up? I don't want to interrupt you.
Well, I mean, it would sound like a conspiracy theory if you looked into that information and you found out how much NASA's making every day from the taxpayer money, and then find out who started it, and it goes way back, and those people have evil agendas. It would be something to look into why they would lie to you. But I thought that was a really super good question, Timmel. And I think you're getting red-pilled today.
When did it start? Actually,
there's a lot of
before NASA, people were thinking Earth is flat in the Middle Age, in the 16th century, 17th century, no, 16th century. They were claiming Earth is flat. No one has doubt about it. Maybe in ancient Greek, people were claiming Earth is sphere, but no one has proved it. When did it start? What do you think? This
has been man's perception of the earth ever since the beginning of man. Like ever since people were ever painting in caves, let's say. This has always been the people's perspective. So everybody understood the world in a very different way, but it wasn't the way that the globe was being the more dominant idea. So so even the globe agenda will tell you that people used to think the earth was a flat, plane, but now we know that it's not. So they even tell you that. So all the ancient cultures knew that the earth wasn't a globe. That's what I can say because of the way their depiction of it was. Do you know what that means?
I think I understand.
Yeah, so everybody perceives the earth to be what it is, not what they're telling us it is. And by way of that, you can look back at history and ancient cultures, they all agree that it's not, and if somebody can put up the illustration of like what, the different cultures used to think. There's like a meme that you can see like different cultures, like perception of what the earth is. And that also kind of just gives you a glimpse to that question that you were asking so that you can get some clarity on it. That's the perception of everyone. So that's the thing. This isn't the conspiracy. The globe is. That's the conspiracy. The thing that they're teaching you right now, that you're being told that the earth is.
There is conspiracy. That's for sure.
Right. So anyway, but we're in such a bad way right now. Thank you, Trucker. Look at live stream voice text real quick, Temo.
Okay.
So these are like it's pretty small. Oh, wait a minute. Do you have roles? Let's see. Yeah, you do. Live stream voice text is a text channel right above the voice channel that we're in.
The pictures about the Earth or the
Greek, Navajo, Babylonian, I think that's Mesopotamia. Japanese.
They already admit that they use some computer stuff on those pictures. They don't deny it, right? They say we put those things. People see it. Normally, it doesn't seem. It isn't seen by bare eyes. The continents. They admit this, right? They are NASA pictures. NASA. there are pictures about Earth took in space. They say we changed, we used computer to people see a good view. Am I wrong?
Yeah, they say a bunch of things. Tim, I don't know what part of the narrative are you speaking to, but they do say a lot of things that they're showing you actual images of Earth, and they're not actual images. They're rendered, layered images of a conception. But it's like, it's fine because you've been taught or told. I keep saying taught. You've been told this whole time that the Earth is a globe. So you're still so far into it that you just don't understand how it's not possibly a globe, because it could be. So in your mind, that's how strong it is. You can see how much the indoctrination actually worked on someone's mind because you're an end result of that. You're struggling right now, and that's because you're critically thinking about it. Could be something else, but you're even struggling to come out of it. So imagine somebody else; they're in the same position that you are. It works, doesn't it? It's effective.
So easily.
It's effective. Yeah, it's effective. Their method of the way to
many people would believe it is hard. It is really hard.
And even Tamil, even after I said, hey, we're standing at the beach together and witnessing a flat level horizon, we don't measure, the metrics, the globe that's saying we don't measure that. Pretty flat. So when we are saying that already, and they are telling you that it's a globe, that's how strong the indoctrination is, that it overrides something that we observe and we can test. It will override that. And that's just the most empirical thing you can do.
Miss this. Christopher Columbus looked to see, and people were saying, we first see the ship whole part, and then when it goes, it eventually down a drone, and we start seeing the half of ship, and then it goes again and then vanish. That proves Earth is sphere. But when we see today, when we look the horizon, when we use telescopes, we see it doesn't vanish. Actually, it is staying.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah,
it doesn't vanish.
And anyone in the past realized this phenomenon. Do you know?
But not today. Even in 2022, people will disagree, and it's hard because we've had this conversation plenty of times in the server, more than I can even count or think about.
Yeah.
But we've had it so many times that I feel like at some point.
How do they answer the strongly globe earthers? Let's say, how do they answer for this phenomenon?
Okay, so listen, when somebody is confused, trying to give them a way to think about something, it's hard because they're still going to be confused about the thing you're telling them, because their mind they're perceiving a globe, so they can't see anything else but a globe. So when you're telling them,
okay, Jason, in a minute.
I'm sorry. Somebody say something.
I think she's saying something around her.
Someone said something. Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, yep.
Hello?
Hello?
Someone there?
Keep going,
Someone's hiking.
Okay. I think we were talking about the horizon. I lost my train of thought. I was trying to get the person.
When somebody is confused.
Well, yeah, the confusion happens like the way Temel has been. Temel, you've been presenting kind of the effects, right, of what somebody is to come. I wouldn't say struggling to come out of it. I think you understand what we're saying, but you see how strong the indoctrination is, and like how effective it is to have somebody's mind think about something outside of their perspective. Like they would say that the Earth is spinning, you just don't feel it. The Earth is curving, you just don't see it on Earth.
I remember that. But one another question. Can I ask, please?
Yes. Yes.
They claim we put something the surface of moon, and we send laser light, and it turns back. Has anyone see it? Has anyone answered this question? How do you explain this?
They're telling you something that's happening, that they're just shooting lights.
I have never seen it, actually.
No, yeah. Listen, like they have laser lights hitting the surface of the moon, and supposedly that the thing that they're hitting is a what is it? The size of a shoebox? I mean, how big is that thing? I think it can't be too big. Think about it like this, Temo. Right? I'm gonna put it in a way that it sounds ridiculous. It already is ridiculous on its face, but okay, a laser light coming from a contraption that you have here on Earth, hitting a moving target that's the size of a shoebox, I would say, on the moon, 200,000 miles away, while the moon is in motion.
But the speed of light, explain this.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because listen,
shot a laser pointer.
Go ahead.
If you shine a laser pointer any distance, it gets the size of a dinner plate. How are you going to shine a laser from Earth all the way to the moon and keep it focused?
I have never seen it. I just wonder, anyone see this phenomenon, or anyone?
No, I wasn't mocking you or anything, bro. I'm just thinking like out loud, like how the hell can you actually do that though?
Nobody's seen the speed of light, bro. That's not possible.
Yeah,
Is there
speed of
any
light is
video
broken.
on the internet?
No, like, were you talking about the speed of light or that lasers hitting a target on the moon?
Yeah, the speed of light, that too fast. Maybe it may possible.
No, Temo, it was like, okay, so globe agendas, once again, this is Globe Agenda 101. Your mind is filled with like narratives at the moment, it sounds like. So you got like the speed of light in you think the speed of light has been figured out. My friend, it has not.
Yeah.
Nobody knows the speed of light in quotations. Nobody knows that. These are all assumptions, my friend. These are theories. These are ideas that people have. They're putting numbers and labels to things. The speed of light that has not been measured.
I didn't. I mustn't talk about religious stuff here. I know, but I have to ask. What do you think about Einstein theories, and could he be Kabbalist?
Evolutionist?
No, Kabbalist, a Jew.
Oh, Kabbalist. Yeah, I mean, I would say this way: the Globe Agenda is steeped in Kabbalism. The Globe Agenda is. It goes into like the ancient mystery schools. So it is an old religion. It is an old religion for sure. A lot of people don't really know this and how it all came to fruition. Say again.
Einstein, how do you see his scientific work? He was a con artist or someone, a puppet?
He's not what people are claiming. I'm thinking he's not what people are claiming that he is or was. There's a lot that they're misunderstanding of information these days.
Who was
and
he?
Like
in your perspective?
As a person, or just like what do you see?
Somebody in America.
Well, when it comes to Einstein, his
they say
his theory of special relativity was just an excuse for the Michelson and Morley null results, which means that they didn't prove that the Earth was at rest. That's all they did was actually prove that. And so he came up with the whole theory just as an excuse to keep the globe.
Newton couldn't find out the exact location of the planets spinning around sun.
Well,
Einstein did it.
He did say that there was no optical experiment that you can create on Earth to prove motion. So there's that.
It's all a religion. It's all belief. There's no evidence. That's the point. There is zero evidence of a globe, of movement, of anything.
Yeah, there's zero evidence, Temel. There's zero evidence, and then we're telling you the thing that there is
Maybe
evidence.
I can't explain what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
Beginning,
Try again.
gravity come up from Newton, right? Newton's theories. Newton couldn't find out the exact location of some planets spinning around sun. A couple of centuries later, Einstein explained it in his way. Those things are observable. Anyone can see it by using the.
No, that's not all the way true either, because that's why there's like 96% of dark matter and dark energy.
It's a half truth.
Because it does not explain it. It explains about 4 to 5% of the universe. That's a low number.
So I'm asking, where do you put Einstein in this story? In this.
Einstein gave people the belief that you can actually bend time and space. Time slows down, matter contracts, all because of motion. Like, that's retarded. That's a belief system.
Yeah, and Newton said
with zero evidence. Yeah. It's all ideas. That's all it is.
Ideology.
Fairy tales.
Two fairy tales.
Anyone you trust, like Tesla?
I got a different one. It's catchy words.
Phrases? Yeah.
It sounds cool. That's why they use the word gravity to name the movie Gravity.
But you know what, though, and I'll say it this way, Temel. Do you know what you need before you have a conversation with gravity, Temel?
Okay, listening.
Do you know what you need before that? Before you talk about gravity, what do you need before that?
I'm not saying I'm accepting this theory.
I know, but I'm giving you a question so you can think about what do you need before you have actual gravity on Earth? What do you need before that? There's something that you need before you have gravity.
I don't know.
You need a globe. You need a ball Earth.
Maybe.
Do you know why?
But according to theory, it doesn't have to be a globe. Any matter attracts, and at the same time,
that's not the point, though. The point is,
it actually does have to be a globe.
Yeah, it has to be a globe.
If you study how gravity works on a flat plane, it works completely different on a flat plane. It doesn't work like how gravity works on a sphere.
The mass. It's the important thing is the center of mass. The two matter attracts each other by the distance measured by the center of mass. I think center of masses.
What's that?
It doesn't have to be a globe because they are sending rockets. If that is true, they are calculating it to escape velocity in order to get the space. Right? The rockets are not globe.
I don't think you understand. The actual thing you need gravity to exist is a globe.
Why? Explain, please. Why does it have to be globe?
So when matter was forming, before there was any matter here, where let's say let's just go thinking, I'm gonna take you on a journey. So think of the Earth being a globe, right? So before it was a globe, way back before the Earth was formed, what was there before anything was there? There was nothing, right? In the place where the globe is?
We don't know.
Well, this is the mainstream theory. Yeah. How did the Earth come? How did the Earth come from wherever it came from? What was in its place before there was anything there?
There are theories like Big Bang. I don't know.
Yeah.
But
okay, so right.
Big Bang.
So here's the thing, right? You have space.
Actually,
listen, you have space, and you have like the infinite void. But in some certain areas, you have gravity wells, right? These gravity wells are pulling everything into themselves, whatever matter they can get a hold of. They're just reaching and grabbing, pulling, clumping things up, right?
Yeah.
Spinning and moving. and things are being formed and they're being clumped together, and it's more clumps coming together, more clumps and more clumps and more clumps. All of a sudden, you start getting something forming. And then it's what am I?
Assuming the rules of universe in the beginning, it was same. You are assuming this. If you
I told you I was taking you on a journey. Right, I was taking you on.
That is correct. Maybe it was different in the beginning, and it changed in time.
Yeah, listen, we're talking about gravity at the moment, so I'm going to lead you to a place where you can start to realize that you need the globe to be here for gravity to exist. You can't have the globe.
By the way, the door is belling. Sorry, guys. I need to. I will come back for a minute.
No worries. Hopefully, I don't lose my place. Where was I at? Oh yeah, clumps forming. Stan the man, we can hear you. By the way, you've been hot micing, and I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but we heard a woman in the background. So yeah, you just muted. We were hearing some lady. I don't know if it's been like. Yeah. Oh, Stan just left.
Respect the pronouns, bro.
Yeah, he was muted when he came.
So Timmel,
he stepped up. He stepped up.
No, he's back. He's back now. I hear him.
No, he's not. You said he would come. He would come back.
Yes,
He's not
yes,
back.
yes. Where do you hear this? Go ahead, Timmel.
Oh wow, Timmel, thank you.
Okay.
There you go, B-Mac.
My bad. I thought it was back.
It's all right.
Curvature. So we're just sitting here looking for curvature, bro. I ain't seen nothing yet. Nothing. Now we got no curvature. We got no proof of curvature. Now no fucking curvature. So good luck.
How's everybody doing today? We got everybody in the house. We've been having a packed house today. It's 34 people rocking the VC. Way to go, guys.
We're kicking it, Mickey.
So far, so good, I think. And also, by the way, T-Mac's not muted or banned, so I think it's a good Sunday.
Speak for yourself, man.
I'm going to mute myself. I'm just kidding.
You're fine.
I'm sorry, man.
What did you say? Someone said.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
No, I said I've been painting all day.
Oh! I was painting
I hate painting.
You mean painting walls, or you painting fucking
painting trim for the stairs?
Oh, you're just painting shit.
No, painting trim for my stairs.
The Mona Lisa?
Okay.
What?
Painting the trim on my stairs.
That's what I said. You're not actually painting a masterpiece here. You're just painting walls.
Yeah, basically.
Okay. Well,
like a roller is so much better. Whenever I have to get a paintbrush, my fingers lock up. It's annoying.
A little bit of fucking arthritis there, bro. What's happening?
It just locks up from holding a paintbrush for so long. Has anybody seen that Helio Sorcery?
Nope.
Put it in the chat earlier.
Do it again.
Rect, how does paint work on a flat Earth, man?
It lays flat and level. Especially if you get the high-end Sherwin-Williams. I'm talking in Discord. Let's see.
I don't believe it. You have to put shit. Here we go. Why does my brain hurt? You never used it before. Okay.
Yeah, so what that's explaining is the history of how all the different Masonic people came to play when it comes to the heliocentric model. Starting with like whenever Roman Catholics only like the priests can only read the Bibles, not even the people. And once the book got out, and they started figuring out other ways to control. Interesting.
Yeah, boy said it's a method of control. And people say, well, we can't say why psychopaths do what they do. I'm like, yeah, you can. It's easy to see. People are being controlled by these damn agendas. Every freaking agenda that they comes out is like meant to keep you like suppressed. So that's obvious. I don't have to like speculate. I can just see it. People are so freaking come into this Discord. They're so controlled by the information that if I tell them we're both standing at a beach looking at the ocean, you mean to tell me that we don't observe a flattened level like horizon? Like that's not a conspiracy. I think the conspiracy is that something outside of that is happening. That's a freaking conspiracy. Not what we see, and not damn sure what we measure. So I would say like that's what's working against people's minds at the moment.
Or another way of saying it is it's a conspiracy. There is a conspiracy to brainwash people to believe that they live on a spinning ball in the vacuum of space when in fact they don't.
They gaslight themselves.
Yeah. What's up with Montanus? Is that Montanus?
Yes, hello.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Thanks for asking.
Sorry, did you say brainwash? Somebody say brainwash people?
Yeah, I said brainwash.
That's about it. I agree with
Stockholm syndrome. The gaslighting's gone on for so long that they now are in love with their captors.
Yeah,
and they defend them.
I mean, it sucks to see, but I mean, what are you gonna do, right? Obviously, the only thing we can do is spread awareness, and hopefully that it stays with them. The challenge that they come in here and their mind is now there's a challenge put up that they can really think about it on their own, and you just hope that they turn away. But that has to be up to them. If they don't want to, they're just gonna stay believing the Earth is a globe, or staying in the state of confusion, like Temel is. Temel's he's like, I hear he wants to break out of it, but it's too strong. It's really strong.
He's close. Almost.
You'd hope for it, man. For someone to actually just realize it and then get away from it. In other news, they're going to strike with the railroad workers. Right, Lou?
Oh, great.
We're not going to get goods and service from stores.
The railroad workers aren't allowed to strike, and they don't get sick days.
Oh, they're not giving it to them? They're like up your nose with a rubber hose?
Pretty much. Yeah, the whoever bargained on their behalf didn't really do them any justice.
Oh my gosh. They need to fire that guy, whoever it is. They need to put Lou up there, man. I'd vote for you, man. I'm like, dude, just get this guy up there. He's going to...
Their union?
You're going to go in it? Yeah, they are. They're supposed to be.
I mean, that was at least the news last week, towards the end of last week. I don't know if anything new happened with that, but that's what I had heard last.
Now, this is what I'm hearing this past day or so. They're going to do a wildcat strike, which is no bueno. I mean, from the standpoint of the company side, but
that's going to be, yeah.
It's messy, right?
They'll solve that right quick. For every day that the railroad workers don't work, it's like billions of dollars lost. And somebody will have to listen.
It's like playing chicken, right? Who's going to win?
How many people on this fucking server right now?
Yes, sir.
She thought that was so fucking cool when I grabbed that doctor and swooped fucking told me fucking.
Is that God rocking?
I mean, as far as I knew about as far as I knew about the railroad workers, yeah, that's literally all they wanted was some sick days. You know, they work in some pretty rough conditions. A lot of them, they're always on call. Actually, Gospel Bear just took a job being a conductor in North Dakota, of all places. Like, yeah, like
Probably pissed about this too.
he knew about it before he even took the job going in. He has, I don't know if he's even started yet, but he's kind of in a desperate place right now to make some changes. It's personal information for him, though. I don't know. I'm not going to air it. But anyway, yeah, most of what I know about railroad workers came from a conversation that I had with him last week. And then all of a sudden, all of this is news, too. I've been hearing some things.
That sounds like me, man. That sounds like me.
But it's crazy, man, because it's like with all these agendas that they're pushing, they can't give them one damn week of paid sick leave, dude. What the hell is wrong with these people?
Yeah,
they don't strong arm these guys, man. They're like the boots on the ground. Like you're telling all the boots on the ground, man, we don't need to listen to you. It's about the bottom line,
What I understand too is like the railroad companies, they've been making like record profits over these last few years. They've been slashing cost. They've been slashing cost and upping the price.
And paying people less.
And then paying people less and giving them like no benefits, right?
No, fuck that, man.
Well, it's long overdue, but what it's gonna, I mean, I don't know how what are the implications of
absolute cunts.
Thank you for your commentary.
Well said, brother. Well said.
Fucking cunts.
Well said, brother.
I got a friend of mine that retired from the railroad, worked there his whole life, was an engineer, drove the trains, and he had a number 3 priority number. He was 3 on the list, so he had, after so many years, he could have any train he wanted. He'd sign up on the board. There's a sign-up board where you go into the office and you pick which train you want to drive or where you want to go. And he's never, having a priority number 3 number. He's the 3rd one on the list that gets filled. And so that's like super high priority number. But he's retired, and he retired, and that son of a bitch is rich. He worked there his whole life, and now he gets like fucking $5,000 a month retirement pay and all kinds of shit. It's crazy. And he used to be a crackhead. He used to smoke so much cocaine.
Well said, brother.
He couldn't even go to work half the time.
$5,000 a month is not a lot of money.
I don't know. You can buy a lot of crack with $5,000 a month.
Well,
I'm sorry, I had to make a joke. I'm sorry.
More than that. I'm not sure what it is, but I know it's a lot. So
about 480 at least.
Well, the way Gospel was describing is like, there is good money to be made, but it's very demanding. So like, if you're willing to be away from your family for long periods of time and, not take the time off, like these guys are pretty much required to work, or in some cases they're asking them to work, 12 days in a row or whatever,
So some guys are like, please God, take me away from my family. Give me work. Get me out of here. Yep.
Yeah, he was describing it like you have some option there, like if you work. What was it? It's like there's some, like when you work like so many hours, then you're guaranteed so many hours off. So they do have that, but then you don't really make all that much doing that. You make the money when you're willing to work, even when you're not told you have to. And then from what I've been understanding too, is like for those people who take that time that they're supposed to be guaranteed off, like it's kind of like a negative check mark against them. Like this guy doesn't want to work, and so they're cutting them guys. Like they force you to pretty much work nonstop.
And no paid sick
leave. What are they burn out? What are they going to do when most of these guys get replaced with robots and AI and crap?
Well, for a job like that, it's literally like connecting and disconnecting cars and checking the mechanics and stuff like that. I think they're always going to have people doing that.
I actually hope that we do always have humans involved in
Don't
stuff,
take
because I
over
actually don't trust them.
transportation.
You're roboting Montanus. Say again.
I haven't said anything.
Oh, maybe somebody else was. Then. Somebody was roboting.
But can I have a remark? Because you were talking about the trains. I think that the trains are running themselves nowadays, don't you think? You don't really need those people on the train.
No, I mean you still, freight trains. I mean you still need, like, when they switch tracks and they're tugging stuff for, one big business here and another big business there. They got paper going to from a paper mill to a printing place, and then they're also carrying who knows what else, right? Like they switch off the tracks, they disconnect a portion of the train and continue on, or they grab more cars, and it takes people to connect them, to link them up, and make things like that. They're checking the under, checking to make sure that all the mechanics are working properly, inspecting things. I think that's always going to be necessary. You're not going to just trust a machine to say it's all good. But yeah, they don't need as many people, I'm sure, as they once did.
Well, one job you never see anymore is cashiers. That's going out of style real quick.
And like what Godrockin said, his friend that was an engineer, that's the guy who's driving the thing. Yeah, they probably don't need him. These things are stuck on tracks. What do you need a guy to drive for?
Hang on, I'm just trying to find the cashier. Fuck, we don't need them.
Those poor engineers too. The guys driving the trains. I've heard, like, so often people kill themselves by laying down on the tracks or whatever else, and pretty much every one of these guys is. Pretty much every one of these guys has driven over somebody with their train, and that's pretty devastating to the consciousness.
So they kill themselves by doing the same?
No, I'm not saying like the people working for the railroads. I'm saying there's just, as they're driving across the country, as they're chugging across the country, right? There's depressed people all over the place. People kill themselves every day doing in one way or another. One of the common ways is for people to just, pass out on the tracks and wait.
Yep. That's a truism.
Crazy. Well, I'm telling you, man, people get that way too, because like the world we live in is in a bad way right now. What do you think about tonight having a speculation Sunday, Lou? I just mentioned it, but like
I love speculation. Yeah, perhaps.
I mean, if you're down, like we'll just get into some things.
Get into some transhumanism talk.
What if?
Well, it's good because like we're able to like, because the whole week we're on about the topic, but I mean we can just shift gears a little bit and kind of let everybody kind of say what certain speculations they have and what they're thinking about, and
speculating about this crazy world and its future, not so distant future. There's a lot of stuff to speculate about. Some of it's not really speculation, honestly. It's just whether people don't really believe it. Like this, it's the plan. It's they openly tell you. The world leaders get together. World Economic Forum and everywhere else, and UN. All these goofballs tell you exactly what they're trying to do. All the technocrats, your Elon Musks, your Bill Gateses, your Klaus Schwabs, they all tell you what they're trying to do. And then you see it happening and you warn people that it's happening and they go, oh, come on.
They would never do that.
You're right, Lou.
As they're doing it right in front of you.
It's a stupid fucking world, bro. It doesn't make sense when you boil it down to the nitty gritty and why we should be here and why there's so many ailments and things that can go wrong with the human body. Yeah, and there's people dying. Listen, hear me out. And so it's almost perfect, something this, that, the other. But no, it doesn't seem like that. There's something wrong here, bro. This is not what it's supposed to be. Why, if somebody made a human body, right? If you made a human body, you made a robot or something, wouldn't you make it immune to fucking diseases? Well, we are fucking inoculated or susceptible to everything. Cancer, people that are dying at 20, 30, 40 years of age.
Careful with the health talk, though, PMAC. Just
okay. Right. So it's not perfect. So I don't think. Now you may be right. I do believe that maybe somebody put somebody here on Earth and try to show us some other way out of here. But you may be right about that. You probably are. But it's kind of what I mean. Does this look normal to you? What people do to each other? I mean, people take over other countries and destroy towns and villages and castles and
there's a giant water lily that has this kind of barb-like tentacle that goes out and it'll attack and clear the area as it's making way for itself to grow.
Mm-hmm.
In nature, everything makes room for itself. It takes resources. It finds what it needs to replicate itself.
That's what I'm saying. We've been conditioned to think that because it's nature, therefore it must be like it's natural. Therefore, it's just a thing that happens. Like there's plants, bro. Plants kill other plants.
Yeah.
Eat other plants. Eat monkeys. Eat things. Eat everything.
Well,
so
we're in this world, but that doesn't mean we have to be like it.
No, well, it doesn't. But I mean, if you're in something, how do you pull yourself out of it? If everything around you is acting the same way,
exactly. How do you fix it while standing in it?
You know what I'm saying? So it's highly possible that everything that you believe in, whether you believe in a God or a Christ or nothing at all, which is you're right. It's probably not that big a deal. It's probably a nothing burger. Maybe there's other. I don't know. Here's another thing. We can go this way, right? There's aliens living off us, living off our fear, living off the anxieties that we hold within ourselves, and are feeding off that. Maybe that's possible, right? I mean, I didn't hear this till I thought about it when I was in 1980, but then I realized that maybe in 2020 there was actually other people thinking about that shit.
Yeah, I even was talking about that earlier, PMAC, but I don't call them aliens. I just say that these are the agenda pushers. Whoever they are, they're harvesting information from us daily. We're on the social media platforms. Algorithms are collecting all kinds of data from what we say and how we buy things and like do other stuff. So all that data is like being harvested, and now they can use controlled algorithms to know like what kind of information to put out there and what campaigns are effective for marketing and such, so that they are putting good money into that sort of thing and having think tanks come up with great ideas on how to push different types of products on top of whatever they want to push out there, and you'll buy it according to their data. So they're harvesting all that information, all your likes, dislikes, stuff.
Pretty well convinced that it's not people making the orders. They're just taking the orders from quantum AI at this point.
So yeah, they are doing what you say. They're feeding off of that. They feed off the fear that you have for the uncertainty, the unknown. In a state of confusion, that's exactly what they want. They desire that, for you not to know anything and for you to be totally dependent on the system. So, yeah, I like that, old dude. We're being farmed on every level. I think that's so important. I think when somebody becomes a truther, you start to realize that you were being harvested. And that's the anger you have, the righteous indignation that you have, is that you were being farmed on every level. And they were capitalizing on your ability to take a staunch position in everything. You're dug in on religion, you're dug in on health, you're dug in on your intellect, what you think, and then you want to rail against your neighbor. Your neighbor has a different opinion than you, a different skin color, a different idea, a different whatever, and then you're just like, no, you're wrong, you idiot, blah, 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 and then right? And this is what.
So sorry, four people just agreed with me that it's probably a farm, or maybe a farm. I don't know.
Hell yeah! You don't like to say the Matrix, but like they were actually showing like when I like that thing Cuddy was putting up the GIF about it. When Morpheus was telling Neo, like he's like looking at the fields of people that were in those pods, and he's like, just so that they could turn us into this, and he shows them a battery. Because we're like the power that we're giving them this power. And that's absolutely true. We're like the battery. We're giving them power. But you don't have to be. You can get away from that by actually just realizing that you can think for yourself. And that's what was the answer to like the gentleman's question earlier. He's like, well, what are we going to do about this? Like, we're being like, well, realize it first.
Stop fucking participating.
Yeah, I was gonna say the next step would be like to get away from the stuff.
Yeah, but that's they've built that trap pretty good too. Essentially, what we're moving into now is with social credit and all of this. And you can see like what the examples they're making out of people like Alex Jones or Kanye West by debanking them, or deplatforming, things like that. They're showing you how there's nobody who's untouchable. Like anybody can lose access to society, the benefits of society, and we're social creatures. Like you're not gonna win by just trying to take off into the woods or anything. We need each other. We need each other. So we need more than just. You need more than just worrying about you and your family. You need to get a community, like a big community, and it's so far gone. Like at this point, they have so much control. I have a feeling you can try, but they will crush you.
Well, look at how good it is, man. The system and how effective it is, Lou. And I put it this way. When we're in this specific chat amongst truthers, even truthers seem to fall apart when it comes to like religion or health, or, you start getting people on other sides of the point and they want to hate each other and got daggers for each other. It's like, my goodness, man. Like we can't even sit here as truthers, talk about things in a different way. Like, and we expect that the people that are inured with the information of the globe to like, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard for us to have these conversations, much less people who are in the system. Like, how can you be effective in that way if you can't even be effective here with your friends? Which is what I see. It's like the moment religion comes up or something, everybody's like 10 different flavors of Christianity. You got people that don't believe, people that do, people that, and it's just like, now it's like, I got daggers for the guy up there. You got daggers for the guy that's speaking. Like, it's crazy. So that's why I see why the reason we can't have those chats. I wish it would we could get into deeper stuff, but
like Trinity said black pill, and I know I get accused of black pilling from time to time, but I'm just being a realist. Like, we're not doing enough as of yet to stop this. So if things keep going the way they're going, we're screwed. I'm not saying we're doomed for good, for sure. Like, things can change, but it's not gonna.
No,
it's not gonna change the way that we're going now.
No, I suppose.
Yeah, that's true. I think something else has to be done.
You have to take it in perspective. It doesn't matter if it's a blue pill, red pill, or a black pill. You have to understand where you are, right? And where you are is not very important. You may think it's important. You may think you have something to say. You may think that people will remember you forever, but they won't, because they don't. So you have to understand that where you are is not very significant. And once you get rid of the insignificance of it all, and you let the ego go, there's no ego, bro. Not here, not with me, right? Then you're done. That's it. You're gone. Everything's fine. All right? You know what I'm saying? Does anybody understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying, but you said it in kind of a weird way. Once your eyes are open to what's actually going on, you'll be less prone to kind of demoralization in a sense. Like it kind of becomes par for the course, right? To an extent. Like
yeah, I could give a shit.
Surprised by certain things to an extent.
It's like you're allowing this world and its politics and its Trumps and its Bidens and whatever else is allowing to affect you. When you don't allow it to affect you, when you realize that is just it's a nonsense. It's like a movie on a wall. It doesn't mean anything to you, to your existence. Then you're truly free. You understand that? Try it.
Again, it's a little vague.
Well, can I put? Let's see if I can put it more closely. If you're looking at life like a picture on a wall, like you're thinking about yourself and whatever you have done and how whatever is upsetting you and things about life, when you realize that doesn't mean anything at all, how you doing? Is that better?
I think you shouldn't put so much value into that picture on the wall.
I'm not putting value into the picture on the wall at all. It's a fucking movie, bro.
No, I know. But I think that's kind of what you're saying, right? Like, because a lot of people put a lot of value into that picture, but that picture doesn't actually reflect reality.
What's happening? So you basically, what you're saying to me is what I just said to you.
Well, yeah, I'm kind of using your analogy to bring clarity to the conversation.
Thank you for it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I agree. I agree with what you said, even though it sounds kind of a black-pilled way, as you'd say, of explaining it.
It's hard for people to accept that their life has no value at all, really, in the great scheme of things.
It does. Your life does have value, but in their eyes, it does not.
No, exactly. So you got to put it into perspective. In the grand scheme of things, nothing's really happening. It doesn't really matter, and just let it go.
Yeah, in the grand scheme of things, they aren't saying, "Hey, I wonder what Joe Schmo thinks about this plan that we have." Correct. Your opinion does not matter to them.
That's kind of what I was saying earlier, man. Like, in 1,000 years from now, if everything were to carry on, nobody's going to remember most of us. Most of this crap's going to be gone. Like, the entire world could, like, fall and rise again with a new form of technology after the internet's completely wiped.
I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting a bronze statue.
Nothing's going to happen.
Is that a euphemism?
Yeah.
Just build a pyramid.
There'll be the Miggy statue. I'll be my 1 foot on the globe crushing it like it's all cracked. They will sing hymns songs of me in the future. So yeah, I'll be remembered for 1,000 generations.
So there's something that, like this whole, I'm sure you guys all heard about Yee, Alex Jones thing that everybody's talking about now, and it's a great example of
that was true.
Dude, I just want to give a full warning, don't fall for this neo-conservatism, this new conservatism that's going on right now. Donald Trump is one of them. Okay, he's historically been a Democrat. He's switched over to being Republican for all of this nonsense. Okay, look what he ushered in. You saw it with with Elon Musk. Same thing. He's always been on the left. He just recently switched to the right, and now he's a freedom fighter, free speech, and so on and so forth. And Kanye West talking about all of his talking about making a bad look for Christians and for truthers just in general, and then talking about, loving Hitler and shit. It's meant to be a straw man and an ad-hom for all of us. It is a trap. It is a psyop. Andrew Tate, he's one of them too. These guys are.
They're meant to polarize you.
Yeah, they're playing their role. They are playing their role to destroy our freedoms, not save them. Riding on the back of free speech, they are going to take it all away because of these people.
Yep, I agree, 100%, bro. 100%.
They can only dream to take everything away. They can only dream about it. They're not gonna take everything away. They can't. It's not even possible.
Well, I don't know if they get Neuralink, can you?
They never could, huh, Dempsey? And that's been the issue.
They can't.
They never could.
They wish they could.
I wish I had more about this. It's not really my thought. I watch a lot of Days of Noah. In my opinion, he's got the most clear insight into all of this out of anybody I've seen.
Even if they were able to take everything away, they won't be able to carry it.
I highly suggest people to watch his channel, but what he said in his recent video was, you'll still be able to, what Musk is going to do, because what he talks about is authenticating all humans online as a human right. But this means no more anonymity whatsoever. That means you're held responsible, and it's all attached to a social credit score. And he's going to usher this all in. And you'll still be able to say whatever you want, most likely. People are going to praise him and celebrate him, but he's going to limit. All right, you'll be able to say what you want, but you will be limited in your reach. They're going to keep you in your own little echo chamber and stuff like that.
He's going to be like, your subscription for life has been terminated.
But isn't
we had a good solid month left.
Yeah, Neuralink. Yeah.
There won't even be need for conversation or communication at that point, right? Because they say that you will know what the other person's thinking, and you're going to be able to transmit all that. I remember reading that.
There's a show on Amazon called The Peripheral, and it shows some of the tech that I think that they will have, haptic feedback that's implanted inside of people's bodies to allow them to share experiences or what's going on, perspectives, intuition.
That's actually
I actually know what PMAC is thinking.
I like that.
That's the thing.
Oh, I like that. The Peripheral is a really good show. If you haven't seen it yet, do it.
Can you imagine living inside someone's head? We could actually see what Matthew learned is thinking. Or
I hate it, man. I hate the thought of that, man. I think that is the way to the new world order, whatever they're looking for.
It's a hive.
Yeah,
it's a hive mind. It's a hive mind that they want. So, it comes again to Elon Musk talking about how our only chance of surviving with the rate of which AI is advancing. He tells us that our only chance of survival essentially is going to be to merge with machine. And he wants to put that neural lace into you and connect everybody as a hive mind. And social credit is designed to make everybody the same cookie cutters of each other.
The same guy also tells you that we're going to Mars, that we're going to colonize Mars.
Look, I understand how much of it sounds ridiculous. Look, and a lot of it probably is, but you don't know the power that these people have. Like,
they only have the power that is allowed them to have.
It doesn't sound ridiculous at all. Hang on, if I could, real quick, it doesn't sound ridiculous at all, because if they tell you you know what everybody is thinking, but they're just literally.
Then you'll be God.
Hang on, Gemsy, please.
Yeah, Gemsy's getting triggered.
Give me 1 sec. If they, can you please stop?
Then why won't you let people talk, Gemsy?
Please let me finish. If you have everybody being beamed the same message, but this guy just thinks, oh, this is what this person thinks. Oh, this person next to him thinks the same thing. You start isolating people into these pigeonhole ways of thinking.
Bro, if you're able to hear everything that everybody's thinking, you'll die immediately.
I'm not saying you would. That's the point I'm trying to make, bro. You're being told that you're hearing these people's thoughts.
I think half the population already knows what the other half is thinking. They're called women. They already know what we're thinking.
They think
Maybe
they know.
For a husband.
Oh no! Oh, they only know that you're thinking about sex, and after that, they got no clue.
Well,
If they
that's
knew-
the problem, though, Luke.
If women truly knew anything about much of anything, then they would know what they wanted to eat.
No, let's solve that problem. That issue is bigger than flat Earth, man. Where do you want to eat? I don't know. Where do you want to go? All right, let's get chicken.
Yeah, that's the mystery.
Let's get chicken. They're like, no, I don't feel like that. Okay, how about some pizza? Nah, I don't feel like that either.
No,
Well, what
I
do you
remember
want?
when
I don't know, whatever you want. Whatever you
tell her,
want.
hey, I'm going to take you somewhere, and you make her guess, and then you take her to the first place she guesses.
Oh, I don't like that. I didn't want to come here. We ate here yesterday, and you're like, ugh. You think that programming is a little slicker than when you. I don't know. Maybe that because then you think about it, man. When you go into a noisy cafe, if you could hear everybody's thoughts, you'd turn that sucker off immediately. You're like, dude, I don't want to listen to everybody.
Hey, watch out!
To like what?
Watch out for Gemsy. Whatever he says, go the opposite direction. Love you, Gemsy.
Why?
Thank you.
No, I would say the same thing. We're just kidding, bro.
No, it's just like I don't know. It's unrealistic because like I think it's a noisy cafe. Imagine that like times a million. Like if that is.
Imagine they allow cafe place
Excuse me.
multiplied by 1 billion. You'll die.
You leave those places to go somewhere quiet, don't you? Like you don't want to stay there.
I think what Gemsy was getting at was basically like these are all lies. They can't do all of these things that they're telling that they're going to do, and that may be true, but they can still trick you. They look at how they've tricked society with all kinds of other things of recent. 9/11. They can manipulate your worldview. In fact, the worldview of all of the masses. We're not immune to it either. A lot of people in here seem to think that they're somehow immune to this. You're not. Okay, they can control the narrative amongst like the truth community just as easily, and they put a lot of effort into that because we are a little bit at a higher level, I would say, than your basic left right paradigm people. But but we're still just as easily fooled. We love to jump on bandwagons. We get one guy who comes out for a minute and starts speaking a little bit of truth. Like Andrew Tate's a good example of this. He's got some good things to say, but where is it really coming from and everything else? So like all of a sudden now you've got a bandwagon. You got all these people being led, being steered because they're not really thinking for themselves.
Are you talking about the top G?
Top G, bruh.
Is that what you call them?
Oh,
hey, the top G, brother.
Are we going to recognize the world 60 years from now? Are we going to recognize it?
Are you going to be here 60 years from now, P-Mac?
Probably not, but I don't think.
I don't think.
Irrelevant, right? I'm just kidding.
I am.
I know you're older.
I am.
I know
That's
you're
the
old.
point. I'm fucking irrelevant.
You
Bro.
shouldn't even be able to vote anymore.
Not anymore, dude.
I
Take
just
that
smoke
right away.
this here cigar, drink this whiskey, and
That's it,
fuck you.
Take your license away. Take everything. Just exist there wherever you are.
Baldy
Especially
head,
Sunday,
motherfucker.
man. Come on. What else? We got.
Well, I don't know. I think that the world isn't going to be what we think it is in 50 years' time. Because have you seen the people that are coming up? Have you seen what teachers are trying to teach people? Have you seen what they're trying to do? This is crazy.
Dude, if they keep getting their way, we're going to be like at extinction level event basically within 50 years.
Yeah.
Like
Nobody's going to fucking procreate with everybody because they're all fucking gay.
The system of lies that is in place depends on truth and foundational objectivity. So that they cannot build these systems without truth, without the real reason. There'll be no movie party or no
somebody's going
anime
to
or no globe without reality.
Well, this is the start of it. This is us resisting. This is us telling you don't talk to my kids about fucking sex. And
dude, all we want to let everybody know is please don't let them cut your son's balls off, man. That's all. Just like let your kids grow up.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay because now your parents can get divorced, and one of your parents can force it on your child, and nothing can happen about that.
I've heard about that. That's wicked.
How nice is that? And the child has no say in it.
No, that's Mickey.
So my daddy likes to dress up.
Are doing that to the men they're just vindictively out of spite, cutting the balls off of their sons just so that they can spite them. That's why
Damn, you guys going hard on Speculation Sunday.
Hey, they say don't stick it in crazy.
Freaking hard body.
We got a lot of crazy right now.
I know. It's like, were you holding on to this crazy before? Like, everybody's just like, all right, guys, time to let your hair down.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What else you guys got, man? You got something in the hopper you guys have been holding on to?
What world have I walked into?
This is called Earth.
What the fuck? What is it, bro?
Welcome.
No, fuck off.
Welcome to the land of the living. Now here's a shovel.
Why don't you stay?
No, fuck it.
Did you come from the other side of the closet?
No, bro, I'm still in that thing.
Nah, it's crazy, man.
I'm gonna come out when my mom takes me to go transition.
Freaking Satoshi Nakamoto, man.
Yeah, the magical closet.
By the way, we're I know this is gonna turn some with Speculation Sunday, right? In the same vein, we're talking about the giants of old, and I just want to refer like the time we were having, like, what was it, 2 Sundays ago? We're talking about like there were the mountains that we see, like the faces of the giants. This may or may not be something somebody wants to bring up, but like I was looking at some of the Netflix shows. One of them that just came out. It's called Troll. And if you can look it up right now, it's exactly what we were talking about. The actual big troll was a part of a mountain, and he looks like he's covered in rock and everything, waking up. That was like damn.
I seen that. He's camouflaged.
Yeah, but he was a part of the mountain, like, and he like woke up, like, I guess from his sleep or whatever. But it's just like we were saying, those giants of old that were they died and became mountains. Like that's what this thing is. Like it's like a part of the mountain. Anyway, but what else you guys got? 2 sons. Remember that was the thing going around speculation? The Earth is there's an image of the Earth on the moon. I don't know. What are you guys?
I do you one better? 3 sons.
I'll go for it.
No, is that for real though? Because I don't even like somebody speculating that.
That used to be a thing. long time ago, back when Antonio Superrats was looking into flat Earth and stuff, there were videos of double suns coming out of Africa, and I think the most they ever saw were triple suns.
God bless Antonio Superrats, huh? He decided
He's not with us anymore.
he decided against the cancer.
Due to how they line up, I really think that's some kind of optical illusion, but I don't know what the hell it is.
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's 3 fucking suns, bro. What's wrong with that? We got three now. And also a complicated rock.
Yeah, check it out. For you guys wanted to see that.
How about those old legends about the time before the moon existed? There's some kind of like natives somewhere, I don't know, some tribe or whatever, and they have a story from their people from a time before the moon existed, is what they claim. I suppose I should be more specific. Let me look it up.
I'll show you another image, and just to kind of go along with what I was saying, because I think it's kind of cool.
Did man walk on the moon? No, he didn't.
Hey, check this. I put that one image, but look at this one. See how they're climbing that mountain?
On his face? Bad.
Yeah. I'm trying to tell you, this is what, like, truth in plain sight, man. You guys were like, now you're gonna look at the conversation we're having about the giants of old, that they are actually their faces are like in the mountains.
Bro,
Do you guys
if you were climbing on that dude's face, wouldn't you be afraid of him slapping you like a fly?
Well, like the trailer is pretty good, man. I think I'm gonna watch it tonight. Be honest.
I actually watched that the other night and I fell asleep.
Don't tell me anything.
Fell asleep.
Shush.
It's good for fucking making you fall asleep, bro.
It's good for making you sleep too. You actually fell asleep with an action movie?
Yeah, because there's no is there beings that were the size of rocks that came to life? No. Were there giants? Possibly.
They were rocks before.
Okay.
They weren't rocks before. They were actual, like, living creatures.
Rocks.
No. They were creatures, and they are now, well, considered like the mountains are their petrified remains.
Well, so some people think, yeah. But who knows in history? So, whatever happens in history, stays in history, eh? The jolly green giant.
I don't think he was jolly.
Well, was he depressed or what?
He was angry.
He probably was when he had his green.
Was he depressed when he was jolly, or was he just fucking depressed?
He's always shown a little bit too much leg for me to be comfortable when I saw him.
So, all right.
Yeah, I really feel sorry for anybody he walks close to when he's above them like that.
Look at the version of the one they have on the bottom. Like, this is from that movie. That's how big they were, and people were like, they're never that big. Like, can you imagine if one was that size?
I would fucking slap everybody. I'd shut you all up, like. I'd be like, holy shit.
I think it was talking about Spanish conquistadors finding a giant skull, and they put a sword in through the eye socket, and it didn't touch the back, even though the handle, the hilt, reached the end of the eye or whatever. It was weird. Based off the size of it, though, it'd be the size of a damn tree. Like that picture that they'd be tall as a tree or taller, 30 damn feet tall.
They would be, yeah. They grew too tall for man, and they were starting to eat the people because they were not being sustained anymore by the food and stuff.
So jolly can also, besides being able to mean happy and cheerful, it can also mean very or extremely. So it could mean the extremely green giant.
Possibility.
Oh, snap. And if you look up the etymology of it, the early form of jolly means pretty, and the Old Norse means Yule. So he's the Yule giant.
Interesting.
A giant green giant comes busting in the middle of Christmas, like ho ho ho, stomping on everybody's shit.
With some canned string beans, and you're like, get the fuck out of here, giant.
Your beans are nasty.
That's a little funny because the Santas in Iceland are descended from giants or trolls, so who used to eat children. So
did they get a DNA test?
No, that's just a legend. The legend is we have 12 Santas, and the mama eats children or cooks them.
Can we talk about the Krampus then from here?
Dude, you know what? Like, real quick, just want to say this because I stumbled upon this. I've never seen this. It was a video that came up on my feed on YouTube, and it was a video where Mickey was making Swiss cheese. Type that into Google, and you guys will see what, or to YouTube.
I'm not typing that.
Yeah, Mickey was putting his cheese into the cheese.
Yeah.
Is that for
Dude,
real?
have you seen that? Yeah. Type
Is that
it into
authentic?
YouTube. Mickey making
Is that
Swiss
authentic?
cheese.
Is that an authentic Disney clip?
Yes.
Oh yeah, yeah,
It is.
that's real. It's real.
Real. This isn't
For
like
real.
where we're speculating if it is or if it isn't. That this is what's
Wrong.
really going
It's
on.
just family-friendly Disney fun.
But I was just like, this is wow. Like for it to be blatant like this.
You're such a bigot. How dare you judge Mickey for doing that? He does what he has to do. He's a working man.
He's a working man. Yeah, working man have to.
They're taking the Mickey.
Actually, when you reflect the word Mickey in a mirror, it says wicked.
Wicked. Yeah.
See if I find it. Mickey wicked.
I never did either.
Yeah.
Drace.
They made a coffee cup with the Mickey on the inside, and when your coffee got down to a certain level in your cup, and you see the reflection.
When you reach the level of red pill that you know that Mickey F's cheese.
Wait, you cannot use a mirror to turn Mickey into Wicked. I mean, it's close.
Yes,
Yes, you can.
No, you can't. No, you
Yes,
can't.
No, it is. Like, there's, yeah.
Look. There it is.
Oh, I see. Because of the cursive Y or whatever they did there, the way they stylized it. Gotcha.
You want to be like, no way, but there it is. Lo and behold.
Yeah, I found it on the internet. It must be true.
Well,
I would think it's photoshopped if I didn't see one in the thrift store.
have you guys-
in
But it has to be.
Yeah, but hey, listen, this has been a theme throughout. Have you always heard of the mirror image, the dark mirror, the like in mirror darkly, or just any reflection is supposed to be the evil version?
Yeah,
Like
but
the
come on,
good.
like, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm going to go back to the. Okay, so you have the M and the W flipped, the I flipped, but then the C is the same, the K is the same, the E is the same, and then you just flip the Y into a D. Like, that's not a mirror image.
Abstract art to imply the meaning of the word. They know what they mean, and we know what these witches mean.
It is a mirror. Yeah, it's a mirrored image. It's not a mirror image. It's not an identical on when you read it.
Yeah,
On,
no, I get the point. Yeah, okay, flipped, like if you were to, I don't know, fold it on itself, I guess. That way. Whatever. I see the point.
Do you see the word wicked though, Lou?
Well, yeah, of course.
Oh yeah. If you don't see it, then that would be an issue. But if you see it, then it stands to reason that people could see it as well, like the way you see it. Is what it is, dude. Like that's what it is.
Maybe it's wiki. Maybe it's wiki, like for like Wiccan or Wikipedia. No, I don't know.
Yeah, he's
They
referring to
secretly
Wikipedia.
support WikiLeaks.
I wouldn't doubt it though, man. Like you can't put anything past these guys. Like they probably are supporters of that. Isn't that where the Globists usually go to? Like when they, what about the wiki? Remember that guy? What was his name? It doesn't say that in the Wikipedia every time, man.
Is that Meisty?
I don't know. It was one of those guys. Every single time we talk to them, well, that's not what the wiki said. And you're like, dude, freaking, you're in love with wiki. Like,
Who was that? I can't remember anymore. I think it might have been R.C. Meisty, but yeah, he had the nasal Glober voice.
Wikipedia. Or we used to make fun of it because you would always say that. Everything that we'd say is, that's not what wiki says. And like, bro, like, freaking wiki's your. But yeah, I was like, I started this convo about that because I saw that the video with Mickey making Swiss cheese, and I'm like, this is wild, son. Like,
Steamboat Willie that was up there. I didn't watch it though. I saw what is this? He's literally pulling it out of his ass, rubbing his ass.
Order my ass.
Does it look like he has he's got a heart on. He's banging that thing. There's no way that's real. That didn't really come from Steamboat Willie. No. That's not real.
Well, Disney.
Show me the real episode.
Of the one where it's got cheese? Like the cheese one?
I'm just seeing the GIF up there with the cheese. Yeah, I need the full episode. Oh, is that just above it? Drace has it. Let's see.
Yeah. Well, it's a clip. Even that video is just a clip of it too. If you're talking about the full video, I don't think it's.
Yeah, I need to. Well, this needs to be verified. I'm not gonna just trust that this was real automatically.
Bro, he's making cheese. How else do you think a hardworking mice makes cheese? He's putting in work, bro.
And I like with cheese. Hopefully they don't make it like that in real life.
According
Can you imagine the factory of people making Swiss cheese?
Those freaking Swiss are freaking dirty dogs, man.
But they got the right PPE on, so you'll be fine. It's all sanitized.
I mean, if that's real, then yes, it does. This Snopes thing, like, if
I mean, if they are working making the cheese, that means they pass the COVID test, so they're clean. Then it's clean cheese.
Good. I mean, I would need it, but I'm just saying, if anybody had the desire for that kind of thing.
Of course, Snopes says false. That's not what it's showing. Okay. Thanks, Snopes, for telling me the opposite of what is obvious every time.
His name even has 3 6s in it. Mickey's name. Oh no, not Mickey. Disney's. Oh shoot!
Yeah, Snopes says it was not something even included in a real Disney film. So where does this come from then? Let's see.
Computer generated like old footage. I don't know. Somebody's.
Yeah, it was a bit of him, and this bit of animation was created on the Beta Board, an internet forum that frequently features photoshopped images, in March of 2011.
Well, something they can't say that's not happening is the Disney's Fantasia. They have bare naked breasts, like birds flying around. Did you guys know that? You didn't know that?
Yeah, it always annoyed me. It always annoyed me that there was more
On the cover of Little Mermaid, the palace also displays a ding dong.
Keep in mind also that, like, as risque as a lot of things seem to be in today's society, like bare chests have typically been accepted throughout history in almost every culture.
There you go.
When you look at all the carvings like statues and stuff of a bust, or just all the art, the paintings and stuff of bare-chested women. It wasn't pornography.
Or you can have actually
even in your Bible, the images of Adam and Eve in the garden, they were unclothed. Like I think it's supposed to symbolize innocence.
Which Bible do you have that has pictures of unclothed?
No, I didn't say it was in the Bible.
Yeah, I think we're reading out a different Bible
of it. Depictions of it.
Yeah, it is though. Wasn't Adam walking around just slinging the snake?
Yeah, I mean, according to the Bible, they were naked in the garden, right? It wasn't until she bit the apple and they had sin that they felt shame and they had to cover up.
No, if that doesn't sound like an analogy to you, folks, nothing will.
It wasn't an apple; it was an unnamed fruit.
Well, whatever. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Pomegranate.
You get the point.
Was it a pomegranate?
Unnamed fruit.
I thought it was a cookie.
Yeah. It was a pomegranate.
The fruit was.
But yeah, it's really just a more modern thing where we're just kind of ultra.
So who thinks the entire human race came from Adam and Eve? Put your hands up.
Yeah, Western society were very prude-ish, and that's where it comes from.
Did you put your hands up?
That was the word I was looking for. Prude. Yeah, we're extra prude in modern times. Yeah.
My hand goes fully up. We are the sons of Seth, the third son.
There you go now.
My seed is the seed of Adam.
My fourth seed is the seed of fucking Jemima.
And I can promise you, man, you also come from Adam and Eve.
Well, as far as I can tell, there had to be two people.
Mm-hmm.
So you're basically my brother.
Yes, indeed.
Hi, brother.
This is bound to happen. It was my fault. I mentioned Adam and Eve, and now we're going to have an hour of Bible talk, aren't we?
No, we're gonna try and nip that in the bud. Who else believes that Adam and Eve was a real thing? Put your hands up.
Why shouldn't it be real? What else is there? We fall down from heaven.
For what reason do you have to doubt it?
Well, if you have two people, just two people having kids, then they're gonna have kids because apparently they would turn into morons. So there must have been more than Adam and Eve.
So you do know that the genetics in the beginning of the man.
I'm not saying there wasn't
created, can you please let me finish? Thank you.
Sorry, yes.
So in the beginning, in the Genesis story, we had people of different genetics. We had people being over 600 years old, which means these people did not have the same genetics that we have nowadays, which means we do not know how and what exactly made them able to reproduce in the way they did, right? Because there was a lot of change in genetics. Man was also pointed to maximum be 120 years. No, wait, that's wrong. My fault.
Right.
But
that's after the flood.
But David was 60 or 70, yeah?
Well, it doesn't matter how it worked because we're here, so.
I'm not disputing it, bro. I'm just trying to figure out how two people give birth to a fucking whole nation.
Yeah, it was the different genetic, I mean, I forgot the exact number. How old was Noah when he died?
I was literally about to say 925 years old.
Yeah,
And
do
his
you
wife,
get?
when
I
she
want to
was
see.
exhumed, she was
Wait a
18
minute. Wait a
feet
minute.
tall.
Wait a minute. So if I'm 900 years of age and my sperm, I put it in my
You're looking at it from a wrong view, man.
I don't know. You tell me what I'm looking at.
You're looking at it from the understanding of the age you're living in right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro.
Which is man doesn't get 900 years old, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Wait,
Joe Biden wasn't elected president.
Well, what reference point does he have? He doesn't have a reference point of thousands of years ago. He only has a reference point of today.
Yes,
we do kind of have a reference point. We do, because the Bible says various things. It says that it didn't rain before the flood. It says that carnivorism wasn't a thing before the flood. That actually we didn't need to eat meat before the flood. So it's a completely different ecosystem. The Bible paints a picture of a completely different ecosystem than what we have today.
Just because of
I don't think you understand what a reference point is. You would have to be thousands of years back there and witnessing it firsthand in order to have a reference point to validate the claim.
You would. Yep. He's original. You have to be there in order to validate the
That's why it's religion.
So it's a belief. Right.
It is indeed
Of course it's a belief. Nobody's saying that this is science.
Enable.
It's better than the globe belief.
Before the flood, Cain and Abel fought over eating meat.
That's fucking true, bro. It's better than believing the fucking.
Yeah, but because of the aligns with the family trees that are written down since the beginning of time, and it aligns with many other things we have, with many other things. What is the term for people who dig things out?
Archaeologists.
Yeah, exactly. The Bible definitely is true. There's nothing. There's so many things.
You cannot say that something is definitively true if you weren't there, bro. This is the point. You cannot.
On the other hand, you can't have faith and belief when it's about when everything you want is to see.
You can have faith and belief in something. You cannot say definitively that something is true if you're not there. That's the point.
I can only point with the finger to the directions of things that show us that that we have already discovered certain.
The Bible's not really a faith-based book anymore. Now that we have all these archaeological discoveries that prove that pretty much everything in it's absolutely real.
Exactly. Yeah. And see, even though we have so many proofs, still people want to deny it, which means. It's still a faith-based book because I truly believe in everything that is written, even when it comes to the things that are so crazy to believe in nowadays of scientific society, if I can call it like this.
Right, but guys, he wasn't questioning that. PMAC wasn't questioning that. PMAC was questioning the concept of all of mankind coming from one man and one woman. He was questioning that part.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that so hard to believe?
Because when we observe families, large families, brothers and sisters having children and their children having children. Well, do you know what happens when we've observed that happening in real life? Do you know what happens?
Retardation.
Let me just put it.
When you evolve and your genetic matter is reduced due to adaptations, there's less and less matter to work with. So genetic bottlenecks create retards.
There was a 1 second, guys. There was a prime directive at the very beginning, which was be fruitful and multiply. The prime directive was to be fruitful and multiply, and so that's what they've done. Here's the issue: that as from Adam to Moses, there was no law given, and when the law was given, it showed how corrupt man was. So it was a reflection of all the things that man was doing to corrupt themselves. And then it became known that certain things that they were doing were against God's ordinances. And it was written.
Yeah, man.
So then it wasn't just something that people would inherently know. It was something that it was written that you shouldn't do these things. So there was things that he wrote that you can't, what to do and what not to do. kind of like what people were asking, how do we know God's mind and what do we know what he's thinking, or how do we know so then the law came, and the law was a mirror to show you the wickedness that you have in your own heart, so the things you would perceive. So what it did was it exposed people to the wickedness of their reality, of the world that they were living in, and it gave them a standard of how to live. Whether you or not you would adhere to it, that was up to you. You don't have to. But that's from the prime directive, from be fruitful and multiply up until Moses. There was that kind of a more open way of looking at how they were multiplying on the earth.
You start to look at that wall. Scientific, man.
I go ahead. Fuck. Hundreds and hundreds of years. God has decided now to tell us that we are doing wrong.
No,
hundreds and hundreds of years.
He did it right from the beginning when we walked with him.
Yeah, exactly.
What? Yeah, Adam got it directly from him. Walked with him in the garden, got it directly from him. He didn't wait. It's been known all along. There's been no excuse.
He was hearing audibly.
I do believe him.
That's fine. You don't have to. But like, this is
no, I don't.
You don't
have faith.
This is the statement from Adam to Moses. Death reigned. That means death reigned from Adam to Moses. When the law came, man understood how in need or depraved they were. So it was a mirror.
Wasn't God just saying to Noah, death fucking reigned, but build an ark?
No.
Okay, God.
Moses, not Noah.
You sound authoritative, and like you know what you're doing. So I'll do. I'll build an ark.
P-Mac, Miggy knows his Bible. He was you were what was the title exactly? You were a preacher though. Yeah,
I was a preacher. You could say preacher for a while.
Preacher,
minister would not. I think of a black church for that.
I think they all kind of like relate. They're synonymous.
Can you relate it back to back? Can you speech it forward to front, back to back? Can you, like the Quran? No, I'm just kidding, man. Don't mind me. I'm just talking shit.
No, but I mean, just the questions that people have that don't get these answers that are sufficient, I think really leave us with more questions, because we're looking at a lens through the life we're living today. And that's with respect to everybody here. I mean, it's hard to see times of historical past when your history is covered up by agendas. There's like everything that you know of has been like just misinformed about everything. So from a truther standpoint, it's even harder, because we have to sift through all the garbage to get to the good stuff. And then once you do finally get to the good stuff and you want to share it with somebody, there's like 10,000 things you got to talk to them about before you get to the actual truth that you were arrived to. And then you got to get through the cognitive dissonance of like the misinformation they have. And it's a work, but it's a challenge that I think that all of us are here for, because we see passion in finding new people to come into Flat Earth every day. So, truth is in our blood. We love it.
But Mickey, you agree with half the things I said, right? Depending on,
I agree that like, I would have never because there's some people that don't believe, and I'm fine with that. Like I sit with you guys just the same. I don't want to push what I say. I would only say from the standpoint of like giving an answer to the idea of like how they were procreating in those days, because Adam and Eve were created, they weren't born. So the prime directive for them to create from the standpoint of being created was different than the go ahead.
Can you imagine being Adam, right? And like this beautiful Adam, right, Adam, right? And Eve was right there in front of him, and God says, do your worst. Wouldn't that be great? Be like, thank you, God.
Do you think that they had belly buttons? I do.
Thank you. And she's a beautiful belly button.
The thing is, the belly button would symbolize somebody having an umbilical cord. And so when God formed
your body.
This would go into the realm of speculation, right? Because this is Speculation Sunday. But yeah, definitely Adam being created.
Has your DNA in it, right? And it's part of your body.
What?
Yeah, but listen to this. Adam being created, he was formed out of the dust of the earth, right? So he was formed, and when God breathed life into his nostrils, can you hear me?
That makes sense, bro.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sorry. Go ahead.
I'm
bro.
being talked over by Aethergrass and PMAX. So
I'm
you
on
guys-
mute
you
myself
hear me?
so I can hear because it's lagging for me. My bad.
Yeah, no worries. But like when God breathed life into Adam, he breathed life into his nostrils, and he became a living soul. So the term soul comes from us, like referring to Adam being, alive in that. So no, from the speculation standpoint, he wouldn't have an umbilical cord because he was made out of the dust of the earth. So if we're talking about Eve, she also didn't have an umbilical cord because she came from Adam's side, from one of his ribs. And so he used part of like Adam's makeup to make Eve because she was going to be his partner, his side by side
I
his partner.
can agree that's true that there'd be no need because they didn't have a mother. But also, like, I was just proposing the idea because of the fact that the placenta is for a time part of your body while you're developing, and so it would make sense for Adam to kind of grow like a plant out of the dust of the earth, and then there's a Cabbage Patch Adam dude.
Yeah, he was not.
He was have a placenta, bro.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say it's not a chicken or egg kind of thing. It's more of like the chicken only.
What's interesting is so Adama is the name of the earth, Adama, and it basically is where Adam gets his name from, and it's like the effeminate version of Adam, but it's literally the name of the land that we are on. Like Earth is called Adama.
You honestly think that Adam and Eve is real, Mickey?
Say again, P-Mac.
You honestly think that Adam and Eve is real? I think that's
Absolutely.
You do?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. Because here's the thing that I think what stumps people, and I don't disagree that the thing that we're talking about with this idea stumps people because truth is stranger than fiction. I've already said that many times in here.
It certainly
But I
is.
think, yeah, well, what I'm saying though is when we look back at our history, some of the things that we learn now, the reason why there's so many people that don't believe in like historical facts of like any biblical knowledge, they throw it away and they avoid it like cancer because of the fact that they've been taught how to not to rely on any of these sources. Because the people with the people that work within those agencies are corrupt to the bone. Like you see them being like the biggest hypocrites, or they run organizations that take people's money, and then you have like this really standoffish kind of like viewpoint of it, and you're like, I ain't gonna be getting with anybody Bible thumping freaking idiots. Like, and so you take this really bad worldview of it because you taught them. Well, I don't know if it's moralistic that you don't like it, or if it's intellect. Like maybe it's based on what it says that you challenge it. But there's always something that people avoid it for.
Yeah, I don't know how some woman gives birth to somebody outside of the womb, unless it's in the womb.
No, it's created. So like when I was talking about Adam and Eve, they were made. They weren't born.
Right.
Everybody else was born.
I agree with that. Both made. Now, Eve has a baby. How that happen?
Well, her and Adam had intercourse for sure.
Right.
They engaged in coitus, and she popped a squat and dropped.
Let's go back to what you said before. What was he said? Oh, fuck, I forget now. Adam and Eve was the thing.
Do you have a question about it?
And no, I did, but fuck me, it's left. All right, go ahead, bro.
No, it'll come to you. Just think about it. I never have a problem talking about it. I think it's always an opportunity for me to like engage with it. But as far as like what I'm saying, nothing of what I'm saying should be something you should feel like, man, I need to listen to. Like if you do, you do. If you don't, you just think I'm crazy, nutcase, or tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. I don't care. I know what I know, and that's like I would enlighten anybody on what I know, but I would say just always with everything that I say, just look into it, because if you don't, you'd be missing out.
Right. So Adam and Eve had a baby, and they had another baby, and another baby, and the older babies
Well, yeah, you take a look at it this way, PMAC. In this day and age, right? Have you ever seen a family, how big a family can get within just a time a man and a woman can be alive with the short amount of time that they're alive today?
60 years? Fucking massive, bro.
Right. There you go. There's your answer, PMAC. And imagine if you multiplied that times like 900 years.
Well, what's I suppose what's wrong with that, where brothers and sisters had to fucking procreate.
Well, and like I'm saying though, the times that and somebody mentioned it before, they're very different to these times. Like I said, death reigned from Adam. Death reigned from Adam to Moses.
And there was a rule about it: the children could never sleep with the parents.
Yeah, that's true.
But fuck these times, bro.
Well, no, there's a lot that we don't know, and there's a lot that people that are standoffish about it that they're assuming, which is fine. Like if you have like this idea in your head of like just being very staunch in your position, then that's you. You do you. But like I would say, if you do have a question, there are people that would like be giving you an answer that would be either good or bad. I mean, it's still the answer.
It's kind of a taboo subject that's weird for a lot of people to talk about, so people avoid talking about it altogether, or just kind of shun away from it, wave it.
Yeah, just like the one I was sorry to run over you, man. Just like the one I was saying about Lou. The lady with the bare breast, like that's pretty taboo, and like because of the times we are today, and everybody in America, like that's taboo. Why would you like have women bare-breasted and everywhere? But long time ago was not such a taboo thing,
Sorry, there was a woman with her breast. Where was that?
Man, do I want to go back to a long time ago?
Some woman with a bare breast.
No. Listen, look, this is what I'm saying. Like those tribes in the other countries.
Yeah, no, I totally get your point. You're supporting exactly what I'm saying. I get you completely. Yeah, exactly. Like in the rainforest, they walk around. The women got their torpedo breasts just hanging out everywhere. Like nobody cares.
So you want to go back to hippity hoppity, women are property.
Well, this is that's the thing though, man. Because like if people are not like realizing that this is the world that we're living in, it's a cover up, and so the position that you're taking right now, maybe to be standoffish, could be just ignorance on your part. Like because maybe with more research, you could find out like, damn, I was wrong. But like I'm certainly not gonna.
Everything's a cover up. Everything is a cover up.
Well, isn't that the way we were when we were globalists? We were standoffish when we were globalists. We were just like,
if I took somebody's impression of how things began, then that would be me taking that impression. But I don't believe in that. You know what I mean? I mean,
sure.
Well, no, I do now. After you spoke a wee bit there, Maggie, I probably think it probably was male and female, and something happened. There was other kinds of things happening, but
I tend to think of myself.
Why I'm arguing with you?
No, I tend to think of myself as a realist, though. Like there has to be different environment conditions and different ways that people were living, and just like I can't perceive. In my head, I can't see people living 900 years. I'm just saying it straight up.
People are very
I can't see it.
I mean, you see people in Europe and people in Asia and people in South America. They all look very different. They're Koreans and Japanese.
Right. Check this out. We were just on the side. In the side channel, we were talking about like what it would take for to get a population of 7 billion. Like how long would it be if like again if you started with 2 and then they had 4, then 8 and 16 and 32 and so on. Like XO was saying 4,000 years, whatever. It doesn't take very long before all of a sudden you have a population of 7 billion. Now, of course, there's been wars, which are cullings and basically things like that. There's been lots of catastrophe that's happened in history. But shoot, I was going to bring this back into what you guys were just saying, and now I lost that. What was the?
Are you talking about world population and I don't know the population of the world?
While you're thinking about that, Lou, I would just say that. Yeah, I would agree that thinking about the lineage and how it could be access to like think about the numbers and do the math and that. But what I would say is from Adam to Moses, and I would say there was an interruption. It was an interruption. You thought about it? Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. If people live 900 years, like how long are they fertile? How many children did one male have? Like we would have been growing at an extremely fast rate.
Well, that's the only way it explains how the human race came about.
If they developed slow, they wouldn't.
Somebody had to live to 900 years and just fucking put babies out.
Shit. You know what? You know how people are kind of retarded until they get like past their 20s and into their 30s? That's when you're an actual adult.
Listen. So let me get to the point. After Lou made this point, I wanted to talk about like a bit about why the destruction came about, because there was wickedness throughout the land. So the flood, right? The deluge happened. It eradicated everything that was on earth, every living creature, save 6 people, which was Moses and his wife, and Moses' sons and their wives.
I believe biblically, there's been 3 resets actually, where we would have had to restart from 2-3 times in the biblical history.
But yeah, and I agree with Lou. But Miggy, at the same time, I wouldn't mind if a asteroid hit this world yesterday and killed us all, bro. I mean, look,
yeah, I know, P-Mac, because the world has gone in a bad way. But like, even thinking about like destroying the entire earth, that the day of reckoning is coming. But I think that people are always talking.
It's by fire, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But the globalists always talk about like killer asteroids and all this kind of thing. But they're always doom and gloom, anyways, right? Those guys. And so, like,
we're always half cup full. It's half cup full.
But like, because of the fact that it says like, in the days of Noah, so shall it be when the Son of Man returns. So the days of Noah were the most corrupt, time for. So like, you're thinking all the people that were alive at those times. Right,
We're in it now.
Right. Yeah. Well, I'm saying, like, we're in the dark ages again. But like the way that like you can just name all the stuff that we've been talking about today, about like how bad the world is, and like with the people and what they're doing to I don't even want to get into like it's totally black pill. But like if we get further, like the way Lou was saying, then it's gonna get even worse. But if that's the case, that's the road that we're actually heading down. The road we're heading down. We're supposed to go in that direction, because there's going to be a final thing where it's going to be that's it, like no more.
Yeah, so it gets so
that happens.
Yeah, I understand you, Mickey. It gets so much that somebody up there just goes, right, that's it, bro. We're done. We can't do this anymore. A man is not a woman. A woman is not a man. I'm fed up with you wearing dresses and doing all your shit on planet Earth.
Yeah, but we're saying things like, we want to see an end to it, but there will be, and so that it will be completely final. There won't be no turning back and so forth. And
but this is his whole purpose is to turn creation upside down. His whole purpose, as we're talking about Satan, is the opposition. His whole purpose is to destroy humanity. And to make it something that you can't even look at.
So it's taking down the 3 pillars. And I always say mind, body, and soul. If he attacks your intellect, that's one. If he attacks your health, that's another. And if he attacks your soul, your spirit, and how you connect to the earth and your spirituality,
that's true.
That's the capstone, man. You're taken down completely. You distrust anything. You're not spiritual anymore. You eat whatever you want. You bad health, and then you take in whatever nonsense that they do.
How many people do you think? How many people do you think are gonna like actually turn around and go, "Listen, I believe in God. I'm done with this. I believe in God."
Standing in a room full of them. Everybody in here.
They're actually going to take your life because you believe in a God.
No, I'm saying like not just that, but I'm saying if you walk towards any truth, there's hope. If any truth is that you're like, because we're talking about flat Earth, and people that are so inured with bad information, they totally rail against anything that comes to do with truth. And so if you're at least this far, you've at least come to some realization of it, and there is hope. But as far as like the rest of the understanding goes, that's up to you. Like everybody reaches a certain level and then they stop. Like that's a bit too much for me. I can believe the Earth is flat and stationary, but this is going over the line. Like I can't go. And all I'm saying, I can see why. I'm totally empathetic to the point that people are in very different levels in like their understanding of truth. So you can't say that a person's just irredeemable. Like they're never gonna. You have to allow for conversations to happen, and maybe one day they're like, you know what, I changed my own mind. And so that's for me. That's what I think is the most important thing. That it's a labor of love, man. You don't ever come at this with the intent to convince somebody of anything. It has to be like you're gonna just be the best advocate for the truth that you can possible. And if that's the case, then at some point that person will see that. And it's not going to be because you forced them into it. It's because they actually just said, you know what, like you've been actually pretty good with it, and you didn't like make me feel like, you know, I'm going to hell, or you know what I'm saying? Like there's no fight over that. Because there isn't, you know, like I'm living, and like I would say, like what I do with the Globers, you know, I live on the same earth that you do. I see the same things you do. We still bleed the same blood, and it's the same. Like we need to be, you know, trying to get people closer to the truth, and that's all I can do, man. I have hope, you know. Like there's a few people that are in here that always like bring me hope and stuff that we're making a big difference. And anyway, like it's Speculation Sunday, man, because I do want to. It did veer off topic, and I know Lou was like, "Damn it, I shouldn't have said that," but it is what it is. Adam and Eve was talked about it.
Yeah, but you're making sense, bro. You're making sense.
Yeah, no, and as long as it goes like this is going, I don't mind it at all. It's just that there's a lot of people in here who do come from a very fundamental, preachy type, you know. But as soon as they give them a window, that window is freaking open, and you've opened the floodgates.
I don't think they know. Like they do know, but they don't know at the same time because of the way they were taught. So it's all about how the approach. And you know what we learn in here though, Lou, is like the approach to even talk to somebody about flat Earth. It's like there's a right and a wrong way to do it. You know what I'm saying? Like you getting in somebody, like let's say you go to a barbecue that you were invited, and you got a bullhorn and say, "All right, guys, Earth is flat. You guys are friggin' idiots."
Yeah,
come on, man.
Yeah, I totally get you. The next step going down this, when you look at what's going on in the side chat between XO and who is this? Ball liquor. Sorry, I have to say liquor just because it's funny. I know you get angry. Ball kicker. No, it's both of them. I know both of them want to preach their version of how things are, what the Bible says to everybody, and it is the way that it is. They will fight tooth and nail with each other and with anybody else who steps to the plate.
You don't know anything. You don't know what you're talking about, brother. You have no idea what you're talking about. When have you ever heard me in here yelling at people and debating people and preaching a Bible? When have you ever heard that?
I didn't mean to call you ball liquor. I know how XO is.
Whatever you like, whatever helps you feel better, Lou. But in all seriousness,
I actually like
things you're accusing me of, bro.
I'm not accusing you.
Do you really feel those things are true, bro?
Let me clarify. Sorry, if the ball liquor thing was just meant to be a joke. I don't mean it. I respect you. Okay, ball kicker is your name. Secondly, I know how XO is about this, and typically, if you're going on a back and forth, I wasn't here last night. I didn't see what happened last night. But typically, that's because you probably hold a different point of view and are very sturdy on that stance. Okay.
No, that's not it.
Okay, well then it's my bad. I'm sorry. I don't want to. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have said what I said, lumping you both together as one and the same. But this is what does happen in here pretty often. Yeah. No, this does happen in here pretty often. Maybe I shouldn't have used you as an example, but this does happen.
With the fact that it used to happen before, I think we could even use that as an example.
Yeah. Instead of calling people out, yeah.
Well, it was pretty toxic. We couldn't even. I said this before, Lou. We can say anything. We can have conversations about religion, about health, but it's just how people approach things. Like you immediately have daggers for somebody who thinks other than what you do, and I think that is the wrong approach. For like, if you're, let's say you're advocating for biblical context, and somebody says like, yeah, I don't believe in that, and you just come at them with daggers from the biblical context, then you're in the wrong. And so you can't do that. And an advocate for the truth can't. It's a labor of love, you know. You have to understand that the person is if you feel the person's in ignorance, then you have to be approaching it like this is your one shot to make a difference in that person's life. And this is how you're going to use it. This way, you're going to be abusive in the way you teach this person. Like you have to be a better version of yourself in order for you to be able to advocate for the truth. Like it needs to be done with a way of humility, you know, like where you know that if this was your one chance to speak to the person, like you're going to do it.
Yeah, but Lou also he straight away asked for forgiveness, so that tells me he's a good person.
Well, no, I'm not even referring to.
No, I know, but whatever we're referring to, he's like, okay, listen, maybe I shouldn't have done it this way, maybe I should do it another way, but that's a good person, man. That's the guy who feeds the birds.
Yeah. Well, you try for you. That's what you're shooting for anyway. Because at the end of the day, that person, you know, they're not going to gain any. Like, here's the thing with this whole idea advocating for truth. This with like the truth of biblical context, you know, you're not going to. It's not for your personal gain. It's for, you know, the Creator God's personal gain. You're doing it for Him.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then none of the credit goes to you at all. So it isn't like, man, I brought 1,000 souls to God. Like, no, you didn't. He did. You just spoke about him.
Nobody
so what it is just, and I heard about this, and it's like in a saying. It's just a beggar telling another beggar where to find bread. That's the simplicity of it. You're not being somebody who's lording your knowledge over someone else. You're sharing some information about, you know, where you can give somebody, you know, the bread to eat. That's it.
Something interesting about the word Lord. It actually means basically the master of the bread.
Interesting.
So there you go. What are you talking about bread, bro?
Anyway,
bread there, bread everywhere.
All right, I got something. All right, the Bible really talks about bread like a lot. Like bread is important. It's also a symbol. Like it was what was sustaining to a lot of those old populations, right? Like you got your government bread or your government cheese, right? Like
flatbread.
People pretty much lived on bread and soup for a long time. And then look at today. This is going into the health and nutrition kind of area. All the people who are saying like you shouldn't be eating carbohydrates, no bread, no nothing. Like I don't know, maybe that's true. But are there those people that both are very close to like Bible literalists that follow it like very closely, word for word, that also are saying we shouldn't eat bread? I just want to throw that little contradiction out there to see what, because I know this fits the bill for some people in here.
Wait, are you saying the Bible contradicts itself sometimes? Oh my God.
No. That's not the Bible contradicting itself. That's people who believe in the Bible contradicting themselves.
Okay.
Yeah, there was unleavened bread, by the way, that they were speaking of. And also bread was another way to say meat. Meat was another way to say food. And so
I like meat. Sorry.
There's also bread was used in a way to say, give us our daily bread, which could be taken literal or figuratively.
Bread's really important in Christianity. Really important.
But do you honestly believe that the Roman Catholic Church is the thing? You think that's a good thing? Or the Protestants, for that matter? Give us just our daily bread, forgive us our trespasses and all that shit.
It was never about an organization or a club. It was about the teaching and following of the person who gave that teaching.
Yeah, remember when he said, do not make vain repetitions like the heathen does?
Of course.
And so the Catholics and Protestants do the exact same thing.
So PMOC.
PMOC?
Saying about
Mock.
what you were saying. No.
Mark,
what you were saying. I don't know if you want to say something, P Mac. Go ahead.
I don't. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. You go ahead, McGee, because well, you got it.
So basically, if we're talking about organizations, that was never the idea behind all of this. Man made these organizations, these clubs, these denominations to separate us from like other people, other groups, other categories of people, and now you got like thousands of flavors of like denominations of different faiths and backgrounds and beliefs and everything. So the idea was to be a follower of the teacher, of the one who was giving the teaching, and the ones who would follow them would become the way. The way is what was supposed to be followed, because he said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." And no
man come unto the Father but by me.
Right. So the idea was to be a follower, not an organization or a club. But they've taken it out of context to where now people are fighting because they're in different clubs. The different clubs or sects of religion, and they're railing against each other, saying that I have the truth. No, wait, I have it. No, I have it. And so no one ever understands that the truth was being spoken over people who are lost, and they need to be found, not the ones who are already found. Because if you already think that you're found, then you've never been lost, right? So, and that's that's one of the old hymns, right? I was lost and now I'm found. But with the people coming to the follower, the ones who follow the teacher, then they're going to realize that they were in need of this daily bread. So I'm just tying it all together, that the bread that he was giving out was the word of God, because that's one of the temptations that he was put to in the wilderness, right? When Yeshua was tempted by Satan, and the temptation was to turn the stones into bread if God be his father. And he told him, because speaking of carbohydrates and what Lou was saying, because that was nourishment, right? Nourishment was to get these stones into bread.
Yeah, he was pretty hungry. Hungry. Yeah.
He said, "Man doesn't live on bread alone, but every word that comes out of the mouth of God." So he told him what the true bread was, and this is the bread that was spoken of. So it wasn't about the one that goes into your tummy and then goes away. It's the one that actually sustains your life, and that's his true word, which is the ones that he was giving the followers. So just a biblical context in reference to a little bit of what Lou was saying, but that's the bread that was being spoken of. And the bread that people eat in those days was unleavened bread, which was so, and it was made with a different, not GMO kind of stuff, and it wasn't, it didn't have all the bad things that it does today. So, but people have like the Ezekiel bread that you see at the store, stuff like that. I mean, I can go into a little bit deeper stuff about that, but
yeah, please do.
I would, but I want to give a little pause here because I don't know if somebody else wanted to jump in there.
You're right.
Oh, what's the speculation on?
We started with Adam. Moved into like a bit more of like just different topics. Lou was bringing up the idea of bread being used in the old days for like biblical times, and it was, but it wasn't the bread that we eat today. Certainly not the one in the shelves of the stores. But just like going back to how they were eating was a lot different than the way they eat today. So that's even a big contrast that anyone in here could probably know. That doesn't have to, you don't have to really dig too far deep to find that out.
Well, they used to eat with their fingers.
Okay, yeah, sure. They had dishes though back in those days too. It wasn't.
They didn't use forks.
Utensils were there. I mean, why not?
Yeah, how'd they eat soup? They had spoons, I guess.
They put the bowl to their mouth and dumped it over there.
Slurp, slurp.
They still do that today. Anyway, but if you guys have any, because we're doing a little speculation Sunday, there's different topics that we bring up, and hopefully, like, just so that, I mean, you might have a different opinion. That's okay, of any of the topics that we talk about, but we just covered a bunch of stuff. But if you have something in the hopper, as I refer to, that you've been holding on to, because we usually say, we don't really have speculation chats, but we just kind of we're doing it today see if anybody has anything that you can like three. I'll give you an example, like 3 suns, or the moon is like the map of the Earth, or I don't know. What do you want to say the Earth is, or whatever speculation? What's your speculation, guys? Are we under a dome? Anyone?
We're under the heavens. The dome is under the heaven as well.
Do you think it's possible
remember,
that these?
We're
I think
entering
it's possible that
speculation,
these-
so you guys are free to. Oh, sorry, Godrock.
No, I was going to say, do you think it's possible that these entertainment figures are being replaced by clones?
By
parasites.
Weren't they always clowns?
Speculation, man. I like that. That's a weird.
Weren't they always clowns?
I just remember Eminem was very outspoken. He was very, old school, and he just all of a sudden got quiet, and he sucks now.
Oh yeah, he took the accolades. He took the whatever they gave him, right? Isn't
Dave
it like,
Chappelle, that was the biggest one for me. Dave Chappelle. It was the biggest change for me.
He did change a lot.
If we were to say that anybody was done that to, I would say he would be the one.
but his latest is brilliant. I'm not saying it's the Jews, but Kanye must have woke up and went fucking full ball. It's brilliant, bro.
Yeah, I still don't know what to make of mountains.
Oh, the mountains?
Gotcha, bitch.
Yeah. I drive through mountain ranges a lot, and there's some weird stuff I see that I can't make heads or tails of it. So
Good. We're talking about mountains again. Let me bring my pictures up.
yeah, because I have some suspicion that like in the deserts of America, some shit went down, and I'll never know about it. But I just see like scars and just like burned rock, and just
Wow, that's
desert.
That's sad, bro. Really? I'm sorry. What?
Yeah.
It looks like in at least what was it? You're talking about the deserts, and it looks like a scar. Yeah, the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, that's part of it. Yeah. There's just like, well, it kind of goes that documentary No Forest on Flat Earth, and it goes into like quarries. I don't know if that's entirely the whole story, but like I think that's part of it. But I don't think deserts are entirely natural, like when the Earth was new.
Check out this compilation of images that I have. That's one of my favorite subjects. Talking about those giants that passed. Look at the mountains' faces. Like these are mountains turned on the side, but you could see like the nose and where the eyes are.
Yeah, that could. I mean, I keep wondering, like, all right, so if there were these giant trees that were miles high, where did all the tree go? Like, that's a lot of. What?
Angels took them down.
Right, but where did all that tree go? Like, was it ground up into like dust or what?
And some actually speculate that those are the lava resources that we have. They're always burning. Like
Not that I'm Not that I'm
not-
for all this, the whole giant trees, giants, and titans, and all that, but it is organic matter. It would decompose over time. Could just be the dirt that covers the earth.
There's petrified stuff, though.
Yeah. Tiene un montón de
Well, I would believe this if somebody shows me roots under a mountain or something, a plateau that has some damn roots that are going under it, and it looks like a tree, and then I'd be like, okay, yeah, that's definitely a stump.
Yeah, there's truth to it. I don't know about all mountains. Well, hey, Lou, do you think there was a worldwide flood?
That's one that most likely, yes. I mean, it's not just something that comes from the Bible. It comes from almost every culture around the world. So I have plenty of supporting evidence.
That's the weird part about it, is that it's everywhere.
Yeah.
China's story about it's pretty interesting too.
Yeah, Wise Up. He has some videos where he talks about the worldwide flood, and then the pressure from the water, he says, caused these massive volcano eruptions. And he shows like all the ash, eventually turning to stone. But he shows like the layer that's in all these different locations. It's pretty fascinating.
I speculate that originally Earth, the only topography that Earth had was built structures. It's been covered over. Now we view it as natural topography.
Kind of like how some people say Freemasonry is found masonry. There's a lot of really peculiar structures that look like they've existed for much longer than people claim that they have. A lot of major cities are built on.
Yeah, that's kind of a hard thing to say, though. Like, definitively, or scientifically, or logically, or whatever. Like, what do you mean by? It's very. Let me say.
Vatican,
well, it's very speculative, and like, how do you know how long it takes for something to degrade and what it would look like given a certain amount of time when you only have such a small sample of a lifetime? Like, what does it take to erode something, or what does it take to?
Oh, dude. How about the petrified cowboy dude?
There's structures and towns and cities and things that are less than 300 years old that you can't even tell they're there anymore. Barely any traces of them.
Yeah, if you abandon a property, it doesn't take long before nature overcomes it, and you just lose it completely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice speculation. Those big trees.
I love the big tree stumps. I got to tell you, even though I don't think that they're actually trees, it's still uncanny. It's in that uncanny valley, right? They sure as hell. Some of them really resemble it. That's for sure.
I like Death. I was gonna say Death Valley. Devil's Tower.
Yeah, that one. This one in Namibia that was just shown is freaking incredible. Like the picture on the left. Oh, the picture on the left is a tree stump. The one on the right is the mountain that they're saying. Like, I can see the resemblance, but it's not. I mean, it's not exact. That's for sure. And I mean, where are the rings? Can you see the rings of the growth rings in that mountain?
Well, it doesn't have rings.
Yeah,
it has right, but it's different. It's got these cylindrical cubes,
which is something that you do see with stone, though. Like, I wish I knew more.
Somewhat. Well, it's funny because they claim it was lava, but there's no evidence of that anywhere around it.
I mean, to me, looking at the one that Cuddy posted in Namibia, the one on the right, basically the way that the sides are, it kind of looks like the top was quarried off or shaved off by man, and the waste debris was pushed off the side. That's what it looks like to me.
I'm gonna take a really good screenshot of Devil's Tower from the 4K footage. This is really good. Check this out. I'll give you the distance from where you can zoom in on the image, and then I'll do the up close one as soon as the drone gets closer. You can see like where the roots would be, like the little hill that it's on right now. I'll find out the one where you can see like the remnants of the, like where the tree was cut, like the wood chips that are petrified on the base.
It does look like a tree. It could be that this kind of tree was maybe like an ancient tree, like a pre-man tree, or an ancient tree where is a different I don't know, say biology than the current trees, which is like, it could be like a giant tree, like they were giants. They were giants of men, not these giants of trees, possibly. That's
And,
maybe
I know we're doing this as speculation for Speculation Sunday, but let's get back to our roots, right? Like, as flat earthers, always telling the Globers, we need solid scientific evidence for this, right? So, is there a way that we can prove scientifically that organic matter, wood, a tree, could somehow be petrified or turned to stone? Like, through what process could this happen? Exposed like that?
Well, if the atmosphere was different and it collapsed and all of that water were to cover it, all the mud would probably, and the silt could fossilize something that big. It would take a little bit longer than 40 days and 40 nights, though.
Well, we got petrified wood, so that's an example.
Yeah, the wooden rock, the wood that's rock now.
Yeah, but
exists,
my understanding with like Devil's Tower and these other stumps is that they don't resemble petrified wood, though. Like petrified wood, like we can test petrified wood and say this is petrified wood, not stone. That, on the other hand, tests as stone, not as petrified wood.
What about animal fossils?
There's actually no bone in a lot of these fossils. It's stone that's replaced it. Like the minerals came in and replaced all the organic matter. Ken Ham did a thing on this, and he talks a lot about it.
Right. Yeah.
I met that guy actually like a long time ago. I think I was like 12 or 13. I don't know. He's pretty cool. I wish I could go see his giant ark thing that he built. It looks interesting, but I've never been there.
Yeah, he'd be a whole lot cooler if he wasn't a Glober. But yeah.
Oh, did y'all see the fossilized cowboy boot that I linked up above?
What?
Yeah, there's a fossilized cowboy boot that's been replaced with limestone. I linked it a little bit up there.
Oh, I'll check that out.
Yeah, there's also a fossilized hat. But are those real things?
Yeah, I've heard of another one that was like a fossilized Nike shoe, and I'm like, that's interesting. It was under a parking lot.
I'm dropping different images as I see the video, and so you can see it from the drone's perspective. And as it gets closer, you'll see.
I want to comment back on what Lou asked about. Is there any scientific evidence about these fossilized trees? Well, remember that lady who, the scientist who got fired found a dinosaur marrow. So the thing is they don't want you to contradict the narrative. So there's no support to contradict the narrative, unless you want to put your career on the line. Which is the same thing with the flat Earth. Like, the doctor who puts their career on the line is gonna lose their career.
Well, I have more questions about these giant trees. Like, if it was look at a forest, trees everywhere. Why is it that we have just like a few stumps around the world? Wouldn't these things be everywhere, or was there only a few giant trees?
Think about it this way: when you have a really big tree in a forest, the tree drowns out the light for the other plants. So,
yeah, but you should still see a growth pattern. You should see a growth pattern. Like the shade of one tree would be the limit to where the next seed would become fully grown, right?
Well, that depends. Like, is there a limit to how big the trees can grow? And if one tree is much bigger than the other, you would have to calculate based on an assumed value of the size of the tree. It's hard.
Yeah, Lou, you're assuming that there needs to be a forest. There doesn't need to be a forest with big trees. You just have sparsely here and there. Maybe a forest, especially if it's a different life form.
One of the big things to remember too is the growth pattern of the proposed trees that we think, these stumps that were cut. They have this hexagonal pattern of extruded growth. Just give me a second on this, please. They have this extruded growth which comes up from the crust versus a typical tree which shows a ring growth from the middle. So, I mean, the idea, I understand, Lou, the applying the understanding of how trees would perform with today's perspective. But we do have instructions in Genesis where it states that the Lord gave instruction to the angels to cut the trees, and then the flood took place.
Well, that's great. That's great. I don't mind. I don't want to just automatically discredit anything because it comes from the Bible, but I don't accept it either unless I can find evidence of it elsewhere.
Well, what they're saying is that these trees were not carbon based. They were saying they're silicone. So we can only speculate on that.
Also, Lou, if they were cut by the angels, you wouldn't need to know about it because it wouldn't be it'd be a supernatural event. You wouldn't be able to
see, this is, and it's fine. It's fine if you guys accept magic and shit, but I don't. I want more than just a story about some magical tale. That's mythology. I'm not into believing mythology.
I do accept.
I need some kind of supportive evidence.
There's a spiritual world and a physical world. So yes, I do accept supernatural events.
You accept it just based on a story, though, or do you need more than that? Is this a faith-based belief? I mean, it's fine if it is, but you should mention that.
I wonder if there's any other stories of mythical gods cutting trees down, if it's not just in the Bible.
Well, here's the thing too. You got to look at our ancient past deals with things that are real. If you think that everything is the way it is today, back then it wasn't. So I think the idea is, how was the earth before the cataclysm that happened to it? Because that's a record recorded by all ancient cultures. I mean, that's not something that we're just speculating on. That's what they all said. So just going based on that, there's mention of giants in the land on almost every ancient culture that you can look into. So there's even information on that. Information on how they figured out how to get knowledge from the stars that was given to them by, some person that came to them and was enlightening them on doing things and, weather patterns and teaching the women how to, paint their face and just different things. So that's all stuff that's been recorded. Each ancient culture was just like living the way they are now. If you don't do nothing to them, they're just mud hut people. And when you introduce higher learning to them on how to do things and create civilizations, then they change. They act differently, in that civilization, and they become corrupt. So you can see that happening. The hallmarks of like a civilization reaching a pinnacle before it gets a reset is always that they go into a bad way. Like they start to self implode. But you can see that happening. It's like we've had different resets. I mean, you guys know the world wars that have happened. Look at the many. If you could look in history, the wars have reset. Not just like the biblical deluge, but we're talking about like just wars that have happened and great resets, like the Roman Empire, and like even if they say that it's been destroyed, it's still thriving.
I'm with you there, but I would even say like wars that are documented wouldn't fall in my definition of a great reset. A reset, sure, or a culling. But when it comes to like a great reset, that's like almost starting over. That's like destroying everything that was known from history in the past and starting anew.
Well, who said that before? Wasn't it that the guy from NASA? We destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to bring it back. It's like, well, you see that we have amnesia.
I'd go back to the moon in a heartbeat if I could.
Yeah, we see like people have amnesia about their history, and we're always arguing about like how things were, with dinosaurs and like mud floods and giants, and like we're always like we can't see eye to eye on that because of the fact that there's what do you have in place of that? What narrative do you have in place that thinks other than what we're saying about the ancient past? There has to be something you have in mind. Like obviously, if you think it's not that, then what is it? And if it's something that's that rivals this, then you'd have to give it a way that ancient cultures were talking about it, because we got ancient cultures talking about giants, and we got ancient cultures talking about these people from I don't know where came into their place and gave them some extra supernatural knowledge of how to tell like seasons from the stars. Like they got all this stuff from like these guys, so they were handed some like extra information from these people who came to them and I guess made them civilized, if you want to call it that, but gave them technology and so forth. So that's what we can see. All ancient cultures lead to some kind of event where these guys were here, and not only that, they were also getting ready for a deluge, a cataclysmic event, because they were building they were building these structures that were going to withstand that cataclysmic event, but we knew that didn't help them. They were still wiped out. Didn't matter what structures they built. They weren't going to withstand the flood. But that's what they were doing. They were building these structures. Okay, so check this out. There's a guy on Netflix that's doing a show about ancient cultures that he's trying to debunk the mainstream narrative. He's still a Globie, but like, you hear him always saying like, no, there was no giants back in those days. It was just like figure of speech, meaning like a person who was like a celebrity, like that. Like we say like, oh, that person's a giant. Like we don't literally mean a giant person. Like we mean just like a celebrity. That's what he's referring to them as. But the people that he's remarking are actually talking about tall individuals that were building the pyramids. Like that's the recollection of these ancient cultures. That's what they're saying. The stories have been passed down. And
that's,
so like
that's the mythology that's been passed down. Like that's
right. But then you look at it like either the people are full of crap all over the world, like every ancient culture, or they're saying things that the other cultures didn't know they were saying. You know what I mean? Like
I started watching that, and by the way, just there's no difference between this guy and Ancient Aliens. Okay, like it's History Channel shit. It's presented to be going against the narrative. So for the fringe people around, but it still keeps you within their bookends that they're comfortable with.
I awoke.
Yeah, he tries to do that. Everything he was remarking was just making sure that you're not No, this isn't like the guys were saying this. Don't worry, it's that we know what it means today. Like he's kind of correcting. What's fine, I don't care. Like, but the people say what they say. It's like, where do they get this information? Did he just conjure it up out of thin air and like made a story out of it? But then some of it has to like I always think about truth being stranger than fiction, because even the biblical narrative is talking about this event, these kind of events that were taking place. So now it's even, boosted by the Book of Enoch and the likes of like other apocrypha books. It just is historical knowledge, But I mean, you could look into like the ancient cultures, like that's another thing, like So it's not just like hooey or hocus pocus. Like there's actual people saying these things were around, and they were being taught, cutting of the roots and all kinds of stuff that they didn't have before. They didn't know this knowledge. These, mud hut people, sort of thing. So, I mean, you take that for what it is. But I mean, if you're still kind of skeptical even at that point, then what history do you think we had? What are the ancient people saying? Like the only thing we could have is like what some, like the tribes that would have their elders like keep in mind, like the what you call it, like the tribes have their own stories that they tell throughout time. And then the to be a tribal leader, you have to memorize it verbatim, like what the stories were. But that's basically, we have word of mouth. Like, other than that, we don't. We have amnesia, and we won't know what our history is. It's just whatever the ones who wrote the history would tell us it is. And then that's the one we're basing our idea of how we're looking through the lens of the past. And it's saying, nah, that's not true. Come on, guys, come on. I mean, really. And so that's why I'm like, the truth is stranger than fiction if we actually look at it in a different way. Like, do we know what the sun, moon, and stars are? No. We feel the effects, but as far as that goes, we might have still in our minds, they might be something related to what we think science could explain. But then once we arrive to a point, it's like the guy in the flat earther that was in here. He's like, well, the sun goes around the flat earth. And I was like, no, you can't say that. He's like, why not? He's like, what else does it do? That's exactly my point. You're saying something about the thing that you see in the sky, but then you're not able to tell me exactly what it does when it goes out of sight. And what else does it do? I don't know. That's the question that everybody can answer, because once it goes out of sight, it could be doing something else. And I'm not going to speculate as to what it is, because I can only observe what it does when it's in my view. But maybe a place that nobody wants to go down. I'm actually the one where it's like, you're either gonna say what you know what it is, or if you don't know, just don't say anything about it, I guess. Go ahead.
I've read many accounts of giant bones and giant skeletons being stolen or disappeared by people related to the Smithsonian. So if there's no giants, what are these people disappearing and stealing?
Yeah, most of the ancient cultures talk about like a person coming to their, like, introducing themselves and becoming like a star, like they call them the star people, or people that were come and visit them. Like, and I think there's the Mexican culture. Oh, what was his name? It was a famous character.
The funny part is they're all the same story, and they line up with the Book of Enoch.
Exactly. The guy whose name's in here, Quetzalcoatl, you know him? Like, that's one of the guys. He was and I would consider him being one of the fallen angels. They came to the land and was teaching them how to like farm, and they every time they would visit a culture, they would do the very same thing. They would give the culture civilization, basically teach it how to become like civilized, and they would do things and sacrifice to gods, and like they taught him how to be agents against the one true God. So they taught them how to be foolish and their minds to be darkened. That's what all civilizations, that's what they aim to do with their further knowledge. Their increase of knowledge is actually, it darkens man's mind, because with that becomes their ideas that they think their wisdom is lofty, and they can become gods themselves. And so their knowledge of what they have supersedes God's, and then they become like their own gods. They are gods. And so they would say that to other people, Which that's what these guys were teaching them, how to be rebellious.
I kind of imagine a bunch of Pharisees climbing up like little pyramid piles of books and sitting up there and be like, "Behold how smart we are."
Well, that's the thing with these guys, and so like with these ancient cultures, they did many depraved things, again in the sight of God. So like that's the point about these civilizations, that they were their own kind of intellects. They could build things, they could do things, without the God's agency. So
according to ancient Egypt, there's a golden ship with a blue man with a golden dick that's kind of floating around in outer space, circling around above Earth forever, waiting for some kind of judgment crap or something. I don't know. But yeah, green guy, blue guy, something like that in a golden ship.
These ancient gods were the gods of old, were the fallen ones. So they asserted themselves as, rulers of the earth. So they were in different families. They fell into different categories, and these different families were still the elites that we see today. They are still run by the same houses. So these same houses are still running the world. This is Speculation Sunday, right? Just to be sure you guys are. I'm just not talking willy-nilly speculation, but we're talking about like
still Sunday.
We're talking about like these families that control the agendas. So if we're saying that these fallen ones were already trying to build these civilizations of people rebellious against God, well, I'll tell you what, the world is no different today. Every single country has their own idea and their own ways to achieve that, their own space programs and stuff, that they go into space and they turn back and say, well, look guys, you see, there is no God, there's only us, we gods. And so that has become the kind of way that people look at things, and void of any creator. You know how hard it is to get somebody from the point, even the ones who are let's say in the faith, but they are still a Baal believer. So being a Baal believer, you could still say that you believe in God, but it's like, which God? Because now you don't believe in the true God. You believe in the one you think is true, but it's like the one that's following, that's something that's not truth. So they're all in on it, man. Every organization.
Yeah, I like what you said about that, because I'm from Houston, and I know a lot of Christians that they work at NASA, and it never crosses their mind. I wonder why all these rockets and space programs are named after pagan gods. That's really curious. I mean, Witsit points all that out, but it just goes right over their head. They don't want to go there.
You know what's even more relevant, since we're in Speculation Sunday, that the phallic symbol has always been used because of the fact that has been the thing that has been kind of like the rebelliousness against God. With look at the rockets today, the ones that are going up, the Blue Origin rocket that went up, they're all phallic symbols, every single one. You have what are those monuments, the obelisks that are everywhere?
Why though? But why?
There's obelisks. Now, let me finish. Like, there's obelisks and there's steeples on the top of churches, guys. Steeples. There's
when you say always, this is you're talking about like in the United States, like, which is a short history. Like, there's cultures all over the world. Like I believe is in the there's is it the Philippines or something? Like they've got like giant statues of dicks in the middle of their town square and stuff that they still worship these things. Or like,
get this.
Guys,
get this, man. What you gonna do? Let me bring some relevance to what I was saying real quick. I just want to qualify the relevance of what I'm gonna tell you. Maybe it'll be a bomb, but I don't know. For some, it won't. Let me ask you guys a question, and anyone can answer this, and you can chime in with whatever you want. Speculation Sunday. All right. So, why do you cut a tree and bring it into your house on Christmas? Why do you do that tradition?
I know. I kind of know this one.
If you know, then please, like, if you don't know,
I knew it. You gotta give me a second to think on it. It was the Bring it. Darn it. I heard the story. It's just not coming exactly to mind, and I don't want to be wrong when I say it.
Tradition.
Tammuz. Tammuz.
Yes, you're in the right vein. You're in the right vein.
Nimrod's dick.
Yes. Who said that?
Me. And
Say it again.
It's a symbol for Nimrod's dick.
It is. Do you know that you guys are doing that?
Oh, that's why most people have a that's why most people have a fake tree in their house.
A fake what?
They also used
You skirt around.
Miggy, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is about
Yeah, there's more to it though. Go ahead, Sasha.
Orthodox has no that tradition about trees. They have something, they're burning some tree, but it's not, they're not, how to say, making tree like maybe now, but like in tradition, no.
Well, and then there's a verse in the Bible, isn't there? Like, again, here I am. I'm not a Bible scholar, but I've heard plenty from plenty of people in here by being here for so long.
I got you. I'm looking it up right now. Jeremiah.
This says something about like how you're literally like not supposed to cut down a tree and bring it into your home and adorn it with like whatever else. Like
there was also a pagan tradition behind with the tree and Santa Claus. So Santa Claus can represent the Amanita muscaria mushroom, and they grow underneath the tree.
And then doesn't this somehow have to do with Krampus too?
Yes, everything, dude. It's like so. Okay, what we're doing throughout history. Check this out, man, because this is crazy. Like the truth is stranger than fiction. I love that because we are so traditional people as just regular people. We love tradition because it's just satisfies the need for doing festivals and whatnot. But the fact is, the actual festivals that we're supposed to be doing, we don't do, which were God's festivals and the ones He put in place. But like, check this out. Like with the festival idea and doing this. With Semiramis being Nimrod's mother, he had sex with her, of course, and so the idea was that who was it? Semiramis that passed, or was it Nimrod that passed? But she wanted to evergreen tree sprung up overnight.
Hey, here's a cool thing too. You know, Jacob and Esau, like Esau from Jacob and Esau, he killed Nimrod, and then this happened. What you're about to say?
Yeah. So Esau killed Nimrod, right? But see, did you know what Nimrod had in possession? I don't know if you guys knew this or not. Nimrod had in his possession Adam's cloak, or not cloak, Adam's skin, what you call it? The animal skin that God gave Adam when he left the garden. So when Adam left the garden, God made animal skins God made animal skins for Adam and Eve. And so the animal skins that he made for them had special powers. And the special powers that he gave him would like strength. It would give him strength to be a leader, and like he was going to be a great hunter in the Lord's sight, because he was a powerful hunter. He could like kill animals, and like he was different than everyone else. So he became a great leader, like a king. And so he had the following of people to build the Tower of Babel. So he was the one that was getting the armies of people that spoke one language. Everybody at that time spoke one language, and so they did evil things in the sight of God. So they built the Tower of Babel against God because they were going like, so anyways, like these things that he was doing, I know somebody's going to, Amish, I know, some people that read the 66 books are going to be like, no, stop it. But like, so, and I'm saying this so that you guys can understand like the point of view. Well, you've heard it before? Okay, well now it's just Apocrypha books that I'm referring to. So, but Nimrod, when he passed on, because he was killed by Esau, then when he died, the next very
fact about that, if I can interject real quick, it was actually a 3-on-1 battle, and Esau kicked their asses. Like it was Nimrod and both of his like top guards versus Esau, and he single-handedly killed all three of them.
You know, the crazy thing was that because even as he was wearing the animal skin to protect him, because he was like, he stole that, by the way. He stole it.
Yeah, I think he stole it from Noah, and Noah was his great-grandfather?
Yep.
Yeah.
So this is the way the story goes. And so he became a great leader, but he was rebellious inside a guy. Like he created, like he wanted to be like the, what do you call the guy, the engineers, like all that stuff. So yeah, that's true, Amish. But like
There's some Islam stuff about it too, where it talks about him using the tower to try and reach heaven and punch God in the face or something. And he actually apparently tries to get in like an arrow fight with the angels or something. But yeah,
they were coming to destroy the tower. Like there were, well, the earthquake was going to do the same, but the angels were also instructed. So they were going to fight.
It's not a movie, dude. Why is this not a movie?
I have no idea, man, but it would be the most epic film I think would have been ever made. Like,
and all they have to do is just keep it to the script of what it actually says in the lore, and it would be so awesome.
Do you know how amazing that when I was reading this, I was like, just like, damn, like this real war was happening, and so when he died, of course, Semiramis was his mother. He would have relations with. And once she loved him, and they had this weird thing going on, but it was evil, and it was one of the things that they weren't supposed to be doing. And once after he died, an evergreen tree sprung up overnight, and so
it's
ever
funny
since
that it's kind of a reference to before when we were talking about that, like they permitted certain types of incest, but not interbreeding with the parents with the children, and Nimrod did exactly that.
Right. So it's a celebration of.
When are you going to teach me about Krampus? I only keep hearing about him, but I don't know much about him.
Krampus is further down the line. It's more of Nordic, I think. If I could make any.
Okay.
But anyway, it's so like this here of this teaching, right? It started from that point because you imagine Babylon was one of the greatest civilizations on earth. So they had a tradition that once the tree had sprung up overnight, they brought it gifts because that was Nimrod in the tree. That was his erection coming back for his mother. Like this is so crazy. Like when you hear this, it's beyond belief. Like you're just like, this is nuts, bro. Like they say on any of this stuff, but this is the tradition.
And so now that we know what happens when a man dies. So you know what she did when he died.
Yeah. So yeah. So this is the way that this was going, and the tradition now, people chop down a tree, bring it into their house, and remember Nimrod's boner. Like this is the weird thing about it, and we bring gifts to it. And sing a song. There's a freaking song to it. It's called Old Christmas Tree. So we're singing to Nimrod's boner. I mean, it's weird, but this is the truth. Like the lineage of how this tradition came to be what it is. Krampus was like further down the line.
Christmas.
Yeah. It's like you're singing to Nimrod's boner.
Wait, so you're saying...
Anyway.
I don't think that necessarily follows.
Yeah, but listen. So the tradition now... Okay, it's like you're taking something that was created that way and then saying, well, that's not what it means today. That's fine. You can say whatever you want, but you're still doing the tradition that they used to do. So that doesn't negate the fact that you don't know where the tradition came from. You're just saying that's not what it means to me, which is fine.
That's not what it means to me. They say is they worship ancient gods.
Yeah, I know. Well, that's the point.
Christianity took so many traditions and incorporated them into
the Roman
Christianity.
Catholic Church. Roman Catholic Church did that with their cult and their weird crap. True Christianity wouldn't do that. We were just kind of like, what the hell? And then the Roman Catholic Church is like, hey, we own everything now. Shut up.
Yeah, this wasn't you say Christianity, but let's put it in biblical context. Where did God or Yeshua or Jesus, as you might refer to him, instruct any of his followers to do such a thing? Now, if you can point that out to me, because that's what a lot of people are confused on. It wasn't the one we were told to follow. Exactly. It was the organization or the club that decided arbitrarily that this is something we should be doing. And then the people said,
"Oh, go ahead, man. Sorry."
No, I'm just saying the people. Go ahead, Trucker.
Oh, I'm sorry. Jesus and his followers follow Jewish law. It was Paul that was like, let's make it, all things to all people. Like, so he was incorporating other traditions. And he didn't really.
He didn't incorporate other traditions. He was saying that the people aren't observing the Jewish traditions, and he was advocating for the people that he was preaching to. So he was like sitting with Peter and the rest of the apostles, and they were sitting with the other Jewish people, and Paul was like more of like, friends, we should sit with these, and they wouldn't, because they would, of course, when they would sit down and eat, they were eating their meals in the way according to the law. So for him, it was important that they understood the people they were going to be speaking to were people that were not like the Jewish people. So it was called, considered the Greeks or the Gentiles, if you will. And so the people that Paul was going to take the message to didn't have those same observances that the Jewish people had. They were doing all kinds of other traditions, but at the same time, they were going to be told about grace and mercy. So the idea was that they were going to be talking to many different cultures and different religions, different, people that follow different gods. But then it didn't matter because of you heard of Paul's speech on Mars Hill. So if you heard of Paul's speech on Mars Hill, when he was preaching, that was one of his strongest sermons. And I would advocate for you guys to go look at the sermon on Mars Hill. And then you'll see why it was one of the most pivotal moments in Paul's preaching. You could see how he was speaking to people of those different ideals, like the thinking men of the Greek world. He was speaking to those guys, and there was a statue there was to an unknown God that he was speaking to, and so this unknown God he was actually referring to was the true God that they didn't know. So anyway, just getting back into where Paul was saying, go and being all things to all people was meaning to relate to them, but not in the sense of taking in their traditions, but into sit with them and be able to speak to them. And if they offer you some food, eat it. It might not be the type of food that you eat, but it's still it's a disrespectful thing if you arrive at somebody's house and they offer you a plate of food and you say no thank you. It would, in those days, it's a sign of a disrespect. So it was a better way to say, hey, yeah, thank you, just eat what they have to offer, and then it gives that person a way that you relate to them, so you can have a time to open up and speak to them about it, certain things that you wanted to. So it gave him an opening to speak of the gospel and so forth. But that's what he was telling people. It wasn't to observe traditions of man. It was to relate to people that they were going to be speaking to, everywhere on earth. Because that's what the mission was, right? To the Jew first and then to the Greek. So that's
I think a lot of our traditions now have been stripped of all meaning. Nobody knows a lot of the traditions they do, why they do it. They just do it.
Or that's the question that I was asking here, Trucker, because of the fact that if you go back to its original, where the story began, it will shock you, and you're like, oh man, we do this okay, that's one, right? Christmas is one that's coming up. Look into Easter, look into Halloween, look into all the other traditions.
Astarte.
Thanksgiving, all this, it's all steeped in blood and gore, and it's horrible.
Easter eggs.
It's
Easter eggs were dipped in the blood of sacrificed babies, and the only color that they used to use was red because blood.
And so we see that happening today with the number of abortion rates going up through the roof, and that sort of thing. So
And
good talk.
There's some weird traditions about Valentine's Day. Certain cultures used to kind of skin animals alive and then use their bloody... It'd basically whip each other naked with it and then fornicate in an orgy.
Yeah, it's crazy because we had this past that particularly we would like to forget, but the reason why that there's still remnants of this is because this is how bad things were. We think that it's bad now. That we have it bad, but it was real bad at the day of the flood. You know, like, I mean, it was like the word says that people's minds were evil continuously. There wasn't even a time where people were sitting thinking about doing good anymore. It was good was evaporated. Good was evaporated. There wasn't any good. Like, I mean, I would think, well, some people are mostly good. There wasn't any of that anymore. It was all gone. All gone.
I believe that things have been systematically getting worse. So at one point, Adam and Eve were like literally the most righteous people, and then their children, you know, what the parents do, the children do in excess. So the children got worse, and then their children worse, and their children worse, until you got all this crap.
So yeah, so here's the thing: we're trying to get back where in the truth, right? But in order to do that, we need to stick together and like actually understand what truth is. It's either something that you know to be true, or it's self-evident, or it's not. Because if we're saying that every ancient culture, because there's always, like with the Creator, with God, right? He'll always leave a hallmark of ways for you to know that, you know, whatever the past was about, there's ways to see it in creation. There's ways to see the remnants of it. That's why these ancient structures are still around. If he wanted to, he could have destroyed even those, and we wouldn't have any recollection of what history was about. But there is that left. There's still remnants of that, so that people can still have that tiny little reference point, so they can say, wait, how did these become to be what they are? They're so crazy, like not even modern tools could build these things. And so at least it could get you to start to think like, wait a minute, like where did this ancient past, and you start to connect the dots, and then you find your way. That's why the truth is never something that's easy. It's something you have to look for. Sometimes you search and search and search, and you know, you arrive at a place where you're like, you've exhausted like all the points of like where you could go on the topic, and then you have so much information because you dug into it so much, and that's the thing with that. A lot of people these days, because they're apathetic, they don't care. Yeah, so you're saying that there's giants in the past, or there's like these angels, and it's an ancient war with God, and that's what we're doing today. Come on. You think that NASA's trying to war with God? Yes, they are. They're sending people up into an imaginary place, right? And they're saying that they're going somewhere. But what do they actually say? Is that the universe is godless. It created itself. Big Bang. So there is an ancient war that's with God still today. So this has always been about, you know, this war that's been happening. We just try to make it seem like it's not, in a way that it's, you know, more materialistic, or no, this is spiritual. It's a spiritual battle on many different levels. Like, it just depends on what, you know, you're going to fight with in the truth. If you're going to stand for it, then stand for it all the way. If not, then just, you know, be diet woke, you know, just kind of.
For us, this is like life or death. It's about our children. It's about the children of our children's children. It's about the future of humanity and where this entire freaking world goes.
Yeah.
Sorry if I got a little aggressive, but it's that serious for real.
I mean, it's you know, I say it this way, Aether, this is sacred ground that people tread in when they come to this place, this 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. We have speculation chats, and I think it's good because it kind of lets us speak a little bit about different things, but it's also a place for where we don't just accept things. We have to see, like, there has to be reason for people saying things the way they do. It's like, if that's the case, then there's the stories that corroborate in all ancient cultures would lead somebody to really see a story that's getting that painted here. So, you know, you can look at the Native Americans, and you can look at some Nordic cultures, and you can look at some Chinese cultures, and, you know, Egyptian, like, they all have these god figures in their imagery, you know. So just different things, man. So you start to see, like, maybe they were talking about something that was actually here on Earth, you know, that they were not just making up these crazy stories about, you know, things that, you know, myths, let's say. Anyway, just a different perspective.
Do you have a question?
Go ahead.
Oh, Mickey, I do have a question for you. What would you speculate the Giza pyramids were designed for?
They were power plants. The ancient cultures long ago had technology that we don't have access to because of the fact that the I would controllers is the right word, maybe elites or families of the families of the fallen ones, the ones who are controlling agendas, let's say, cover up our past as to like the actual connection to those places, but they were, I think they were functioning like power plants.
There's a lot of
Like
weird stuff about that, like missing parts, like little holes and notches, like something was there. And it wasn't brick, it was something metal or some kind of component was there and it's gone. And there's a lot of different structures that are like that.
So their alignment with the stars and what the biblical narrative would say stars are electricity. They're conduits. Stars are conduits. So their power. If like, this is going to throw you for a loop, but stars create lightning. I know this is going to be weird and wild, but that's what the narrative says. Lightning comes from stars. Am I saying it? No, I'm saying the biblical narrative is saying it. So.
I had not heard that. That's wow.
Yeah.
Look. Okay.
So look into that. Look into the Book of Enoch, and lightning comes from stars. But like that. With the alignment of the pyramid, in the ones in Egypt, which stars they were aligned with, like in the belt of Orion, I think is the one, the star they're aligned with. So there was maybe some energy that we're pulling through from that. And
what's kind of funny is I could actually agree with that. That yeah, possibly. We really can't actually say we know where lightning comes from. We just know how it kind of happens. And all the stars do kind of emit waves, frequencies, vibrations, whatever, that energy, all that radiation, all that stuff comes down here in one way or another. Like the butterfly effect, little things can affect big things.
The pyramids on the ground are aligned to the luminaries, like people have said for a long time, but the stars are aligned to the pyramid on the sky. So out of conclusion, the pyramids on the ground are aligned to the pyramid in the sky.
If you think of it like, what do you call that plate? The Gaussian plate? I think you can have like top and bottom, like in the conduits, like you would have a point, kind of like a, what am I thinking of here? Like if, you know, if you have those taser guns, you know, like the points of those guns, like where the spark happens.
Yeah.
So yeah, the pyramid was the bottom part of it. So the star would be the top part. And the energy that it draws from that, as it's, you know, imagine the amount of, you know, energy that would be produced.
Anode and cathode. I think that's what you're talking about.
Yeah. And so if you harness that, you know, you can have a direct line to be able to, you don't get as much energy as you want. And that's true that the pyramids are aligned with the stars. But who gave them that knowledge?
Hey, Mickey, my point, they are aligned to the stars, but the stars are an expression of the pyramid in the sky, and the pyramid in the sky.
How about the theory about
they are aligned to the pyramid in the sky. The pyramids on the ground are aligned to the pyramid in the sky.
So anode and cathode work as in a negative and positive, which means that you would use that for conducting the, you know, electricity, and to power what? You know, what are you powering? What needs that much energy?
Change.
Oh, there's pyramids in China. They're mostly buried, but they're there. So it's like it was all over the place. This grid.
What could you do? Being like on Earth with that much energy, like the amount of like people that would bow before you if you could manipulate, you know what I mean? Like that kind of energy, you'd be viewed as gods on Earth. So these fallen ones were viewed that way, and of course.
The funny thing is I really think that they just used it to power their little idols and stuff, which were effectively kind of like machines, and it would trick the average dumbass into thinking, oh, wow, they're so powerful, and all it is a bunch of theatrics and people dancing around with their costumes and shit. They had
like maybe they're only drawing just like a little bit of something to create a show. Like exactly. Yeah.
The way that they kept people really under control was fear, not by actual brute force. Like they just had them thinking, "Hey, we will smite you in every way."
Well, you imagine somebody demonstrating that kind of stuff to you? That would scare the. But like, even if that was a point, like they could subdue somebody that way, the people were given into these, like, because you didn't just have them doing that, but they love to sin because it's sin nature. You love to sin. Like sin is like, it's something that everyone doesn't need to be taught how to do. You just know how to do it, like, instinctively. So they when they subdued to like worshiping gods and stuff, it was like in the same vein of like their sin. So they were just doing that thing that was just natural, you know? They didn't really have to think about it. So but yeah, it's getting to the point again for the last and final. This is it, the final countdown. The final countdown. Yeah, we're down to that again. So the hope is that we're not going to see very much more of it. I think we're going to reach a tipping point, and at that point, the intervention and the reckoning, the day of reckoning, is going to happen. And so it's up to everybody to be on the right side at that point. And if you're not, then it's up to you. But that's the way I see it from the speculation point that I'm giving you guys. So you take that for what it will. I don't want to say I'm speculating. I'm just saying that might sound like that to you. But I feel like at my point, I feel it through my bones. So I know it's going to happen the way it is and the way it's been said. At any rate, there's more truth that's stranger than fiction, I think, when it comes to these stories. I think it's because we've been taught like this really corrupt version of like what our history was. And some of that like is still residual ideas that we have. What's that, Jim?
Mango? Oh, my bad. Can you hear me?
Yeah, that's cool. I think it's just residual information that we have from the globe, you know, coming over from that idea. And it's like, we're still thinking of like the history, maybe the same as what we've read in our books, but it's like, nobody actually says that's what like when you look at the actual information that people talk about, they're just like, no, that's Christopher Columbus did not sit down with the Native American people and have a turkey dinner. That's not what happened. So,
pretty sure he did go somewhere a little further south and make some notes about how the people there would make really good slaves.
Well, there was so one of the Native American groups I was looking on that Supernatural, he was talking about how his elders of the tribe were passing down information of like that occurrence. But what happened was something about Christopher Columbus landed not in like what we would consider United States, but further south. So in one of the places he landed, I think it was one island or maybe, I don't know, somewhere. I can't remember the name of the place, but he said that they welcomed him in because he was sick. And he was like on his deathbed, and they helped him out because they were trying to help him recover from, you know, this severe illness. So they think about the audacity of this guy. They helped him recover, you know, back to, you know, good health and stuff. But he went back to go get some help so he can come back and conquer them. So, I mean, a lot of good that did, right? It's crazy. And here we are today, sitting in the same place that they used to live.
Buffalo. On the one hand, like a lot of the stuff that these people do, it's like, damn, they're assholes, and it makes you want to hate them. But then you got to really think about something that Genghis Khan said. Basically, he kind of said, if you guys weren't so wicked, then God wouldn't have sent me.
That is interesting. Who was the other one? Tyrus. No, King Cyrus. Sorry, not Tyrus. Cyrus. King Cyrus was a sword for God against the wickedness. And so Cyrus he wasn't a good man. He was just a man God chose to exterminate the...
God gave the Hebrew people King Saul, and he was an obvious ass. Like, he was a horrible person, but they wanted him, so he gave him to him.
He gave him what they wanted, yeah.
Yeah, this is why I think like the elites try to corrupt everyone else, because then once everyone else is corrupted, they're the best guy left.
They always talk about
Then everybody loves the devil they know.
the lesser of two evils, right? That's always been the what
Yep,
are we
and
gonna
it's-
choose for?
And if the devil you know makes you love him.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Lesser of
My
two
bad, bro.
Oh, you don't have to apologize. You're spot on.
Oh, that was a bit. I didn't. Yeah, it just never mind.
We're having speculation
I am
Sunday, guys.
overcritical of myself.
We're kind of opening the forum to just like, what do you guys have speculations on? 3 Suns, maybe? Next ring?
Elon Musk is going to put Doritos in everyone's head.
I don't know. What do you think?
3D Doritos in everybody's head. And then he's going to proclaim himself king of Mars and fly away on a Tesla.
To me, it feels
figure
really
out, it's like, no, really, I was trying to speculate about that though. Like, how is this Neuralink thing going to impact everybody? Like, if we could change the subject to the future instead of the past, because I really think that this is actually literally, there's nothing new under the sun. This has happened before. He's doing exactly what happened in the First World Order that caused the flood.
To me, it feels really counterintuitive. On one hand, he's like pretending to be this free speech advocate. On the other hand, he wants to chip your brain, and that could lead to horrible consequences. And he even admits that. So it's like he's playing both sides. Like he's playing bad guy for one side and playing the good guy for the other side. What the end result is, I don't know.
Hold on. I'll be right back.
I'd rather hear from him than Bill Gates any day.
Yeah, I'd rather hear from Ye than Elon, to be honest.
Yeah.
You ain't got the answer, Sway. I've been doing this more than you. You ain't been doing the education. Bro, you ain't been doing the education.
I just thought I just thought that interview with Alex Jones was just priceless. If you watch the full interview, it's really funny. If you just watch the clips, it's not as funny.
I need to add that to my queue. I haven't watched it yet. I just have those old clips when he's talking to Sway 45 on the radio. You ain't got to answer, Sway. I've been doing this more than you. I love it.
That's awesome. I just love all the liberals that are getting triggered about both of them. Ye and Musk. It's awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I like what Musk is doing, where he's showing that how Twitter manipulated the election and all that. But we understand that that's just like part of the play. Like, just because like the side that you're rooting for on the TV show is doing better than the show doesn't mean that like it isn't all scripted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's clearly scripted. Elon's an actor, there's no doubt about that. But it's still fun and entertaining. This clip from Owen Benjamin is hilarious. Taking the piss out of, what's his name? Ben Shapiro. That was really
I
good.
love Owen. He's so funny.
One guy I can't stand is Ben Shapiro. Like, he's like such a fake conservative.
Do you think that Neuralink will be able to bring people back from the dead? Or they can fake it at least?
No.
Like pretend? Yeah, I'm just.
First,
Well,
before
I
you
was
ask a question like this, give us a reason why we should think that. Because, like, why would anybody think that? I need that first. Why would anybody think that?
I don't know. It's just a mystery, so mysterious.
Yeah, guys,
Hey,
this might
check out these things I'm posting in the voice text though with the picture.
Yeah, we can hear you, Crypto.
Yo, guys, this might surprise you, but Ben Shapiro has an ethnic interest in his politics. I said it.
But did you know his wife was a doctor?
Which means what?
Everything he says is correct.
Right. Yeah, let's just pretend that I didn't see an interview where he was simultaneously against American nationalists and for Israeli nationalists. Let's just pretend that never happened.
Yeah.
In fact, he's done that many.
Yeah, he'll never get kicked off of YouTube. Like all these other right wingers are getting kicked off, but like Shapiro he's got a safe job. He'll never get kicked off.
To be fair to him, though, he's not a gun cuck.
Yeah.
Right.
So, silver linings, I guess.
Do you think Shapiro charged like $50,000 or $100,000 to go speak places? It's a lot of money.
I wonder how much his rhinologist earns.
I hear your mic coming on and off, Crypto. What's up?
No, I wasn't saying anything.
Just tickety-tacking away.
Yep. I mean, I can keep talking if you want.
Yeah, I just started listening again, so I'd love to hear something.
I don't know. What were you guys talking about before?
It was speculation Sunday that lasted about 15 or 20 minutes, and then I mentioned Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and it turned into religious chat for 2 hours.
Oh,
not
shit.
really, not really. It wasn't preachy, at least. It was a pretty good conversation about it. It was kind of more like in the speculation realm, but kind of Bible-based history and a little bit of the giants and stuff like that. And
I try to read the Bible and people not shove it down their throats.
It still is Speculation Sunday.
Yeah, but as soon as you talk about the Bible at all, the people who are really biblical in here, they're like, "Here's my cue."
Well, if we're going to speculate about if we're going to speculate,
Let Crypto say something.
No, don't let him.
God damn. Yeah, if we're going to speculate about the flat Earth, I've been thinking more and more that the stars are actually part of a toroid. And I've heard a few people talk about it, mostly kind of Witsit and a couple of Electric Universe guys. The more I think about it, the more it just makes sense, you know. Obviously, I know that's speculation, but I don't see how else you could have a sky moving in perfect uniformity if it wasn't part of like a central system. You know?
Yeah,
like that.
That comes from the movement of the structure in the sky, which is part of that build. That's why it's so precise. It's an actual what we see as the stars. It's an expression of the movement of that structure in the sky.
Are you talking about a dome?
No, not the dome. We see the stars in the, let's say, the dome or those layers, what we call the stars. But the cause of that movement, the cause of that vortex, it's actually a structure that is actually moving, that is above the dome, above the firmament.
Okay.
So that middle point, what we call celestial north, is basically the center of the movement of that structure. That's why we see the vortex around that.
Ancient Hebrew and ancient like Babylon kind of beliefs would say that it's the Shamayim, which translates roughly to sky water. And it's like
Well, yeah, the water is
like
the water's above. Yeah. Go ahead.
Mayim would be waters below, and then the Shamayim is the waters above, which is there's supposed to be 3 different sets of the Shamayim, like 3 different layers to that. The funniest thing to this is I actually find that there's a lot of parallels to Yggdrasil and the Norse mythology and the World Tree and the other like there's just it goes so much further.
Yeah, even the Hindu mythology has the same thing. It has layers to its boundary at the end.
Exactly.
And then you
There's so much crossover. There's something common that. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
Yeah, but don't you think it would be? I mean, to take this world tree as like a literal, like there was one giant tree on Earth, like that's. I understand there might be some people who take everything literally, but wouldn't that seem more obvious to be symbolic, like of something
that sounds
else?
like allegory. It definitely makes reference to a multiverse, though, or at least different doorways that can lead to other places.
Well, when we're talking about the stars and the heaven, the world tree will be from the ground going up to the sky. The structure that is above the firmament and above the waters above is not the tree.
Well, in the Norse mythology, the worlds are within the tree almost. It's only the top or Asgard that sits on the crown of the tree, or the hell essentially, which sits at the base of the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there a similar understanding of that kind of stuff in Icelandic law, or do you have like a completely different thing going on?
No, it's pretty similar.
Yeah. Interesting.
Here's a picture that I colorized using a bunch of Deep Dream stuff, and it's the World Tree. Oh damn, it's still uploading. 2 damn megabytes.
Since it's Speculation Sunday, what if Adam and Eve ate from the
sun and
tree?
moon.
Ate from the tree and then were transported into the world of the tree where we now reside in a simulation theory.
Oh man. And what if that simulation is a globe?
Yeah, inside the tree, yeah, whatever.
I'd love for a globe to actually exist in reality, and then we can put a bunch of globers on the globe, and they'll be like, "This is terrifying. Take me back."
That would be hilarious.
Like that.
Yeah.
Like hair flying everywhere because you got 1,000-mile-an-hour wind.
Yeah, if they want to have something strong enough to hold the gases there, they're going to be glued to the surface, unable to move.
Wouldn't be a tree standing 1,000-mile-an-hour range. The ground would just be a wasteland.
Just get ripped up, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't feel it because Einstein. Cool.
This is my first speculation Sunday. What's up, boys? Let's go.
Yeah, it's been a good one.
Thanks. Shout out to Gizmo.
Is that speculation, Bear?
You know what? It is. It is.
Yeah. I think the most common thing I hear speculated on is the sun and moon. Like what it is.
What it is?
Like what it is?
Like what it is? I don't know.
You could say
They are expressions of the source.
I've heard people say that the sun is a portal.
Well, you could say similar to like a window, because when you see the sun at the at a certain angle, you see these kind of like layers, and you could say it's a window because the light is coming from the source, which is above the firmament and above the waters above. But the light of the sun, it's coming from the source, and when you look at it, it's almost like a window, but it's not the source of the light.
Yeah, fascinating. It's very cool. Sun. They're both very mysterious. I don't even know. I have no clue. It's weird. I'm like, I don't normally speculate, so I'm like, where do I even start here? I mean, I would have a question about like how old people think this place is, but I don't have any. I don't have any answers to that.
Yeah, that's another question I have that will never have an answer to it, unfortunately, probably.
Yeah. I'm honestly down with the mystery. I've kind of accepted that there will be a bit of mystery, and I'm okay with that.
I think the mystery makes it even more interesting. It makes the world more magical than it used to be.
Right. Exactly. I totally agree.
Speculate, watch shower to look, observe from a vantage point.
So when do we stop speculating and talk to new people again?
Well, we can speculate about how long we're going to speculate for.
I mean,
That's
how
the
long is
idea.
it going for? Sorry, Chris, go ahead.
I literally froze up for a second when you asked a question about speculating about how long we're going to speculate for. I didn't know how to respond to that at all, and I still don't.
Error. How long is this going? Or when did it start?
Well, Lou, you're the guy with that information.
Oh, sorry. Wasn't paying much attention. Kind of daydreaming about my drone experience today. It was kind of fun.
When did Speculation Sunday start?
Oh, geez. I don't know. I think Miggy brought it up. Probably a couple of months ago.
No, like what
Not like we did
hour?
it.
Or like how many hours ago?
Oh.
Today.
What was that? Let's see.
12:01
Let me think
a.m.
about it.
to 11:59 p.m. Sunday.
It's 7 p.m. now here, and I think I got home at like 3:30 approximately, and I'd say about 4 o'clock. So it's been about 3 hours.
Damn.
I can't believe you guys are still speculating. It's been Monday for an hour.
You're not allowed to speculate anymore.
Yeah, that's it for you, Crypto. You're done.
Oh god. I just literally kicked myself out of my own party. Let everyone else.
Been Monday for 12 hours.
Sorry?
Oh, yeah, that's it. No speculation for you either, sir.
I mean,
Yeah,
you're
anyway.
fine.
Oh, no, go ahead, Crypto. Crypto?
I was just saying he's practically in next Sunday already. He's so far ahead.
No, just since we're not really talking about anything, I got to fly my drone for a real reason. Actually, I've typed it in text. I estimated a 5-story building in like a really tight area. The couple buildings are really close together, and it was kind of windy. Like I was nervous about it, but it was cool. Like took all these pictures that would have cost thousands and thousands of dollars to get a proper estimate on this place. But yeah. Actually had a good use for buying this drone finally.
Well, Lou, if you didn't appeal to an expert and have an expert, do everything, then, it doesn't count, and it's not scientific, and, you're a fraud, basically.
You're not a professional drone pilot, so you have to go and get the whole thing over.
No, you're right. I have an amateur license. That is correct.
Got him.
You have to be a NASA drone pilot in order to be able for it to qualify.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Lou, you didn't dedicate your life to this?
No. It took 5 minutes and $5 online, and I got 3 years worth of amateur drone pilot fucking license.
Yeah, that's why you just don't understand.
I didn't pay enough.
You gotta pay more to understand more. Yeah.
No, the thing is actually for flying a quadcopter drone like the one that I have, it's kind of like if you've ever used a PlayStation controller or an Xbox controller, you've got this down.
Yeah, well, I think we know which one came first.
PlayStation?
Well, the gaming controller in general came before the drone controller. So they're like, we'll just use what everyone's used to.
Get drone parts and build a Buzz Lightyear suit, and then control it with a VR headset and fly around. Really, though, thinking about that, if you could actually make a flying suit out of drone parts and fly it using VR controllers.
So, Lou, I don't know if you've heard about this new game you could download called but it's for drone owners, but you have to have like a gun drone, so it has to be able to shoot real bullet.
Really?
Yeah, this game's called Global. It's called Global Go, and so you have to find Globers in the real world to hunt them down.
Dang, that's hardcore, man. How much does this gun attachment cost for a Mavic Air 2?
A couple $100. It's a flat fee though, so don't worry.
Hey, that's not bad.
Flat fee.
It's super popular in China right now.
What, flat fees?
And San Francisco, weirdly. So yeah, download Globemon Go.
No, it just doesn't feel like my style.
I mean, there's a paintball version.
There you go. That's my style. We're talking. I would love to paint them.
Also, if you want to help them instead of hurt them, you can get a testosterone version where it injects testosterone into them. Then they stop.
Damn.
just a bunch of needles flying around.
Freaking crypto's laying into them tonight, huh? Freaking gammas. Tell them, crypto.
Hey, Mickey, how you doing, man?
You accidentally shoot a bunch of ladies.
Sorry?
You with your testosterone drones, you accidentally shoot a bunch of ladies. Oops.
Just do it! No, we all know that there are no lady globers. They're all blokes.
True.
Even the ladies are men.
It's like got like that one. They've got that one that's an actual woman.
There could be these flat earth ladies just walking past, these drones,
There's like so many flat earth ladies. When it's like, global ladies? What, one? Maybe two? I can think of. And they're not even that active.
Well, you mean like Brenda?
Sorry?
That's because that's the kind of ladies they got.
You keep her name
Not
out
ladies
your
at
mouth.
all.
You keep her name out your mouth. That's my woman.
Who's that?
Brenda. I'm making moves, man.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we're gonna make this awkward.
Sorry to hear that you're gay, Lou. I didn't realise.
No, hold on. I'm non-binary. I haven't decided. Like, it's just it doesn't matter. Like, I'm pretty sure these people come to make things awkward, and I'm gonna go right back at them awkward. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I accept it.
Lou, I don't know if I told you, but I got called transphobic yesterday for asking what transphobia is.
For not knowing, for just wanting to know, wanting to be informed.
I was like, what is transphobia? You're transphobic. I was like,
why would
okay,
anybody
cool.
be afraid
What
of
is that?
transistors?
Like, that was my response. Like, okay, cool. What is that? Like, over and over.
Nice. That you clearly lost that one.
I just, to be honest, I'm being deadly honest. I actually don't know what it is. Like, I've got a few different ideas. Like,
Just break it down. It's pretty simple. There's trans, and then there's phobia. Like, you're the fear of trans people, right?
No one's like fearful of them irrationally. Right?
Yeah, you're right. It's the irrational fear that's important to add that there.
Yeah.
It's pretty fucking rational to be scared of a dude who wants to put on a dress and call himself a woman. That's rational.
Especially when he wants to shag you.
Well, that too.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not afraid. I'm willing to learn more. That's why I'm gonna find out more about Brenda, my future wife.
I mean, if I was chained down in a room with a trans person, I would be a little bit afraid.
I don't know. We're gonna start slow.
If it's like a male to female and they've actually been, they don't have anything in there. What are they gonna do? Like, put makeup on you?
You guys remember? Do you guys remember the scene from Gremlins at the very end of the Gremlins 2? When that guy was gonna get kissed by that lady gremlin, and he was like, "Oh," at first, and then all of a sudden he just looked in, and the camera was like, "Well, might as well."
Did we move from speculation to transvestigation?
No. I'm just saying, like, I think, like, context matters of the situation. Like, under some situations, I think anybody can be scary.
You know what, Drace? I'm scared of you. Just kidding.
As you should be.
Oh.
That's what's gonna play while I'm walking down the aisle with Brenda.
No, it's going to be more like the X-Files theme tune.
Hey, Lou, are you guys gonna go for babies?
No, it's definitely gonna be this song, Lou.
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying.
Well, anyway, Lou, congratulations. I'm happy for you.
Oh, you just wish me the best of luck, man. I mean, so far, I'm just trying to get her attention. She
Play
just
the
doesn't even
X-Files
pay me
theme,
any
bro.
mind, man. If you like, that's all.
TV,
Just looking
play
for.
the X-Files theme.
As you should. You're a good guy.
That's the one you.
Yeah, that's an encounter of the third kind.
And no kidding.
Yep.
I can't stop thinking about Michelle Thaler. That's my Glover.
The heck?
You like rocks?
Hey, baby. How you doing, baby? I got some rocks.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was using the wrong mic.
You don't really set your goals very high, do you? Like, I mean, my God.
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Fuck yeah, no.
Yeah,
Does she
her
make
relative.
complicated rock hard?
She meant there's no life in her brains. That's what she meant.
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those
And manganese, yeah.
So is it part for the course? Is it part for the course if you say she's as smart as a box of rocks?
Yeah, that would be part for the course. I would say that would be right. Yeah, she might be.
Hypothesis, experiment. That doesn't happen. It's much more about playing and about trying things.
Playing with rocks, lady.
Hold on.
That's a good one, Trace.
More about fear of what is across, on the far side, and beyond is what transphobia apparently
She's gonna
means.
call her baby Mongolese. Mongolese.
Mongolese. Mongolisa.
Mongo rock.
Are you sure it's not gonna be like basalt or
Mongo rock.
Ignatius?
Ignatius, that's fun to say.
Ignatius. That's a good name for a rock. As a child, I guess, for her. I mean, what a massive troll all of that is.
Dang, I don't even know if I have a favorite like Glober. They're all kind of old men.
All these
I'm
experts.
just like
really
that guy
take
from
you global.
Pokemon. I want to catch them all. Gotta catch them all.
All these experts out there take you Globers for a bunch of fools, man. I'd be pissed.
Actually, for me, it's gotta snatch them all. All the way.
Smash all the Globers. Go away, angry Globers. Go away. Go. Oh, man.
No. Angry Gropers,
on.
please stay. Because
Go
Miggy
on,
needs to
angry-
talk
no.
to them.
Wait a minute. Go on, angry Globers. Go home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? We fought you for 400 years. We'll fight you for 400 more. Go home, angry Glober. Go home. Thanks, Isa. Snatching them wigs left and right. Globe done lost left and right. There ain't no curvature anywhere. Can't squawk refractions and think that it's there. Got the whole world right in front of you. It's a horizontal plane view.
That's one thing I think is really funny, because they derived all of the globe numbers from the horizon and imagining the distances to match that. So
Who is owlishness?
And even the
Owlishness, what's up?
eye. I mean, that's a good speculation. How do you think they used the eye in some of their globe calculations, didn't they? They hijacked our eyes even and how we see.
Owlishness in the chat, guys.
yeah, owlishness is a lady who I think believes in the globe. I think she could correct me if she can hear me.
Oh.
Owlishness, are you there?
There you go.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, they were saying that you believe that the Earth's a globe. Is this true?
Undecided.
Oh.
Here we go again.
So what makes you think the Earth is a globe? Owlishness? Owlishness, why do you think the Earth's a globe?
I don't know. It's just here to learn some stuff. I'm not here to critique or to tell you you're wrong.
Oh, I don't know. Did I say that? I don't know if you heard me. What I said. I said, why do you think the Earth's a globe?
No, I heard you. I just I don't know. It's just something a belief I have. I don't really have any proof, but
That's interesting.
yeah.
Not that there's anyone else. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's true. All of us, none of us have any proof of the globe. That's why we're still here.
Well, except
But
for
if you think
crypto.
about it, if you think about it,
He's got.
if you think about it, if you ask yourself this question, what do I know about the globe other than what someone else told me? That'll lead you in the right direction.
Well, the only so-called evidence that I have is the fact that if you continue flying in a single direction, you end up on the other side.
Oh yeah, I did that yesterday.
So
Did you?
what if we what if we
done
break
that?
this down? How about we break this down real simply, and I'll yield the floor quickly, I promise. Level flight. What do you think that means, level flight?
You mean flying level to the ground, parallel?
Right. What? Yeah, you said it. That's the word. Parallel to what? The surface of the ground, right?
Yes.
Or the water. So how could something fly in level flight and continuous straight flight pattern and have a curved Earth dipping away at 8 inches per mile squared in front of them?
I don't know. Not sure.
They would have to dip the nose almost 2,800 feet per minute. And you never feel this? Yeah. It's just the geometric constraints of the globe based on the size they gave us, the given dimensions. So planes are flying in level flight. They're never dipping their nose to negotiate this curve. That would come by really quickly at 500 miles an hour.
Let's just clear this up though. I typed it in the chat, but going one direction on a globe, that's going in a circle around the globe. So either way, whether it's a globe or flat, you can go around by going in a circle. So that doesn't change. If I was going to go like just west around a northern point, I'm going to end up back where I started. Or if I just want to go around my house, go out the front door and just go treat my house as north. If I just go around the house, I can come back where I started.
Well, I'd like to say that people that would think to do this specific idea or flight or travel around the earth in that specific manner don't actually do what they say they're going to do in the way that you think that they're going to do it. That's a very much of a hypothetical situation that doesn't ever happen, because a person that actually tries to attempt to do what you said they're going to do, they actually have many stops along the way, and they don't have a straight flight that's just going to go around the earth and come back around the other way. So the idea is based on a faulty premise that somebody's going to get in something and go all the way around the earth and come back again to the same place, as in a complete circle around either a globe or a flat plane. So that doesn't work either way. So it's built on a faulty premise. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
So
Yeah, I see
on either one. So it doesn't. We can't say that we're going to go from point A and go around the Earth in a flat Earth and come back around to the same place in point A. The same way we can't say that if you're doing that on a globe, you can do that, because that is a hypothetical situation in which nobody's ever done. Now, there's attempts to do such a thing with many stops, but it's never been from just one point you take off and then you go all the way around back to the same point. That's never been done.
There was that that one what is it, Around the World in 100, what was it, fantasy story, around the world in 80 days. That's what it was.
Okay.
But
did they ever have any stops, or did they just go?
I don't know. It was a hot air balloon. How much can you believe of a hot air balloon? That
Right.
all.
And
No,
then
that's
you
all.
just look into.
Oh, those are built
Yeah.
perfectly for going straight.
The hot air balloons, yeah.
You got to think about like other logistical issues that could occur. So I would just throw in that like this idea of like going around in a circle has never been verified in either globe or flat. It's a hypothetical for sure, but to say that someone's going around in a circle, then I would have to see how can you verify that's the case.
Yeah, it's not like anyone's done this. It's definitely a hypothetical people come up with on the spot. But yeah.
So just to have something to think about. What we do in here is we make people actually realize that the thing that they're thinking of doesn't have any validation behind it. So there is nothing that you can probably think of that we haven't heard of already. But also, it's good to hear like what you think, because it helps us understand like what place you are right now with your understanding of the globe. So it doesn't seem like there's a specific tie into it. Like you're not invested in like globe ideas. You just like stuff that you've heard is what you're thinking the Earth is a globe for.
So another question I have is, you ever seen that pendulum, like a perpetual pendulum that swings and it appears to change not direction, but the pendulum will create different marks in the sand depending upon the time of year?
Okay. Do you have a reference to what pendulum that is? But you know what? Let me give you some rolls. I don't think you have any rolls.
I have one. Yeah, I have a one, but
well, let's because we like to post stuff in the live stream voice text, which is a text channel right above the voice channel you're in. So if there's anything you find, you can just like put it there, so that we can all see. Like if there's a link or an image or something. I just gave you a roll so you can do that.
Oh, thank
and just post it in there, like just like on what you're saying, because I want to know that exact pendulum that you're talking about. 'Cause I had one in mind, but I didn't want to say it because it was like maybe not the one you're talking about. Now it isn't. So.
I think there's one in Philadelphia, and I have to remember what it was called. The Franklin Institute. Franklin Institute has a pendulum.
You can look it up, and then we'll. Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking of, Trace. But
So I
we'll
looked.
just we'll let her arrive, I guess. If
It's
she wants to arrive.
the Foucault pendulum. Are you talking about, Owl?
The what?
Foucault pendulum.
Yes, the Foucault pendulum, and then any other pendulum that has where it will swing and it'll cause something like this. I don't know if this is exactly because I didn't watch this video. Wait, this is the wrong chat. Not that.
So the two things that I always had questions about those pendulums is one, will it move on its own? And two, does it move like at the same rate all the time?
No, it doesn't. Well, it does move on its own. However, there are times where it can stop. I think based on if there's seismic activity, it can disrupt it. So it has to be restarted. If this is what I asked at the Franklin Institute when I was there, and they told me, yeah, it can't run perpetually.
And that's because I feel like if the pendulum establishes its own frame of reference away from the Earth, and the Earth is supposed to be moving below, why would it operate on its own then, right?
It should, if that were the case. However, they have a magnetic drive to keep it running perpetually, and that magnetic drive assumes the calculations of its latitude and all that stuff so that it fits with what they expect.
See, all of this stuff with the pendulum is kind of a moot point. It's kind of in the weeds until you talk about what would be the correlation of something that is attached to Earth. You're trying to measure a movement of Earth. How could you possibly do that with something that is attached to the Earth? Every part of it is attached to the Earth. It's swinging from something that's attached to the thing you're trying to measure.
So before I just want to kick it over to Owlishness because she needs to kind of respond to like maybe 100 keys. But I just like to say hello to 100 keys. Thank you for crypto. So just what's going on, brother? We got 100 crypto keys, and he joins us from Twitter. He's got a small Flat Earth following over there on Twitter Spaces. They hold Spaces over there. I remember him from the last time he was in here. So just kind of announcing that he's in here, and we appreciate you coming in here, bro, and hanging out with us. Usually he's got a squad with him, but I think he's flying solo tonight. Yeah, we just you dropping by, man, and having a conversation with us and joining in.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. We really get into it over there too. The last couple of weeks, we do it every Friday. Typically like around 4 p.m. between 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern time, and we go like all night. We've been talking about like, the ether. We've been talking about atomic theory. We talk about all different type of things, globe earthers and flat earthers alike. It's a really great space, and it's a lot to learn and a lot of good perspectives. And I try to, take from here, bring it there, take from over there, bring it over here, and just try to bridge the gap between, globe earthers and flat earthers. Because what we all are really trying to do is find the truth, because we all are obsessed with the sky and we're all obsessed with the earth. So, finding the truth with these conversations and, discourse is kind of, so I appreciate y'all having me.
Anyways, I'll just kick it right back to Owlishness. Owlishness, did you want to reply to any of the things that were said about the pendulum and especially what Sunny was saying?
I don't know. Is T-Wad actually in the voice chat right now?
What's that?
Oh, T-Wad said something in chat, but I don't think he's actually in the voice chat because I was going to answer. He said,
"You can answer him. We'll hear your response, and we'll probably tell him whenever he gets back."
He said something about when a medium hangs a crystal pendulum above a pregnant woman and tells the gender of the baby. That sort of thing where they use that as some sort of Ouija board or is based on the muscles in the hand. That has nothing to do with rotation. But that's beside the point. I see what you mean about the Foucault pendulum being attached to Earth, therefore, how is it measuring Earth? I do understand that. The explanation of it on the Franklin Institute website is that It appeared to move in a circle, but the weight had not actually changed direction. It just seemed like it had, what had rotated was the Earth below it, but it doesn't give any explanation outside of that.
Yeah, so they have this thing that they're trying to say from a reference frame. It's deviating, but all they have is some kind of deviation. They have no way of telling what the effect is being caused by. There's no correlation to anything real.
So, what do you think the deviation is? Not challenging, just asking your own opinion.
Okay, here's my speculation. My opinion on that is that we know everything is moving above us. All the luminaries, the sky's moving above us, moving like everything in the sky. All those lights are moving from east to west constantly, every single day around us, and cycles. So if we're the center of the entire system, the entire universe, the world, if you will, the closed world that we're in. If everything rotates above us, wouldn't you think that could cause some kind of thing? Some kind of effect?
Are you implying that there's some sort of magnetic or
No.
sort of
Let me speak on this real quickly because Whitsitt talks about this. Einstein sent a letter, and in the letter he talked about how if the sky was the one that was moving and not the Earth, then it would have certain centrifugal effects which would cause the pendulum to show its motion, and therefore he didn't believe any terrestrial experiments or any optical experiments could show the motion of the Earth. And that was after the Foucault pendulum. So if you're going to say the Foucault pendulum proves the Earth rotation, then you're just saying Einstein was wrong.
Say that again, Jay. Slow that down. What did Einstein say about the terrestrial experiments testing the movement?
Yeah, Einstein said there were no optical or terrestrial experiments that could prove the rotation of the Earth or movement of the Earth.
Oh, that's hard. You heard what Einstein said? That's crazy.
And that was after both the interferometers, which the ring laser gyros are based on, and the Foucault pendulum came to be public or popularized. So he was essentially saying all of those things can't prove rotations. I have my theory, and you have to accept it.
Basically saying that they can only detect like the rate of movement of whatever is actually moving, but they can't prove that it's us that's moving, and that's very, very, very.
Yeah, and because of his theory, everything is relative, so you have to measure that motion relative to our motion.
Allishness, does that make sense?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm getting distracted looking at people's profiles.
Oh, yeah. You'll see that when you click on each one, you'll see where we stand in the community. The tags that we all have, kind of like they're the hallmarks of like what we are contributing to the community. So it's good for you to see. Like you could tell each and every one of us where we stand. It just goes from, I'll tell you real quick, from the point of a flat earther. It goes from flat Earth. It goes flat Earth valued to flat Earth silver, and then it goes to like gold plus, moderator, lead moderator, and then admin.
I was looking at Gemsy. It has like 6,000 roles.
There's something that was cosmetic. They're cosmetic. They're not.
And you also missed pseudo mod. Pseudo mod trumps them all, but it's not really a mod. You can think of it as one though.
Guys, unfortunately, she's just complained about there being too many roles, which means she obviously needs to get the two.
She needs a new role.
Yeah, you earned it.
Them's the break.
Too many roles.
Too many roles, complainer. She's getting it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Hey, that's a start. I'd feel.
Yeah, if you can see the live stream voice text chat, this meme like fully encapsulate everything I have to say about it.
Well, actually, I have a badge. I have for each of my roles. I do have an actual badge on my T-shirt, so I do have all of those roles in real life. attached to my uniform.
Hey, who made my profile light blue? Just wondered, because I didn't do it.
Discord did it.
My goodness,
thanks,
Jemsy, I just noticed you got like 1,000 rolls. Damn.
Hold on, let's look at Jemsy.
All right, Mig is getting too many rolls, complainer.
Whoa, Jemsy's got to have the record. Holy crap.
You see that?
You have to scroll down to see all his rolls.
I have a white screen.
I never even knew that.
I
don't know.
Just think how those rolls look on my attached to my T-shirt as badges of honor.
It's over 9,000.
That's funny.
Yeah, that sounds like he needs about 9,000 of them so that he can be more powerful.
Sorry, our listeners got us on a rabbit trail right now. We're just looking at people's rolls now.
That's hilarious.
Y'all are wild. I'm gonna go do other things.
I checked
Meanwhile,
them out sometimes.
Meanwhile, back at the pendulum camp.
We shall return to the.
Right. The pendulum. Sorry. ADHD.
Well, you went over there to go visit that place, but was it specifically for that, or did you just go there for other things and they had that there?
No, I actually went for a Harry Potter event that was happening, but before that we explored the rest of the museum because it's free.
Interesting. Okay.
And the folk hall, the pendulum is actually in their stairwells. So when you're going between floors, it goes from, I think there's like 3 or 4 floors, so you can see it is suspended from the ceiling.
And was there a tour guide kind of telling you, and this, ladies and gentlemen, is how we know the Earth is spinning? As it was, Foucault's pendulum is moving back and forth, and we get that because the Earth's rotating, and you're like, ooh, ah.
No, there's nothing like that. That's just an example of something I've seen in real life. The other ones that's only what I've personally witnessed. Of course, I've seen the ones that draw like the lines in the sand. I think this one actually, if I'm looking at there's a video, it is knocking over chess pieces.
Pins.
Yeah, pins or chess pieces or something.
Have you heard of any anomalies concerning the Foucault pendulum?
No, what are some? Do you know some?
Yeah, there's one that's been recorded a couple of times over the years, and that's when eclipses happen. Sometimes the pendulums either stop or like get reversed, so they start going the other direction.
Oh, during eclipses. That's interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting, and like they don't know why. It's just one of those anomalies.
No, I've never heard of that. That's cool. What do you guys think about tidal shifts?
Tidal shifts. Are you talking about magnetic shifts, or are you talking about the tidal bulge, or tides in general?
General tides. Tides in general. How do you feel as though the tide will come in for an extended period of time? It will be pushed out. There are some instances where the tide is controlled by weather because certain weather systems will push water to and from.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. With the hurricane approaching to Florida, you should have seen their bay completely void of any water.
Yeah, there's that. It removes the water, but also there are just certain normal weather systems that will push high pressure systems. I believe will push water into a bay. It can create extremely high tides without there being any sort of weather actually happening at the place.
That's called fetch and pitch, wind over a distance for an amount of time over water. like a certain wind velocity, wind speed over
Mhm.
a certain distance of water causes this to happen. It's called fetch and pitch.
Yeah, certainly.
Are the two different things that happen during that.
And the funny thing is, if you look at the weather systems and the pressure systems, they also correlate a little bit with the tides. So it's interesting. It does match up. However, the tides also have so-called tidal nodes or amphidromic points where the tide, there is no rising or lowering of the sea level. It just stays the same. Whereas the tides are like these bulges that travel around these points. And so
Damn,
that
Dre-
does. Sorry?
So you with your fancy book learning.
Yeah, well, I love reading. They told me back in the day when I was in school that, like, the sun and the moon were dragging this giant bulge of water around the globe, and that's how we got tides. But the further I got in school and the more I learned, that it just didn't match up to what we actually have in reality. So there isn't this giant bulge around the equator that's being dragged around and drowning whole countries, but rather it's moving around the amphidromic points. So that to me doesn't support the globe, but we got told the other story which doesn't match reality.
I'm just generally asking because some people don't believe. You believe the moon controls the tides? Is that what you're saying, or no?
I have no claim on cause of tides. I just know that the story we got told as children that there's this giant bulge of water chasing the sun and the moon, it isn't true. Otherwise, whole countries would be drowned out.
Yeah, I've never heard that.
Hey, Alice, can I ask you a question?
Hmm.
So, like those tides that are affected by the moon, this is something I always got a question about. Do they affect all the bodies of water at the same time, like lakes and ponds and the ocean at the same time, or is it just affecting certain bodies of water? Although the moon
Only
is
salt water.
Yeah, only salt.
No, not only
Freshwater
saltwater.
lakes have no tides.
I've looked into that a little bit. Being on the Great Lakes, like they do claim there's tides in the Great Lakes, but it's so small, like you would never really be able to tell. It's like 5/8 of an inch or something like that. That they
How are you
claim.
going to tell that
Yeah.
from the? How could you tell the difference of that and the fetch and pitch of the wind blowing over somewhere further out? That
Yeah, like you mentioned, the pressure differential could cause stuff like that.
pushing it out. Yeah, pushing it around.
It affects brackish water.
Well, that's still salt. Well, you got brackish water is right near the coast, so that would make sense. But
They make some really interesting weather conditions above the water. Brackish water does.
Yeah.
Lake Pontchartrain experiences
Mhm,
phenomena when that brackish water feeds in. The fresh feeds into that salt.
What weather are you talking about?
Optical phenomena. Well, it just distorts images in the far distance when you're making an observation.
I personally never see that. I live on a bay, and I've personally never seen that.
Well, it just depends on what time of day and what season you're in, because just depending on the climate, you can have different optical effects happening at any given time. Even throughout the day, you'd have like optical phenomena taking place in the far distance of something that you're viewing. Like, I don't know what you'd be looking over. Like, I would use something in reference, like a peninsula or maybe a buoy or something that's in the far distance, and then you'd look at it the next day, then it looked like a lot different. Like it's more distorted or easier to see, or you know what I mean? Like no, or
No, I've done a lot of boating, and I've never noticed that. Generally, buoys have to be stationary or normal, or else you would crash your boat.
Oh, he's talking about optical effects. It's
Have
not
you
easy
seen
to see unless you have a high-powered zoom or have really good eyesight.
Oh, okay. Are you talking about Fata Morgana? What is it, Fata Morgana?
Yeah, he's talking about.
Yeah, there's plenty of optical phenomena that take place over distance. and a lot of it could be due to atmospheric lensing. And what happens is it's weird, and I'll put it this way: sometimes you can see something in the far distance and it looks super huge and giant, and it's like over exaggerated, something that you wouldn't normally see. But then as you get closer, it actually looks like it's going away from you. This is actually counterintuitive to you seeing something and then you driving close to it, because as you see something in the far distance, it looks tiny and then it gets bigger. But this is the opposite of that. I even have video evidence of something you can look at where atmospheric lensing happens. So there's optical phenomena that's taking place at times where you think that you know what's really going on and you got it all figured out. And then here comes this optical phenomena that throws you for a loop. So let me dig for that, and then I'll bring it up to you so you can see it. I'll put it in the live stream voice text, by the way, so you can click on it and then view it.
Are you talking about like when you're driving and you see what appears to be water over the road?
Like
no,
this
that's
one?
a different effect. But that's still optical phenomena, but it's not what I was referring to. The thing that I'm referring to happens over, like, I know there's a place in Canada that this place is, they've seen it happen. It's atmospheric lensing. And I've even seen it where I live over here in Iowa. I would see like these, the power windmills, like over a distance I could see on top of a building, like the windmill looks huge. It looks like it's like giant. And I'm like, man, that windmill, I even pointed it out to my wife. I was like, this windmill does not look like what it looks like as you drive closer to it, because it starts to get smaller when you drive closer. And then that's counterintuitive. It's like that's not what you're expecting to see. Like you expected to see something tiny get into larger. Normally that's what you would think, but let me look for the video and then I'll show it to you and you'll be like, that's weird.
Okay, it's sort of like how when you view the moon on the horizon, it looks massive, but I believe that has to do with perspective. It doesn't.
I got it, Miggy.
Do you have it?
Yeah, I posted it.
Love it. Thank you. Check that video out, please. This is if you've never seen atmospheric lensing, this is what it is. And this is true.
That's weird.
I've seen it happen. This is for real. And I listen, I would say this. The sun has the same effect of that lensing that you might not expect, because of the fact that some people see as the sun goes to the horizon, it looks like super huge. You know, like the beginning of The Lion King when the guy is singing, and then you see the sun. It's like huge. Well, it's on the horizon, right? But sometimes on the horizon, either east or west, you might see it look like a pinprick getting bigger as it gets closer to you. Or, it's going away. So this is the opposite of that. And this is for real. This is what happens. So you have two kinds of ideas that happen with atmospheric lensing. Either you seeing the thing move away from you and it gets bigger, like huge, or it actually gets down to a pinprick and it gets actually really tiny. That's what they don't tell you. And some of the phenomena happens to be known when exactly the climate would support this, because they have something called a supermoon, when the moon looks super exaggerated and they say, well, it's the closest to the earth it's ever been, and like all kinds of stuff. But really they're just talking about atmospheric effects that you pick up when you look at the moon. It looks like a huge light in the sky when it's like really. But did you see that video?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's really cool.
Oh no, you got it already. There you go. Yeah, I see.
Truth is stranger than fiction. You all hear me saying that quite often, all listeners. So they're like with the globe narrative, and we were taught a whole bunch of things. But if I was to even ask you, like, well, if I was someone on the street and I was like, you know what, I got into this flat earth server and they're saying the earth is flat. How can you tell me that I know that the earth is a globe? What would you be able to, how would you be able to convince me? And the interesting thing is that a lot of people don't have an answer to give people when they are asked, just like legitimately, how can you provide evidence for this? Like, what is the reasoning behind why you think it's a globe? And when you think about it, it's like there really isn't anything that supports that. So just to kind of like challenge your mind and be like, okay, let's really put it to the test. Like really challenge yourself to see if there's anything you can find I mean, you brought up the pendulum, but like, would there be something to give you empirical evidence, something you could falsify to know that the Earth is either doing what they say it is, moving, or it is what they're claiming it is? You know, with the radius, diameter, circumference calculation. You know, and then verifying it. You know, it's really hard, right? Because the only thing you would think of right now that comes really quick to your mind is like the live stream of ISS, the pictures from space, just globish things, you know? And then you'd be like, okay, well, this is evidence, right? And it's like, no. That's you just giving assertions that you think that these things are validations for the globe, but it's what you've been brought up to know. That you're told this. You're told that the Earth is a globe, but you never understand like the falsification part of it. Like, how is it falsified? You're not taught how to go look into the field outside and see how it is a globe. You're just taught to believe that it is.
Where do you feel as though seismic activity comes from?
The point of origin, no one knows. They're claiming the explanation is tectonic plates.
Right.
You know, rubbing against each other. But then I would say, okay, you're saying tectonic plates. Now demonstrate tectonic plates. What do you think they're going to tell me when I say that?
What do you think they're going? Well,
just shoot some lasers in the ground.
The Earth is shaking, though.
It is. That's great. That's wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad people agree that the Earth shakes, but what is making it shake?
Does it shake its tailbone?
That would be somewhat of an explanation that if the Earth were moving, the tectonic plates underneath of the Earth would also be shifting, thereby causing earthquakes. That's just a theory, though. But is there a flat Earth? Is there a flat Earth theory as to why?
Yeah, no, what I would say, I'll just hang on a second, because you just ran past so it's a false equivocation. So they're saying because the Earth is a globe, we have tectonic plates. But I could say, well, because we have unicorn ponies shaking the Earth to the bottom underneath, that's why the Earth is flat, and it's causing earthquakes. But I don't have evidence for that. I'm just telling you that it's equaling the Earth shaking. It's
no. I'm not
I...
saying that proves it's round. I'm saying that proves it's moving at some.
What do you mean, like
some degree?
Like spinning, or what do you?
You mean
in
like some way. Yeah, the Earth would have to be moving in some way for the tectonic plates to move in such a way to cause an earthquake, whether that be by a round Earth or a flat Earth. It would have to move in some way to cause that. The Earth just isn't going to shift on its own.
Right.
So
tectonic plates have been brought to you by. They've been brought to you by the mainstream narrative. So the reason why you think they are tectonic plates is because you've been taught or told that they're tectonic plates. So the idea, like if you didn't know about tectonic plates, you wouldn't think about that's why there's Earth shaking. You would probably think of something else. But they told you that it's tectonic plates. So the onus is on the one who actually makes the claim. So you have to go back to whoever made it, your teacher or whoever told you, and say, excuse me, how did we verify that tectonic plates are what's causing the Earth to do what it's doing on an earthquake? And they're probably going to give you rhetoric, which is based on information that they've learned, and then just regurgitate it to you. And then you're like, yeah, but you're just telling me a story about what's going on. How did you verify there's plates that are actually colliding on a globe and causing this? They're not going to give you that. It's more of just these theories that they have to give you.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm looking at this the gif of this the sheep.
Goat? Yeah.
Is that a goat or is that?
Hey, if the let's just say that this was a flat plane, but there was a way to go inside, like there was an inner Earth, there was an opening on the inside. Could that affect some of these rumblings or some of these, some of these things that we may be experiencing if there was like a hollow?
Do you believe in hollow Earth? Well, the explanation for hollow Earth would have to be a round Earth to be hollow on the inside, unless there's some sort of distinct shape.
I'm just talking about the actual, like the seismic waves you were talking about, like things moving. Like if it was hollow, could that cause some shifts if there was space for the ground to move underneath us? Could that be an explanation?
There are some there is hollowness under the earth. That's how you have caves, sinkholes. Florida is huge for sinkholes. Go anywhere, you'll see giant sinkholes opening up and basically swallowing up entire buildings. So there is some hollowness.
Well, I mean, we would say that there are areas where there could be these these holes or hollowness or tunnels or whatever, but it doesn't mean that that would be the answer to the question if it could be this or that. What I'm saying though, it makes it more interesting because the information that you're receiving hasn't been rivaled by any thought-provoking ideas that you have. So if you're thinking about it in a way that you could see the information, right? Listen to the explanation. Tectonic plates, right? On a globe. They're shifting and causing earthquakes. And so you're basically saying, okay, tectonic plates on the globe. Now, I know that tectonic plates exist. I just need to know how they exist on a flat plane or in any surface. So you've already cemented the idea in your mind that tectonic plates are the cause. So if I was to tell you, how did you verify the cause for the effect? How could you then verify that cause for tectonic plates? Either way, thinking of a flat plane or a globe, doesn't matter. But the idea behind tectonic plates has to be solidified in your mind. Otherwise, you wouldn't be wanting it to either happen on any kind of model. So this forum that you're in right now always digs into the fact that people don't know what they're talking about for a good reason. And I'm not saying you, owlishness. I would say anyone that advocates for any claim that stands by the narrative. People don't know what they're saying. But really, because even the teachers don't know what they're saying. Because I always go okay, well, if you had a way to go talk to that person who told you about tectonic plates, I promise you they wouldn't give you a sufficient answer as to how they verified that information. They would just say, well, that's what the book says. And you'd be like, great, who made the book? So I can go tell them. And then you go find the person who made that book. And then once you get to the primary source of the information, then you're going to realize that the person said, well, this is my theory. And I've got a, what'd you call it? I can post things like these and put them in books that you read because I'm accredited for it. So, go ahead and understand that this information, even though it's a theory, it's the best way that we got to know what the earth is anyway. So you always go with the person's best guess. You'll never go with how they verified nobody's going to drill down underneath and say, oh, look, I see the plate. There it is shifting. No one's going to do that. So these theories all have to be something that work more or less along the lines of the best guess that they have possible. So that's primary source. That's the best you're going to get from those guys. But they sound like whenever they're putting it out there, it's matter of fact. And that's what throws you off because they're sounding like it's a matter of fact. But if you challenge them, I promise you'll never hear the answer of how they verified it. So even if somebody says, yeah, of course, tectonic plates exist. What are you, crazy? Then you're like, that's not what I mean. I need you to tell me how tectonic plates actually are verified to be true. I'm not saying let's drop another Earth or think about it in another way so that you can see how it work on another surface. I want to know how they're verified in the first place. Do you know what I mean, owlishness? So you're challenging the information. That's important.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they use one of the explanations they use for the tectonic plates. It's actually the Mariana Trench because the Mariana Trench is an example of the void or the exchange between two tectonic plates. You can use the ocean. They don't have to drill down because there's natural occurrence of these plates. It can be viewed easily. You don't have to dig down. They're right there under the ocean.
They're sure they can see that there's a crease there, but then it's just a story as to why there's a crease there. How does it fit into the narrative? How does it fit into the story? Yeah, he wants more. He wants actual proof, that's what's happening.
Yeah, just think about this. That's another belief. You're asking us to believe a thing. Like, I live in Iceland, and the so-called plates are supposed to be coming apart right where I live. I used to play our public park is right across the fault line, so I used to play in the gap, and I always used to believe it would like come apart and there'd be volcanoes there and stuff. But there's been thousands of earthquakes, and they happen where the volcanoes will erupt generally, or where there's some motion under the ground. They're not happening at the so-called fault line. The gap isn't getting any bigger. There's no lava coming out of there. But everywhere else, sure.
Yeah, the road to being a critical thinker, it's very simple. It's a very question. And the thing is, we all the information coming from of like mainstream would be something secure and understood. We've got volumes of data, numbers, figures to back this up. So we haven't looked into this until we start to challenge the narrative. Once you do, you start to realize that the thing that you thought all along was true actually doesn't have any, empirical evidence to support it. But it's not until then. I think more or less along the lines, you become a bit more staunch in position because you're like, these guys are nuts. How are they challenging this idea that we already know tectonic plates exist? We got the Marianas Trench. We got, what else do we got? Other fault lines. Come on, guys. And so in your mind, there's a lot of things where the narrative still supersedes your critical thinking ability. Well, until you go ahead, Lou.
Sorry. I was gonna say, and I've talked about this a few times in here. Typically, this goes against the grain in this room, but tectonic plates doesn't, like she said, she actually acknowledged it. It doesn't matter whether it's a globe or flat. Now there could be plates, but again, what Miggy's looking for is actual proof that there are. I just often I hear flat earthers thinking land sliding over other land somehow means ball. That's not how that works.
Yeah.
I just kind of want to crush that one.
Yeah, I don't know what causes the faults or what caused the apparent cracking. To me, it looks like the whole Earth was cracked through some massive impact, but I don't know what would have caused that. It looks weird to me. I don't know what caused it. I don't know what the story is.
I'll stay out of it for now. The crack in the sky and the crack in the ground is the cataclysm that took place. But I digress. Back to
crack in the sky.
Why. Yeah, I would get into that, but I just want to finish the point with making sure that you, at least, what I would say, it's gonna sound strange, but the Marianas Trench, I'll just say it really quick because I don't want to divert from where we're at with you. But the Marianas Trench and the great. When you look up in the sky and you think it's a Milky Way you're looking at, the Great Divide, that is not a what we would think it is, the tip of the Milky Way galaxy that we're looking at. So the cataclysm, it's biblical. I know it's going to burn everybody's tummies, but it's a biblical cataclysm, the deluge that happened in Noah's time. So this happened through the earth. At one point, the earth split open. There was water coming up from underneath and also bursting forth from the ground and from the sky as well. It said that the Lord opened the doors of heaven and water poured in. So there's a lot to it. I didn't want to digress. I'm going to digress because it's going to get us off the point. But this might make you think, well, this guy's pretty off his rocker now. So that's fine. But I just wanted to give the reason why Drace was saying it looks like the giant cataclysm happened, and there was. So
yeah, I just don't know why. That's what it looks like when you look at the Earth. It's all cracked along these lines, and they want to tell you it's these different plates drifting apart. And I'm like, sure, that could be. I would just like to see evidence of it.
Is there any way that we can
feel like that? I feel like that Grand Canyon is just when Thor got pissed off. He got in a fight with Zeus, and Thor, and it's just lightning fucking everywhere, man. Just destroyed shit, man. Fucking.
Yeah, if there was a story that followed that, I would agree that was something written, but it wasn't. But yeah, even though the way it sounds funny, it does. But this is something that was biblical. So Thor doesn't have a time where he split the earth open and water gushed forth. So yeah, that just sounds like a stab at what I said, but it's cool.
Could I get a mod to BC verify my wife's account?
Who's your wife?
She's, well, it's spelt weird, but kind of like my name, but it says Ashley. It's in lobby. It has like an L on the picture on a tree.
Yeah, just
you have to sign a waiver. You have to sign a waiver for her.
Yeah, you do. Just have her pop in here, man. We'll get her.
Yeah.
Is she tall enough to get on the ride though? Is she over 5'6"?
Hey, you have to be over 5'6". And
To be a flat earther, yeah.
all right.
Then
well,
then you're
I don't
saying
make the
Karma's
cut.
out, and then I'm out.
don't make the cut.
Oh, sorry guys, you're not old enough to ride.
Oh, okay. I guess I'll settle for round Earth then.
No. You have to be over 5'6" to be a round earther as well.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just settle with a no Earth.
And I guess concave's the only thing left.
Just apply. Just apply. Just apply the theory of relativity, and then you could just change your size with your perspective.
Not even convex, concave.
Yeah,
Ultimate range.
You guys are making me think. You guys are making me think too much. I'm gonna have some more coffee. It's a late night coffee night. It goes.
Do a Lorentz contraction. Do a Lorentz contraction and just make yourself bigger or smaller, depending on what's needed.
Let them know. First contraction.
I did get a larger coffee cup, so it must have been the Lorentz expansion.
So, hey, Aether, just tell your wife to pop in here to the live stream voice text. We'll just give her the role to talk in here. Just tell her to come in here. Did you guys hear me? Aether, did you hear me?
Yeah, I heard you. I messaged her.
Okay.
She's in the other room over there.
Shout out to Karma. What's up, Karma? Haven't seen her in a while.
Awkward.
You chimed in the background. Keeping Drace in line, huh?
Always. Talking about concave, it makes me like think about what I like to say when it comes to that, because flat Earth is like the sane middle ground where we're like skepticism above like belief, whereas you could either go from that middle ground to the extreme of like, oh, all the light is bending upwards and therefore the Earth must be concave, or all the light is bending downwards, therefore the Earth must be a globe. Like, there's these two camps. Meanwhile, we sit in the middle and we're just like, give us evidence, please.
Who believes in concave Earth?
A bunch of people, sadly.
We told you.
It's schizophrenics. Schizophrenics, dude.
If it was convex, every time it rained, everything would.
They have this whole idea that the Earth is super, super gigantic, and so it's too big to be able to see the top because the light doesn't reach you from there. But however, there's this magical black sphere in the middle with all the lights in it, and so that's what you see when you look up, so that you can't see the rest of the inside of the sphere. They're insane, okay?
Like an egg with universal compression and kind of, I guess, water in a bucket while it's spinning in order to keep the water where it is.
Yeah, the problem is that only works on the equator of that supposed spinning sphere they're in. Like, it doesn't really work. So they imagine that there's this tiny little flat spot on this gigantic sphere on the inside.
It's people who played too much Halo and think it's real.
Or something.
Pretty much.
Leave Halo alone, man. Leave Halo alone. JK. Hey, yo, what wasn't there that physicist, like a Swiss physicist, Picard, that was saying that the edges of the Earth were upturned?
Yeah, that was August Picard, wasn't it?
Yeah, but he wasn't high enough to see enough of the surface of the Earth to actually make any kind of determination like that. He just looked out and saw the Earth below him, and it looks damn flat. So that's what he said.
Let's review how far up he went. I'll go look it up while you guys talk amongst yourself. Hold on a second.
I think it was 10 miles.
Popular mechanics. Yeah, 10 to 12, I think it was, Andy. For sure. 1931? Am I getting it wrong? 31? 32? Something.
But he wasn't a right?
Yeah, right about in that period.
We have amnesia, guys. You already know what it is with the mainstream narrative. Amnesia is like, well, what, Picard? What do we? And they always try to deplatform, cancel culture. They've been cancel culture has always been. It's always been there. They've always existed.
She's right there on the list.
What I like about it is sextants require a flat plane to operate, and so they use sextants on airplanes, and they even claim to use sextants on the way to the moon. So that's like absurd, but that only works on the flat Earth. You can't do that on a globe because you don't have a flat baseline and a 90 degrees. You have a curved baseline and an unknown angle to the object.
So here we go, just real quickly from August Picard. Here's a wiki on that. On 27 May 1931, August Picard and Paul Kipfer took off from Augsburg, Germany, in a hydrogen balloon. It reached a record altitude of 15,781 meters, or 51,000 feet, 9.806 miles. And then during this flight, they became the first humans to enter whatever they called the stratosphere, and were able to gather substantial data on the upper notosphere, as well as measure cosmic rays. Sure, Picard and Kipfer are widely considered. So now, a little further, let's see. It says when they returned. Upon his return, when asked what did Earth look like from above, he stated, "It seems like a flat disc with an upturned edge." Modern-day amateur weather balloons with mounted flat lenses cameras showed no curvature at 98,000 feet and 120,000 feet. This is in Wikipedia right now. Yet many claim Picard stated he saw a curvature at 51,000 feet, which of course is impossible, and that's not what he said. Did he say there's curvature? He said it looks like upturned edges. Well, so okay, whatever. Hold on a second. Now, I believe it's the same family that afterwards he created the bathysphere that went the deepest underwater as well, and that's from the family like Jean-Luc Picard, isn't he? The same one that invented the aqualung. I believe that's the same family. Correct me if I'm wrong. In 1937, he designed a bathyscaphe with small steel gondola built to withstand external pressures. Let's see, blah, 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 blah.
You say Jean-Luc Picard?
Did I get the wrong name? Is that the one from Star Wars? Forgive me. Probably got the one.
Star Trek. That's the Star Trek guy.
Here it is. No,
referencing Star Trek at the moment.
Son, listen, his son Jacques. Yes, Jacques Picard. Remember him? The Picard family. Check this out. August Picard, physicist, aeronaut, balloonist, hydronaut. Jacques Picard, hydronaut. Jacques Picard invented the aqualung. Bertrand Picard was an aeronaut, a balloonist. Jean-Félix Picard, organic chemist, aeronaut, and balloonist. Jeanette Picard, wife of Jean Felix, aeronaut and balloonist. Don Picard, balloonist. They're all from a family of balloonists. Their whole family were all balloonists. And I'll yield the floor, but that was interesting. Hope you enjoyed it.
Check this video out. This was done by Hennessy. It's a liquor, but if you want to see, it was like really cool video.
Yeah,
that was
exactly. That's pretty wild.
Let's see. Oh, there's also Professor Picard And let me see. Isn't there a silent film? Let me see. I think I can pull it up. This right here.
I sent you a message, Miggy, that has her screen name on it.
Okay. Here's this. Did she pop in here? Because she's not in here.
Yeah, she's in here.
Is she?
On my list, she's right there above my name, but I know it organizes them different for different people.
Oh, yeah. Hang on a second. Let me hook her up then.
Coffee time, coffee time. Yeah, for one thing in that commercial, they show a completely flat horizon in one point, but then they show like this tiny little bit of curve. But that's interesting that they would put, that in anything.
Yeah, it's also like our history and our education system is cherry picked. The certain characters and other books just don't get mentioned. And like, for instance, Coriolis effect was first described by flat earthers long before it became known as the Coriolis effect. But that's not obvious, and that's not taught in schools, but you can learn that if you read really old books.
Here's the... this is like a silent... Well, I don't say a silent film, but here's the film. It's really old, so you might want to save that one right there. It's got a lot of
Yeah,
people.
and then the popular science 10 miles high in a balloon. That was a popular
Yeah, you can look at that. That's actually him right there, getting into the actual gondola.
Yeah, here's some images.
By the way,
I could take a
How do you get down?
Let's see. We could use this.
They just fall.
Yeah, he floated down.
Here we go. I'll do a screenshot of this. How convenient.
Here's
So like the Hindenburg, where it just like kind of like.
Yeah, let
back
me.
down.
Here, what I'm gonna do is I'll copy a few of these videos and then just put them in the live stream voice text.
Well, that was so
Alex,
easy to
you can-
fix that. Oh man, that's awesome.
So yeah, you can
Just
take a look at
articles from books and stuff.
different stuff.
Yeah. Let's see. This is in Popular Science, and the next article is about a camera back then that takes 60,000 pictures a second in 1930. What year is this? Hold on. 1930, August 1931.
Why was the quality of the moon landing so low then?
Yeah, 60,000 frames per minute. 60,000 pictures a second. Hold on, let me take a screenshot of this.
How was there 60,000 pictures per second?
Okay, hold on. This is Popular Science.
It's not possible in 1930.
Yeah, it probably was.
How was it possible with the constraints of needing film?
Because we were lied to on all levels about all technologies. That's probably how.
Government's always way beyond the
This is great.
Yeah, to answer my own question, because nobody else did, the moon landings are so horrible to look at because they used a projector to project it onto a wall and then recorded that with another camera, and that's what the world got to see.
I never understood how that worked.
It's just so that you cannot get the original information on the data, the metadata. It's so you're getting a copy of a copy. It's so the scam is easier to hide.
About the missing footage.
Hey, we should play that clip of Michelle Fowler and Bill Nye the Science Guy, Neil deGrasse. Let me look for it.
Yeah. Which one on Michelle Fowler? I'll do a search too. see what comes up.
I found it. Just give me a moment. It's only 10 minutes, but the reason why I wanted to play it is relevant to Alishness's kind of questions.
Cool.
But just to see, this is what we would say science communicators. So science communicators would be saying this, and you could hear kind of like how people think, because the questions were asked to these science communicators